Chapter 438, Outside the Valley of Lost Souls, Part 3. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed, and the group emerged once more from the valley, making their way towards the entrance of the Valley of Lost Souls. During this time, the members of the Fierce Sun Sect had been vigorously searching for Haocen and his companions, yet they had found nothing. Ultimately, they resorted to stationing individuals at the entrance, waiting for Haocen and his group to appear. At this moment, as Haocen and his companions approached the entrance, they were recognized by several vigilant disciples of the Fierce Sun Sect, who swiftly relayed the information to the sect's leading members. "This is bad. We are being watched. What should we do?" suddenly inquired Qiao Heng, a cultivator at the transformation stage, whose acute perceptive abilities allowed him to sense the disciples of the Fierce Sun Sect transmitting information. The group exchanged glances, eventually turning their attention to Chen Fengyang. "Let us disperse and regroup at that gap ahead," Chen Fengyang suggested after a moment of contemplation, pointing to a breach 1,000 feet away. "Understood." The others grasped Chen Fengyang's intent immediately and, with a shared affirmation, swiftly melded into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the 13 individuals vanished from the sight of the Fierce Sun Sect disciples. One of the observing disciples, attempting to send another message, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and collapsed unconscious. At that moment, Qiao Heng revealed himself, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he swiftly struck, shattering the disciple's skull. The soul did not escape, obliterated in an instant, leaving the disciple unaware of his assailant until his last breath. After eliminating this foe, Qiao Heng vanished from sight. Moments later, a large contingent of Fierce Sun Sect cultivators arrived, only to find that Haocen and his companions had already disappeared without a trace, while one of their own lay dead. How audacious! Pursue them. They must be heading towards the entrance of the Valley of Lost Souls. The leading member of the Fierce Sun Sect bellowed. A throng of disciples surged towards the entrance of the Valley of Lost Souls, filled with murderous intent. After a short while, Haocen and his 13 companions regrouped at the gap 1,000 feet away. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Fierce Sun Sect had once again caught sight of Haocen and his group, now pursuing them. "I believe it would be prudent for us to split up and blend into the crowd, regrouping once we have infiltrated the Valley of Lost Souls," Xiaoyan proposed. "Indeed. It seems we have no other choice. Let us reconvene within the Valley of Lost Souls." Chen Fengyang nodded in agreement with Xiaoyan's suggestion. The group acknowledged with nods as they observed the approach of the Fierce Sun Sect members. At once, the 13 of them merged into the throngs of people, vanishing into the multitude. Within moments, when the disciples of the Fierce Sun Sect arrived, they found themselves once again grasping at shadows. However, this time, their focus turned towards the scattered cultivators within the crowd. After a brief interval, they finally identified a member of Haocen's expedition team concealed among the masses. "Kill." Several Fierce Sun Sect cultivators coordinated their attack in unison. The member of the expedition team, lost in the crowd, was swiftly annihilated, unable to escape even the nascent soul that had just emerged. From a nearby hiding place, Haocen witnessed the brutal slaying of his comrade, too late to render aid. He had not anticipated that the members of the Fierce Sun Sect would strike silently and with lethal precision. Once again, Haocen employed the art of substitution, altering his appearance to blend seamlessly into the crowd while shrouding his consciousness over the area surrounding the Valley of Lost Souls for several miles. Every action of the disciples of the Sunfire Sect was within his perception. Another practitioner has fallen victim to the hands of a disciple of the Sunfire Sect. However, this individual was not a member of the Haocen exploration team. Gradually, anguished cries echoed in the air, as Haocen discovered that the cultivator Qiao Heng was covertly assassinating the disciples of the Sunfire Sect. After a few moments, the Sunfire Sect realized that several of their members had been stealthily eliminated. Consequently, they organized multiple search teams of 10, meticulously scouring the area. The Sunfire Sect was completely incensed by the assassination tactics employed by the Haocen exploration team, vowing to eradicate Haocen and his companions. At this moment, the disciples of the Sunfire Sect became frenzied. Almost everyone suspected of wrongdoing was mercilessly slain. Better to mistakenly kill than to let a single suspicious individual escape. The scattered practitioners were filled with trepidation. Upon seeing the disciples of the Sunfire Sect approach, they hastily retreated. The members of the Haocen team naturally followed suit amidst the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Heng had stealthily allied himself with 6 other cultivators, none of whom belonged to the Haocen team. These 6 individuals harbored enmity towards the Sunfire Sect, either disapproving of their arrogance or seeking revenge. It remains a mystery how Qiao Heng commanded their loyalty, yet under his organization, they commenced a series of assassination operations. Although this group comprised merely 7 individuals, 3 of them were of the transformation realm. Within moments, they had obliterated one of the Sunfire Sect's search teams. The leader of the Sunfire Sect seethed with fury, yet found himself in a state of utter helplessness. Faced with so many scattered practitioners, his wrath had no outlet. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 2 more search teams from the Sunfire Sect fell victim to treachery. At this point, the leader of the Sunfire Sect reluctantly called back his disciples. It is but this. Qiao Heng, witnessing the scene, laughed heartily before he began to reach out to the members of the Haocen exploration team. However, the team members, fearing retaliation from the Sunfire Sect, did not converge with Qiao Heng. They remained dispersed among the scattered practitioners, silently observing the unfolding events, awaiting the activation of the Soul Grave Valley. Haocen similarly maintained a watchful stance. At this moment, he inadvertently noticed that Chen Fengyang had, at some unknown point, joined forces with Xie Yun and the enigmatic individual beside her. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that the 3 were quietly communicating. Yet the content of their discussion eluded him. Haocen, however, became increasingly vigilant regarding their movements. Boom! The Soul Grave Valley suddenly trembled violently, followed by a silver-white light shooting skyward, ascending into the heavens. The Soul Grave Valley is about to open. Numerous cultivators instantly rejoiced, surging towards the entrance. At this juncture, the high-ranking practitioners of the 4 major formations, positioned closest to the entrance, remained unmoved, for they understood that this was merely a prelude to the opening of the Soul Grave Valley. The actual commencement would require further waiting. Outside the Soul Grave Valley, most cultivators were aware that the secret realm had not yet truly opened. Nonetheless, they pressed forward, eager to secure prime positions and be among the first to enter the Soul Grave Valley. Daoist Chun Hao, gather at the small hill 1,000 feet to the left front. Let us discuss our strategies together. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Haocen's ear. The ethereal presence of Qianyang permeated the atmosphere as Haocen, with a calm demeanor, advanced forward, subtly dispersing his aura. Those of lesser cultivation standing in his path were effortlessly pushed aside by an invisible force. Within the span of a mere incense stick burning, Haocen navigated through the throng of people, arriving at the designated assembly point. As he reached the gathering place, Xie Yun and the enigmatic figure beside him promptly followed, soon after which the cultivator Qiao Heng arrived as well. Gradually, team members trickled in one by one. However, despite Qianyang's choice of the assembly location, he was the last to arrive. His presence signified that the personnel had assembled, yet 2 individuals were absent, leaving only 11 present. The unfortunate demise of fellow Taoists Lu and Yuan during the chaos was acknowledged, reducing the team to a mere 11 members. Once Qianyang's words fell, the group comprehended the situation, yet they merely expressed a fleeting sorrow before swiftly returning to their usual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the loss of their 2 fallen comrades. Chapter 439, Strategizing Action, Part 1. The opening of the Soul Sorrow Valley is anticipated to take a little while longer. Let us prepare ourselves to surge forward the moment the valley opens, striving to be the first to enter and subsequently plunge into the realm of the ancient Battle Alliance. Noticing that everyone had regained their composure, Qianyang spoke with renewed confidence. At this moment, he exuded an aura that suggested he regarded the dominant forces at the entrance of the Soul Sorrow Valley with disdain. It was the first time the group sensed a different intensity from Qianyang. He possessed an unexpectedly commanding presence, momentarily leaving them astonished. Master, the path ahead is filled with dominant forces. Shall we confront them? Qianyang then inquired suddenly. Indeed, if we do not seize the opportunity to enter the Soul Sorrow Valley first, we will miss our chance to step into the ancient Battle Alliance's realm, Qianyang replied, casting a meaningful glance at Qianyang then before speaking earnestly. After surveying the members of the expedition team, he continued, I suspect that the powerful figures from those major sects will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to guard the entrance at the earliest opportunity. They will not allow us, the loose cultivators and those from minor sects, to enter the ancient Battle Alliance's realm first. Pausing for a moment, Qianyang raised his voice to rouse them. You are all aware of the tactics employed by these dominant forces. Tell me, do you believe we will have any hope of seizing opportunities within the ancient Battle Alliance's realm if they block the entrance to the Soul Sorrow Valley? Indeed, if we are truly obstructed at the entrance, our journey would be in vain, the group acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Fellow Taoist Fengyang, what do you propose we do? If it is feasible, I shall be the first to support it, Xie Yun exclaimed loudly. The mysterious figure beside Xie Yun also nodded in agreement, leading the others to concur, urging Qin Yang to take the lead in decision-making. Very well, I shall not shy away from this responsibility, Qin Yang stated with unwavering composure. You all should know that the Soul Sorrow Valley does not open fully from the outset. Initially, it merely unveils a narrow fissure, wide enough to allow only 1 or 2 individuals to pass. It is only when the fissure expands sufficiently, which may take at least half an incense stick's time, that more can enter. During this interlude, I firmly believe that with meticulous planning, we can swiftly forge a breach and surge into the Valley of Mourning Souls. If we seize the moment and enter the valley amidst the chaos, will the formidable powers of the major sects be able to restrain us? Once within the Valley of Mourning Souls, we shall quickly step into the mini-world of the ancient Battle Alliance. Will those from the major sects still be able to track us down? Taoist Qin's insight is indeed profound. The crux of the matter lies in determining our approach and the target we choose to engage. This must be planned meticulously to avoid a sudden onslaught leading to our annihilation. It is crucial to remember that every major sect is guarded by powerful experts. The cultivator Qiao Heng, despite possessing the early-stage transformation of spirit, expressed a tinge of trepidation as he inquired. He was acutely aware of the might of those at the separation of spirit realm. With his strength, he could hardly withstand a casual strike from such formidable beings. Fear not, for the mountain sage possesses ingenious strategies that will keep those powerful beings preoccupied and unable to intervene, Taoist Qin Fengyang asserted with confidence. Oh, what clever plans does Taoist Qin have? The crowd inquired eagerly, with even Haocen expressing curiosity. It is not to be revealed just yet. In due time, you shall understand. As long as everyone follows my lead, I assure you, we will have at least an 80% chance of success, Qin Fengyang replied enigmatically. At that moment, the crowd recognized the depth of Qin Fengyang's mystery as he revealed a subtle smile, exuding an air of assured victory. Given this, I shall place my trust in you, Taoist. However, should we fail, you shall bear the consequences. I, Qiao, shall be the first to hold you accountable, Qiao Heng declared with a stern expression. The others shared similar sentiments, their faces a mixture of skepticism and guarded hope. These individuals were astute and would not easily place their faith in another. They anticipated that if the plan were to falter, they would likely retreat without regard for anyone else's fate. At this juncture, they merely observed. If the plan proved viable, they would not hesitate to join in. Now, we must deliberate on our strategy and determine our initial target. The 3 major factions, the Martial Hall, Blood God Sect, and Haocen Sect, each hold their ground. And it is prudent for us to discuss this collectively, Qin Fengyang proposed, surveying the assembly. The Martial Hall possesses the greatest strength and is closest to the entrance, making it a challenging target. The Blood God Sect is notorious for its ruthlessness and formidable individual combat prowess. It is unlikely we could breach their defenses in a short span. Conversely, the Haocen Sect, comprised of several smaller sects, has many experts but their strength is somewhat dispersed, making them a more accessible target. The transformation cultivator Xie Yun analyzed. His extensive experience and incisive reasoning garnered agreement from the assembly. Taoist Xie speaks wisely. I concur. Does anyone harbor differing opinions? Qin Fengyang inquired, turning to face the group. Based on Taoist Xie's assessment, let us proceed with the Haocen Sect, suggested Qiao Heng, receiving affirmation from the others. Excellent. Now, let us discuss how best to strike, ensuring we breach the entrance to the Valley of Mourning Souls in the shortest time possible. We must act with unwavering resolve, ideally catching them completely off guard, Qin Fengyang declared with commanding presence. In that moment, Qin Fengyang exhibited the aura of a true leader, and the assembly recognized his intelligence and strategic acumen. Subsequently, various schemes were proposed by the group, most of whom hailed from backgrounds of solitary cultivation, brimming with cunning strategies. In a flurry of exchanges, they swiftly devised a feasible plan. Ultimately, the group chose to conceal themselves temporarily, quietly infiltrating the vicinity of the Haocen sect, awaiting the opportune moment to act. As the opening of the Soul Mourning Valley approached, various factions began their preparations, eager to be the first to enter. Those lacking strength could only lag behind, while some, akin to Qin Fengyang and his companions, hastily formed exploration teams. seemingly intent on forcefully breaching the entrance of the Soul Mourning Valley. All factions were unwilling to be outdone. Although their might paled in comparison to the three dominant powers, the Martial Hall, Blood God Cult, and Haocen Sect, they were still formidable, far beyond the capabilities of scattered practitioners. At this moment, these individuals had already set their plans in motion, delineating territories to restrict lesser sects and rogue cultivators from taking advantage of the chaos. The three colossal forces stood as the vanguard, akin to a front line, relegating numerous smaller sects to a subordinate status, rendering them nearly powerless. In this brief span, many astute individuals sought alliances, forming coalitions among minor sects and rogue cultivators. Within a short time, tens of thousands of cultivators had forged powerful alliances, confronting the major sects and encroaching upon the second tier. Yet, none dared to provoke the three dominant powers lightly. As various cultivators commenced their actions, Haocen and his companions had already stealthily dispersed and concealed themselves near the Haocen sect. Haocen's consciousness remained fixed on Qiao and the enigmatic figure. To his astonishment, he observed that the two had concealed their presence and assumed the guise of Haocen sect disciples. After infiltrating the Haocen sect, they went unnoticed, seamlessly mingling with the crowd. Occasionally, they exchanged greetings with Haocen sect disciples while discreetly leaving behind some intangible items. Haocen's spiritual sense could not discern the nature of those objects. He then noted that the two continuously altered their identities, infiltrating the ranks of the Martial Hall, the Demon Cult, and other sects, similarly leaving behind some imperceptible items. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Qiao and the mysterious figure once again transformed their appearances and returned near the Haocen sect. At this juncture, Chen Fengyang appeared to receive their telepathic communication, nodding slightly at them before quietly resuming his vigil. Chapter 440, Strategize and Act, Part 2. 2 hours later, the towering light curtain suddenly dissipated. The tremors of the Soul Mourning Valley intensified, particularly at the locations occupied by the three dominant powers, which became the epicenter of the disturbance. Akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed endlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted with excitement, recklessly surging forward. The Soul Mourning Valley was on the verge of opening. Outside the valley, tens of thousands of cultivators descended into madness, causing even the three dominant powers to pale with concern. It was imperative to note that the majority of the cultivators gathered at the entrance of the Soul Mourning Valley possessed cultivation levels above the nascent soul stage. In that instant, the explosive momentum of these individuals was nothing short of earth-shattering. At this moment, the Soul Mourning Valley had only just begun to form a tiny fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Although this passage was newly formed and unstable, there were still those eager to make their move. A cry for blood arose against those who dared to defy the will of the three dominant powers, who collectively sought to suppress any dissent. A myriad of spells erupted, and mere moments later, over 100 cultivators fell to the might of the three great overlords. Let us unite our forces. With our numbers, we need not fear them. Strike! Chen Fengyang bellowed, igniting a fervor before vanishing into the shadows. Similarly, Haocen mingled among the crowd, inciting those around him to charge towards the entrance of the Valley of Mourning Souls. He yearned to witness chaos among the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, and hoped to exploit this opportunity to diminish some of their living strength. Amidst the turmoil, Haocen continued to sow discord, yet he refrained from engaging in assassination. He understood that with his solitary power, taking down a few elite cultivators from the Tianwu continent would be but a drop in the ocean. It was the puppet master behind the scenes that constituted the true harbinger of death. Concurrently, Haocen kept a watchful eye on Qiao and the mysterious figure, and indeed discovered that it was they who orchestrated the fray, inciting the cultivators into a frenzy. Despite the chaos, Haocen remained acutely aware, sensing that hundreds of cultivators were interspersed within the throng, instigating conflict. He had an inkling that these individuals belonged to a singular organization, not striving for the kill, but rather guiding the frenzied cultivators into battle. Quietly, he committed their faces to memory, monitoring their movements with trepidation. Now, doubts began to creep into Haocen's mind. Were these individuals connected to Qiao and the enigmatic figure? Who were they truly? Why did their objectives align so closely with his? Were they from the Tianyuan continent? In the face of the frenzied crowd, only the three major overlord factions maintained their composure. The other sects, unable to withstand the onslaught of thousands of cultivators, were compelled to follow the tide and charge against the three great powers. Chaos erupted, and the battlefield became a tumultuous scene. Despite the overwhelming strength of the three factions, they too suffered casualties. The sheer number of cultivators was staggering. Though they were a disordered mob, their numbers proved formidable. The chaotic spells cascaded like a deluge. The three overlords, with their force of less than 10,000, could not withstand the torrent of magic and were swiftly forced back beyond 100 feet. Form a formation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the crowd of the martial hall, as 5 figures ascended, their divine and separation realms exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the arena. Simultaneously, the Blood God cult and the Haocen sect unleashed their own formidable cultivators of divine and separation realms, casting powerful spells to strike down the frenzied practitioners. In the blink of an eye, at least 15 strong cultivators from the 3 major factions emerged, turning the tide and buying precious moments for their disciples to form a defensive formation against the relentless assault. The moment had arrived. Suddenly, Haocen heard Chen Fengyang's voice in his ear, and at that instant, he sensed that his team members were also springing into action. Kill. The members of Haocen's team, having strategized their moves, struck at the opportune moment. They pressed forward towards the entrance of the Valley of Mourning Souls, using the Haocen sect's stronghold as their breach. Along the way, the cultivation levels of the Haocen sect's practitioners inexplicably plummeted, rendering them defenseless. Only Haocen comprehended that this was the effect of the invisible traps laid by Xie Yun and the mysterious figure. The same phenomenon of sudden decline in cultivation also afflicted the practitioners of the other 2 major factions. At this juncture, the 3 great overlord factions realized they had been ensnared in a cunning plot. Someone had released a toxic powder at their temporary encampment. Although these substances had little effect on those of the divine transformation and spirit separation realms, they proved to be more potent against practitioners of lesser cultivation levels. At this moment, the powerful members of the Haocen sect could only dedicate their efforts to detoxifying their disciples, powerless to thwart the onslaught of the Haocen team. After all, if they did not promptly detoxify their disciples, they risked losing the elite of the 3 dominant factions in the chaos that ensued. For the greater good, these formidable cultivators in the divine transformation and spirit separation realms had no choice but to abandon their offensive spells, resorting instead to defensive incantations to protect their students while they sought to counteract the toxins. Let us fight. The 3 dominant factions are not invincible. With a little more effort, we can annihilate them. Voices rose from the crowd, stirring the spirits of the cultivators. Typically, the 3 dominant factions stood high above, casting a shadow over smaller sects and independent cultivators who struggled to raise their heads. Now, seizing the moment, they unleashed years of pent-up frustration, igniting their righteous indignation and fervor for battle. At this juncture, the overwhelming numbers of the smaller sects pressed back against the 3 major factions, rendering them incapable of retaliating. The onslaught of tens of thousands of cultivators was terrifying. The strongholds of the 3 factions, composed of divine transformation and spirit separation cultivators, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the assault. In the blink of an eye, several breaches appeared in the ranks of the 3 factions. The torrent of spells struck those of lower cultivation, resulting in the immediate demise of nearly 100 disciples. It was at this moment that the leaders of the 3 dominant factions realized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly relinquished their positions at the entrance. Meanwhile, the Haocen team had swiftly carved a gap through the ranks of the Haocen sect's practitioners, plunging directly into the recently stabilized passage. Xie Yun and the mysterious figure guarded the rear, following suit. All 11 members were accounted for, with only a few sustaining minor injuries. Yet they became the first to enter the Valley of Lost Souls. Fengyang, your strategic brilliance knows no bounds. I admire your skills. Qiao Heng, laughing heartily, gave a thumbs up to Chen Fengyang. The group echoed his praise, and in that moment, everyone acknowledged Chen Fengyang's leadership. Although Haocen was aware of the unspoken acknowledgement, he remained silent, joining the others in their applause for Chen Fengyang. Let us proceed. They are about to enter, Chen Fengyang declared with unwavering composure. He led the group forward at a rapid pace, resolutely ignoring the allure of the spiritual herbs and treasures within the Valley of Lost Souls, instead directing their focus toward the entrance of the Ancient Battle Alliance's minor world. As they stepped into the Ancient Battle Alliance's realm, Haocen was struck by its vastness. Despite being merely a minor world, The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the Qianyuan realm, exuding an aura steeped in mystery. Haocen sensed this enigmatic energy as a faint chaos essence. This place truly was a paradise for cultivation. It was no wonder that a war between immortals and demons had erupted over its possession. Upon entering the ancient battle alliance's minor world, Chen Fengyang led the exploration team without pause, gathering spiritual herbs and medicines, not stopping to admire the scenery, nor taking the time to meditate and relish the abundant spiritual energy. Instead, they journeyed southward, traversing one mountain after another, occasionally catching glimpses of crumbling walls and remnants of the past. Yet, Chen Fengyang remained undeterred in his quest for adventure and treasure. The others voiced no objections, harboring no doubts regarding Chen Fengyang's actions. Haocen speculated that Chen Fengyang had visited this place on multiple occasions. Otherwise, he would not possess such intimate knowledge of the small world. Although Haocen was unfamiliar with the ancient battlefield alliance's small world, his spiritual awareness swept across the vast landscape, comprehending every trace within 1,000 miles. Chapter 441, Strategizing and Acting, Part 3. The path chosen by Chen Fengyang occasionally encountered high-level demonic beasts. Yet most of the creatures encountered were below level 7. Level 7 demonic beasts corresponded to the strength of a human at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Those below level 7 were easily dispatched by their group with a mere flick of the sword. Haocen discerned that Chen Fengyang's selected route for this expedition was clearly purposeful. Although there were several turns, the overall direction remained steadfastly towards the southwestern region of the small world. Meanwhile, the battle outside the Valley of the Soul had reached its conclusion. The fighting did not cease due to severe casualties, but rather because the fissure had finally opened wide. The powerful figures of the three dominant factions of the Tianwu continent diligently safeguarded their disciples, allowing them to enter the Valley of the Soul first. Occasionally, a few smaller teams managed to slip into the valley, yet most were thwarted at the entrance by the might of the three dominant powers. This chaotic skirmish lasted a full half-hour, claiming the lives of hundreds. In comparison, the losses for the sects were relatively minimal, with each faction suffering only a dozen or so fatalities. At this moment, as the entrance to the Valley of the Soul swung open, the crowd snapped out of their frenzied combat, clamoring to enter the valley. They were naturally reluctant to continue fighting. Thus, the three dominant powers and certain sect leaders finally exhaled in relief, swiftly following their disciples into the valley. The remaining thousands of cultivators ignited a new round of contention, each eager to be the first to enter the Valley of the Soul. The chaos reignited, resulting in even graver casualties. Of the over 10,000 cultivators, fewer than 7,000 remained engaged in battle. Ultimately, as the passage threatened to vanish, they ceased hostilities and began to enter the Valley of the Soul in succession. Fortunately, at this moment, the three dominant powers of the Tianwu continent, along with some sects, found themselves incapacitated by widespread poisoning among the masses, unable to fend off the scattered cultivators and minor sect members. Thus, these individuals managed to enter safely in search of their fortunes. Meanwhile, Haocen and his group of cultivators had already infiltrated the depths of the ancient battlefield alliance's small world, leaving the other cultivators far behind. 3 days later, they had traversed thousands of miles. Esteemed companions, we have arrived in the southern region of the ancient battlefield alliance's small world, which marks the territory of the Southern Alliance. Chen Fengyang announced, finally halting his steps. The Southern Alliance should harbor many treasures left behind by the ancient battlefield alliance. As for how to proceed, you may decide whether to act collectively or independently. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. Upon hearing Chen Fengyang's words, Haocen and the members of the exploration team exchanged glances. Their expressions varied as they fell into contemplative silence. Though the territories governed by the Southern Alliance are predominantly inhabited by ordinary mortals, the sects within are replete with extraordinary masters. As far as I am aware, the Southern Alliance boasts no fewer than a dozen formidable beings with cultivation levels surpassing the transformation stage, and some even possess the strength of the separation stage, remarked Chen Feng with an expression of profound gravity. Indeed, I witnessed the Martial Hall's assault on the Southern Alliance years ago. Yet they were ultimately thwarted by the Southern Alliance's experts, unable to breach the sanctum, echoed Xie Yun in agreement. The treasures left behind by the ancient battle alliance have largely been claimed by these factions. Otherwise, the Martial Hall would not have dared to attack the Southern Alliance, stated the solemn Qiao Heng. A flicker of trepidation crossed Qiao Heng's countenance, revealing that the battle from years past had left a significant impact on him, instilling lingering fear. Indeed, the ancient Battle Alliance's minor world is home to three major factions: the Southern Alliance, the Western Alliance, and the Eastern Alliance. However, following the War of Immortals and Demons, this realm has been sealed by powerful beings, interjected the enigmatic individual beside Xieyun. Pausing for effect, the mysterious figure continued, stating that the inhabitants of the ancient Battle Alliance's minor world cannot escape. Otherwise, the Qianyuan realm would have long been conquered by them. Every century, the minor world opens, coinciding with the 100 years of the Morning Soul Valley, with the last encounter occurring 5 times. The mysterious individual cast a glance around the group, affirming that the three factions of the ancient Battle Alliance truly embody the legacy of the ancient Battle Alliance's teachings. Although merely fragments of that heritage, they are nonetheless formidable. The legacies of the three sects are descendants of the three guardians of the ancient Battle Alliance. The mysterious figure seemed well-versed in the intricacies of the ancient Battle Alliance's minor world, articulating with clarity, after the dissolution of the ancient Battle Alliance, its minor world was sealed by the powerful beings who participated in the War of Immortals and Demons. The once leaderless ancient Battle Alliance gradually splintered into the Southern, Western, and Eastern Alliances. Yet, even now, the three factions remain embroiled in deep-seated conflicts, struggling for unity. At this moment, the previously reticent, mysterious individual spoke eloquently. Otherwise, even if we outsiders joined forces, we would not stand a chance against the three sections. Your awareness of these secrets suggests you are no ordinary rogue cultivator, Qiao Heng remarked, his gaze scrutinizing the stranger with growing suspicion regarding their identity. We are all here for the treasures of the ancient Battle Alliance. Now that they lie before us, how we choose to proceed is a matter for each of us to decide, the mysterious figure replied with a smile. Indeed, who is this enigmatic individual, and how do they possess such profound knowledge of the ancient Battle Alliance's minor world? Was it not said that the realm had remained closed for a century? From where have they acquired this information? Is there perhaps another spatial passage? Numerous questions swirled in the minds of the gathered individuals. At this moment, Haocen, having overheard their conversation, felt an unsettling sensation. This was not an exploration of the ancient Battle Alliance's minor world. Rather, the term exploration was merely a pretext for some, as their true intent was clearly to invade a weaker realm and plunder its cultivation resources. It seems that the organization of cultivators from the Tianwu continent to explore the ancient War Alliance's small world has ulterior motives. Haocen's heart began to grasp the situation, and he couldn't help but grow vigilant, particularly regarding the mysterious individual and Xieyun. Team Leader Chun, we have all come at your invitation. Please disclose your intentions directly. If feasible, we shall wholeheartedly cooperate. If not, we will act independently to seek our fortunes, proposed the cultivator Qiao Heng. His temperament was fiery. He appeared to dislike overthinking and was prone to impulsiveness, revealing himself to be a rather formidable character. His previous confrontation with the Liang sect illustrated his complexity. In truth, none of the 11 members of the squad were simple characters. Each harbored their own schemes and agendas. At this moment, they were merely united by mutual interests, fully aware of the underlying motives. Indeed, it would be prudent for Team Leader Chen to share his plans. With your wisdom, I believe you must have devised a strategy, complimented the cultivator Chen Fengnan. Team Leader Chen, it is now up to you to direct us, the other cultivators remarked, their gazes fixed on Chen Fengyan. Though each squad member possessed their own designs, they were reluctant to separate immediately. After all, even the mightiest individual would find it challenging to make significant progress in an unfamiliar territory without the support of a team. Alone, one could at best uncover minor opportunities, which would ultimately prove negligible. Chapter 442, Strategizing Before Action, Part 4. Aside from Haocen, the remaining individuals possessed at least late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Ordinary treasures hardly stirred their interest. Only the treasures of the three major alliances could truly excite them. Haocen remained silent, his expression tranquil, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Yet, he vigilantly observed the words and actions of the others, particularly Chen Fengyang, Xieyun, and the enigmatic figure. Seeing the eager gazes of his companions, Chen Fengyang spoke. Well, since all of you wish to remain together, I shall outline our plan, hoping for your full cooperation. The ancient war alliance's small world housed the Eastern, Western, and Southern alliances, along with numerous sects, rendering it a perilous place, fraught with greater dangers than a dragon's lair or tiger's den. Should casualties occur, do not fault me for not forewarning you. Pausing to survey the crowd, he continued when no one spoke. Our expedition into the ancient war alliance's small world carries the gravest risks. Thus, our actions must be flawless. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly added, I now propose that we all swear an oath. Once we commence our endeavors, none may withdraw until we have exited the ancient war alliance's small world. During our time here, we must persevere and follow my commands. Should anyone defy this, the consequences will be dire. After his declaration, he awaited the group's response, and the cultivators exchanged glances. The higher one's cultivation, the more acutely one could sense the binding power of an oath. The forces of heaven are undeniably just. Once an oath is made, it cannot be broken, lest one faces certain death. Thus, high-level cultivators seldom swore oaths. There was no necessity, and they would not do so lightly. Of course, some secret methods could conceal oaths from the heavens, but such techniques were exceedingly rare and nearly invisible. Fellow cultivator, is this not excessive? If you expect us to march to our doom, should we simply obey your commands? A cultivator clad in black robes, at the later stage of the nascent soul realm, posed a question that weighed heavily on the minds of the assembly. Nay, replied Chen Fengyang. If I were truly to arrange for your demise, I would first be the one to breach my oath, thus rendering your obedience null and void. Indeed, an oath is only valid under conditions of safety. Otherwise, it is naturally rendered void, he continued, to which the crowd readily concurred. Very well. I shall take the first oath. With one hand raised to the heavens and the other pressed against his heart, Chen Fengyang solemnly declared, by the heavens above, I, Chen Fengyang, vow that during this expedition to the ancient battle alliance's small world, I shall wholeheartedly cooperate with my fellow cultivators and harbor no selfish intent. Should I command recklessly, deliberately leading my companions into peril, may I be struck by thunder and meet a woeful end. This vow shall take effect from this moment until the conclusion of our journey in the ancient battle alliance's small world. Upon finishing his declaration, a droplet of blood shot forth from his fingertip, vanishing into the void, an essence of the vow, resonating with the heavenly Tao. Since fellow Taoist Chun has taken his oath, I, Qiao Heng, shall do likewise. The cultivator Qiao Heng then proclaimed, by the heavens above, I, Qiao Heng, vow to obey fellow Taoist Chen's commands during the expedition to the ancient battle alliance's small world, collaborating with all present, and shall not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence. Unless fellow Taoist Chun were to intentionally place me in jeopardy, I shall exert myself fully until the journey's end. Following this, each member began to take their oaths in turn. Haocen was no exception, and he too made a simple vow, echoing the sentiments of his peers. It was only at this juncture that Haocen realized this endeavor was not merely a quest for treasure within the ancient battle alliance's small world, but rather an act of invasion and plunder. Haocen surmised that the mobilization of numerous cultivators from the Tianwu continent into the ancient battle alliance's small world was but a facade to obscure their true intentions, to suppress the power of the ancient battle alliance and weaken this parallel space adjacent to the Qianyuan realm. This was akin to the rulers of the Qianyuan realm organizing cultivators from the Tianyuan continent to infiltrate the Huanhe realm. Their motives were twofold: to seize the resources therein and to eliminate any living forces that posed a threat to the security of the Qianyuan realm, while simultaneously providing the cultivators of the Qianyuan realm with invaluable experience. At this moment, Chen Fengyang solidified his leadership position and spoke with composure. This location is thousands of miles from the headquarters of the Southern, Western, and Eastern alliances, with several thousand small cities governed by the three alliances along the way. We lack the capability to assault the three major powers of the small world. Our strategy must involve infiltrating one of these small cities and acquiring local identities. We shall bide our time for the arrival of the three dominant forces from the Tianwu continent. When one of these factions attacks this place, we can blend into the headquarters using our newly assumed local identities. Indeed, a most astute strategy, leader. I find it quite feasible, came the enthusiastic agreement from the assembly. With the consensus established, they turned their attention to the matter of securing local identities, emphasizing the necessity for them to carry significant weight. Otherwise, they would not gain entry into the alliance's headquarters. It would be best if we could devise a plan to replace a local lord or commander, Chen Fengyang suggested. This may pose a considerable challenge. As my esteemed friend Chun is undoubtedly aware, any city lord or commander possesses at least the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. To usurp their position without arousing the suspicion of the locals is indeed a formidable task, remarked another nascent soul cultivator with a pained expression. Do not fret, my friend. We need not necessarily replace them. Securing an identity that facilitates our movements will suffice. If we can devise means to exert direct control over them, that would be ideal. Furthermore, with our capabilities, if we seize an opportunity to act swiftly and subdue one or two local cultivators at the nascent soul level, it should pose no significant challenge. Should it? Chen Fengyang asserted, exuding confidence and composure. Indeed, Chun, your words hold truth. We shall follow your lead, the group responded. Their spirits buoyed as if all obstacles had been rendered trivial. Excellent. Since there are no objections, I shall proceed to assign tasks, Chen Fengyang declared in a commanding tone. He then systematically outlined the assignments, dividing the 11 members into 3 operational teams. The first group, led by Xie Yun, comprised the mysterious individual and Chen Fengnan, tasked with operations in the Southern Alliance region. The second group, under the command of Qiao Heng, included Chen Fengyun, Li Yu, and Shui Bingyu, assigned to the Eastern Alliance region. The third group, led by Chen Fengyang, consisted of Haocen, Zhang Kushing, and Xiao Feng, responsible for the Western Alliance region. The initial step for each group was to secure an identity within their designated area, blending in with the local populace to gather intelligence on local factions and the practitioners of the Shangwen Valley. Particular attention was to be paid to the whereabouts of the 3 dominant forces, the Martial Hall, Blood God Sect, and the Huanhe Sect, as well as the situation concerning the Liang Sect. These entities would not overlook the audacious Liang Sect. The teams were to reconvene at this location in 7 days to consolidate their intelligence. The exploration teams required information to finalize their action plan. The group found Chen Fengyang's arrangements to be judicious, believing the plan to be viable, and they promptly divided into smaller units to commence their missions. Chapter 443. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 1. In accordance with Chen Fengyang's directives, prior to their specific actions, each member was to secure an identity as a local within a neighboring small town within 1 hour. Hao Chen, however, paid little heed to this requirement. Confident in his ability to accomplish it effortlessly, once Chen Fengyang completed the arrangements, he employed an invisibility technique, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from a modest dwelling, having seamlessly transformed into a local. Haocen sensed from a distance that Chen Fengyang employed an illusion technique, instantly bewitching the household, thereby assuming the identity of the head of that family, whose original occupant had long since met an untimely end. Simultaneously, the others adopted similar methods to blend into the throng of ordinary people. With their cultivation levels, the common folk remained oblivious to any discrepancies. After a brief half-hour, apart from Hao Chen, Xie Yun, and the mysterious individual, the remaining members had successfully assumed the identities of local inhabitants. Hao Chen chose not to impersonate anyone in particular. Instead, he procured a set of garments from a nearby residence, utilized a transformation technique to alter his features, and employed a breath-concealing technique to mask his aura, presenting himself as a veritable local cultivator from afar. With the group having initially secured their local identities, they proceeded to execute their plan. The members of Chen Fengyang's team temporarily refrained from acting together, each receiving a map to assist in their endeavors. Let the triumphant trio of Zhan, Xiaofeng, and Hao Chen embark separately to the Western Alliance to gather intelligence. Hao Chen, however, paid little heed to the task at hand. Upon receiving the map, he swiftly employed the swift phantom step, vanishing in mere moments. Once he reached a secluded area, he leaped into the air. With a thud, he fell flat on the ground, covered in dust and dirt. It was then that Hao Chen realized the existence of aerial restrictions within this small world. Having followed the group on foot, he assumed that flying would make him a larger target, hence his choice to run along the ground. With a grunt, he rose and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. After surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was watching, he finally relaxed. Once his mind was at ease, Hao Chen decided against proceeding to the Western Alliance. His curiosity was piqued by Xie Yun and the enigmatic figure accompanying him. An inexplicable intuition suggested that these two were somehow linked to the ancient Battle Alliance and its small world. He resolved to uncover the true identities and intentions of both Xie Yun and the mysterious individual. After parting ways with Chen Fengyang, Haocen discreetly followed Xie Yun and the mysterious figure using his spiritual awareness. Concealed in the shadows, he remained vigilant, tracking every move of the pair as they stealthily made their way toward the Southern Alliance. The cloaked figure, who had concealed his cultivation, soon joined Xie Yun, his expression inscrutable, with flashes of murderous intent occasionally surfacing. Through their conversation, Haocen's spiritual awareness discerned that the mysterious figure was named Wu Ku, while Xie Yun's true name was revealed to be Gai Yunxia. The two seemed to be communicating telepathically. Initially, Haocen could perceive their dialogue, but as their voices dwindled, he found himself unable to grasp the content of their exchange. After a considerable time, Wu Ku finally turned to leave. By way of his spiritual awareness, Haocen noticed Wu Ku's movements appeared to be directed by Gai Yunxia, as he headed back in the direction from which he came. Rather than pursuing Wu Ku, Haocen discreetly sent out a fragment of his awareness to monitor Wu Ku's trajectory. At that moment, Gai Yunxia cast a strange smile at Wu Ku's retreating figure. Was someone spying? Suddenly, he sensed his surroundings with a hint of confusion, but found nothing amiss. He shook his head and, with a soft murmur, vanished without a trace. Although Gai Yunxia felt an inkling of being followed, he remained oblivious to the presence of his pursuer. After all, Haocen was still several miles away, and his concealed spiritual awareness was so subtle that even the most skilled cultivator would not detect the marvel of Haocen's refined spiritual perception. As Gai Yunxia hurried along, he soon arrived in a bustling city. Throughout his journey, Haocen had thoroughly explored his surroundings, confident that he was more familiar with the area than even the locals. While he remained unaware of the specifics of the prior conversation between the two, Wu Ku's return towards his origin undoubtedly indicated contact with other cultivators entering the small world. Haocen was nearly certain that Wu Ku was indeed heading to rendezvous with those cultivators, likely the ones covertly instigating trouble outside the Valley of Lost Souls. Haocen ambled along casually, blending in with the crowd as an ordinary person would. Yet his spiritual awareness remained fully attuned to Gai Yunxia's every move, ready to sense any developments regarding this individual. In the blink of an eye, one enters a quaint town. Gai Yunxia appears to be remarkably familiar with this place. And in just a few moments, he strides directly into the Lord's mansion. Who goes there? A tall figure within a secret chamber of the mansion suddenly turns and exclaims, "Lord Pang, do you not even recognize an old acquaintance?" Gai Yunxia boldly reveals himself. "It is you. Yunxia, I never expected that after a century apart. Your cultivation has ascended to such heights that I can no longer sense your realm." Lord Pang speaks in a tone reminiscent of an old friend reuniting. Yet, the weapon in his hand remains drawn, clearly showing his wariness towards the visitor. "Ha ha, dear brother Pang, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come to assist you." Gai Yunxia replies with a smile. What a joke. You come to aid me? Is it not rather that you wish for me to toil for you?" Lord Pang retorts with a cold smirk. Gai Yunxia encourages him to leave the small world, saying, "Do you not yearn to see the world beyond? You know well that this small world is merely a cage. Do you not wish to behold the true expanse of the 3,000 great worlds?" He shifts his tone, continuing, "Here, you can only cultivate to the transformation realm, with no further progress possible. Will you truly accept a lifetime trapped in this prison?" As he speaks, he emanates the aura of late-stage spirit division, declaring, "Look, a century ago, our powers were equal, yet now I have advanced to spirit division while you remain stagnant, having not even broken through to transformation. And what of it? I enjoy my freedom here. Outside, I would merely be compelled to serve your alliance, enslaved once more." Lord Pang snorts dismissively. Though he feels a twinge of temptation from Gai Yunxia's words, the thought of becoming subjugated again is unbearable. Consider this carefully. I am resolute in my determination to reclaim this place and will not relent. Gai Yunxia's expression darkens as he asserts, "Oh, at last, your true intentions are revealed. You wish to reclaim the entire small world. Such a fantasy." Lord Pang scoffs, unafraid of his adversary. "Humph, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I have repeatedly sought to persuade you. Since you are adamant in your refusal, do not blame me for being impolite." Gai Yunxia huffs, his murderous intent palpable, clearly intending to use force. "Come then. I am aware that your current cultivation surpasses mine, yet if you wish to forcibly control me, you shall find it impossible. I would rather perish than be enslaved." Lord Peng responds with a cold laugh, closing his eyes as if resigning to fate, allowing his opponent to take action. Is that so? I shall see whether your resolve is firmer or my methods more formidable, Gai Yunxie declares, slamming his palm onto Lord Peng's head. The formidable force of his consciousness instantaneously penetrates Lord Peng's sea of consciousness, sending a tremor of dread even to Haocen, who is 10 miles away. So it is. This individual is a remnant of the ancient battle alliance. No wonder he is so acquainted with this place and possesses such profound knowledge of the small world. It is indeed curious that despite his late-stage spirit division cultivation, he chooses to lurk in the shadows. However, his ambition to subjugate the entire small world, if realized, would surely alter the fate of the Tianwu continent. Haocen muses to himself. Finally, the identity and purpose of the other party became clear, and a plan began to form in his mind. At that moment, Lord Peng succumbed to his injuries and passed away, demonstrating his steadfastness. Indeed, as he had professed, he would rather perish than be enslaved. Haocen let out a silent sigh, yet his consciousness shifted to another direction. Chapter 444. The Mantis Strikes the Cicada, Part 2. At this juncture, Wuku had already flown over 1,000 miles away. He could disregard the no-fly zone, a testament to his heritage as a member of the War Alliance. Despite his swiftness, it paled in comparison to the speed of Haochen's consciousness, which silently tracked him. Boom. While Wuku sought his companions, he fortuitously encountered members of the Liang sect. Driven by a desire for vengeance, Wuku launched a surprise attack on the cultivators of the Liang sect. Without any forewarning, he struck, annihilating over 10 disciples in a single blow before vanishing into the void. When he reappeared, it was directly at the martial hall, where he executed another stealthy ambush, indifferent to the number he dispatched, retreating with the same swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the martial hall, Blood God sect, and Hunyuan sect had all suffered Wuku's covert assaults. He continued to strike at other factions, be they rogue cultivators or minor sects, playing with them at will. Capitalizing on his advantage of being unbound by the no-fly restrictions, Wuku had, in a short span, launched ambushes on nearly every significant power. It turned out that the plan devised by Gai Yunxie and Wuku was to incite conflict by using others as pawns. Wuku masqueraded as a cultivator from the ancient War Alliance's small world, harassing and eliminating practitioners from the Tianwu continent to stir trouble, thereby leveraging the practitioners of Tianwu continent to suppress the forces of the small world. Meanwhile, Gai Yunxie discreetly contacted the forces of the small world to deal with the practitioners from Tianwu continent entering their realm. It appeared that Gai Yunxie's intent was to compel the powers of the small world to unite under pressure from the Tianwu continent's practitioners, reintegrating them into the War Alliance's influence. The fisherman reaps the benefits, a well-crafted scheme, yet success may prove elusive. Haocen silently scoffed, choosing not to intervene. His intentions were clear: to deplete the living forces of the Tianwu continent, rendering them incapable of uniting with the Blood God sect for an invasion of the Tianyuan continent. As long as he secured the boundary-breaking talisman, he would depart from the Tianwu continent, showing little concern for the chaos that engulfed it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. According to their agreement, the team members gradually returned to the designated assembly point. At this moment, the gathering place was no longer silent. Practitioners from the Tianwu continent entering the small world began to arrive in succession. Daoist Chen Hao. It seems you are well versed in the situation of the Western Alliance. A voice suddenly resonated, belonging to Qin Fengyang. Do you have any plans to share? Haocen, unfazed by Qin Fengyang's inquiry, shifted the topic and communicated his thoughts. I kindly request Daoist Qin how to infiltrate the forces of the Small World Alliance. I suspect the 3 alliances of the small world will unite within 3 days at the latest, mobilizing all their powers to confront us outsiders. The great battle is imminent. You must seize this opportunity. The chance to obtain the treasures of the War Alliance hinges on this conflict. Qin Fengyang artfully incited. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task without fail. Upon hearing Haochen's assurance, Qin Fengyang ceased communication and swiftly vanished into the crowd. At this moment, the other members of the Haocen exploration team had already received the transmission from Qin Fengyang and began their incursion into the alliance of small worlds. Haocen chuckled derisively, for he had long realized that Qin Fengyang was merely a messenger, with all authority resting with Gai Yunxie. Despite failing to control the city lord of Zhou, Gai Yunxie had now arrived at another city, yet success still eluded him. After 2 consecutive failures, Gai Yunxie appeared to be losing patience. Haocen surmised that Gai Yunxia had resolved to directly employ the might of the Tianwu continent to force the forces of the small worlds into submission. At this juncture, Haocen felt a sense of mastery over Gai Yunxia's intentions. Thus, he withdrew his consciousness, no longer exerting effort to monitor Gai Yunxia. He intended to observe the unfolding events with a detached gaze, watching Gai Yunxia, the mantis, become a mere pawn hidden behind the mantis, a yellow bird waiting to strike. 3 days later, under the clandestine manipulation of Wuku, numerous small sects and rogue cultivators commenced their siege and plunder. Meanwhile, the 3 dominant powers, the Martial Hall, Blood God Cult, and Hunyuan Sect, lagged far behind. The disciples of these 3 factions, having suffered extensive poisoning, were in a weakened state. Upon entering the small world, these factions unanimously chose to recuperate and restore their strength. However, it was precisely because these 3 powers refrained from participating that the small sects and rogue cultivators, led by a few strong individuals, surged forth with unstoppable momentum, plundering the resources of the small world. Initially apprehensive that the 3 major factions would arrive to seize their spoils, the smaller sects, upon witnessing their adversaries fall behind, became fervent in their efforts to secure more cultivation resources, akin to being invigorated by an elixir. Although these small cities had formidable guardians, the highest cultivation level among them was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm, with most being at the essence Dan level, and scarcely any at the nascent soul level, hardly a match for the frenzied invaders. The cultivators from the Tianwu continent swept through like a plow through a field, staining the small world with blood. In less than a day, within a radius of 1,000 miles, dozens of small cities were laid to waste, with the cultivators below the essence Dan level failing to escape the clutches of destruction. Amidst the remnants of forces in the small world, Haocen and his companions had retreated to the vicinity of the Eastern Alliance headquarters. In less than a day, the cultivators of dozens of small cities had been slaughtered and plundered. The remaining forces, numbering less than 1,000, were able to escape only through the deliberate protection of Haocen's team. In truth, Haocen had already discerned that this remnant force was under the control of the remnants of the ancient battle alliance. Had it not been for this, how could they have possibly evaded the onslaught of the Tianwu continent's cultivators? Gai Yunxia would not have intervened to rescue this beleaguered group without reason. Who goes there? Boomed the city lord of the Eastern Alliance city. Zhao City Lord, it is I, Shun Wan, City Lord of Dongling City. These individuals are cultivators from dozens of cities in the east. I implore you to open the city gates and allow us entry. The invaders from the Tianwu continent are fast approaching, and we have crucial information to report to headquarters, called out Shin Wan, the city lord of Dongling City, clearly recognizing Zhao City Lord atop the city walls. At this moment, the cultivators of the Tianwu continent had pursued their enemies to within 10 miles of Dongming City. The intense aura of slaughter could even be felt within the city. The city lord of Dongming, Zhao, gazed into the distance at the invaders from the Tianwu continent, his expression shifting dramatically. Nevertheless, he ordered his subordinates to open the city gates, allowing the remnants of the army to enter. After all, aside from the 9 from Haocen, the rest were genuine locals. Zhao harbored no doubt, firmly believing the words of Shun Wan, the city lord of Dongling. Thank you, City Lord Zhao. Please make arrangements for these individuals. I must report to headquarters immediately, Shun Wan said, disregarding Zhao's reaction as he swiftly took flight toward the Dongming headquarters. You shall form your own ranks and rest for the time being, awaiting further orders. Zhao instructed the weary cultivators, noting their tattered garments, bloodied appearances, and lack of spirit, which caused him to frown deeply. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in Dongming City was charged with a palpable sense of hostility. Each person was infused with a vengeful spirit, glaring at the approaching invaders from the Tianwu continent with a fierce resolve. Every century, outsiders invaded this small world, plundering its resources. Hatred had been passed down through generations. To the inhabitants of this small world, the cultivators of the Tianwu continent were regarded as vile demons. The incursions into the small world were also a deliberate strategy of the rulers of the Qianyuan realm throughout history. Every 100 years, the forces of the small world were to be purged to prevent any significant threat to the security of the Qianyuan continent. Much like raiding resources in the murky river realm, the parallel worlds surrounding the Qianyuan realm were to be contained, serving as training grounds for its cultivators. As a ruler of a world, such measures were unavoidable. Otherwise, the victims of slaughter would inhabit their own lands. Chapter 445. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 3. The citizens of the city listened intently as the voice of a cultivator from the Tianwu continent boomed. Open the gates and surrender swiftly, or face merciless slaughter. This individual was Qiao, a temporarily appointed leader of the scattered cultivators from the Tianwu continent who had entered the ancient Battle Alliance's small world. At present, the cultivators from the Tianwu continent had spontaneously formed three factions: the Alliance of Scattered Cultivators, the Liang Sect, and the Guiyuan Sect. Outsider demons, kill. Dongming City had long been prepared. Upon sighting the invaders from the Tianwu continent, they wasted no time in activating the city as protective array and assault formations, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the enemy. To the indigenous people, the cultivators of the Tianwu continent were seen as demons. Those who recklessly invaded their homeland were collectively referred to as demons, madmen devoid of humanity, consumed by madness. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent bore little difference from the demons that invaded the Tianyuan continent. Both were ruthless marauders, committing acts of murder and arson without a shred of humanity. With a thunderous clash, powerful spells erupted into the sky, and fierce long-range assaults ensued. Amidst the chaos of Dongming City, Haocen remained aloof on the battlefield, taking advantage of the situation while exerting minimal effort. His divine sense enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, continuously monitoring the surrounding conflicts. At last, with a resounding crash, the city's defensive array shattered, and the cultivators of the Tianwu continent surged into Dongming City like frenzied beasts, heedless of danger. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river in the Eastern Alliance city. Limbs were intermittently propelled into the air as cultivators self-destructed in the face of the frenzied foreign evil. The indigenous people of the ancient Battle Alliance's small world displayed no fear of death. Upon realizing they were outmatched, they resorted to self-detonation. The fervent spirit of the Eastern Alliance's natives, who willingly sacrificed themselves, finally awakened the cultivators from the Tianwu continent. They adopted a steady approach, advancing cautiously to avoid mutual destruction with the self-exploders. At that moment, the indigenous people of Eastern Alliance City managed to catch their breath, slowly retreating into the depths of the Eastern headquarters under the organization of the city lord. Friends, follow me. The Eastern Alliance is on the brink of collapse. Such treasures must not fall into others' hands. We will infiltrate the Eastern headquarters and seize the treasures first. Haocen, blending into the crowd, was contemplating an opportunity to leave when he suddenly heard the voice of Chun Fengyang in his mind. Following Chun Fengyang's guidance, the team members regrouped. At this moment, only 7 members remained. Aside from Wuku and Gai Yunxia, who had already departed, 2 others were unfortunate enough to perish in the chaotic battle. Esteemed friends, this is a rare opportunity. Let us go. Everyone nodded, following behind Chun Fengyang, stealthily advancing towards the eastern headquarters of the small world. Chun Fengyang led the group through twists and turns, encountering no one along the way. To him, the formations surrounding the eastern headquarters appeared as mere illusions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the eastern headquarters, where exquisite pavilions were visible, and the protective barriers were significantly denser than outside. It was evident that this was the dwelling place of high-ranking cultivators of the Eastern Alliance. Had it not been for Chun Fengyang's guidance, they would have never reached this location. With a sudden motion, Chun Fengyang raised his hand and rhythmically tapped on a wall, revealing a hidden passage beneath their feet. Go, he called softly, stepping forward and vanishing into the dark passage. The others quickly followed, and within moments, they had all entered the passage. As the last person slipped inside, the entrance sealed itself under Chun Fengyang's control. After traveling for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the surroundings brightened unexpectedly. Haocen realized they had entered a cavern within the mountain, a stone hall measuring 10 feet in square area. The chamber, illuminated by embedded moonlight stones, was as bright as day. Everyone, disperse and search. The treasury should be here, but we are uncertain of the mechanism's location, Chun Fengyang said, glancing around. Without suspicion, the group began searching for the mechanism buttons. Haocen also explored the area, using his spiritual sense to scan the entire stone hall. While he did not discover any mechanisms, he was astonished to sense the presence of a cultivator's aura behind the stone wall. Through his spiritual perception, Haocen realized that this individual had actually reached the transformation stage of cultivation. At that moment, Chun Fengyang pretended to search for the mechanism buttons within the stone hall while secretly transmitting messages to the hidden person behind the wall. Upon noticing Chun Fingyang's peculiar behavior, Haocen remained discreet, silently observing Chun Fingyang's actions. Suddenly, a silent crack appeared in the stone wall where Chun Fingyang stood. In an instant, Chun Fingyang's figure flickered and he vanished into the opening. By the time Haocen regained his composure, the crack had already closed. A loud noise followed, and the entrance to the passage was sealed, cutting off their return. What is happening? Where is Daoist Chun? Daoist Chun? The entrance to the hidden passage was sealed by a gate, and the sudden disappearance of Chun Fingyang caused an uproar among the crowd. Huh. No need to search any longer. I, your true master, present you with two choices. 1. Submit to me. 2. Perish. A cold voice emanated from behind the stone wall, resonating throughout the cavernous hall. Who are you? What have you done to my brother? Chun Fengnan shouted, his voice filled with concern as he had always regarded Chun Fingyang as a brother. The mysterious disappearance of Chun Fingyang had left him tense. You have 10 breaths to decide. I have laid a trap here. Without the strength of the spirit-severing realm, none of you shall escape. The voice from behind the wall echoed again. At this moment, Chun Fengnan fell silent, his expression shifting as he grappled with his dilemma. Haocen speculated that Chun Fingyang must have communicated with the hidden figure, but the contents of their conversation remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the other 4, apart from Haocen and Chun Fengnan, were consumed by fury and began to assault the walls of the cavern in a frenzy. Yet, as the voice had indicated, their strength was insufficient to breach the stone barrier, and they were met with a backlash that left them gasping. Haocen, however, remained remarkably composed. He had long suspected Chun Fingyang's ill intentions, yet he had not anticipated that the adversary would act at this juncture. Though trapped in the cave, he felt no fear. After all, the opponent was merely a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, not a spirit-severing expert. The eerie chamber may have been daunting, but with his domain at hand, he was confident that his unleashed power could rival that of a spirit-severing expert, capable of carving a path to freedom. 10, 9, 8. The voice behind the wall resounded like a death knell, heightening the tension among the group. Who are you? Qiao Heng bellowed in anger. By this time, it was clear to everyone that they could not break through the hall's walls through sheer force, and the 6 individuals had gathered together. Want to know who I am? It's simple. Allow me to plant a heart symbol on you, and you shall know my identity. The voice paused before continuing. Time is up. Step back 10 paces to the left if you wish to live, or face annihilation. What arrogance! I stand here. If you dare, come and kill me. Qiao Heng shouted defiantly. Indeed. Come forth, you sneaky coward, if you have the courage to fight. The others roared, yet none moved to retreat to the left. Brave enough? Then embrace your doom. The hidden figure behind the wall chuckled coldly, and suddenly, the ceiling of the cave shimmered with light. 1,000 golden rays plunging down like lightning towards them. Boom. The group retaliated against the golden light, but they were still thrust back by an overwhelming force. At this moment, Haocen's figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared at the spot where Chun Fingyang had vanished. He swiftly drew the Fei Huang's sword and fiercely carved a circular hole into the stone wall. From his storage ring, he retrieved 3 thunder bombs, inserting them into the circular cavity, and then began to weave a defensive barrier with his fingers. Listen to my command. Retreat to the right wall and establish a defensive barrier. Haocen ordered coldly after completing the setup of the thunder bombs. As his words fell, he took out another thunder bomb, suspending it outside the defensive barrier, and quickly slipped inside the barrier before sealing it shut. Get down. Upon entering the defensive barrier, the command was given for the assailant to prostrate on the ground. In an instant, with a mere thought, the thunderous bomb that was suspended outside the barrier was propelled towards the stone wall, where it was concealed, triggering an explosion. The detonated bomb sent debris flying in every direction, revealing a fissure before the onlookers. Cursed be it. Just as those hidden behind the stone wall prepared to strike again, they were taken aback by the swiftness of Haocen, who had swiftly breached the core of the barrier. Chun Fingyang vanished from sight, unnoticed by others. Yet Haocen perceived it clearly. Scanning with his divine sense revealed no abnormalities, but he quietly employed the spirit eye technique, uncovering the hidden truths. At that moment, one explosion shattered the barrier's core, causing the entire cavernous formation to collapse. Ha! Chen Hao, splendid work. Everyone attack. Qiao Heng laughed maniacally and darted into the crevice, with Haocen following closely behind. Chun Fingyang. As Qiao Heng plunged into the crack, he discovered Chun Fingyang in the company of a cloaked figure, casting a malicious glance in his direction. Qiao Heng instinctively gasped in shock. He has betrayed us. Haocen remarked coldly upon hearing Qiao Heng's exclamation. Indeed, it seems so. Prepare to pay with your life. Chen Fengyang retorted. No, if he has betrayed us. Why is he unscathed? Could it be that the oath has lost its power? Others soon arrived, exchanging uncertain glances as they regarded Chen Fengyang. They had all sworn an oath together, and now, with Chen Fengyang's betrayal, his continued safety was hard for them to comprehend. Chen Fengyang, even you would stand against me? Chen Fengyang, ignoring the group, fixed his gaze on Chen Fengnan and shouted defiantly. Chen Fengyang, I was blind to your true nature. From this moment forth, we are no longer brothers, Chen Fengnan replied coldly, tearing at the edge of his garment and drawing his sword to sever their bond. He then turned his attention to the figure beside Chen Fengyang, disregarding Chen Fengyang entirely. Very well, in that case, do not blame me for disregarding kinship. Chen Fengyang glared at Chen Fengnan, then turned to the cloaked man beside him, saying, By Shan, eliminate them, leaving not a single one alive. Rest assured, none shall escape. Bai Shan replied, and with a swift motion, a thick fog enveloped the area. In an instant, the others found themselves blinded, unable to see one another, their internal energies dissipating. At this moment, Chen Fengyang stealthily retreated, while Bai Shan surged forward into the fog. Bang! Bai Shan plunged into the swirling mist. But before he could unleash his lethal intent, Haocen struck him down with a single sword stroke. Impossible! How did you discern my whereabouts? Bai Shan exclaimed, his eyes darting with fear as he beheld Haocen amidst the fog. Relying on the fog technique, Bai Shan had roamed the martial world for years, undefeated by any cultivator beneath the divine transformation stage. Yet now, Haocen had dealt a severe blow to his pride. For the first time, his invincible tactic had failed. Nothing to it. The fog technique is ineffective against me. Prepare to meet your end, Haocen declared with a fierce tone, drawing forth the demon wound sword. Invoking the sword domain, which instantaneously ensnared his opponent and pierced through his heart with lightning speed. Beneath the sword domain, the cloaked figure Bai Shan found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing a sword pierce through his heart. Even with his divine transformation, his primordial spirit could not escape in time and was directly devoured by the demon wound sword. In an instant, Haocen unleashed a flame of elixir, incinerating the toxic miasma that engulfed the sky. The remaining five felt a sudden darkness envelop them, losing all awareness of the outside world as their powers dissipated, only regaining their senses at that moment. They then realized that Chen Fengyang had recoiled in terror 100 paces away, while the cloaked Bai Shan lay lifeless at Haochen's feet. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chen Hao. The group hesitated for a moment before comprehending the situation, and they all expressed their gratitude in unison. No need for thanks. Chen Fengyang is now in your hands, Haocen replied, sheathing his sword and regarding Chen Fengyang with a cold gaze. Let me handle this. Qiao Heng bellowed as he dashed towards Chen Fengyang. The latter's face had turned ashen. With Bai Shan's death, he realized all was lost, and there was no turning back. Faced with Qiao Heng's impending strike, he felt utterly defenseless, and, knowing he could not escape, simply closed his eyes and awaited his fate. Bang! Chen Fengyang was sent flying several dozen feet, a spray of blood escaping his lips, his demeanor waning. Qiao Heng had not anticipated that his opponent would not retaliate. Fortunately, he reined in his strength, for this blow would have otherwise obliterated Chen Fengyang. Though Qiao Heng appeared to be a brute, his mind was as sharp as a needle. He did not wish to kill outright, but aimed to capture him alive. Everyone understood that Chen Fengyang was shrouded in numerous uncertainties that needed clarification. His intimate familiarity with the locale indicated he had much to reveal. Moreover, Bai Shan was evidently a local of the small world. It was imperative to ascertain how Chen Fengyang had colluded with them, as it might pertain to the objectives of his current endeavor. Chen Fengyang, who exactly are you? Qiao Heng swiftly seized him and brought him before the assembled group, who formed a circle around him, effectively trapping him in the center. Humph. If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is nothing left to say, Chen Fengyang replied with chilling indifference, fully aware of his impending demise yet unwilling to voice it. Gu Yunxia and Wu Ku must have already reached the southern and western alliances by now. You are merely a discarded pawn, sold out by them while remaining loyal. Is that truly worth it? Haocen suddenly interjected. Impossible. How do you know all this? Chen Fengyang exclaimed in shock. Humph, you think your secrets are safe? I have long seen through your schemes. I merely wish to discern what you three are truly plotting. On the surface, it seems Gu Yunxia aims to subjugate the forces of the small world, but I know that is an impossibility. Just like the Eastern Alliance, they would rather die than submit. I can sense that Gu Yunxia's true intent is not to conquer the forces of the small world. He has ulterior motives. Haocen scoffed, revealing the purpose behind Qin Fengyang's and his cohort's entry into the small world. Impossible. Subjugating the small world is our true objective. The alliance leader cannot have any other intentions. Qin Fengyang's expression shifted, shouting in agitation. This time, Gu Yunxia likely instructed you to find a way to completely control us. Then secretly seize what he desires from within the small world. Am I wrong? Do not be so quick to deny it. I have long suspected that you are the descendants of the ancient battle alliance. Otherwise, how could the indigenous people of this small world conspire with you? As soon as this statement escaped Haoyen's lips, the others were left dumbfounded, struggling to believe that remnants of the ancient battle alliance still existed. In that moment, they began to comprehend certain truths. Chapter 447. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. Who are you, truly? Are you also of the battle alliance's bloodline? Qin Fengyang asked with great excitement, beginning to doubt Haoyen's identity. They were indeed the remnants of the battle alliance. A fact unknown to anyone in the current cultivation world, which fueled his suspicion towards Haoyen. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to know what treasure you have acquired from Gu Yunxia, Haoyen demanded. Humph, that is none of your business, Qin Fengyang retorted coldly. In that case, I shall retrieve it myself. Aware that he could not extract information through conversation, Haoyen swiftly struck Qin Fengyang at the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Fellow cultivators, please guard me. I intend to extract his memories, Haoyen instructed the group. He quietly unleashed his domain's protective power around himself, and then placed his palm atop Qin Fengyang's head. In an instant, his consciousness surged into the other's mind. Haoyen had invoked the soul-searching technique. With his current level of cultivation, he had mastered it completely. Even against a late-stage god transformation cultivator, he had an 80% chance of forcibly obtaining information from their sea of consciousness, provided their cultivation was suppressed. However, the aftermath of such a forceful technique would inevitably inflict severe damage to the opponent's brain, rendering them incapable of recovery and leading to death within 3 days. That was the consequence of such coercive practices. After the duration of an incense stick, Haoyen withdrew, and the onlookers fixed their gazes upon him, eager to learn what information he had uncovered. I have discerned their mission here, but given Qin Fengyang's low status, he possessed limited knowledge. As for their ultimate objective, I remain in the dark. Additionally, I would like to remind everyone that Xieyun's true name is Gu Yunxia, and both he and the enigmatic figure Wuku possess late-stage god transformation cultivation. Haoyen, having perceived some of the group's subtle intentions, offered this hint with a nonchalant demeanor. The crowd gasped in unison. This revelation was utterly unexpected. They had assumed that the opponent's cultivation was at most at the god transformation level. As they contemplated seizing Gu Yunxia and Wuku alive, they now understood that such an endeavor was impossible. Gu Yunxia's overt objective is to unite the 3 factions of this small world, thereby restoring the glory of the ancient battle alliance. From the information extracted from Qin Fengyang's mind, I learned that they brought along over 1,000 personnel, each no weaker than the nascent soul level. Moreover, these individuals have infiltrated various major sects and families, with their spies even embedded within the ranks of the 3 great overlords. Furthermore, Qin Fengyang's current aim is to obtain the Eastern Alliance token, which serves as the original emblem of the 3 guardians of the Battle Alliance. The other 2 alliances possess their respective tokens, known as the Southern Alliance token and the Western Alliance token. I suspect that these 3 tokens harbor significant secrets, possibly concealing the mysteries of the ancient Battle Alliance. Perhaps the tokens could even command the various factions of this small world. However, this remains merely my conjecture. Ultimately, Qin Fengyang's status is insufficient, and his knowledge is limited. Haocen has already divulged most of the information he possesses. I see, Taoist Qin Hao inquired, what shall we do now? Unbeknownst to them, the crowd had already begun to regard Haocen as their new leader, though they had yet to realize it themselves. Esteemed friends, the formation here has been breached, and there should be no further danger. You are free to make your own decisions. Of course, if you wish to accompany me. That is also acceptable. Once we exit the Eastern Alliance, we shall part ways, Haocen stated calmly. He did not concern himself with the choices of these individuals, as their decisions would not impede his actions. Additionally, Since these people had just provided him with protection, it was only fair to extend this favor in return. Hence, he resolved to lead those willing to follow him. I will accompany Daoist Chenhao. I shall follow Daoist Chenhao as well. All five expressed their willingness to accompany Haocen. Let us proceed, but remain cautious, Haocen advised, striding purposefully deeper into the passage. He was unaware of the whereabouts of the Eastern Alliance token, as Qin Fengyang himself did not know its location. With the death of the man in black, Bai Shan, he had no choice but to seek it out himself. As they journeyed, Haocen employed his spiritual awareness and spiritual eye techniques to survey their surroundings, constantly sensing the passage. Whether it be formations or mechanisms, nothing could evade his perception. As they advanced, their path was like a torrent, with traps and formations swiftly dismantled before him. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed 1,000 feet. Suddenly, they entered a vast sinkhole, measuring over 10 feet across, adorned with layers of restrictions. A 1-foot square altar appeared before them. The Eastern Alliance token, Haocen's spiritual awareness instantly detected a diamond-shaped plaque resting atop the altar, confirming it to be the token. He boldly approached, but when he was 10 steps away, he sensed a hint of danger and abruptly halted. Daoist Chenhao, is something amiss? The others inquired curiously as Haocen suddenly stopped. That should be the Eastern Alliance token, but there is an inexplicable threat, Haocen replied. Oh, the group fell silent. Here? They could offer no assistance, and could only rely on Haocen to lead them out. Throughout their journey, they had observed how Haocen consistently detected and swiftly dismantled traps and formations, while they remained oblivious to them. This disparity left them feeling embarrassed and filled with admiration for him. At this moment, Qiao Heng and the other five stood quietly behind Haocen, silently observing how he would retrieve the diamond-shaped plaque. Haocen drew forth the Feihuang sword and enveloped the altar with a domain of sword energy. After a few moments, he finally discerned the source of the danger. It turned out that above the altar, a formation barrier had been established, presumably to protect the diamond plaque. Furthermore, this altar served as a small-scale teleportation array, likely designed for short-distance transportation. After observing for several breaths, a faint smile finally graced Haocen's lips. "Break!" he exclaimed, and the domain erupted, thousands of sword beams striking the formation. This formation was evidently a passive one, remaining concealed until touched. Its potency lay in its very concealment. Had they been unaware in advance, the moment they triggered the formation, even cultivators at the spirit division level would find themselves in dire straits. However, Haocen had already grasped the intricacies of the formation, and his sword domain attacks were equally ethereal and enigmatic. Even those at the spirit division level might struggle to cultivate such a domain, yet it erupted instantaneously. Before the formation could unleash its power, it succumbed to the onslaught of Haocen's domain force. In less than 3 breaths, the formation was dismantled by him. In a sudden move, he swiftly retrieved the diamond-shaped tablet above the altar with the swiftness of lightning. "Well done, my friend," he remarked. The onlookers witnessed a terrifying aura emanating from above the altar, which vanished in the blink of an eye, while the diamond tablet found its way into Haocen's grasp. This was a 2-sided token inscribed with commands and formation symbols, emanating a blue light. Upon touching it, one could feel that this object was neither metal nor jade. Its material unknown. After casually passing it around for others to admire, Haocen stored the token within his storage ring. Although the crowd was uncertain of the means by which Haocen had dismantled the formation, it did not hinder their admiration. They had witnessed his prowess numerous times along their journey, yet remained perplexed, unable to grasp the full extent of his abilities, eliciting both awe and trepidation. "Let us depart. The teleportation array on the altar should still be operational," Haocen stated with an unperturbed demeanor, devoid of any hint of pride, as he stepped confidently onto the altar. This was a teleportation array, and after meticulous inspection, Haocen tossed out a dozen high-grade elemental stones, which promptly activated a shimmering barrier around the array. "Go," he called, stepping into the teleportation array, with the others closely following suit. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them vanished within the array. Chapter 448, The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind, Part 2. 100 miles from Dongming City, several figures suddenly descended upon a small hillside. This location was directly opposite Dongming City, and those with keen eyesight could discern the entire cityscape from afar. "Haha, we are finally out." Upon landing, the group erupted into hearty laughter. These were none other than Haocen and his companions. Although they had been trapped in the underground hall for only a brief period, They had been harboring a pent-up frustration. Had it not been for Haocen, they would have perished at the hands of Chun Fengyang and the black-clad Baishan, or met their demise within the formations. At this moment, having finally escaped, their elation was palpable as they laughed unabashedly. The 6 individuals, now free, soon found themselves divided due to differing opinions, each once again delving into Dongming City in search of treasures. Meanwhile, the battle raged on, and after parting ways with the 5, Haocen had already soared to Nanming City. Taking advantage of the chaos as the Tiandi martial continent cultivators attacked Nanming City, he stealthily infiltrated deep within. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he advanced with relentless determination and soon discovered another altar. The setup of the Nanming altar was akin to that of the previous Dongming altar, both situated within a celestial pit. However, this time, he spent less than 3 incense sticks worth of time before quietly acquiring the Nanming token and teleporting away from Nanming City. At this juncture, Haocen was indifferent to the ongoing battle. His sole objective was to infiltrate the headquarters of Shiming City and procure the token. Regarding the treasure of the 3 alliances, Haocen found himself momentarily preoccupied and unable to pursue its discovery. Gai Yunxia is unexpectedly here. As Haocen stealthily infiltrated the depths of the Western Alliance headquarters, guided by his formidable spiritual perception, he stumbled upon an underground passage and inadvertently sensed Gai Yunxia's presence. Since the departure of Gai Yunxia and Wuku, Haocen had not encountered either of them and remained oblivious to their whereabouts. To his surprise, he discovered Gai Yunxia's trail in this location, albeit without Wuku by his side, suggesting that Wuku was likely occupied with other pressing matters. Disregarding this, Haocen resolved to covertly observe Gai Yunxia to discern his intentions. At this moment, Gai Yunxia was engaged in conversation with another elder. Gai Yunxia, you may leave. Were it not for my reluctance to take action against you, do you think you would still stand before me? The elder remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. Su Lao, why must you be so unyielding? I seek only what is best for you. Are you truly content to remain trapped in this confined world for eternity? Do you not yearn to witness the vastness of the outer realms? Do you not desire to ascend to true immortality and transcendence? Gai Yunxia implored patiently. Your grandiloquent words hold no weight. You merely wish to make me your pawn. What meaning is there in such immortality if one merely exists as a servant? I would rather remain here for all my days, the elder retorted coldly, fully aware of Gai Yunxia's ulterior motives. Su Lao, if you are unwilling to venture beyond, what of your descendants? Can you bear to see them confined to this prison for a lifetime, ending up with nothing as you have? How cruel that would be. Gai Yunxia persisted in his entreaties. Enough. Depart and pursue your path to immortality. You are unwelcome here, Su Lao declared, turning away, unwilling to spare him another glance. Very well, in that case, I hope you do not come to regret your decision, Gai Yunxia replied, a cold smile crossing his face. Su Lao, however, chose to ignore him, remaining silent. In a sudden flash, a murderous glint appeared in Gai Yunxia's eyes as he swiftly moved, appearing behind the elder and delivering a strike to the back of his head. You? Su Lao sensed something amiss, but before he could turn around, he could only gasp in surprise before losing consciousness from the blow. Humph, you forced my hand. This is your own doing, Gai Yunxia murmured darkly to himself. He then employed a secret technique to exert control, his formidable spiritual power surging into the elder's consciousness. After a considerable time, Gai Yunxia finally withdrew, settling down to meditate and recuperate. After a while, he stood and roused the elder from his slumber. Su Mo pays respects to his master. Su Lao awoke and respectfully addressed Gai Yunxia, standing silently before him. In less than half an hour, the elder, possessing a late-stage transformation realm, had been forcibly subjugated by Gai Yunxia, becoming his thrall. Haocen had witnessed the entire process from the shadows, yet he refrained from intervening, for the elder could also be deemed his adversary. Furthermore, he was curious to uncover Gai Yunxia's ultimate objective, deeming it unwise to reveal himself at this juncture. Should he intervene to rescue the elder, it was likely that the elder would turn against him in an instant, viewing Haocen as a foreign demon that must be eradicated. Do not stand on ceremony. Lead me to the altar, Gai Yunxia signaled for the other to guide him. His intention to reach the altar was evidently to acquire the token, which harbored great secrets. Haocen could not help but smirk inwardly as he stealthily followed Gai Yunxia and his companion to the altar. Retrieve the Western Alliance token, Gai Yunxia commanded Su Mo upon their arrival at the pit altar. Understood, Sumo replied promptly, making his way toward the altar. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from Sumo as he was struck down by a blinding beam of white light, leaving no trace behind. The potency of this invisible formation was beyond imagination. Even someone at the late stage of the transformation realm like Sumo was reduced to ashes in an instant. Without any forewarning, Guy Yunxia's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a terrifying killing array atop the altar. Staring at the token above, he fell into a long silence, his countenance fluctuating with trepidation. Previously, he had assumed that Sumo, being the guardian of this place, would certainly know how to retrieve the token. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Sumo had displayed remarkable familiarity with the formations here. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that even Sumo was unaware of the mysterious killing array on the altar, let alone its overwhelming power. Haocen, concealed in the shadows, was equally astounded. While he was aware of the existence of formations atop the altar, he had not anticipated their sheer magnitude. Initially, he had estimated the killing arrays might to be comparable to the formations he had previously deciphered, but the array at the Western Alliance altar proved to be far superior. Having witnessed the killing array's ferocity, Haocen realized how fortunate he had been previously. He had underestimated its power. The capabilities of such formations could easily annihilate even practitioners of the Unity realm. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the Slaughter Immortal array, capable of effortlessly slaying those at the Spirit Division realm. Cursed be this predicament, what should be done? It was no wonder the token remained on the altar for so long. Perhaps it was not that the rulers of the Western Alliance city did not desire the token, but rather that they were incapable of retrieving it. Guy Yunxia gazed at the token atop the altar, shaking his head in resignation. His face was a portrait of displeasure, clearly filled with reluctance. Yet he felt a tinge of relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting himself. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish in that moment. I must quickly inform Wuku. He should have arrived in the Southern Alliance by now. Disciple, please do not attempt to retrieve the token on your own, Guy Yunxia exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization before swiftly departing the area. In the blink of an eye, Guy Yunxia vanished into the cavern. It was unexpected that even he could not retrieve the token. A laugh escaped Haocen as he appeared beside the altar. His consciousness enveloped the altar, and moments later, he discovered that the hidden killing formation was nearly identical to the previous two altar formations. With this newfound assurance, he committed himself to unleashing the sword domain to dismantle the array. Chapter 449, The Yellow Sparrow in the Rear, Part 3, Boom. The invisible killing array trembled, and in an instant, Haocen deftly unraveled it. Just as he prepared to ascend the altar and seize the Western Alliance token, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. Instinctively, he shifted aside, unhesitatingly abandoning his attempt to collect the Western Alliance token. Bang! A flying blade swiftly shot past Haocen, embedding itself into the distant stone wall of the altar. Is it Yu Chenhao? Guy Yunxia emerged from the shadows, gazing at Haocen with a perplexed expression. To think you orchestrated your departure solely to lure me out? In that instant, Haocen suddenly comprehended that Guy Yunxia had intentionally feigned ignorance by leaving. No wonder Guy Yunxia had exited so decisively. Haocen surmised it was the fluctuations of his thoughts that alerted the other to the presence of a stalker, prompting this deliberate maneuver of retreat to advance. Haocen had been momentarily careless, focusing all his energy on breaking the formation, neglecting to sense his surroundings, which allowed for this ambush. While conversing with Sumo, I sensed a presence lurking in the shadows. Alas, my spiritual awareness failed to detect the aura of the other. I did not anticipate your concealment technique to be so masterfully refined. Guy Yunxia held Haocen's stealth skills in high regard. Although he could not discern the specifics of Haocen's cultivation level, he could vaguely perceive that the latter was a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Perhaps not even at the late stage. This was indisputable, as Haocen exuded no aura of a transformation stage practitioner, let alone that of a spirit separation stage practitioner. However, Guy Yunxia remained confident in his ability to subdue the individual before him, albeit with caution, especially considering that Haocen had effortlessly breached the killing immortals formation, a feat even he could not achieve. While Guy Yunxia observed from the shadows as Haocen dismantled the formation, he failed to grasp the means by which Haocen accomplished it before the killing immortals formation was shattered. At this moment, Guy Yunxia found himself conflicted in the presence of Haocen. Since you have discovered my whereabouts, let us engage. Let us see what you can do, Haocen remarked with a cold smile, unperturbed by the other's evident superiority in cultivation. Engage. I have no intention of fighting. Why not join forces to seize the treasures of the Ancient War Alliance? You possess the means to break formations, and I am intimately familiar with the small world of the Ancient War Alliance. I dare say no one knows this place better than I do. I wonder if my friend Qinhao has any interest in collaborating? Guy Yunxia suddenly suggested, smiling at Haocen. Collaborate? First, enlighten me about the function of the Western Alliance token. Don't tell me you are also unaware. Haocen inquired, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. This secret, I believe, is known only to me. I shall not divulge it. Guy Yunxia replied cunningly. Is that so? Haocen scoffed, his figure abruptly appearing atop the altar as he swiftly retrieved the Western Alliance token. Guy Yunxia was utterly unprepared for this move, unable to react in time due to Haocen's astonishing speed. Still unwilling to speak? The token is in my possession. Should you refuse to divulge, I shall destroy it. Let the secret of the token perish within your heart. I refuse to believe that without the token, you can uphold your secret. Once again, Haocen coldly laughed. Unless you vow to cooperate, do not expect to learn the secret. At most, we shall part ways. And neither shall gain anything. Guy Yunxia's expression darkened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passing through. First, reveal the secret. Should I find something of value, cooperation will certainly be on the table. Haocen, well aware of Guy Yunxia's unreliability, was not inclined to agree to collaboration so readily. A token is of no use by itself. One must acquire 3 tokens to be of significance. In order to obtain the remaining 2 tokens, I will need to enlist the aid of this individual. Otherwise, even if I were to vanquish my opponent, I would still be unable to procure the additional tokens. It is best to divulge a fragment of information to him, deceiving him into assisting me in acquiring the other 2 tokens. Once I possess all 3 tokens, I can deal with him at my leisure, rendering him helpless in his desperate pleas for survival. Guy Yunxia contemplated this scheme in silence. Very well. I shall eventually reveal to you the secret of the tokens. There are 3 tokens in total, and only when they are united can they unlock the treasure of the Ancient Battle Alliance. This treasure's secret is known to none within the confines of the small world, not even the members of the 3 alliances. After much deliberation, Guy Yunxia slowly began to share the secret of the tokens with Haocen. Oh, is there more? For instance, where is the treasure located? Haocen had already surmised that the other party would not divulge any crucial details. Revealing such would be tantamount to saying nothing at all. We shall discuss it once you have acquired the 3 tokens, Guy Yunxia replied evasively. You may not believe me now, but once you possess the 3 tokens, you will likely seek me out without my prompting. And without the secret method, even if I were to lead you to the hidden location, you would be unable to activate the tokens. Do not even dream of opening the door to the secret realm. In the end, you will dutifully deliver the 3 tokens into my hands. Guy Yunxia mused inwardly. Little did Guy Yunxia know that Haocen had already thwarted Chun Fingyang's plans and had secured the Eastern Alliance token. Moreover, he had preemptively obtained the Southern Alliance token, thereby acquiring all 3 tokens. At this moment, Haocen merely wished to distance himself from Guy Yunxia and seek new opportunities. He had no desire to let valuable items fall into the hands of cultivators from the Tianwu continent, nor did he wish for someone like Guy Yunxia to benefit from them. Very well, I shall devise a means to obtain the 3 tokens, Haocen declared, waving his hand and tossing down a dozen or so high-grade essence stones, instantly activating the teleportation array. In a flash of light, he vanished without a trace. Guy Yunxia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that there was indeed a teleportation array atop the altar. After a brief hesitation, he mimicked Haocen and quickly teleported away from the altar of the Western Alliance. As Haocen departed from the altar of the Western Alliance, the conflict between the cultivators of the Tianwu continent and those of the Western Alliance had not yet concluded, with both sides still fiercely engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Ancient Battle Alliance's small world had already united, consolidating their forces to launch a frenzied counterattack against the invading outsiders. After Haocen emerged from the teleportation, he swiftly vanished from sight. Moments later, Guy Yunxia was also transported away, scanning the surroundings with his consciousness. He found no trace of Haocen and promptly turned to leave the area. The cries of battle echoed throughout the city of the Western Alliance, a cacophony of chaos. The fighting was extraordinarily brutal, the stench of blood permeating the air for miles. Smoke rose from the battlefield, and the rivers ran red. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent faced an unprecedented crisis as the cultivators from the small world relentlessly pursued them. Dozens of spirit transformation cultivators led the charge, rallying tens of thousands of practitioners to drive the invaders from the Tianwu continent into a panicked retreat. Kill. Exterminate all foreign evildoers. Leave not a single one alive. Haocen concealed himself, observing the battle from the shadows. The elite forces of the three alliances from the small world emerged in full force, decimating the majority of the Tianwu cultivators, with only a small fraction managing to escape the scene. As the conflict between the cultivators of the small world and those of the Tianwu continent momentarily subsided, Haocen sought out Gai Yunxia once more. By this time, Haocen had traversed the small world alone, amassing a considerable trove of cultivation resources. Satisfied with his endeavors, he approached Gai Yunxia to discuss the matter of unlocking the treasures of the ancient battle alliance. Chapter 450, A Step Ahead, Part 1, Daoist Chen Hao. Have you acquired the 3 tokens I inquired about? Gai Yunxia greeted Haocen with a smile upon his arrival. Indeed, I have obtained the 3 tokens, Haocen replied, nodding his head. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the left, having spotted Wu Ku discreetly concealed nearby. Since Daoist Wu Ku is also present, why not show yourself? Haha, Daoist Chen Hao, your prowess is commendable. To have secured 3 tokens so swiftly is truly impressive. Wu Ku emerged confidently, devoid of any embarrassment, greeting them as an old friend would. It was merely luck, nothing worth mentioning. Haocen responded modestly. Are you here to discuss a collaboration? Gai Yunxia asked, regarding Haocen with a serious expression. Indeed. You may now reveal to me the location of the ancient battle alliance's hidden treasures, Haocen inquired solemnly. Follow me. Daoist Chen Hao, Gai Yunxia beckoned, leading both Wu Ku and Haocen along. Wait. With 2 formidable beings of the dividing spirit realm together, I cannot simply accompany you without caution. Let us reconvene in 3 days' time and venture to the secret location together, Haocen proposed suddenly. Upon hearing this, Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku exchanged glances, their expressions shifting momentarily before settling into a calm demeanor. Very well, we shall meet again in 3 days. It is a promise. Farewell, Haocen declared, turning swiftly to depart. A short while later, he reappeared at the same spot, as if a mere wisp of smoke. Wei Daoist. You may come out now. They have left, he called, directing his gaze toward the right side, behind a large tree. Ah, Daoist Chen Hao, your audacity is truly commendable. To speak so freely in the presence of 2 dividing spirit realm experts without a hint of fear is remarkable. A voice emerged as a figure stepped forth from behind the tree. It was Wei Zihan, whom Haocen had rescued from the clutches of 2 dividing spirit cultivators in the small world. Had I not possessed this measure of courage, I would not have risked my life to draw those 2 dividing spirit experts away. Otherwise, I fear you would still be in pursuit, Haocen replied coolly. Haocen's calm demeanor appeared enigmatic to Wei Zihan, deepening the intrigue. Did you bring me here merely to witness a game of intrigue? Wei Zihan remarked with a hint of amusement. A month prior, after acquiring the Western Alliance token at the headquarters, Haocen had stealthily departed from the battlefield amidst the chaos of combat between the Tianwu continent cultivators and those from the small world. Indifferent to the outcome of the conflict, his primary interest lay in gathering cultivation resources from the small world. Venturing deep into the serene forest, he summoned Xiao Chui, Lung Ziyu, Shaner, and Shuanger. The 5 of them reveled in the tranquility of the surroundings, appreciating the exotic scenery of the small world. In their leisure, they also took advantage of the abundant cultivation resources that the small world had to offer. The enchanting spiritual herbs, mystical medicines, and divine fruits that catch one's eye are ripe for the taking. The treasures of heaven and earth that are discovered are to be seized without hesitation. However, for cultivators below the Yuandan realm, the resources for cultivation are held in disdain by Haocen, who finds them beneath his notice. Yet, this does not prevent the 4 scavenging women from adhering to their principle of not overlooking anything that crosses their path. The 5 individuals meticulously filtered the cultivation resources within the small world. Just as they were about to depart from the depths of the dense forest, they inadvertently witnessed a practitioner from the Tianwu continent, at the divine spirit realm, besieged and slaughtered by 2 local divine spirit realm cultivators from the small world. Haocen swiftly summoned the 4 women back into the jade pendant space for concealment, then concealed himself in the shadows to observe the battle. He faintly overheard the 2 assailants from the small world mention that the besieged individual had obtained a boundary-breaking talisman from the Eastern Alliance headquarters. At that moment, A thought crossed Haochen's mind, prompting him to act decisively and rescue the besieged practitioner from Tianwu continent. Thus, he swiftly set up a trapping formation and communicated silently with the besieged cultivator, luring the two assailants into the trap. With Haochen's current mastery of formations, it was relatively effortless to temporarily contain a divine spirit realm practitioner, though defeating one was beyond his capabilities. Capturing two divine spirit realm powerhouses within a single trapping formation was an ambitious endeavor, requiring constant reinforcement of the formation and a significant investment of high-grade yuan stones to prolong the entrapment. Following Haochen's discreet guidance, the Tianwu continent practitioner skillfully lured one of the small world's divine spirit realm cultivators into the trapping formation without leaving a trace. Simultaneously, Haocen expended considerable effort to lay down an illusory, killing formation deep within the forest, directing the Tianwu practitioner to lure the other divine spirit realm opponent into it as well. After a full day of meticulous planning, the Tianwu continent practitioner was finally liberated from the siege. Throughout this entire ordeal, Haocen remained hidden, his presence unnoticed by either party. Only when the two small world cultivators were ensnared did he reveal himself. They quickly eradicated any lingering traces and retreated from the area. Through his observations, Haocen learned that the besieged individual was named Wei Zihan, an elder of the martial hall from the Tianwu continent. After assisting in his escape, Haocen proposed a transaction with Wei Zihan, though he refrained from disclosing the specifics, leaving Wei Zihan unaware of Haochen's true intentions at that time. In the following 2 days, Wei Zihan remained within Haochen's perception. It was only when Haocen discovered the tracks of Gai Yunxia and Wuku that he deliberately summoned Wei Zihan to the scene. Wei Zihan complied with his request and concealed himself in the shadows. Gai Yunxia and Wuku were completely oblivious to the presence of another divine spirit realm powerhouse lurking nearby. Haochen's objective was to earn Wei Zihan's trust, allowing him to witness and overhear the conversation between himself and Gai Yunxia, as well as Wuku. In doing so, he ensured that when he proposed a transaction to Wei Zihan, the latter would have no grounds to refuse. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. "Friend, do you jest? Do you know who those two were?" Haocen inquired with a smile. "It seems they were practitioners from our Tianwu continent. Perhaps among the reclusive old monsters of the scattered cultivators? I have never encountered them before." Wei Zihan was taken aback, pondering for a moment, yet found himself devoid of any recollection. He shook his head and replied, "Strictly speaking, they are indeed the rightful lords of this place. However, their power has waned to the point where they no longer wield control over it. Thus, they are scheming to reclaim their dominion." Haocen addressed Wei Zihan. "What? Are they the descendants of the ancient battle alliance? Why have we never heard of this? Are you mistaken, my friend?" Wei Zihan nearly leapt to his feet. This revelation was exceedingly hard for them to accept. It is well known that the Tianwu continent is predominantly governed by 3 major powers, which are remarkably well informed. Yet, none of these factions have ever mentioned the existence of descendants of the ancient battle alliance in this lesser realm. Believe it or not, they are aware of a secret location belonging to the ancient battle alliance in the small world. I wonder if you would be interested in exploring it with me. It may yield significant rewards. Haocen, uninterested in excessive explanations, directly invited Wei Zihan to join him on an adventure. "Is this what you refer to as a grand transaction?" "Indeed, it holds considerable value. Pray tell, what do you seek from me?" Wei Zihan replied with a smile, already intrigued. The 3 major powers engage in both overt and covert conflicts, and Wei Zihan had entered this realm several times. He considered himself exceptionally familiar with the small world, yet this was the first time he had heard of a secret location. It would be a lie to say he was not tempted. The allure of this enigmatic place was difficult for anyone to resist. "I require but one item from you, and that is the breaking boundary talisman. Please do not tell me you possess none," Haocen said with a serious tone, his eyes flashing with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Wei Zihan. The breaking boundary talisman was something he deemed essential and could not afford to lose. "How can you be so certain that I possess the breaking boundary talisman?" Wei Zihan inquired with a laugh, though his heart was tumultuous with confusion. Indeed, he did possess a breaking boundary talisman, which he had inadvertently acquired from an Eastern Alliance cultivator. No one else was aware of this acquisition. How did the other party know? He was filled with questions, further deepening his intrigue regarding Haocen's enigmatic nature. Chapter 451, A Step Ahead, Part 2. "I have my suspicions. How does that sit with you?" 1 breaking boundary talisman in exchange for a chance to enter the secret location. Once this village passes, that shop will be gone. Such opportunities are rare. Haocen smiled, but did not respond directly, opting to focus on the transaction. Naturally, he refrained from revealing that he had inadvertently overheard a conversation between two powerful beings of the spirit division while secretly observing the indigenous inhabitants of the small world. He had learned that Wei Zihan had obtained a breaking boundary talisman in Eastern Alliance City and was confident that the other party would not refuse the trade. I believe you have not yet reached the transformation god realm. It would be impossible for you to utilize the breaking boundary talisman to ascend to the immortal realm, correct? Wei Zihan, also avoiding the topic of the transaction, posed a perplexing question. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall seek out others for negotiations. I am certain I can acquire a breaking boundary talisman, as it holds no significant value for someone at the spirit division level for now. Haocen quickly discerned that the other party was attempting to raise the stakes, so he deliberately darkened his expression and said, Do not rush, my friend. We can take our time. You are aware that both Gai Yunxie and Wuku are formidable beings of the spirit division. Even if I enter with you, once treasures appear, our abilities alone cannot compete with theirs. Therefore, I implore my fellow cultivator to allocate 1 or 2 additional spots, so that we may have the confidence to avoid being overshadowed by them. Wei Zihan meticulously analyzed the strengths of both parties as they prepared to enter the secret realm. Adding one more person may not pose an issue, but I fear that more than that would be met with opposition from the other side, as they too are concerned about being overpowered by us. Otherwise, they would be toiling in vain. Haocen also expressed his thoughts. In truth, possessing 3 tokens in his hands would allow him to bring all the spirit cultivators of the Tianwu continent inside. It is likely that the other side would ultimately have to acquiesce. After all, Haocen's sole objective is the boundary-breaking talisman, while other matters are of little concern. However, the opposing party prioritizes the secret realm. Unless they are willing to relinquish control of this small world, they have no choice but to accept. It can be said that the initiative lies entirely within Haocen's grasp, rendering them incapable of opposition. Fine, 2 people it shall be, he conceded. But Wei Zihan had not yet finished speaking. I can offer you 2 spots, but you must first hand over the boundary-breaking talisman. Otherwise, our negotiations are moot, and I shall seek others. Haocen interjected immediately, his tone exceedingly assertive, leaving no room for refusal. Wei Zihan was rendered speechless. He had intended to wait until they entered the secret realm to provide the talisman, but now the words stuck in his throat, leaving him utterly frustrated. After a brief pause, Wei Zihan reluctantly replied, Very well, but my fellow cultivator must assure me that you will not disregard me once you acquire the boundary-breaking talisman. Rest assured, my word is my bond, a fair trade, devoid of deceit, Haocen replied, his expression growing stern. It is not that I distrust you, but you must understand that the boundary-breaking talisman is exceedingly rare and highly sought after in the cultivation world. Without some form of assurance from you, this matter cannot proceed. Wei Zihan's tone was equally resolute. He suspected that Haocen would not easily relinquish the talisman. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to rescue him from the clutches of 2 formidable spirit realm experts. Although he was mistaken in his assumption, Haocen sought the talisman solely to breach the barrier and return to the Tianyuan continent. One thing was certain. Haocen was determined to acquire the boundary-breaking talisman, willing to pay any price to procure it. Very well, since it has come to this, I shall make another concession. I will exchange 1 Eastern Alliance token for the boundary-breaking talisman in your possession. The token is an essential key to access the secret realm. Is that sufficient sincerity? After a moment of contemplation, Haocen gritted his teeth and produced a token, flashing it before Wei Zihan's eyes. This should be the token they spoke of, correct? Excellent. My fellow cultivator is indeed forthright. Here is the boundary-breaking talisman. Please keep it safe. Wei Zihan's expression shifted as he glanced at the token, and finally produced the boundary-breaking talisman, handing it directly to Haocen. Wei Zihan had no concerns regarding the authenticity of the token given to him. He had already concluded that Haocen possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul, and thus did not overly scrutinize the token's legitimacy. After all, the disparity in their realms was evident. There was no comparison between the nascent soul and spirit-severing realms. Therefore, there was no need for deception on Haocen's part. He trusted his own judgment. As Haocen accepted the boundary-breaking talisman, he sensed the vast spatial power contained within it, confirming without doubt that it was indeed the genuine article. Although he had not seen the boundary-breaking talisman, He could confidently ascertain that the other party was not deceiving him solely based on this spatial force. Furthermore, it was impossible for the opponent to conjure a counterfeit boundary-breaking talisman instantaneously. With his certainty regarding the authenticity of the talisman, Haocen promptly handed over the token in his possession. Haha, take care, my friend. We shall meet again in 3 days. Wei Zihan finally revealed a smile, leaving behind those words before vanishing without a trace. Following suit, Haocen also flickered away in an instant. 3 days later, Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku arrived as promised. After their appearance, Haocen quickly manifested at the designated location where the three had agreed to meet. Cheng Hao, are you fully prepared? Gai Yunxia inquired directly. Please wait a moment, as 2 more friends are likely to arrive shortly, Haocen replied calmly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the surroundings. He had already noticed that within a radius of 1,000 feet, there were actually over 1,000 cultivators lying in ambush, causing his expression to shift dramatically. However, he quickly regained his composure, observing that these cultivators were divided into several factions. Wei Zihan and 2 other powerful figures at the Divine Separation Realm had stealthily concealed themselves with 20 to 30 individuals within that 1,000-foot area. Beyond that, many more were lurking, all cultivators from the Tianwu continent. At this moment, a considerable number of cultivators had gathered here, including a dozen or so strong individuals at the Divine Separation and Transformation Realms. Behind Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku, nearly 1,000 cultivators were also concealed just 1,000 feet away. Oh, it seems that Cheng Hao has indeed called for reinforcements. Gai Yunxia remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes as he looked at Haocen. Before Gai Yunxia could finish his sentence, Wei Zihan and another powerful figure from the martial hall at the Divine Separation Realm appeared within the trio's line of sight. These are the 2 friends I have been awaiting, Haocen indicated towards Wei Zihan and his companion, addressing Gai Yunxia. At that moment, Haocen, utilizing his spiritual sense, discerned several different factions lurking nearby. He realized that he had no allies and lacked any assistance, with his cultivation being the weakest among them. However, he felt no trepidation. Protected by the domain of the sword, with the Demon Suppression Tower and the Jade Pendant's spatial capabilities as his reliance, he could choose to flee if necessary. He was confident that no cultivator below the Divine Separation Realm could restrain him. Yet, a surge of anger brewed within Haocen, even giving rise to murderous intent towards Wei Zihan. Gai Yunxia's presence did not surprise him. However, he had not anticipated that Wei Zihan would be so untrustworthy, not only bringing all the cultivators from the martial hall, but also leaking information, leading to the tracking of the Huha sect and the Blood Demon cult as well. Chapter 452, A Step Ahead, Part 3. In truth, Haocen's assessment was nearly accurate. In reality, Wei Zihan had informed all the cultivators of the martial hall. Yet only those at the transformation realm and above were aware of the true circumstances. However, Wei Zihan had not foreseen that, at that time, the 3 major forces of the Tianwu continent, comprising cultivators at the transformation realm and above, were in discussions to address the strategies against the 3 allied forces of the small world. While he discreetly notified the cultivators of the martial hall, the other 2 sects, albeit unaware of the specifics, had sent individuals to secretly tail the martial hall's cultivators. After all, during such extraordinary times, it was peculiar for the senior cultivators of the martial hall to suddenly leave the territory occupied by the Tianwu continent. The peculiar actions have aroused suspicion among the 2 formidable factions, the Kunhe sect and the demon cult. They surmise that the individuals from the martial hall must have uncovered some hidden secret. Although the practitioners from both factions have followed discreetly, they remain utterly oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding. Such significant maneuvers have not escaped the notice of the local practitioners within the small world, who have also dispatched numerous cultivators to trail behind. Greetings, esteemed Taoist Yunxia. I am Wei Zihan from the martial hall, and this is my junior brother, Liuqi. Wei Zihan introduced himself. It is an honor to meet the 2 illustrious brothers from the martial hall. This is my junior brother, Wu Ku, Gao Yunxia responded courteously, introducing Wu Ku to Wei Zihan and Liuqi. However, within his heart, Gao Yunxia was cursing incessantly. He had initially believed that Haocen would merely invite a few scattered cultivators of the transformation realm to partake in the treasure hunt. He had never anticipated that the other party would directly invite 2 formidable practitioners of the spirit-severing realm, particularly those from the esteemed martial hall of Tianwu continent. Haocen's actions had disrupted his plans, thwarting his intentions to monopolize the treasure. At this moment, he had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to their inclusion. Such impressive means. Shall we be on our way? Gao Yunxie turned to Haocen, his voice laced with irritation. Indeed, if Taoist Wei has no objections. Let us commence our journey, Haocen replied calmly, disregarding Gao Yunxie's demeanor. He made no mention of the hidden practitioners lurking in the shadows, instead enveloping the area with his spiritual sense, perceiving the presence of all those nearby. No objections here, please lead the way, Taoist. Wei Zihan smiled, gesturing for Gao Yunxie to take the lead. Follow me, three of you, Gao Yunxie nodded, and alongside his junior brother Wu Ku, they soared ahead. Haocen and his companions swiftly followed suit. At this moment, it appeared that Gao Yunxie was intent on probing the strength of Haocen and his companions. Their speed gradually increased, and after some time, Gao Yunxie finally glanced back at Haocen's group. To his astonishment, the three maintained a steady pace. Showing no signs of fatigue. Still unsatisfied, Gao Yunxie surged forward, his speed suddenly escalating as he employed all his strength, darting ahead like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed over 1,000 miles. Yet, Gao Yunxie's expression darkened as he sensed that Haocen's trio was still closely behind, not lagging even a step. What astonished him even more was that Haocen appeared only slightly flushed, while the other two spirit-severing realm practitioners remained utterly composed, exuding an air of tranquility, indicating they still had reserves of energy. In truth, Haocen was deliberately feigning fatigue for their benefit, fully aware that nearly 1,000 cultivators were trailing them in secrecy. At this juncture, Gao Yunxie was compelled to abandon his probing attempts, realizing that although they were both of the spirit-severing realm, these two practitioners from the martial hall likely surpassed him by a notable margin, and further testing would only expose his own weaknesses. After another half hour, Gao Yunxie led the group to a serene valley where they came to a halt. Is this the treasure location you mentioned? Are you certain? The spiritual energy here is so sparse, Li Yuqi inquired, astonished. Such rarity is precisely why this place is seldom visited. The treasure site is meant to remain undiscovered, is it not? Had it not been for Taoist Gao guiding us, would you have ever imagined that this seemingly barren place harbors such potential? Before Gao Yunxie could respond, Wei Zihan preemptively reprimanded his junior brother, Li Yuqi. Indeed, fellow Taoist Wei, you are as astute as ever. When I first arrived at this place, I too doubted the existence of the treasure, astonished by the scarcity of spiritual energy, and thought I must have gone astray. Gao Yunxie appeared to be alleviating Li Yuqi's embarrassment, yet secretly mocked his lack of experience, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. Fellow Taoist, perhaps you should elucidate our next course of action, Haocen urged directly. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could present the 3 tokens, Gao Yunxie replied, his smile fading as he adopted a more serious demeanor, speaking with calm authority. Haocen and Wei Zihan promptly produced the tokens, unhesitatingly placing them into Gao Yunxie's hands. Upon receiving the 3 tokens, Gao Yunxie positioned them according to the 3 talismans formation at his feet. With a swift motion, he executed a series of incantations, and in an instant, the tokens radiated brilliant beams of light. At this moment, Gao Yunxie began to show signs of strain, and with a thunderous shout, he called out, "Junior brother, assist me." Without hesitation, Wu Ku extended his hands to Gao Yunxie's back, channeling his energy into him. As the incense burned down, Gao Yunxie was drenched in sweat. Finally, the 3 tokens emitted a blinding light, transforming into the ethereal figures of the vermilion bird, white tiger, and azure dragon, which danced wildly in the air. The overwhelming presence of these sacred beasts was palpable, as if true divine creatures had descended. Haocen felt an oppressive weight settle upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down, realizing that these were merely phantoms. Should their true forms manifest, standing upright would be an insurmountable challenge. In that moment, the 2 other practitioners of the spirit division shared Haocen's sense of helplessness. Yet, Gao Yunxie and Wu Ku were enraptured, seemingly oblivious to the spectral figures, fully immersed in channeling the token's power. After another span of incense, the 3 sacred beast apparitions soared skyward, darting toward the depths of the valley in alignment with the directions of the vermilion bird to the south, azure dragon to the east, and white tiger to the west. Pursue! Gao Yunxie shouted, awakening from his trance. He swiftly summoned the 3 tokens back into his possession and, with agile movements, dashed after the apparitions, prompting Haocen and the others to follow suit. Upon reaching the valley's depths, they witnessed the three sacred beast figures abruptly vanish into a stone wall. Startled, they soon rejoiced as the wall dissipated moments later, revealing a towering stone door before them. Haocen suddenly comprehended that the three talismans formation had activated the tokens, conjuring the sacred beast apparitions to breach the wall's illusion. It seemed that during the zenith of the ancient battle alliance, remarkable talents had flourished. Capable of crafting such intricate formations, he could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. At that moment, Gai Yunxia flew forward, retrieving the three tokens from his robe and swiftly embedding them into the three recesses of the stone door. With a thunderous rumble, the door began to creak open after a brief interval. "Fellow Taoists, let us proceed," Gai Yunxia declared as he stowed the tokens and grasped Wuku's hand. Plunging into the stone door, without a moment's hesitation, Haocen and the others followed him through the threshold. Before them, a passage appeared on the left side of the stone door, and without hesitation, Wei Zihan and Li Yuqi slipped into it. After they entered the passage, a formidable being at the divine transformation realm, accompanied by dozens of cultivators, surged through the stone door, following them into the passage. Soon after, over 1,000 cultivators also entered the stone door, streaming into the passage. With a resounding clang, the stone door finally closed after approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time. "Huh. If you dare to challenge me, you shall remain trapped in the death passage, awaiting your demise." At the moment the door sealed shut, a maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the passage, appearing at the stone door. The source of the wild laughter was none other than the first to enter the passage, Gai Yunxia. At that moment, Wuku also emerged from the passage, equally exhilarated, and it was not until a considerable time had passed that they finally settled down. Chapter 453, Greed and Desire. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. However, I fail to comprehend why you would deceive hundreds of your subordinates into entering the death passage as well, Wuku suddenly inquired. Despite his deep respect for his elder brother Gai Yunxia, he found it perplexing that his brother would lead those subordinates to their demise. Wuku was puzzled. His brother clearly had the opportunity to spare those subordinates, so why proceed in such a manner? Yet, Gai Yunxia was resolute in his decision, leaving Wuku with no choice but to comply with his brother's orders. "My dear junior brother, you are too emotionally driven. Those individuals are merely scattered cultivators we have recruited over the years. Their deaths bear no consequence. Once we obtain the treasures left by our ancestors and successfully subjugate the 3 allied factions, we shall not have to fear the absence of subordinates. Do you truly believe these people are wholeheartedly loyal to us? They are merely feigning allegiance, seeking something from us. Were it not for our overwhelming strength, they would have long since turned against us." Upon hearing Wuku's bewildered remarks, Gai Yunxia patiently provided an explanation. "Impossible. Is not Shen Fengyang devoted to us? How can it be as you say?" Wuku replied, still somewhat incredulous at Gai Yunxia's assertions. "My junior brother, you are unaware that those you believe to be loyal have been implanted with heart talismans by me a century ago, rendering them incapable of harboring even a hint of rebellion. Were it not for the talismans, we would have likely been betrayed by them long ago," Gai Yunxia said with a cold smirk. "Oh, now I understand," Wuku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. However, the revelation struck him with immense force, as he realized he had been deceived by his brother all along. For years, he had believed that sincere dealings with these individuals would inspire their dedication to the revival of the ancient battle alliance. "I have been so foolish," Wuku lamented inwardly, feeling a surge of frustration as he silently cursed his brother for the deception and mourned the worthlessness of his hundreds of subordinates. A shadow of despair taking root in his heart. "My junior brother, do not dwell on it. The loss of those subordinates is insignificant. You must understand that among the descendants of the battle alliance, only we 2 brothers remain. None other can be trusted. Even if they were genuinely loyal, what of it? For the sake of our ideals, sacrificing a few is nothing. Those who aspire to greatness must be decisive in their actions. You are too prone to emotional impulses." The elder brother deceived them into the death passage, aiming to further gain the trust of those from the Tianwu continent and the small world. Otherwise, how could these individuals be so easily misled? Gai Yunxia, having deceived and killed hundreds of his subordinates, felt the need to explain himself to prevent any lingering shadows in Wuku's heart. "Oh, I understand now. I will follow your arrangements, elder brother," Wuku said listlessly. Observing the dejection in Wuku, Gai Yunxia could only shake his head helplessly. At that moment, Gai Yunxia retrieved 3 tokens once more, embedding them into the grooves of the stone door. Simultaneously, he cast a series of enigmatic incantations towards the tokens. Within mere moments, a passage manifested again on the right side of the stone door. However, this passage was entirely different from the previous dark one. It was adorned with countless moonlight stones embedded in the rocky walls. "Come, junior brother," Gai Yunxia urged, grasping the seemingly entranced Wu Ku's hand and striding boldly into the passage. As the two figures vanished, the entrance of the passage gradually became indistinct. At that instant, a shadow darted into the passage like a bolt of lightning. The silent figure slipped in unnoticed, and even Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku, who were not far ahead, failed to detect the presence of an intruder. This figure was none other than Haocen, who had been monitoring Gai Yunxia's movements. From the moment he entered the stone door, Haocen sensed something amiss. He refrained from recklessly venturing into the pitch-black passage and instead quietly entered the demon suppression tower, transforming into a fragment of stone to conceal himself at the entrance of the passage. With his proficiency in concealment techniques, Haocen was confident that no cultivator below the divided spirit realm could discover his presence. Indeed, after everyone had entered the passage, Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku discreetly returned outside. Haocen observed that Gai Yunxia did not exit the passage but continued to remain hidden in his location. He listened intently to the conversation between Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku, finally gaining insight into their natures. Initially, he had thought they were unaware of the other groups following them. It was only after hearing their words that he realized they had long known of the pursuing cultivators. In truth, when Gai Yunxia gathered with his allies, he had no knowledge that these individuals had been tailing them. It was only after Wei Zihan and Li Yuqi appeared that he began to harbor suspicions, subsequently testing the waters. Through the reports of his hundreds of subordinates left behind, he eventually understood that a large number of cultivators were indeed following. It was evident that they were from the 3 major powers of the Tianwu continent and the 3 alliances of the small world. Thus, he decided to lead hundreds of his subordinates into the death passage as well. With the 3 major powers of the Tianwu continent and the 3 alliances of the small world, along with numerous divided spirit cultivators, accompanying them to their demise, Gai Yunxia believed that the demise of these thousands of cultivators was not unjust. Originally, Gai Yunxia had only intended to trap and kill Haocen and his allies. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently deceive the elites of the 3 major powers of the Tianwu continent and the 3 alliances of the small world into the death passage, a complete accident. Once the cultivators from the 3 major powers of the Tianwu continent and the 3 alliances of the small world ventured deep into the passage, upon entering the treasure halls, they triggered the illusion arrays within. The halls, overflowing with vibrant treasures, incited madness, leading to a frenzied scramble, unceasing slaughter, and blood-soaked illusions. Within each treasure hall lies a substantial number of puppets, awakened by the scent of blood. In the midst of the frenzied slaughter by cultivators, these puppets seize the opportunity to strike down humanity. Each treasure hall unfolds the same tragic tale. The onset of the puppets' massacre marks the moment of awakening for those in pursuit of riches. It is at this juncture that they realize the so-called treasures within the hall are but illusions. The treasures consist merely of common artifacts, pills, and techniques, devoid of any special value. Beyond the considerable number of puppets, their emergence from hiding signifies the activation of various prohibitions. The 3 great powers of the Tianwu continent and the 3 alliances of the minor worlds must join forces to retaliate. Only then do these individuals recognize the deception. Yet it is too late for redemption. They can only continue to battle these puppets. Fortunately, Gai Yunxia and his hundreds of subordinates, all masters of the nascent soul realm and above, managed to withstand wave after wave of puppet assaults, establishing a foothold. Casualties, however, are inevitable, for the sheer number of puppets is overwhelming, and each one possesses strength exceeding that of the nascent soul realm. Yet their greed remains insatiable, leading them deeper into the passages. The further they venture, the stronger the puppets become, with the weakest combatants rivaling those of the transformation stage, if not surpassing them. The most terrifying aspect lies in the invisible restrictions of the formations, which suppress their cultivation, forcibly lowering their realms, a true gateway to death, devoid of life. Meanwhile, Haocen, accompanied by Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku, traverses the passage adorned with moonlight stones, encountering no obstructions as they reach the heart of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrive at a grand hall, radiant with treasures. This hall spans several dozen feet, embedded with countless moonlight stones that illuminate the cavern as if it were daylight. Truly, the ancestors are with us. This is the Tianwu cultivation technique, the maternal and paternal thunder technique, and this, the slaying immortals technique. Quickly, junior brother, gather these tomes. With these secrets, revitalizing the alliance is no longer a dream. Gai Yunxia, in a frenzied state, collects one tome after another. Akin to a beggar who has suddenly struck it rich, overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. Senior brother, come quickly. Here are 3 full vials of the 9-soul recovery pill, the rebirth pill, and the return to heaven pill. We have struck gold. Wuku, completely entranced by the treasures before him, babbles incoherently, gesticulating wildly. Yet, one cannot blame him. Anyone confronted with such an abundance of wealth would react similarly. Hidden in the shadows, Haocen, too, is momentarily bewitched by the dazzling treasures, nearly rushing forward to seize them. However, a sudden realization strikes him. This is an illusion formation. Awakening from his stupor, he swiftly employs his spiritual eye technique, revealing that what lay before him were merely ordinary pills and some jade slips, devoid of any high-quality items. There were no celestial artifacts. This was merely a grand illusion. Were it not for his spiritual eye technique, he too would have fallen for the ruse. Without hesitation, Haocen circumvents the hall and proceeds onward. At this moment, he had already grasped the severity of the situation. The domain barrier shielded his body, while his consciousness enveloped 100 yards. He dared not gaze directly with his naked eyes at the objects before him, fearing once more to be ensnared by illusions. Chapter 454. The Battle of Wits Against Puppets. At this juncture, Gai Yunxia and Wuku remained lost in the frenzied illusion array, utterly unaware that someone had already ventured deeper into the passage ahead of them. Haocen maneuvered around the hall and had scarcely taken a few steps when he was met with a sudden attack. A swift arrow hurtled towards him in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a strike from the demon-slaying sword, shattering the arrow into a fine dust that scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, he sensed the emergence of a puppet comparable to the strength of a Yuan Dan practitioner ahead. This very puppet, detecting Haocen's arrival, loosed an arrow in his direction. Had it been an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, they might have sustained severe injury or even succumbed to death from such an onslaught. In this moment, Haocen wasted no time. He directed a beam of sword energy towards the puppet. In tandem, he shifted his form, darting swiftly behind the puppet. Haocen possessed an intimate understanding of the puppet structure. As the demon-slaying tower housed puppets endowed with Yuan Dan strength, he evaded to the puppet's rear in an instant, as its energy core resided there. Oblivious to the concept of danger, the puppet charged towards Haocen, its massive sword aimed to cleave him in two. Just as the afterimage dissipated, Haocen suddenly invoked a barrier to ensnare the puppet. In the blink of an eye, he breached its energy device and extracted the control crystal. With a crack, in less than 3 breaths, this puppet of Yuan Dan caliber was subdued by Haocen. With a mere thought, the demon-slaying tower appeared in his hand, and he stored the intact puppet within the first layer of the tower's space. Without pause, Haocen advanced forward, undeterred. A short distance ahead, another puppet materialized. This time 2 appeared simultaneously, each possessing strength on par with the previous puppet. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Haocen instantly summoned the domain of his sword. Within 3 breaths, the demon-slaying tower acquired another puppet. After 6 breaths, 3 more puppets of Yuan Dan strength were added to the tower. As he proceeded several dozen yards further, a flying-winged puppet unexpectedly descended from above. Its entire body gleamed silver, and its aura was far superior to that of the previous 3 puppets, clearly reaching the level of a nascent soul practitioner. This flying-winged puppet unleashed a tempest, fiercely launching itself at Haocen, its claws darting towards his neck with astonishing agility and ferocity. Initially, Haocen engaged in a struggle, yet as time passed, he feared that Gai Yunxia and Wuku might emerge from the illusion array. Time was of the essence, so he swiftly shifted, hurling the demon-slaying tower towards the flying-winged puppet. With a resounding thud, the flying-winged puppet was struck down by the tower, offering no resistance, and was once again captured within the confines of the demon-slaying tower. At this juncture, Haocen became increasingly cautious. Though he had easily dealt with these puppets thus far, he understood that the deeper he ventured, the stronger the puppets would become. He had no inkling of the caliber of puppets that might await him further within. It was conceivable that puppets of transformation or separation strength could emerge. Indeed, He advanced nearly 100 paces and effortlessly subdued a puppet of divine transformation level, the most formidable puppet he had tamed thus far, causing a surge of delight within Haocen. However, before the smile could fade from his visage, an imposing white tiger emerged ahead. This was a puppet tiger, entirely cloaked in white, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a deity. With a thunderous roar, upon perceiving Haocen, the puppet tiger leaped forth like a bolt of lightning, pouncing toward him in an instant. The force of its approach sent tremors through the barrier Haocen had established. Truly, this was a powerful puppet. How exhilarating! I have yet to engage in a true battle with a being of divine prowess. Let me use you as my measure. Haocen, unperturbed, felt his battle spirit surge. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forth to appear beneath the tiger's belly, thrusting his sword upward towards its underbelly. The puppet tiger, with a deft sidestep, evaded the sword's brilliance, but its tail lashed out violently at Haocen, akin to a shadowy whip that struck with divine precision. Humph! A mere puppet tiger dares to display its might before me, truly unaware of its impending demise, Haocen mused inwardly. The puppet tiger fixated its gaze upon Haocen, its eyes radiating a fierce intensity, as if imbued with a spirit, vowing not to relent until Haocen lay vanquished. With a swift leap, the puppet tiger charged again. But this time, its stance was markedly different. Its right paw advanced while the left pressed to its chest, adopting a posture that balanced offense and defense. This indicated that the programming of this puppet tiger was indeed sophisticated. After their initial skirmish, Haocen gained a clearer understanding of the puppet tiger's capabilities. It was no lesser than his own. Thus, he resolved to outsmart rather than overpower it. He chose to conserve his strength, aware that countless puppets awaited him in this passage. Should he expend all his energy now, his future predicament could become perilous. With a sudden push from his toes against the ground, he leaped aside, causing the puppet tiger to miss its mark. However, his evasion was not merely a retreat. As his body reconnected with the ground, he executed a swift counterattack. The sharp blade of his demon woe sword sliced across the tiger's back, leaving only a faint mark. The material of which the puppet was constructed remained a mystery. Yet, the puppet tiger retaliated with a powerful strike to Haocen's back, sending him crashing against the rocky wall. A wave of warmth surged up his throat from the injury. Haocen swallowed the blood that threatened to spill and rose to his feet. Though wounded, he was not gravely harmed. The puppet tiger, now utterly enraged, charged at Haocen without allowing him a moment to recover. Its demeanor suggested a complete abandonment of defense, opting instead for a full frontal assault. This time, Haocen did not arm himself with any weapons. Instead, he unleashed his demon burst fist and demon slaughter hand in succession. Although this would not be as effortless as before, it provided an excellent opportunity for hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, the puppet tiger, having sustained significant damage, was gradually diminishing in both strength and speed. With a sudden leap, Haocen propelled himself upward, harnessing his own gravity to deliver a powerful blow, striking precisely at the head of the puppet tiger. Thus commenced a fierce battle between Haocen and the puppet tiger. In his search for the energy core, he discovered that it was not located on the back, but rather within the chest of the puppet tiger. Despite several attempts to approach this vulnerable spot, he repeatedly met with failure. The exchange of blows between Haocen and the puppet tiger continued vigorously. Although the puppet tiger endured countless strikes, its attacks occasionally landed upon Haocen, leaving a long claw mark across his back. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of battle, Haocen distinctly felt his skills in both offense and defense gradually improving. The initial rigidity that had plagued him vanished entirely, and the frequency with which he was struck by the puppet tiger diminished significantly. After a duration of time akin to the burning of incense, as Haocen's fist struck the puppet tiger's head once more, its energy was completely depleted, causing it to collapse onto the ground. A satisfied smile crept upon Haocen's lips as he gazed at the fallen puppet tiger. Through this combat, he had also experienced a notable enhancement in his own abilities. During the fight, he became acutely aware of the dense vital energy flowing rapidly into his body from the surrounding passageway. The speed at which he absorbed this energy surpassed his usual cultivation efforts by several folds, evoking a sensation akin to a breakthrough into the late stages of the nascent soul realm. It seemed that engaging in battle was indeed a swift avenue for elevating one's strength. Approaching the puppet tiger, Haocen opened the energy compartment in its chest, only to discover that it was powered by top-grade essence stones. He proceeded to remove the remaining essence stones from the puppet tiger's energy chamber and subsequently stored the creature within the first level of the demon suppression tower. Chapter 455. Overconfidence. Following this battle, Haocen became increasingly cautious. However, he realized that the skirmish with the puppet tiger had consumed precious time. He needed to retrieve the treasure before Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku regained consciousness in the illusionary array, ensuring they returned empty-handed. Strangely, after subduing the puppet tiger, no further puppets appeared. Continuing onward for over 100 paces, Haocen's eyes brightened as he beheld a vast hall filled with treasures, all of which were high-tier magical artifacts. This time, it was not an illusion. He employed the spirit eye technique to see clearly, confirming the authenticity of the treasures before him. However, Haocen did not let his guard down. He promptly hurled a magical artifact to test whether this space was ensnared by any formations. Bang! Indeed, there was a hidden mystery here, as even the spirit eye technique had failed to reveal the formation barrier. Upon further investigation, Haocen discerned that this was not an offensive array, but rather a protective barrier. So what if there is a barrier? My sword domain can easily breach it. Haocen murmured to himself, summoning the Fei Huang sword and swiftly unleashing the sword domain, tearing open a rift in mere moments. To his astonishment, his spiritual sense revealed that Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku had not followed him, leaving him perplexed. He then redirected his spiritual sense to scan the hall where Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku were located. What? How did they also gain entry? Haocen exclaimed in surprise upon his discovery. He unexpectedly discovered that the entrance to this gradually sealed passage had, at some unknown time, swung wide open. Numerous cultivators gathered at the entrance, observing intently, though only a few from the spirit division ventured inside. Clearly, they were there to scout the path, ensuring they would not be deceived again. Meanwhile, Gai Yunxia and Oku had already noted the presence of newcomers entering the passage. At that moment, Gai Yunxia was actually sabotaging the passage, presumably intending to block it off, leading these cultivators to believe that this was indeed the ultimate treasure trove. Oku, on the other hand, lay in ambush within the hall, likely aiming to eliminate a few of the scouts. Haocen sensed these developments and was instantly enlightened. Realizing that for the time being, Gai Yunxia, Oku, and the other cultivators were preoccupied. You all take your time back there. I shall first gather the treasures, he thought, summoning Xiao Chui, Lung Ziyu, Shuang and Shan to exert their utmost efforts in collecting the riches of the hall. The four women appeared in the treasure hall, their eyes wide with astonishment, mouths agape, and their gaze fixed, breathless, as their minds raced with thoughts. Hey, wake up, wake up. Seeing their current state, Haocen was reminded of the time he had acquired the treasures from Yi Hanxiao. Had he not been in the same predicament? He hurried to their side, shaking them awake. What are you doing? You interrupted my dream. Xiao Chui reproached Haocen. Honestly, I was just starting to dream, and you come to disturb me. Shuang mumbled. This isn't a dream. It's real treasure, Haocen exclaimed loudly to the two. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. The four shouted in unison. Indeed, I summoned you four to indulge in the thrill of treasure gathering. However, while collecting, do be merciful and leave some behind for those who follow, lest there be suspicion that someone has already visited the treasure hall. Consider it a consolation for the next arrivals, Haocen admonished the four women. Enough. Xiao Chui, Lung Ziyu, what are you two doing? Stop right now. These are worthless items. Leave some for later, he urged. Shuang, that item is of no use. Hurry and discard it. Observing Xiao Chui and Lung Ziyu frantically hoarding riches as if they were beggars scavenging, he noted that Shuang and Shan resembled urban gleaners. The four were indiscriminately sifting through everything, regardless of its worth. Despite Haocen's repeated reminders for them to cease, they remained unyielding. This is exhilarating. 3 days without a meal, and I would willingly collect these treasures, Lung Ziyu declared, her eyes incessantly searching for desirable items. Yes. Once we return, I will lie atop them and sleep, Shuang exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Sister Yu is absolutely right, Xiao Chui enthusiastically agreed. At this moment, Haocen could only shake his head in speechless disbelief at the four treasure hunters. Nevertheless, his consciousness remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of Gai Yunxia and Oku. Yet, in his heart, he could not help but feel a swell of pride. Who in the realm of cultivation could manipulate a group of formidable spirit division experts so deftly? With a buoyant spirit, Haocen diligently dismantled one formation after another. Haocen was tasked with deciphering the intricate formation, while the four maidens diligently gathered the treasures. Their roles were clearly defined, and their collaboration was harmonious. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, the vast treasure hall was nearly emptied by the 5 of them. Within the expansive hall, only a few scattered spiritual artifacts remained. These items were collected again by Haocen, who seized them from the maidens and carefully arranged them for sealing. At this juncture, Haocen allowed the 4 maidens to return to the jade pendant space to recuperate and restore their energy, preparing for the next treasure retrieval. Meanwhile, he exited the hall, employing various methods to re-establish a series of formations, restrictions, and barriers to seal the hall once more. Upon leaving the treasure hall, he journeyed far, only to realize that the path ahead seemed endless. A probe of his consciousness revealed a clear path stretching forth. Suddenly, Haocen was taken aback. This was a composite illusion formation. To his astonishment, such a formidable composite illusion formation existed here, deceiving even his consciousness. He promptly halted, activating the sword domain and employing the spiritual eye technique to scrutinize the surroundings. Leveraging his profound understanding of formations, he advanced, methodically dismantling each formation, restriction, and barrier. After grasping the essence of the formations, he meticulously rearranged them to restore the previously breached composite illusion formation. After a lengthy passage of time, Haocen sensed he had traversed the composite illusion and arrived at a treasure hall filled with elixirs. This time, he did not summon the 4 maidens. Instead, he directly dismantled the formations, restrictions, and barriers without hesitation, claiming the majority of the elixirs before departing the hall with satisfaction. At this moment, he scanned the area behind him, but felt no trace of information. He replicated his earlier actions to restore the dismantled formations, restrictions, and barriers, then shook his head and strode forward. Having walked 100 zhang from the treasure hall, a flash of white light appeared ahead, followed by an invisible attack striking his domain. Boom! Haocen was startled, realizing he had momentarily let his guard down. Before him lay a series of chained illusionary killing formations. Cautiously, he proceeded step by step, his body constantly assailed by sword lights and knife edges from all directions, each wave more ferocious than the last. Alarmed, Haocen channeled his true essence with all his might, intensifying the control over his barrier domain, and summoned the long-awaited magic silkworm armor for protection. This time, instead of methodically dismantling each formation, he sought out the weak points of the formations to traverse through directly. For those formations that proved insurmountable, he resorted to brute force to break through. It took him a full 3 hours to escape the 1,000 zhang chained illusionary killing formation. Finally, having safely passed through the perilous array, Haocen broke into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. The chained illusionary killing formation haunted him, as nearly every killing formation could rival a full-force strike from a deity-level cultivator. Had an ordinary cultivator at the nascent soul stage entered this illusionary killing formation, they would either be slain or utterly exhausted to the point of collapse. Calming his mind, he sat down to recuperate his depleted energy. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he regained 80% of his strength. Rising to stretch his limbs, Haocen subsequently resumed his cultivation. In perilous realms, possessing formidable cultivation and abundant physical prowess is imperative to ensure one's survival. This principle governs Haocen's actions. After another incense stick's worth of time, he finally stood tall, his energy and strength restored to their zenith, enabling him to advance once more. Chapter 456. A heart unyielding Haocen had scarcely traversed 100 paces when he stumbled upon another grand hall adjacent to the passageway. This hall's expanse surpassed the combined area of the 3 previously discovered treasure chambers, and the plethora of items within exceeded the treasures of all 3 prior halls collectively. Moreover, the hall housed a sealed jade platform, upon which rested 3 objects: a jade slip, a golden plaque, and an obsidian scepter. To the left, within a barrier, lay heaps of mid-grade, superior, premium, and extraordinary elemental stones. The vibrant energy emanating from these stones infused the entire barrier with a palpable essence, akin to a liquid state, inviting one to grasp them and feel the overwhelming vitality surging through their fingers. In stark contrast, the elemental stones from the night-cold cave paled in comparison, amounting to less than 1% of this bounty. The sheer quantity of extraordinary elemental stones left Haocen utterly astonished, particularly the over 10,000 premium stones, which rendered him momentarily speechless. After all, premium and extraordinary elemental stones are exceedingly rare, and this was his first encounter with such an abundance. To the right, within another confinement, lay a multitude of secret tomes, precious minerals, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits of celestial origin. Protected by the barrier, these rare treasures appeared as fresh as if just harvested, their medicinal properties intact. However, after the initial shock, Haocen summoned the four women. Following their established roles, Haocen would dismantle the formations, seals, and barriers while the four would collect the treasures. Adhering to the principle of tackling the easier challenges first, he set about deciphering the known formations and seals. When it came to collecting the elemental stones, Haocen gestured for the four women to clear the premium and extraordinary stones entirely. As for the superior stones, it was only after Haocen's repeated entreaties that the four reluctantly left behind a small pile, still numbering in the millions. Regarding the mid-grade stones, he instructed Xiaozue and Ziyu to collect a symbolic handful. Yet, the four, consumed by their avarice, were engrossed in their frenzied accumulation, each lost in their own pursuits. Haocen was compelled to pause his dismantling of the seals and intervene, forcibly curbing their reckless gathering. Ultimately, they retained fewer than 10 million mid-grade stones, which he resealed within the barrier to prevent any further theft during his inattention. While dismantling the seal on the treasures, the four completely disregarded Haocen's admonitions, sweeping everything into their possession. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he retrieved a selection of high-yield spiritual herbs and elixirs from his jade pendant space and resealed the barrier around the treasures once more. This bounty of rare materials finally allowed him to gather the long-sought ingredients for his elixirs, instilling him with confidence in his ability to concoct the desired potions. With such an abundance of materials, I could easily establish a large sect. This venture into the small world has truly proven lucrative. Upon breaking the final barrier within the treasure hall, Haocen let out an exhilarating shout. He promptly began a new round of plundering alongside Xiaocui, Ziyu, Shan and Shuang. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with an array of items, with only those treasures that Haocen had resealed remaining untouched, while the other spatial treasures were dismissed with disdain by the five. At that moment, Haocen began to unravel the restrictions surrounding the jade platform, attempting to collect the three treasures resting upon it. Utilizing his spiritual eye technique, he examined the weak points of the formations, restrictions, and barriers. However, even those seemingly vulnerable nodes repelled his divine sense with an inexplicable force upon contact. This was the first time Haocen encountered such a situation. The nodes of formations and restrictions could actually repel his divine sense. Undeterred, he decided to forego the spiritual eye technique and instead employed the sword domain to forcibly break through the barriers enveloping the platform. Yet, he was harshly rebuffed, even being flung back several feet. Could it truly be this formidable? Haocen could scarcely believe his eyes. His sword domain, which had never failed him, was easily thwarted. Realizing that the sword domain was ineffective, he resolved to launch a direct assault. Muttering to himself, he sheathed the Fei Huang sword and summoned the Lu Xian sword. Striking at the barrier enveloping the platform, the clash resonated as the sword energy collided with the formation's restrictions, resulting in the Lu Xian sword's energy shattering upon impact. Haocen concentrated once more, sending forth a dozen streams of sword energy against the barrier, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Despite his myriad techniques, he found himself utterly unable to overcome the restrictions on the platform. Although he possessed powerful artifacts such as the demon-suppressing tower and the Qinquan furnace, he refrained from using them, fearing that he might damage the treasures within the jade platform space or cause the treasure hall to collapse. Every item holds intrinsic value, and to destroy treasures that endure in this world is an unethical act that Haocen would never commit. Without a doubt, the four women understood that the three items atop the platform were the true treasures of the hall, yet even their combined strength could not retrieve them. Let us abandon this pursuit for now. We shall discuss it outside, Haocen said to the four women with a sense of resignation. Relinquishing the treasures atop the jade platform left the four women gazing greedily, their eyes tinged with longing. Reluctantly, Haocen had to forcefully guide the unwilling four into the jade pendant space for meditation and tranquility. Having entered this small world, he had already reaped sufficient benefits. There was no sense of loss regarding the inability to procure the treasures atop the jade platform. Rather, Haocen felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Despite an underlying reluctance, he found himself glancing back 3 times as he exited the treasure hall. Upon stepping out, he extended his divine sense to explore, only to discover that the passage offered no exits. After thorough investigation, Haocen confirmed that he had reached the end of the passage and promptly turned back on his path. The formations, restrictions, and barriers set along the way were familiar to him. Some he had traversed by locating formation nodes, while others had been reconfigured after he dismantled them. He was well acquainted with the pathways and weak points of the formations, especially the Thousand-Zhang looping illusionary killing formation, which piqued his interest greatly. On his return journey, he continuously practiced both dismantling and arranging the Thousand-Zhang looping illusionary killing formation. In a stroke of ingenuity, modifications were made to certain formations, reinforced with high-grade elemental stones, rendering their power even more formidable than before. After an hour, Haocen traversed through layers of formations, restrictions, and barriers, returning from the 4th treasure hall to the exterior of the 2nd treasure hall. At that moment, 2 fierce magical attacks surged toward him, prompting Haocen to swiftly evade to the side. Just as he intended to retaliate, he realized that the 2 attacks had originated from a chaotic brawl among a group within the treasure hall. They were merely errant spells and not aimed specifically at him. Instantly, Haocen comprehended that it was merely a false alarm. Sensing that no one had detected his presence, he decided to conceal himself and observe the fray within the treasure hall. At this moment, the treasure hall was teeming with over 100 cultivators. Among them were more than 20 experts at the spirit separation stage, around 30 at the transformation stage, while the remainder consisted of those at the nascent soul stage. Chapter 457. Gloating in misfortune as the cultivators from both the Little World and the Tianwu continent, along with the remnants of Gai Yunxia's subordinates, emerged from the maze. They discovered that the stone door had already sealed shut. However, they inadvertently found an illusion array on the right side of the stone wall within the door. Thus, both parties joined forces to unravel the illusion, revealing a stone door. Among the cultivators of the Little World, there happened to be someone who possessed the incantation to unlock the passage to the ancient War Alliance's treasure. Naturally, this brought great joy to everyone as the 2 factions united once more. Without the 3 tokens, they attempted to employ the convoluted incantation to open the stone door, pooling the strength of 3 spirit separation stage cultivators to unseal the passage. In truth, when the powerful figures of the ancient War Alliance designed the treasure vault, they considered factors such as changes in terrain and the passage of time. To ensure that future generations could successfully retrieve the treasures, they had left contingency plans. Besides the necessity of gathering 3 tokens to unlock the external stone door, they had established 2 entrances for accessing the internal treasure passage, preparing 2 sets of secret techniques to pass down to the descendants of the ancient War Alliance. Countless years passed, and people remained powerless to obtain the 3 tokens necessary to open the outer door. Thus, for centuries, they could only guard the treasure and stare in vain. The descendants of the ancient War Alliance, who held the 2nd set of incantations for unlocking the internal stone door, ultimately had no choice but to pass the incantation for opening the passage to their trusted subordinates. The recent breach of the Eastern Alliance headquarters led to the disappearance of the tokens, and even the other 2 Alliance headquarters similarly lost their tokens. The people of the Little World unanimously believed that Gai Yunxia and Wuku were responsible. Unfortunately, these 2 individuals were notoriously elusive and difficult to track. At that moment, the unexpected discovery of another passage within the stone door was a delightful surprise. Upon entering the passage, the cultivators from the Tianwu continent seized the 1st treasure hall. The individuals from the Little World, disdainful of competing with those from the Tianwu continent over inferior treasures, swiftly advanced into the 2nd treasure hall. However, upon their arrival at the 2nd treasure hall, they found that others had already gained the upper hand. Disregarding the bonds of their predecessors, they began to confront the descendants of the ancient War Alliance, Gai Yunxia and Wuku, who remained ensnared within the treasure hall. Before the cultivators of the Tianwu continent entered the 2nd treasure hall, Gai Yunxia and Wuku found themselves evading the inhabitants of the small world, seizing fleeting opportunities to pilfer riches. They narrowly escaped death at the hands of the small world cultivators and their remaining subordinates. Fortunately, the cultivators from the Tianwu continent had just finished clearing the treasures of the 1st treasure hall and arrived at the 2nd one. allowing Gai Yunxia and Wuku to barely withstand the onslaught of the small world cultivators with the support of their Tianwu counterparts. When Haocen reappeared, a fierce conflict had erupted between both factions, engaged in a chaotic battle for treasures while simultaneously attacking each other. It was evident that they were concerned about the potential damage to the treasures within this place should they unleash their full power. Otherwise, the strength of the deities from the small world surpassed that of their Tianwu counterparts, and Gai Yunxia and Wuku were no match for the small world cultivators. Haocen clearly sensed that while the assaults from the small world cultivators were intense, they were not executing their full strength. They were holding back for reasons unknown. The individuals present seemed to harbor no doubts about the treasures within this location, having likely realized that the majority had already been taken. Some sought to seize the opportunity to enter the next treasure hall amidst the chaos of battle, but it was implausible for them to breach the formations, restrictions, and barriers altered by Haocen single-handedly. Thus, they had no choice but to return to the treasure hall and mingle with the throng of looters. This melee persisted for nearly 2 hours until the treasures of the hall were finally stripped bare. Both factions then surged forth from the treasure hall, racing down the corridor. The chaos continued unabated as they fought their way forward, completely oblivious to the fact that they had become ensnared in an illusionary formation, endlessly battling along this interminable path. At this moment, Haocen, observing from the sidelines, shook his head and made his way toward the entrance. Navigating the familiar path, he reached the corridor's exit in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. However, the stone door had long since closed, and despite his best efforts, he could not open it. What he had intended as a discreet departure had turned into a predicament of being trapped within the cave. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to remain and witness whether these individuals could unravel the restrictions on the platform of the fourth treasure hall. Perhaps Gai Yunxia and the small world cultivators possessed the means to breach the barrier, considering their connections to the ancient battle alliance. It seemed likely that only they could dismantle that restriction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to succeed. Ideally, he would wait for them to break the barrier before seizing the 3 treasures himself, leaving them in utter disarray. Pondering these thoughts, Haocen retraced his steps to the entrance of the treasure passage. He did not immediately enter the corridor, but paused outside to practice his cultivation techniques and restore his energy. After all, a fierce struggle for the treasures was still ongoing inside. Most importantly, aside from the 3 treasures on the stone platform of the 4th treasure hall, he had already cleared the other items. Thus, there was no need for him to enter early and compete with these individuals for the treasures. By his estimation, even without the chaos of the 1,000-foot illusionary formation, it would take them at least over an hour to reach the 3rd treasure hall. As these individuals broke through the formidable 1,000-zhang illusionary killing formation to reach the 4th treasure hall, it took them several hours, and their journey was fraught with uncertainty. Thus, Haocen remained unperturbed. After resting for an hour, he slowly made his way into the passage. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, he quietly approached the vicinity of the 3rd treasure hall, only to find the cultivators from the Tianwu continent and the small world embroiled in a chaotic struggle for the treasure. However, by this time, most of the Yuanying realm cultivators from the small world had perished, and only a handful of those at the Haocen realm and above remained. The losses sustained by the 3 major forces of the Tianwu continent were comparable to those of the small world, with several injured cultivators at the Haocen realm and above. Both Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku were similarly battered and bloodied. Gai Yunxia, you should be aware that had we not shown restraint, you would have met your demise several times over. Should you continue to be ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless. Threatened a cultivator from the small world at the Shinshin realm. Dantai Yunlei, do not get ahead of yourself. If you possess the ability, then kill me. Spare us your grandstanding. Gai Yunxia retorted defiantly, even as he unleashed a flurry of techniques and spells upon Dantai Yunlei. The melee continued unabated, swiftly depleting the treasures within the 3rd treasure hall. The crowd then began their advance towards the 4th treasure hall, with Haocen trailing behind, keen to observe the unfolding chaos. His intentions were twofold: to assess the efficacy of the improved 1,000-zhang illusionary killing formation and to study the means of unraveling the stone platform's restrictions, all the while seizing the opportunity to acquire a treasure. The 1,000-zhang illusionary killing formation had already been enhanced by Haocen, utilizing artifacts and spiritual tools he had obtained from the treasure hall. The presence of ancient artifacts within the formation further solidified the authenticity of the 1,000-zhang illusionary killing formation, leaving no room for doubt regarding its intricate setup. No one questioned Haocen's revised and enhanced array by replacing the array's foundation with superior primordial stones. Its destructive power was significantly augmented. Typically, a Yuanian cultivator ensnared within would find themselves utterly defenseless, and even cultivators at the Haocen realm could easily fall prey to carelessness. At this moment, both the cultivators from the small world and the Tianwu continent found themselves trapped within the Thousand-Zhang illusionary killing formation. Were it not for the occasional assistance from powerful Shunshin realm cultivators aiding the Yuanian cultivators in traversing the illusionary killing formation, it was likely that all of them would have perished within its depths. Chapter 458. Death for Wealth. The joint effort to break the formation continued amid the chaos, with both sides clashing for several hours. Eventually, these individuals managed to navigate through the Thousand-Zhang illusionary killing formation. At this juncture, Gai Yunxia seized an opportunity to slip into the fourth treasure hall ahead of the others. Upon seeing someone gain an advantage and enter the treasure hall, the other combatants abandoned their skirmishes and rushed into the hall. Ancestral legacy, the purple gold decree, and the ink jade rui, Dantai Yunlei exclaimed as he dashed into the treasure hall, immediately spotting the three treasures upon the jade platform and rushing towards the stone dais. Dantai Yunlei had recognized these three items as the coveted treasures long sought after by the cultivators from the small world. At this moment, Dantai Yunlei cast not a single glance at the treasures within the grand hall. The others who had entered this treasure hall, alongside Gai Yunxia, exhibited the same fixation upon the three exquisite artifacts resting upon the jade platform. With a sudden burst of intuition, Wei Zihan, upon witnessing the demeanor of the individuals from the small world and Gai Yunxia, surmised that the treasures upon the jade platform must be of extraordinary value. Otherwise, such expressions would not adorn their faces. Observing their indifference towards the other treasures in the hall, Wei Zihan's thoughts raced, prompting her to leap towards the scattered treasures, each one a rare and unparalleled gem. Similarly, the other cultivators from Tianwu continent merely cast a fleeting glance at the artifacts on the jade platform before immersing themselves in the collection of the other treasures within the hall. With a resounding crash, numerous barriers were forcefully breached, and treasures were swiftly claimed. At this juncture, several formidable beings from the small world, possessing the divine sense realm, lunged towards the jade platform, only to be repelled immediately. As their ancestors had foretold, the formation on the jade platform was not a barrier that could be shattered by sheer brute force. The next phase hinged upon whether Gai Yunxia and Wuku could unravel this intricate formation. In this moment, Dantai Yunlei placed his hopes of deciphering the barriers upon Gai Yunxia and Wuku. His gaze, fixed on the three treasures atop the jade platform, sparkled with anticipation. Yet he found himself powerless to break the barriers, left only to yearn for what lay beyond. Ultimately, his focus shifted towards Gai Yunxia and Wuku. The expressions of the other cultivators from the small world mirrored that of Dantai Yunlei. Eliminate these foreign fiends first. Suddenly, a powerful figure from the small world bellowed. Although the treasures on the jade platform remained temporarily out of reach, it did not imply that they were indifferent to the other artifacts scattered throughout the treasure hall. On the contrary, they aspired to seize every last treasure, including those previously pilfered, as these relics represented the legacy bequeathed to them by their ancestors. In the eyes of these locals, these possessions were their rightful property, impervious to the grasp of any outsider cultivators. Yes, eliminate these fiends. With the fervor instigated by this small world cultivator, numerous strong figures surged towards the cultivators of Tianwu continent. A few surviving nascent soul cultivators, however, retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to involve themselves in the fray. The skirmish unfolded as a series of one-on-one duels, with only Dantai Yunlei engaging two opponents simultaneously. As the foremost cultivator of the small world, he held confidence in his ability to triumph over both adversaries without the need for assistance. Meanwhile, others became engrossed in their own battles, inadvertently neglecting Gai Yunxia and Wuku. Indeed, a peculiar circumstance arose. These individuals allowed Gai Yunxia and Wuku to approach the treasures atop the jade platform unimpeded. It appeared they were biding their time, waiting for Gai Yunxia and Wuku to breach the barriers before launching their own assault. No wonder they had refrained from attacking Gai Yunxia and Wuku previously. A deeper motive lay beneath their actions. At that moment, Haocen grasped the unfolding scenario. Quietly, he took a few steps back, distancing himself from the battlefield while his consciousness enveloped the entirety of the treasure hall. At this moment, Others also comprehended the intentions of the practitioners from the small world. In a one-on-one confrontation, both sides engaged in fierce combat. Without the presence of Gai Yunxia and Wuku to restrain the practitioners from the small world, the cultivators of the Tianwu continent found themselves at a significant disadvantage, gravitating towards Gai Yunxia. Wei Zihan discreetly communicated with the practitioners of the Tianwu continent and, taking the lead, began to move towards the Jade platform. The others, understanding the cue, sought opportunities to approach Gai Yunxia and Wuku. Such aspirations were naive. The practitioners of the small world were not oblivious to the intentions of the Tianwu cultivators. They resolutely entangled the practitioners of the Tianwu continent, denying them any chance to approach the Jade platform where treasures were placed. Though the battle raged on, it was evident that neither side was exerting their full strength. The practitioners from the small world only utilized about 50% of their power to hold back their opponents, while the Tianwu cultivators reciprocated with similar restraint. Gai Yunxia and Wuku, despite appearing secure, were acutely aware that should they break the restrictions, they would likely be overwhelmed by the combined forces of both sides. Nevertheless, the two remained remarkably composed. Gai Yunxia, in particular, harbored a cold smirk within. At this moment, it was clear to all that only they could break the restrictions of the Jade platform. Gai Yunxia, confident in his ability to dismantle the barriers, unleashed an unfathomable array of incantations over the course of 3 incense sticks worth of time. The treasures upon the Jade platform flickered with radiant light within the constraints, seemingly on the verge of soaring into the heavens. "Junior brother, come assist me," Gai Yunxia suddenly called out. Without hesitation, Wuku appeared behind Gai Yunxia, placing a hand upon his back. In that instant, Gai Yunxia felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Wuku's actions had diverted the attention of onlookers. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gai Yunxia discreetly swapped the purple gold token from the Jade platform and concealed it against his back, precisely where Wuku's hand rested. In truth, the restrictions of the Jade platform had already been unraveled by Gai Yunxia. To cloak their actions, he had previously set up an illusionary array to confuse the spectators. At this moment, Gai Yunxia quietly refined the inked Jade scepter within the illusionary array, and not a single individual present noticed his subtle maneuver. Onlookers presumed that Gai Yunxia was merely exhausted from breaking the formation, prompting his junior brother's assistance. Even Haocen shared this belief. In reality, Gai Yunxia's request for Wuku to channel his energy was a ruse. The true purpose was to shield their backs while they refined the inked Jade scepter and the purple gold token. After yet another incense stick's time had passed, Wuku's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground, leading people to believe that his magical energy had been entirely depleted. Conversely, Gai Yunxia's countenance was flushed with excitement. He was on the verge of successfully refining the inked Jade scepter, poised to turn the tide and dominate all present. Suddenly, Haocen sensed a twinge of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and retreated towards the treasure hall's exit. Just as he entered the illusionary killing array, a resounding boom echoed, causing the entire treasure hall to tremble. Following this, Haocen felt an overwhelming disorientation, swiftly casting a barrier to shield himself. Simultaneously, it was perceived that everyone within the treasure hall, at the moment the barrier was breached, swiftly lunged towards Gai Yunxia. The subsequent scene, however, left Haocen utterly astonished. "Haha, heaven's blessing!" Gai Yunxia bellowed with maniacal laughter as he clasped the mu'ib, an exquisite jade artifact, in his hand. In an instant, it emitted a radiant beam, enveloping both Gai Yunxia and Wuku. Concurrently, the cultivators within the treasure hall unleashed a barrage of dozens of offensive spells, which struck against the defensive barrier conjured by Gai Yunxia, using the Wu Yi. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Wuku suddenly materialized before them, appearing far from exhausted. Grasping a purple gold token, he activated a spatial formation. As the formation was initiated, a mysterious and formidable force of space swept away all individuals in the treasure hall, including Haocen, who was concealed within the illusionary killing array of the passage. Chapter 459, A Desperate Escape, Part 1. With a thud, Haocen felt a wave of dizziness as he descended into a dark, damp pit several dozen feet deep. "Ha! Challenge me, and you shall descend into hell." Gai Yunxia's maniacal laughter reverberated through the treasure hall. In reality, Haocen and his companions had not been teleported away, but had merely fallen into the subterranean chamber due to the overall collapse of the treasure hall's floor. At the moment they were swept away, Haocen instinctively cast a protective barrier around himself. As he plummeted, he quickly leapt into a passage within the pit. Before Haocen could finish his thought, an overwhelming explosion drowned out his voice. At that moment, he began to grasp that Wuku had triggered the purple gold token, activating the mechanisms of the treasure hall, leading to its total collapse. Taking advantage of this collapse, explosive devices were unleashed, annihilating all cultivators who had entered the treasure's secret domain. The explosion buried the fallen pit, and aside from those of the god transformation and separation realms, the majority of cultivators who had not managed to enter the passage were either killed or severely injured. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a heavy silence enveloped the chamber, leaving the survivors in a state of shock. When Haocen regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the walls of the pit were remarkably smooth, leading him to speculate that this chamber was not a natural formation, but rather a man-made excavation. If I proceed along this passage, I wonder what lies ahead, Haocen pondered. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered his thoughts. Water, water! An invisible torrent surged into the pit, swiftly submerging them to their waists, and a shadow of death loomed over their hearts once more. Ah, is the water poisonous? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Immersed in the toxic liquid, even those of the separation realm felt a pang of fear. At this moment, all were caught in the same predicament. First came the explosions, leaving them battered and bruised, and now the rising water, tinged a deceptive pink, seemed inviting. Yet, its corrosive nature was potent enough to erode even magical artifacts. Within the span of an hour, their defensive treasures were reduced to mere scraps. Fully aware that their artifacts and spiritual tools would be corroded, the group could only endure with resignation, tirelessly seeking a means of escape. Fortunately, in the past, people had gathered a considerable amount of treasures, allowing them to endure for a short period. At this moment, the cultivators from the heavenly martial continent and the small world had tacitly claimed their respective territories, refraining from interference. Everyone was desperately seeking a glimmer of hope, while hatred had long been corroded by the pink poison. When life is lost, hatred naturally dissipates. Haocen's condition was somewhat better than the others. The adage that skills are never burdensome was manifested in Haocen. He enveloped himself in a protective aura of true energy, isolating the poison with his domain. Were it not for the fear of being discovered, he would have slipped into the jade pendant space to play with Xiaozue, or dove into the demon suppression tower to indulge in sweet moments with Shuang'er. However, what troubled him was that his divine sense was utterly ineffective in this place. At present, he could only rely on his spiritual eye technique to sense the surroundings. Moreover, he dared not expend too much energy on the spiritual eye technique, as its consumption was substantial and could not be sustained for long. The longer he could conserve his strength, the greater the chance of escape. Meanwhile, nearly everyone was searching for an exit in the overhead and side walls, while he alone delved into the water to explore. Since there was water here, there must be a source. It either flowed down from above or seeped from below. He had already quietly sensed the water's surface, and there was no sound of flowing water, resembling a stagnant pool. This indicated that the water did not flow from above, but rather seeped from the underground or the walls. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and several cultivators with lower realms and injuries were directly corroded into blood water, their souls extinguished. Although the stronger cultivators could still endure, they too would likely not last more than a few days. Fellow cultivators, I Wei, propose that we clear the collapsed entrance to have any hope of returning to the surface. What do you all think? Suddenly, Wei Zihan, the divine sense master from the martial hall, proclaimed loudly. Indeed, fellow cultivators, let us unite our efforts to break through the collapsed entrance. Qiao Heng echoed. The individuals from the small world felt this was reasonable. Instead of standing by, they chose to join forces with the cultivators from the heavenly martial continent in seeking an escape. Boom. Numerous strong cultivators unleashed their powers, formidable beyond measure. After 3 hours, they barely managed to open a gap, but the toxic water had already filled the underground passage. The crowd returned from the buried cavern to the surface of the collapsed treasure hall, which was now a mere shadow of its former self. As they prepared to leap upwards, they discovered that the space above the cavern was obstructed by a field that forbade movement. The water continued to rise, seeping from the ground and gradually enveloping them to their waists. The group joined forces, unleashing hundreds of spells against the forbidden movement field above. The spells struck as if against cotton, yielding no results whatsoever. Were this in the outer world, the void might have been shattered, yet here it had no reaction, as if the space above was but an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any point of leverage. Fellow cultivators, as you can see, if we do not unite our strengths, we will all face death in a few days, Wei Zihan remarked helplessly, casting a bitter smile toward the small world cultivators. Very well, let us work together in seeking an escape. Any grievances can be settled once we are outside, agreed Dantai Yunlei from the small world, consenting to Wei Zihan's suggestion. Agreed, the divine sense cultivators nodded in unison. Indeed, everyone is quite discerning. Let us once more exert our utmost efforts and strike together to shatter the barrier. I refuse to believe that the combined strength of the multitude cannot breach this confinement. With the support of the formidable figure from the small world, Dantai Yunlei, Wei Zihan chuckled heartily. Thus, the practitioners of the Tianwu continent and those from the small world joined forces anew, unleashing their spells toward the void. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, yet instantaneously restored itself to its original state. Again, the crowd launched another assault. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy surged forth, causing the void to quiver intermittently, yet it remained impervious, an impenetrable domain of collapsed space. This barrier was meticulously crafted by our ancestors. A confinement designed to ensnare and annihilate the nefarious individuals who seek to plunder the treasures of the Alliance. Unless you can surpass the composite body realm and attain the tribulation stage, achieving the status of a martial sovereign, do not harbor any illusions of escape. To speak candidly, the rules of the small world's confinement are effective solely against those below the tribulation stage. However, I regret to inform you that hope is a luxury you shall never possess. Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed from above. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, yet they persisted, relentlessly bombarding the void. Futile, I shall refine the ink Jade Rui and seize control of this small world. Then I shall slowly deal with you all. I hope that by then, you still possess the breath of life. I advise you to conserve your strength. Perhaps you might survive a few more days. With that, Gai Yunxie fell silent, presumably dedicating all his efforts to refining the ink Jade Rui. The ink Jade Rui is indeed the heart of this small world, once fully refined. It will grant him dominion over the entire realm. At that juncture, should he desire, he could allow the inhabitants of the small world to exit at will, freeing them from eternal confinement. Of course, given Gai Yunxie's disposition, after refining the ink Jade Rui, the inhabitants of the small world would likely submit to him, becoming instruments in his conquest of the realm of practitioners. A petty individual reveling in triumph. The crowd erupted in vitriolic denunciations, astonished that the most precious treasure within the trove had ultimately fallen into the hands of such a small-minded person. In truth, the primary reason for this was the practitioner's insufficient understanding of the treasures within the Jade platform, particularly regarding the heart of the small world, the ink Jade Rui, of which they were nearly entirely ignorant, thus enabling Gai Yunxie to succeed. The Jade Pendant worn by Haocen is the heart of the Jade Pendant space. Once the Jade Pendant space evolves into a small world, the pendant will serve as the heart of the Jade small world. Chapter 460, Desperate Escape, Part 2, Boom. The collapsed cavern shook violently, and the people noticed that the water level in the treasure hall had seemingly ceased its ascent. What is happening? Is Gai Yunxie employing yet another trick? The crowd was taken aback, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. After a moment, the collapsed cavern trembled once more. Oh, something is amiss. The rate at which the water surface rises has significantly slowed. A powerful being at the divine spirit realm remarked hesitantly. Indeed, the ascent of the water surface has decelerated. Could there be some hidden mystery below? The crowd was once again astonished, their spiritual awareness probing beneath the water's surface. Alas, the pink toxic water corroded even their spiritual perception, causing it to retract swiftly. Shall we remain observant? Perhaps a turning point will arise? Qiao Heng hesitated, reassuring himself with a thought. Well, let us observe before making any judgments. The gathered cultivators fixed their anxious gazes upon the pink water, attempting to maintain their composure. At that moment, Haocen had already discovered a point of leakage beneath the surface, relentlessly assaulting it. The tremors experienced earlier were indeed the result of his attacks. After the span of an incense stick, the leak was sealed, with no more water seeping through. However, it was still not the critical point. Haocen resumed his search. Unbeknownst to him, the reactions of the cultivators standing above the collapsed floor of the treasure hall went unnoticed, as his focus remained entirely on the underwater exploration. As time passed, one after another, leakage points were located and sealed. A day elapsed, and the water level had risen by less than half a foot, leaving the cultivators exchanging bewildered glances, utterly confused about the situation and its implications. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The group was utterly exhausted. Several of the weaker cultivators were on the brink of collapse, their defensive artifacts depleted. Relying solely on the residual true essence within to form protective energy armor against the toxic water. In this moment, they consumed medicinal pills to sustain their dwindling energy. Without the protection of their artifacts, they could only rely on their pure magical power to resist the corrosive properties of the toxic water, a strategy that was feasible in the short term but utterly unsustainable. During these days, Gai Yunxia and Wu Ku had fallen completely silent. The tremors beneath the water persisted, albeit infrequently, with long intervals between each occurrence. The absence of any creature or person surfacing had become a matter of indifference to the crowd. Suddenly, a towering column of water erupted into the air. "What is that?" someone exclaimed, as it appeared to be a person. The cultivators were startled and turned to face the direction of the water column, finally discerning that it was indeed an individual emerging from the depths. This person was enveloped in an invisible barrier, seemingly isolating them from the toxic water, as they hovered above the surface. However, their appearance remained indistinct to the senses of the onlookers. In truth, this was a remarkable characteristic of the domain. As long as one wished to remain undetected, others could not penetrate the barrier with their consciousness to perceive the aura within. At that moment, the figure that had surfaced exuded an enigmatic aura, shrouded in mystery. "Greetings, fellow cultivators," the person said, their voice calm and powerful, possessing a certain charm that instilled tranquility among the crowd. This individual was none other than Haocen, who had been tirelessly searching for a way out beneath the water. His emergence filled the onlookers with a glimmer of hope, as if he were their sole lifeline. After all, they had witnessed him rise from the depths, indicating that he had been active below the surface. They began to connect the previous violent tremors to his efforts. "Have you discovered anything remarkable while remaining above?" Haocen inquired, his tone steady and compelling. "We have exhausted all means, but lack the ability to breach the aerial restrictions. We wonder if you have made any discoveries below." The crowd responded with a flurry of inquiries. "It appears our only option to escape lies beneath," Haocen concluded. "Indeed, my friend," one companion replied. "However, I fear we may not endure for long, and the dangers lurking beneath the water remain unknown." A hint of melancholy unconsciously crossed Qiao Heng's face as he spoke. The others shared a similar sentiment, casting helpless glances at Haocen. "Let us proceed this way. I possess a method to ensure everyone's safety. For a brief period, we need not worry about the threat of the poisonous water. We shall dive together and directly break through the rocky layer beneath the water. I firmly believe that this layer cannot be impervious. With our collective strength, we are capable of shattering it," Haocen declared in a grave tone. "Can you truly guarantee our safety?" The group of cultivators inquired hesitantly. Yet, as they gazed at the intangible shield surrounding Haocen, they began to trust in his abilities. "Indeed. However, employing this secret technique, we can only sustain it for a maximum of 1 day. This means we must exert ourselves fully to breach the rocky layer within that time frame. Otherwise, we may be left to perish here," Haocen affirmed with a nod. He, of course, refrained from revealing the truth. With the combined powers of the Demon Suppression Tower and the Jade Pendant Space, remaining here for a decade or more would pose no issue. Driven by the instinct for survival, the group became fervent, willing to follow Haocen's commands. "Very well, 1 day should suffice. Let us give it our all. From this moment onward, all actions will follow his arrangements. Regardless of our respective factions, should anyone hesitate, we shall unite against them." Wei Zihan was the first to voice support, with others quickly agreeing. "Everyone, gather your strength. After a stick of incense, we will commence our actions." As soon as Wei Zihan's words faded, Haocen began issuing orders. The time taken for a stick of incense felt like an eternity. "Now, my fellow friends, please gather close to me, within a radius of 10 feet, and I assure you, none shall suffer from the corrosive waters," Haocen proclaimed. His thoughts shifting as a field of power materialized, creating a barrier of approximately 10 feet in diameter. Without hesitation, the survivors gravitated toward Haocen, and in mere moments, all 30 or so of them were enveloped within his conjured domain. At that moment, Relief washed over them as they retrieved elixirs, spirit stones, and other resources, beginning to meditate and restore their energy. Haocen recognized their profound exhaustion and chose not to rush them, allowing them to recuperate at their own pace. Aware of the urgency of their situation, each individual diligently focused on regaining their strength, and within less than an hour, the survivors stood revitalized. "Thank you, my friend," they collectively expressed in unison. "There is no need for such formality. The pressing matter at hand is that we must swiftly vacate this collapsing, toxic cavern. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our circumstances become," Haocen stated candidly, articulating his views on their perilous situation. "Indeed, you are familiar with the underwater conditions. Please share your thoughts, and we shall surely devote ourselves to your guidance." "Precisely. Do not hesitate to express your insights, dear friend," the group urged, their demeanor exceedingly courteous. "Very well, please follow me," Haocen responded without hesitation, and with that, he activated his domain, leading the group into the depths of the water. As they entered the realm Haocen had conjured, they gazed at the poisonous waters, now isolated a mere 10 feet away. Their expressions varied. They quietly regarded Haocen before silently adjusting their mental states. In the realm of Tianwu, the cultivators from both the main continent and the small world momentarily subdued their enmity, channeling their efforts toward survival. United under the command of Haocen, they prepared diligently, ready to explore the toxic underground caverns for an escape route. Within a mere incense stick's time, shielded by Haocen's domain, they reached the subterranean passage. After 7 days of diligent exploration, Haocen discerned that this passage was a dead end, devoid of any exit. The points of seepage, which had previously threatened their safety, were largely sealed by Haocen himself. Chapter 461, Desperate Escape, 3. Yet, a dozen significant seepage points remained, which he could scarcely hope to seal alone. He suspected that these major points might connect directly to the outside world, prompting his decision to lead his companions here. With collective resolve, they set about sealing these seepage points. As Haocen's command resonated, over 30 cultivators sprang into action, exerting their full strength, causing the entire underground passage to tremble with their efforts. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the seepage points along the walls of the passage were sealed through their combined might, leaving no trace of water seeping through. Following Haocen's lead, they began to collect the toxic water. With the seepage point sealed, Haocen produced a storage ring and swiftly gathered a portion of the toxic liquid. Responding to Haocen's directives, the group retrieved their spatial treasures to collect the toxic water from the collapsed caverns and passageways. After 3 incense sticks of time had elapsed, not a single drop of water remained to seep through the underground caverns and passages. After a brief respite, Haocen noted that the toxic water they had gathered was highly corrosive. Depending on the quality of their treasures, the corrosive intensity varied, affecting the time it would take for them to be destroyed. They needed to excavate an escape route as swiftly as possible. Haocen pointed to a sealed seepage point on the left stone wall, remarking that the water seeping from this location was pure and untainted. The mention of this sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of his companions. "Then what are we waiting for? Is this the place?" Qiao Heng inquired, stepping forward. "Indeed, this is the spot," Haocen affirmed decisively. "Let us commence." Before his words could fully resonate, Qiao Heng struck the left stone wall with a fierce punch, shattering the seal and unleashing a surge of pristine water. "Continue, take turns," Haocen commanded with unwavering composure. Boom. An hour later, the group had unleashed hundreds of strikes, flooding the passage once more with the pure, unpolluted water that gushed forth from the stone wall. It is indeed effective. Let us carry on. There should be an underground current nearby. I suspect that if we dig from this point, we can carve out a passage free of toxic water." Dantai Yunlei exclaimed with glee. "Precisely, my friends, let us persevere." With renewed vigor, the group was filled with excitement and determination. Boom. They continued to excavate in turns, delving several zhang deep. Although they were immersed in water, the absence of toxins made their labor far more comfortable. The environment was devoid of dust, allowing them to rest and refresh as needed. In their joint effort to escape peril, the cultivators from Tianwu and the small world forged bonds of trust and camaraderie. Human hearts are inherently tender. A gesture of respect is reciprocated manifold. Together, we shall navigate through the storms of adversity. At this moment, just outside the 4th treasure hall, near the perilous 1,000-layered illusionary killing formation, Guy Yunxia, who was fervently refining the inked jade scepter, suddenly opened his eyes. Having initially succeeded in the refinement, a surge of elation washed over him. Meanwhile, his junior brother, Wuku, silently guarded him while also contemplating the ancestral teachings. Upon the jade platform lay 3 treasures. Gai Yunxia held the inked jade scepter, while the ancestral jade slip and the purple gold order were firmly in Wuku's possession. The 2 brothers possessed unwavering confidence in the subterranean cave's defenses. Traps laid by the alliance below concealed highly corrosive poison, and above, the ancestral prohibitions against flight were firmly in place. They paid no heed to the commotion below. After observing the crumbling cave's edge for a while, they grew indifferent to the fate of those below. However, for precautionary reasons, the 2 did not stray far from the collapsed cavern, retreating only to the entrance where they focused intently on their respective tasks. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the ground, startling Gai Yunxia and interrupting his refinement of the inked jade scepter. Enraged, he vented his frustrations at the heavens before gradually calming down. After a moment of silent attunement, reassured by the absence of disturbances from beneath, he resumed his efforts, while Wuku delved back into the ancestral techniques. Unbeknownst to them, the cultivators trapped within the collapsed cave had breached a passage leading to an underground river. The tremor was the result of their collective efforts to seal the newly unearthed tunnel, severing the connection between the dark river and the collapsed cave. Haha. It seems our esteemed companion is quite formidable. We have escaped the toxic waters of the cave. It is merely a matter of time before we are free, Qiao Heng proclaimed, casting spells to seal the passage as he laughed heartily. Indeed, once we emerge, we shall ensure that Gai Yunxia and Wuku face the consequences of their actions. Humph, we care not for Gai Yunxia's fate, considering our collaboration. As long as you refrain from invading our little world, we shall overlook past grievances. However, the 3 items in Gai Yunxia's possession are off-limits. Should you dare to touch them, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, Dantai Yunlei warned the cultivators of Tianwu continent sternly. Indeed, Dantai's sentiments echo the will of all cultivators within our small world. As the 2 factions remained ensnared, tensions began to rise once more. Enough, everyone. Whether we can escape remains uncertain. Might we set aside our grievances for the moment and focus on finding a way out? Haocen chided, exasperated by the brewing discord. Fortunately, a physical confrontation was averted. Otherwise, he would have taken it upon himself to find an escape alone. Ah, your words resonate, my friend. I owe you a favor for today's events. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Qiao, would traverse fire and mountain without a second thought. Here is a token of my goodwill, Qiao Heng said, handing Haocen an iron plate with a solemn promise. Our martial hall is equally committed, echoed another. We of the Liang sect share the same resolve. Even the denizens of this small world acknowledged their indebtedness to Haocen. In a spirit of camaraderie, they offered tokens of gratitude, which Haocen graciously accepted. At this moment, the cultivators experienced an unprecedented harmony, working diligently together to extricate themselves from their plight. Haocen employed the technique of spiritual sight, continuously surveying the surrounding changes and adjusting the excavation's trajectory accordingly. As the group sensed that the rock layers were becoming increasingly pliable, they began to incline their efforts upwards. Under Haocen's guidance, they advanced with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, Gai Yunxia was at a critical juncture in refining the inked jade scepter. His exertion had exceeded safe limits. Veins bulged, sweat dripped from his brow. Yet he had managed to refine over 70% of the scepter. In half an hour, he thought, I shall completely refine the inked jade scepter, seize control of this small world, and restore the ancient battle alliance's glory. Dantai Yunlei and Wei Zihan, I sincerely hope you endure until then. I shall inscribe heart symbols upon all of you, aiding me in unifying the Tianwu continent and subsequently the entire Qianyuan realm. What my ancestors could not accomplish, I shall fulfill. With such thoughts, Gai Yunxia's heart surged with excitement, his ambition stronger than ever, and a hint of smugness crept onto his face. Unbeknownst to him, his junior brother Wuku was locked in fierce internal conflict, his expression shifting tumultuously. Strike now, eliminate him, and you shall be the sole victor. With but a slight motion, the entire world would be yours. Gai Yunxia was correct. Those destined for greatness must possess a ruthless heart, unflinching in slaughter. No, 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 he is my senior brother. My only brother. I cannot take his life. Kill him. Your senior brother has always overshadowed you, monopolizing all the benefits. Once he fully refines the ink jade scepter, the chance to eliminate him will vanish. By then, he will reign supreme. Why would he care for you? Slay him. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens shall punish them. No, he is my only kin, more than a brother. How could I commit such an act? What of brotherhood? Historically, have not emperors been ruthless? Fratricide is commonplace. Besides, he is merely your senior brother. What is there to prevent you from killing him? From childhood, Guy Yunxia has never shown you mercy. He has claimed everything first, leaving you with scraps. Now, he directly refines the ink jade scepter without consulting you. Kill him. A selfish man like him deserves death. Otherwise, when will you ever rise? Indeed, he is selfish. With him around, I shall forever remain in his shadow. When he unifies the realm of cultivators, who will remember that Wuku is also a descendant of the Battle Alliance. The ink jade scepter is mine. The small world is mine. The unification of the cultivators should be accomplished by me, Wuku. I am destined to be the foremost in the world, reigning supreme. Wuku's heart wrestled with conflicting thoughts, a relentless debate raging within his mind. Ultimately, with a fierce expression, he drew his sword, striking like lightning into Guy Yunxia's back. Oh, junior brother, why? Guy Yunxia could scarcely believe that his once revered junior would betray him in such a treacherous manner. The piercing blade inflicted profound agony, jolting Guy Yunxia from his reverie. Wuku's merciless strike shattered Guy Yunxia's heart, causing his vital energy to surge forth uncontrollably. The moment chosen by the adversary coincided precisely with the critical juncture of Guy Yunxia's refinement of the ink jade rui. He was utterly unprepared and had exhausted his magical power to such a degree that he possessed no ability to resist. Guy Yunxia gazed at his junior brother, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. This was what you, my elder brother, had conveyed to me. Those who achieve great things must be ruthless and decisive in their slaughters. Fear not, my brother. The task of revitalizing the War Alliance shall be entrusted to your junior brother. From beneath the 9 springs, witness as your junior brother reigns supreme, unifying the realm of cultivators and proclaiming the might of our War Alliance. Aku roared madly. With this strike, Aku transformed entirely, no longer a shadow of Guy Yunxia, but rather a frenzied demon. Good, good, splendid. This strike is executed flawlessly. Elder brother shall observe from the depths of the underworld as you unify the realm of cultivators. Guy Yunxia wore a wretched expression, fully aware of his impending demise, and laughed in fury. He had never anticipated that at the pinnacle of his life, he would meet his end at the hands of his most trusted junior brother. It was indeed a tremendous irony. Tears streamed from Guy Yunxia's eyes as he severed his own lifeline. Clink! Guy Yunxia loosened his grip, and the ink jade rui fell to the ground, rolling away. Chapter 462. Escape from death. From this day forth, I, Aku, shall reign supreme. Aku relaxed his grip, and Guy Yunxia, along with his sword, collapsed onto the ground, blood instantly saturating the earth. Yet he remained unfazed, summoning the ink jade rui back into his hand. This is the heart of the small world. Elder brother, your greatest aspiration in life was to reclaim the small world and unify the realm of cultivators. I shall fulfill your wish. Aku laughed maniacally for a long while before finally calming down, channeling all his energy into refining the ink jade rui. Boom. At that moment, the entire secret realm trembled violently. Aku was startled, and the ink jade rui slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Finally, they have emerged. Haocen and his companions unexpectedly reappeared in the treasure passage. Guy Yunxia, come forth and meet your demise. The voices of the cultivators echoed endlessly within the treasure passage. The formations, seals, and barriers could not impede the wild laughter of delight. Impossible, it must be an illusion, Aku muttered to himself. His mind became a chaotic whirl, unable to fathom that these individuals could have escaped from their entrapment. They were clearly confined within the underground caverns and could not possibly emerge. Yet, the voices continued to reach his ears, relentless and inescapable, echoing like a death knell. After a considerable time, as he sensed the voices drawing nearer, he finally accepted that this was no dream. Those trapped in the caverns had truly escaped. Flee! Aku swiftly removed Guy Yunxia's storage ring, discovering 3 tokens, collected the ink jade rui from the ground, and hurried towards the cave's exit. Where do you think you're going? Just as Aku painfully crossed the 1,000-zhang chain of illusionary killing formations, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by a ferocious gust of wind from a palm. The others had just arrived, lying in ambush on either side of the rock wall, witnessing Oku burst forth from the thousand-zhang chain of illusionary killing formations. The formidable power of the small world, Dantai Yunlei, immediately shouted loudly. Bang! In a state of panic, Oku failed to notice the ambush that lay in wait. As he dashed forward, he was struck on the back by a forceful palm from Dantai Yunlei, sending him tumbling several feet to crash onto the ground of the passageway. Flee! Oku had no desire to engage in combat. He quickly sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the exit ahead. Haha, right here. A booming voice echoed as he passed through the illusionary array, revealing Wei Zihan of the Martial Hall lying in wait. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Dantai Yunlei's attempt to intercept Oku, Wei Zihan and others hastily arrived at the illusionary array to confront Oku once more. Oku's heart raced with trepidation as he swiftly turned and dashed back into the illusion. However, Qiao Heng had already caught sight of him and launched a merciless attack. Boom! Oku, unwilling to engage, sought to escape once again but was struck by a powerful punch from his adversary. Do not force my hand! Oku bellowed frantically, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Qiao Heng. Without hesitation, Qiao Heng unleashed another spell, sending Oku crashing to the ground once more. Oh! Those who stand against me shall perish. The three saints descend. Oku roared, brandishing the Three Alliance token and unleashing 3 drops of his essence blood. Instantly, 3 spectral figures appeared behind him. These were the 3 sacred beasts. Kill! In a frenzied state, Oku surged toward Qiao Heng, radiating an overwhelming aura that even made Qiao Heng's heart race, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. In that moment, Oku darted past him like a gust of wind. How can I allow myself to be toyed with? No, I absolutely cannot let him escape. Otherwise, how will I hold my head high before my fellow comrades? Qiao Heng exerted himself to pursue Oku. However, Oku's speed was astonishing, a newly comprehended secret technique that doubled his power instantaneously, albeit at the cost of his essence blood, making it a precious resource to be used sparingly. Where do you think you're going? Stay here, Qiao Heng roared, summoning a short sword that he hurled forward with great force. Smack! Oku instinctively retaliated with a punch, deflecting the short sword while continuing his relentless advance. Suddenly, a black sword light appeared ahead, striking without warning as if emerging from the void itself. Boom! The dark blade struck Oku, not killing him but instead shredding one of his garments to reveal the black armor beneath. Nevertheless, the force of the blow pushed Oku back 3 steps, allowing him to see a figure materialize before him. It is you, Taoist Chenhao. Why do you obstruct my path? Oku recognized Haocen instantly, subconsciously regarding him as a comrade from the adventuring party. Where is Gui Yunxia? Haocen demanded. My senior brother has been slain by those behind us. Fellow Taoist, let us escape together, Oku exclaimed, attempting to rush past Haocen. Fellow Taoist, you should stay? Haocen calmly unleashed a wave of sword energy, once again blocking Oku's path. It seems you are determined to make this difficult for my brother, Oku remarked, his expression darkening. The one who will trouble you is on his way. Haocen indicated towards the pursuers approaching from behind. Haha, I thank you, Taoist Chenhao, for holding him up. Leave the rest to me. You may simply observe. Qiao Heng, no longer concealing his prowess, emanated the aura of the spirit realm and laughed maniacally, merging with his sword as he lunged toward Oku in a flash. As Oku beheld the enigmatic Haocen ahead and the fierce Qiao Heng approaching from behind, he realized that escape was no longer an option. With determination, he turned to confront his adversary. While the effects of the Zijin token's secret method still lingered, he felt confident in deploying the ethereal forms of the 3 holy beasts to vanquish his foe. Thuds echoed as Qiao Heng unleashed a whirlwind of swordplay. Despite Oku's augmented strength from the secret technique, he found it challenging to break through the onslaught of blades. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, and Oku, having battled alongside several formidable opponents, began to feel his stamina wane. As the duration of the secret method neared its end, his strength commenced its decline. Conversely, Qiao Heng grew increasingly ferocious, executing grand spells and sword techniques that forced Oku to endure each strike head-on. Unbeknownst to them, they had attracted a throng of onlookers. The cultivators who had escaped the abyss had assembled, encircling Oku and Qiao Heng. However, none intervened in their fierce duel. Despair engulfed Oku, and regret gnawed at his heart. Had his senior brother been present, he could have subdued everyone with his mastery over the miniature world. Alas, Remorse was a luxury that could not be afforded. Half an hour later, Oku was ultimately vanquished by Qiao Heng, his corporeal form shattered, and his primordial spirit dissipated. My apologies, esteemed friends, for not being able to spare a life in the heat of the moment, Qiao Heng remarked, finally emerging from his frenzied state after slaying his opponent. Haha, there is no need for concern, my friend. This man deserved his fate. The outcome was inevitable, and leaving any survivors was unnecessary. Wei Zihan from the Martial Hall chimed in, attempting to alleviate Qiao Heng's embarrassment. You speak wisely, Wei. However, now that both individuals are deceased, let us take charge of the aftermath, Dantai Yunlei interjected. Surely, no one has objections? Indeed. The time for the secret realm to close is approaching. We shall take our leave. I wish you all the fortune to master this miniature world and break free from your confines. Dantai Yunlei continued. Qiao Heng exchanged glances with several others, extending blessings to the inhabitants of the miniature world. The others nodded in agreement, as they had previously settled that the 3 treasures atop the Jade platform would belong to the cultivators of this realm. At this moment, the treasures had long been claimed by all, rendering further presence unnecessary. Both sides had suffered significant losses in this assault on the miniature world. Although they had once been bitter enemies, a truce had formed. They no longer sought each other's blood, which was a commendable resolution. Dantai Yunlei then directed those around him to gather Oku's storage ring and all of his possessions. Earlier, they had discovered the deceased Gai Yunxia and had searched him, only to find him devoid of any belongings. Dantai Yunlei surmised that Oku had plundered Gai Yunxia's possessions. Esteemed friends, as we part ways, I hope we may meet again in the outside world for a joyous reunion, devoid of conflict, Wei Zihan said with a smile. May your words come to pass. Dantai also hopes for a future devoid of strife, Dantai Yunlei remarked, revealing a rare smile to the assembly. Haha, my friends, let us dissolve our grievances over laughter and camaraderie, Haocen proclaimed joyously. He produced a miraculous wine gourd from his hand, uncorking it to release an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the air. The crowd instinctively twitched their noses, clearly drawn in by the alluring fragrance of the wine. Haha, I did not expect my fellow cultivator to possess such celestial liquor. The mere scent speaks volumes of its extraordinary nature. Please, serve me a cup, Qiao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, boldly retrieving a wine cup and striding towards Haocen. Do not rush, my friend. Today, we have ample wine. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated, lest our acquaintance be in vain, Haocen replied with a smile. Indeed, my friend speaks wisely. However, wine must be accompanied by meat. Please wait a moment, said Dantai Yunlei with a booming voice, swiftly darting out of the passageway. Let us also venture outside. Drinking before the deceased does not inspire much joy, Haocen declared, leading the charge towards the exit, with the others nodding in agreement and following closely behind. Upon reaching the stone door, they found Dantai Yunlei awkwardly standing before it, anxiously fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. As the crowd beheld his flustered state, laughter erupted among them, creating a more amicable atmosphere. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they temporarily activated the ink Jade Rui to open the stone door. This door could only be unlocked from the outside with 3 tokens, while from the inside, it required the ink Jade Rui for control. Previously, Haocen had been unaware of this mechanism and had attempted to force it open, only to return empty-handed and retreat inside the cave. Although the ink Jade Rui had been entrusted to the guardians of the small world, it had yet to be refined, given its significance to the interests and dominion of the small world, necessitating careful deliberation. Thus, it remained temporarily in the custody of those close to Dantai Yunlei. Upon exiting the stone door, they found themselves outside the secret realm, hunting a few wild beasts, enjoying meat roasted by the cultivators of the small world, and sipping the wine brought forth by Haocen. They reveled in the joyous atmosphere, teetering on the brink of intoxication. The wine presented by Haocen, known as the drunken immortal wine, lived up to its name, causing all 30 or so spirit transformation cultivators to sway unsteadily, Haocen included. The next day, Haocen finally departed the small world alongside the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, returning to the mainland and bidding each other farewell with heartfelt wishes. Chapter 463. Blue Yuan Sea. Having left the ancient Battle Alliance's small world, they returned to the Tianwu continent, which posed no further dangers threatening Haocen. At this moment, Shuang'er and Shan'er had once again entered deep cultivation. Haocen, Therefore, summon Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui from the jade pendant space to let them breathe fresh air. The location was not far from the Blue Yuan Sea, and all three wished to see the ocean. Following Lung Ziyu's suggestion, they opted not to fly using swords but instead took a flying shuttle, stopping intermittently to enjoy the scenic beauty along the way. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chui often found herself in a huff with Haocen and Ziyu. Each night, Haocen would concoct excuses to send Xiao Chui to the jade pendant space to accompany Linger and play, denying her the chance to admire the enchanting night scenery. Meanwhile, Haocen and Ziyu reveled freely in their affections for one another. Thus, what should have been a journey of merely 10 days stretched into over a month before they finally reached the Blue Yuan Strait. Blue Yuan Sea. Haha, they exclaimed. Standing atop the flying shuttle, gazing into the distance, the sky and water merge in a splendid blue, where the heavens and sea embrace in perfect harmony. The vast expanse of the ocean evokes a sense of tranquility and freedom. Below, the azure waters of the Blue Origin Sea stretch infinitely, waves crashing against the rocky shores with a thunderous roar, sending forth sprays of white foam. In this moment, Haoyen's spirit ascends, as if brushing against the threshold of transcendence. The sea, with its capacity to encompass all rivers, embodies a grand and open heart, teeming with aspirations and ideals, as well as the tumultuous trials of life. The Blue Origin Sea lies between the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent. It derives its name from the belief of the practitioners residing here, who perceive the sea's vital essence as a brilliant blue. According to the ancient maritime charts obtained from the secret lands of Nightshade City, this sea boasts a staggering 300 islands of varying sizes, including 321 large islands and 56 super-large islands. These records, however, are merely reflective of Haoyen's navigational maps. For millennia have passed, and the ever-changing tides have transformed the landscape. Islands may submerge one day, only to be replaced by newly emerged land the next. The boundless and unpredictable sea poses a formidable challenge, even for those at the nascent soul stage, who may find traversing the Blue Origin Strait an unattainable feat. The capricious oceanic climate, coupled with the fearsome avian and marine beasts, adds to the peril. When soaring above or sailing through these waters, encountering swarms of aerial monsters and lurking sea creatures leaves one with little choice but to fight for survival, with few emerging unscathed. Yet, between the islands of the Blue Origin Sea, teleportation arrays are established. Small islands can connect to small islands, large islands to large ones, and super-large islands can only link to other super-large islands. These arrays facilitate swift travel between islands, though financial resources are requisite. The teleportation arrays serve as a more efficient means of transportation than flying shuttles or ships. For those of lesser cultivation or ordinary individuals, utilizing these arrays remains but a distant dream. Haoyen shared his knowledge of the Blue Origin Sea with the two women. Thus, relying on the teleportation arrays of the islands, they could easily reach those closer to the continental edge. Haoyen casually produced a printed map detailing the distribution of the islands in the Blue Origin Sea. The three examined the layout closely, and Haoyen pinpointed the shortest maritime route between the Tianwu continent and the Tianyuan continent. Excellent. Let us venture into the Blue Origin Sea. With the route established, the trio once again boarded the flying shuttle, which surged forth with the power of high-grade elemental stones, achieving speeds comparable to those of practitioners at the spirit-severing stage. It even surpassed Haoyen's own flying speed. He refrained from displaying his ship, mindful that attracting unwanted attention could bring trouble. Thus, it was wiser to act with discretion and caution. The expanse of the Blue Origin Sea was vast, and as the three traveled at great speed aboard the flying shuttle, they covered a distance of thousands of miles without sighting a single island. However, this did not deter Haoyen and his companions. After a brief pause for maintenance, Haoyen stowed the current shuttle and retrieved another from the spatial pendant, ready to continue their journey. As they soared once more, Ziyu and Xiaocui wished to savor the experience of flying over the ocean. At their behest, Haocen gradually reduced the speed of the flying shuttle. As they traversed the endless expanse of the sea, their gaze was met solely with water, an infinite stretch of ocean devoid of any other sight. Growing weary of the monotony, Xiaocui and Ziyu soon found the pace of the shuttle too languid, urging Haocen to accelerate. Thus, it was always their voices that dictated the course. The Blue Origin Sea was indeed vast and boundless. Encountering an island amidst the sea was no simple task. Haocen marveled at the ocean's grandeur in his heart. The first island destined on his nautical path was one known as Flying Fish Island. The trio's journey to Flying Fish Island was motivated by its culinary delights. Had it not been for the women's suggestion, Haocen would not have thought to visit this island. Renowned for its abundance of flying fish, the island derived its name from this delicacy. These fish, roughly 4 inches in length, sport wings and possess but a single spine, yielding tender flesh. One need only remove the wings, extract the spine, and cleanse the entrails to obtain exquisite fish meat, a flavor even the cultivators find hard to resist. According to the nautical charts, although classified as a medium-sized island, Flying Fish Island spanned an area of 1,000 square miles. The distance from their current position to Flying Fish Island was still tens of thousands of miles away. Assuming their flight trajectory was correct, it would take them approximately 2 days to arrive, a theoretical estimate under ideal conditions without unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the trio considered themselves quite lucky. Despite the tedium of the journey, they passed the 2 days unscathed. The waters they traversed remained calm, devoid of ferocious storms or encounters with the sea beasts inhabiting the Blue Origin Sea. Ahead lay Flying Fish Island. The island was home to several cultivators and transient travelers. Although the waters were fraught with danger, opportunities often accompanied risks, for the ocean harbored numerous treasures. Countless cultivators resided on these islands year-round. As the outline of the island came into view, it appeared diminutive at first, but as the shuttle advanced, it grew larger and larger. Numerous smaller islands encircled, interlinked with one another. In Haocen's estimation, it would be more fitting to refer to Flying Fish Island as the Flying Fish Archipelago, for the previous nomenclature was lacking in merit. Flying Fish Island, being the largest among the archipelago, was not without its share of lurking beasts, both aquatic and terrestrial, with an abundance of avian and terrestrial creatures. The map in Haocen's possession merely depicted the geographical location of Flying Fish Island within the archipelago. Although viewed from above, the solitary Flying Fish Island spanned a mere 3,000 miles. The archipelago encompassed vast stretches of sea measuring tens of thousands of miles. The trio navigated through the archipelago towards Flying Fish Island. Surrounded by the sea, Flying Fish Island seemed to offer numerous points of entry and exit. However, it was fraught with various mechanisms and traps, rendering few brave enough to venture within. Like other islands within the Blue Origin Sea, each was claimed by various factions, though most were occupied by wandering cultivators. They may linger here for decades at times, or hastily depart after merely a few years, heading towards other islands. Each island offers a semblance of safety, provided one does not provoke the formidable powers. Every cultivator can find a sanctuary for their existence. However, in the realm of Qianyuan, strength reigns supreme in every corner. Should your prowess fall short and your aspirations soar high, your fate is likely to culminate in demise. On the island, one must either possess formidable strength, thus remaining undisturbed, or adopt a humble demeanor, proceeding with utmost discretion. Otherwise, the atmosphere here does not prohibit violence. Chapter 464. The Charm of the Islands. Part 1. Feiyu Island is dominantly ruled by Feiyu Pavilion, which occupies the entirety of the isle. Following it are the 2 major factions, Huanhai Sect and Haitian Gate, which collectively control approximately 30% of the territories across the other islands. Meanwhile, the remaining myriad of islands are divided among weaker factions such as the Loose Cultivators Alliance, Beta Sect, and Shinji Pavilion. Nevertheless, the Loose Cultivators Alliance in the Lan Yuan Sea is a force to be reckoned with. Although they are deemed loose cultivators, they display remarkable unity when faced with oppression. This phenomenon is not exclusive to Feiyu Island. It is a commonality across other islands as well. Even the Lan Yuan Alliance, the foremost among the 4 major powers in the Lan Yuan Sea, would refrain from bullying those formidable loose cultivators. This dynamic largely hinges on one's prestige among the ranks of loose cultivators. If one is merely an obscure figure, even in the face of egregious mistreatment, no one will come to their aid. Conversely, if you are a master above the nascent soul realm, no faction would dare to act against you indiscriminately, for it would implicate the interests of other formidable loose cultivators. They represent the most powerful collective among loose cultivators and are not to be trifled with. Of course, having a powerful friend or a reliable background can facilitate a prosperous existence. If one possesses nothing, they must strive for their own success, ensuring not to provoke others. For as long as you maintain a low profile and a humble stance, you are less likely to attract unnecessary attention. After all, no one is foolish. The seemingly weak individual you bully today might encounter fortuitous circumstances and forge alliances with powerful beings tomorrow, leaving you in dire straits. Alternatively, they might fortuitously inherit a legacy, enabling them to rise swiftly in power. Thus, the Lan Yuan Sea can be considered a haven for the weak. The number of islands is limited, and transportation is fraught with challenges, resulting in a restricted flow of people. The seas are separated by vast expanses. Those from the mainland who venture into the Lan Yuan Sea in search of treasures must rely on fortune, hoping for calm weather to reach the archipelago. Upon arriving at Feiyu Island, should one seize the opportunity, everyone is destined for a moment of prominence. Unlike the mainland, where the territory is boundless and the flow of people is unrestricted, today, Haocen, accompanied by Ziyu and Xiao Chui, arrived at this place. Fortune smiled upon the trio as they journeyed to Feiyu Island without encountering any peril. However, the three merely sought a leisurely exploration, akin to their previous adventures in the forests and grasslands of the mainland, merely curious about the allure of the sea and eager to savor the joys of island life. In recent days, Flying Fish Island has opened its gates wide, with vessels arriving daily across the sea, and the people of Feiyu Pavilion bustling about in a scene of lively activity. Although Feiyu Pavilion stands as the preeminent force on Flying Fish Island, the bountiful and picturesque Flying Fish Archipelago is gradually gaining recognition among the populace. The various factions from the Blue Origin Sea, drawn by the island's geographical advantage and wealth, are eager to lay claim to the archipelago. To safeguard the interests of the indigenous people of Flying Fish Archipelago, Flying Fish Island has forged alliance agreements with the factions within the archipelago and several neighboring islands, convening a council annually. This council aims to facilitate exchanges of magical techniques and skills among the disciples of different sects, while also strengthening the bonds of alliance among the major factions, allowing them to unite in times of adversity. Following the customary rotation, this year's council is to be held on Flying Fish Island, which also serves as the headquarters for the Flying Alliance. The mysteries surrounding the Flying Fish Archipelago are well known in the martial world, and with the headquarters of the Alliance situated here, it has become an island that ordinary individuals cannot approach recklessly. This year, Flying Fish Island has proclaimed that any disciple from any sect who triumphs in the council's competition will earn the hand of the island's lord, Yuan Wenlan, a mid-stage transformation cultivator and the master of Feiyu Pavilion, in marriage to his daughter, Yuan Ziki. This announcement has stirred quite a commotion in the Blue Origin Sea, drawing the attention of curious onlookers from the nearby Tianmu continent as well. Yuan Wenlan has but one son and one daughter. His son, Yuan Ji, has succumbed to the perils of cultivation and lost his sanity. His daughter, Yuan Ziki, at the tender age of 16, is not only strikingly beautiful, but has also received the true teachings of Yuan Wenlan, achieving the mid-foundation establishment stage at such a young age. The prominence of Feiyu Pavilion in the martial world is largely attributed to its unique cultivation techniques and the exceptional flying feather sword. Should someone truly emerge victorious at this council, it would not only mean winning a fair maiden's affection, but also deepen the ties between their sect and Flying Fish Island, enhancing their alliance. Both publicly and privately, it is a matter of great significance, prompting various islands and sects to attach great importance to this council, leading to a palpable sense of anticipation among many. When Haocen and his companions finally caught sight of the silhouette of Flying Fish Island, a wave of delightful novelty washed over them. This was their first glimpse of the vast and boundless sea, their inaugural crossing, and their initial encounter with an island. They were not in pursuit of treasure. What others deemed extraordinary treasures appeared to them as mere trinkets. After collecting treasures in the small world's treasure hall, their hands felt weary. Even heavenly-grade artifacts piled up like mountains, unless it was a top-tier artifact or an ancient treasure that met their needs. They would not bother to expend time and effort on collection. Of course, they would not overlook celestial or divine artifacts. They were not there to participate in the council either, but serendipitously stumbled upon the splendor of Flying Fish Island. As the saying goes, those blessed do not fret, while those without fortune suffer greatly. In the small world, apart from fighting and killing, they had been amassing wealth, leaving little room for leisure. The three of them had come here in search of culinary delights. Indeed, it is evident that Haocen possesses remarkable determination, traversing vast distances solely for the sake of a few words exchanged between two individuals. The treasures of the Blue Yuan Sea hold little allure for him. Rather, Haocen's interest lies in observing the teleportation arrays here, seeking to discern their distinctions from those he previously encountered. It is important to note that his prior knowledge encompassed only the restoration of teleportation arrays crafted by predecessors or those replicated according to earlier designs. Haocen aspires to investigate the teleportation arrays between islands, aiming to study the dissimilarities and ultimately devise his own unique teleportation array. One day, he envisions constructing a teleportation array that he has independently completed. Xiao Chui and Ziyu, however, are not preoccupied with such matters. Their singular goal is to indulge in leisure and enjoyment. They delegate all trivial affairs to Haocen for resolution. As the flying shuttle gracefully descended upon the expansive grounds of Flying Fish Island, a steward promptly approached with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to Flying Fish Island. Your arrival truly illuminates our humble abode. Please, do come in." During the conference, the port officials greet each visitor with warmth and hospitality. Regardless of one's purpose, anyone who disembarks during the assembly is treated as a guest. Naturally, they also keenly observe, assessing one's cultivation and attire to speculate on their identity. Upon stepping onto Flying Fish Island, the trio is filled with awe and admiration. The island, distinct from the mountainous sects of the mainland, exudes a unique and enchanting beauty. Along the roadsides flourish rare and exotic flowers, concealing beautifully crafted pavilions amidst the verdant foliage. Even the seemingly haphazard arrangement of a few stone tables and benches is a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. In preparation for the grand event, Flying Fish Island has spared no effort, erecting several elegant wooden structures to accommodate guests from various sections. Although these buildings are constructed from local timber, their intricate decorations are a feast for the eyes. As the trio arrives on Flying Fish Island for the conference, they remain unnoticed by the island's powers. By a lotus pond near the coast, they are guided by port officials into a charming wooden building. This establishment features 2 levels, each with 7 guest rooms. And the 3 of them occupy the second floor, with each person having their own room, which feels rather sparse. However, at dinner time, Haocen realizes that only loose cultivators and small groups like theirs are accommodated in such wooden lodgings. In contrast, visitors from other sects often comprise a minimum of 10 to as many as 100 individuals, with each island hosting its own residence. Each island and sect actively participates in the assembly, forming elite teams through rigorous selection processes to showcase their strength. The assembly not only offers opportunities to broaden one's horizons and forge friendships, but also allows for exploration of the scenic landscapes, enriching one's spirit. Hence, disciples from various islands and sects ardently strive to secure a fortunate place at the gathering. In the grand celebration of the annual assembly, Flying Fish Island naturally hosts a sumptuous banquet to honor its esteemed guests. Unsurprisingly, the unique delicacy of flying fish is also featured prominently. Inside the hall constructed specifically for the assembly, the island's master, Yuan Wenlan, adorned in luxurious satin robes, sits at the head of the dining table, radiating joy. Flanked by various island masters and leaders of sections, a robust young man sat prominently at the upper left corner, standing out like a crane among chickens. This individual was none other than the exiled heir of the cult, Tai Tianlong. The Shifeng Empire of the Tianyuan continent once flourished, and its 14th prince, Tai Shixiao, along with the cult he founded, rose powerfully. However, the actions of the cult soon became an object of disdain among the populace. It underwent several name changes, becoming known as the Blood Shadow Cult, the Blood Shadow Sect, and the Blood God Cult. Yet, despite these alterations, it remains scorned by the people of Tianyuan, still branded as a demonic sect. Following their exile to the Tianwu continent, the cultists exhibited some restraint and rebranded themselves as a divine sect, deceiving the inhabitants of Tianwu. Seated at the upper right corner was Yu Qianlang, a disciple of the Huanhai sect, alongside fellow sect members. During the recruitment examination of the Huanhai sect, the sect leader, Yu Haocen, took a liking to this young man and took him as his disciple. Yu Qianlang, possessing remarkable talent, soon distinguished himself as an exceptional disciple of the Huanhai sect. The sect leader held him in high regard, imparting all his knowledge and eventually adopting him as a son. This time, the Haisha sect dispatched Qin Baitian, a favored disciple of the sect leader, to participate in the alliance competition at Haisha Island. Mu Huinan, the young master of the Qinji Pavilion, was tasked with attending the gathering in place of her father, Mu Pengfei, who was preoccupied with affairs at the northern Ring Island. Qin Baitian, in his early 20s and possessing striking features, although occasionally displaying youthful exuberance, had been under the tutelage of Haocen since childhood, displaying exceptional talent that led him to become a prominent figure of the Qiao sect at such a young age. On this occasion, Mu Huinan, adorned in a pink silk gown, captivated all with her enchanting smile as she made her entrance into the banquet hall. Her presence rendered the previously bustling hall silent. The seating arrangements for these two sects were adjacent to Tai Tianlong and Yu Qianlang at the lower seats of their respective factions. Meanwhile, the Beta sect, the Loose Cultivators Alliance, and various other island sects also sent outstanding disciples to partake in the assembly, taking their places at the dining tables on either side. The tables were laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes and seasonal fruits. The banquet was lively and vibrant, with the sounds of music filling the air, as cups clinked and laughter resonated, creating an atmosphere of merriment. However, discerning eyes could easily see the underlying boredom. Conversations were merely perfunctory exchanges. Haocen and his companions joined the throng of attendees, making their way to the banquet hall for the welcome dinner. They chose a secluded corner and occupied a table, focusing solely on feasting. Particularly, Xiao Zui relished the flying fish dish as if she had never eaten before, consuming nearly the entirety of it herself. She buried her face in the plate, devouring everything delicious that was presented, filling her belly to the brim. Eventually, Haocen and Ziyu ceased their own eating, tending to Xiao Zui instead, requesting more of the dishes she had not yet had her fill of and replenishing the exquisite wine. From the onset of the banquet, they were keen to observe the unparalleled beauty of the renowned ladies of Flying Fish Island. Yet, much to their disappointment, the enchanting Miss Yuan Xilan of Flying Fish Island never made an appearance. This absence further dampened the spirits of both Yu Qianlang and Tai Tianlong. In the realm of martial arts, Yu Qianlang is often referred to as Qianlang Diao Shui, a fierce individual known for his taciturn nature. When his wrath is unleashed, he becomes uncontrollable. Similarly, Tai Tianlong appears to be of a higher caliber, eschewing conversation with others, consumed only by his own indulgence in wine. The banquet continued its revelry until the stroke of midnight, after which the attendees dispersed, each returning to their bamboo lodgings to rest, eagerly anticipating the dawn of the Alliance Conference to behold the beauty of the young island master. The night on Feiyu Island was intoxicating, with a gentle sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness, creating ripples in the lotus pond nestled among the bamboo houses. The fragrance of blooming lotuses enveloped the atmosphere, refreshing and delightful, awakening Haocen from his slumber. Yet, at this hour, the island lay in profound silence, save for a single window in the central bamboo house where a faint light flickered. Inside, Yuan Wenlan paced with furrowed brows, occasionally pressing his hand to his forehead, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziki remained seated beside a tea table, silent and contemplative. Dressed in a pink blouse that revealed her slender arms, she vigorously peeled lychees, as if in search of a nut unlike any other, her delicate face betraying a sense of grievance. After a considerable time of pacing, Yuan Wenlan halted in front of Yuan Ziki with a stern visage, stating, "Chi-Chi, this matter is of utmost importance. We cannot allow fleeting emotions to dictate our decisions. Remember, your mother and I were once in a similar predicament. Even I did not harbor affection for her initially, yet I ultimately married her, did I not?" Yuan Ziki's expression shifted abruptly as she coldly interrupted him. Hearing these words, Yuan Wenlan's complexion paled, and he retorted sharply, "As the lord of an island, my word is my bond. To renege would invite scorn in the martial world." Previously, Yuan Wenlan had hinted at the prospect of marrying his beloved daughter to the leader of the Alliance Conference without seeking Yuan Ziki's consent. Qin Baitian from Haisha Island and Yu Qianlang from the Illusory Sea sect were both renowned figures in the Feiyu Island's cultivation community, and upon learning of their attendance, Yuan Wenlan felt a surge of joy. The two factions represented the foremost powers in the region, and whichever disciple emerged victorious would serve Yuan Wenlan's interests splendidly. However, Yuan Ziki, who had secretly harbored feelings for Qin Baitian, was deeply vexed by her father's unilateral decision. The sight of Yu Qianlang and Tai Tianlong arriving on the island only chilled her heart further. Despite Qin Baitian's remarkable talents and his mastery of the heavenly sea arts, facing either Yu Qianlang or Tai Tianlong would likely spell disaster. As for their characters, Yuan Ziki found neither of them appealing. In recent years, Yu Qianlang had become an enigma, his demeanor aloof and his words sparse, a man of little charm. Yuan Ziki resolutely refused to spend her life in the company of a taciturn and mundane man. The enigmatic Tai Tianlong often exuded an unsettling aura, particularly with his pair of eyes that seemed to cast an ominous shadow. Such a man held no allure for her. As for Qin Baitian, he was of a similar age to her and had previously crossed paths with Yuan Xilan. His striking charm and the vibrant confidence reminiscent of a rising sun had long etched themselves into her heart. In Yuan Ziki's eyes, Qin Baitian had become an ideal choice. Yet who could have anticipated that her ambitious father would resort to such underhanded tactics? Thus, she found herself confined within her chamber, brooding in silence, and even chose to forego attending the evening's grand banquet. Cheer, despite your reluctance, your father is growing older and cannot afford to lose face in the martial world. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the Huanhai sect and the blood god cult would even send Qi Lang and Tai Tianlong to the gathering. Observing Yuan Ziki's silence, Yuan Wenlan let out a soft sigh. Is it truly so, father? Yuan Ziki suddenly raised her head, her eyes shimmering with flickers of hopeful delight, akin to a drowning soul grasping at a lifeline. As long as those two did not take the stage, Qin Baitian would have a chance of victory tomorrow. Surely, your father would not deceive you, Yuan Wenlan reassured her. For now, it was wise to employ this delaying tactic to secure his precious daughter. Once the grand event commenced the following day, the outcome would be determined, and the situation would be set. Yuan Wenlan contemplated this in his heart. Chapter 466, Island Charm, Part 3. Early the next morning, Lung Ziyu and Xiao Chui, under the fragrant assault of flowers and grass, found themselves compelled to rise early. Their modest lodgings on the second floor overlooked a lotus pond, a mere 100 feet from the window. Gazing out, beneath the shade of willows, the sight of tender leaves and enchanting blossoms stirred their hearts. Accustomed to the lush mountains and waters of the mainland, the coastal scenery presented a refreshing novelty. After completing their morning rituals, the two descended the stairs with quiet grace. Today, Ziyu donned a simple white silk robe, a garment personally tailored for her by her sister during their time in Shihai City. It draped elegantly upon her, exuding a tranquil beauty that accentuated her figure. Xiao Chui, in a pink dress, added an air of mystery to her youthful charm. The red-tipped leather boots further highlighted the girl's exquisite cuteness, with her large, sparkling almond-shaped eyes radiating brilliance and her rosy cheeks exuding an adorable aura. At this early hour, Ziyu and Xiao Chui moved quietly, careful not to disturb the practitioners next door, gliding past Haocen's room as they slipped out of the small building. Like wisps of smoke, a light fog enveloped the flora. As the two stunning beauties traversed through it, resembling ethereal fairies gracing the mortal realm. Beneath the willow-shaded lotus pond, the varying heights of verdant leaves and the tear-like blossoms of longing showcased the budding lotus, envious in its desire to bloom. The alluring shadows and fragrant blossoms captivated the senses. Although Ziyu and Xiao Chui tread lightly, they inadvertently roused the colorful fish in the pond, creating ripples that left them mesmerized. Just as they knelt by the lotus pond, lost in admiration, they faintly heard voices nearby. As they prepared to rise, a deep male voice interrupted, "No need. Senior brother, if you personally make an appearance today, does it mean you truly intend to marry that Yuan Xilan?" A woman's voice carried a hint of sorrow. After a brief pause, the melancholic voice continued, "Senior brother, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? Junior sister, it is not that I do not like you," Qin Baitian replied in a lowered tone, following a series of soft rustling sounds. A gentle sigh was heard as Xiao Cui prepared to rise and investigate. However, Ziyu abruptly pulled her back, placing a finger over her lips to signal silence. She had discerned that it was a woman's voice, belonging to Qin Baitian of the Haisha sect. Eavesdropping was already somewhat impolite, especially when the other party was engaged in morning exercises. It would be inappropriate to intrude upon such intimate matters. Though it was unintentional, she understood that it was not the right time to recklessly step out, lest both parties find themselves in an awkward predicament. Eventually, the conversation faded into silence, and Ziyu gently brushed her chest before gradually rising. Just as they stood, a purple figure flashed before them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a young woman clad in a light-colored gauzy dress, her enchanting smile directed at them. Ziyu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had encountered this woman at the banquet the previous evening. It was Mu Huinan, the young master of the Qianji Pavilion from Beihuan Island. At that moment, upon seeing Ziyu and Xiao Cui, Mu Huinan was equally puzzled, realizing that such exquisite beauties were hidden here. Particularly, the young girl's face was like a delicate peach blossom, her skin as fair as snow, her lips a rosy hue, and her dark eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters. "Are you residents of this island?" Mu Huinan inquired. Cold Ziyu gently shook her head. "Are you both here to attend the Grand Assembly?" She continued with a smile. "I am Mu Huinan from the Qianji Pavilion of Beihuan Island. Which sect do you belong to?" "I am Cold Ziyu, a disciple of the Ziyu Pavilion, and this is my younger sister," Ziyu replied. Although the inquiry was somewhat abrupt, Cold Ziyu found the woman to be quite amiable and approachable. Thus, she readily introduced herself and her sister. Naturally, Cold Ziyu's Ziyu Pavilion was located far away in the Tianyuan continent and was an obscure merchant association unknown to Mu Huinan, who resided in the Lanyuan Sea. Ziyu Pavilion? Mu Huinan seemed to have no recollection of that name, but did not dwell on it. Instead, she tilted her head, teasingly gazing at the two. "Could it be that you two have been hiding here early in the morning, listening to a couple's intimate conversation?" With her knowing smile, Cold Ziyu quickly realized that Mu Huinan had indeed overheard the earlier exchange, causing her cheeks to flush. "We did not intentionally eavesdrop. My sister and I arrived here long ago to admire the lotus flowers and observe the fish at play. Who would have known that those two would come here to express their feelings?" Despite her usually reserved demeanor in front of strangers, Cold Ziyu felt compelled to clarify given the misunderstanding. At that moment, Xiao Zui, seeing that their conversation was endless, had already run off to find Haocen. As she had no time to linger and chat, she wished to find her brother to play. "All right, I was merely teasing you." Mu Huinan chuckled at Cold Ziyu's flustered state. "Your name is Lung Ziyu?" In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness of Lung Ziyu, Mu Huinan redirected the conversation, saying, "Cold moon, clear breeze, Ziyu brushing against the clouds." "Ziyu, what a lovely name. Your father must be a cultured scholar, right?" Upon hearing these words, Lung Ziyu's expression darkened, and she replied softly, "When I was very young, my parents vanished without a trace." Mu Huinan's smile faltered as she realized her earlier words had been somewhat thoughtless. She quickly stepped forward, took Lung Ziyu's hand, and asked, "Ziyu, how old are you this year?" "I am already 18. You must be younger than I, correct?" "Yes, I just turned 18. Then from now on, let us address each other as sisters. My childhood name is Huier. You may call me Sister Huier from now on. If there is ever an opportunity, come visit me at Qianji Pavilion on Beihuan Island." Thus, Lung Ziyu forged a bond with her newfound sister, Mu Huinan. Speaking of Mu Huinan from Beihuan Island, she is quite renowned in the Blue Yuan Sea, not only for her exceptional beauty, but also for her candid and carefree nature. Although still young, she has traversed the world of practitioners for many years, encountering countless individuals of varying status and honing her discerning eye. Just a brief encounter with Lung Ziyu, a few exchanged words, and by observing her demeanor, Mu Huinan could ascertain that this young woman harbored no ulterior motives, prompting her to initiate their sisterly friendship. After parting ways with Mu Huinan, Lung Ziyu arrived at Haocen's room, where he was playfully engaged with Xiao Zui. She inadvertently overheard a conversation between Qian Baitian of the Haocen sect and a woman expressing affection for each other. Subsequently, she recounted her serendipitous meeting with Mu Huinan at Qianji Pavilion to Haocen and Xiao Zui. "How peculiar," Haocen remarked casually. "Shall we also visit there tomorrow to see for ourselves?" Lung Ziyu's face flushed with embarrassment. "You rogue brother, how dare you tease Sister Ziyu?" Xiao Zui retorted indignantly, "Sister, I'll help you. Let us incapacitate his martial arts." It wasn't until Haocen begged for mercy that Xiao Zui and Ziyu finally relented, breathless from their exertion. Chapter 467. Alliance Gathering Competition. As the sun ascended above the horizon, the Alliance Gathering officially commenced with the ringing of bells. In a spacious square, a colossal contest platform came into view. On either side of the platform, several zhang away, spectator stands were erected. Guests attending the gathering took their seats on the eastern spectator platform, while disciples from various sects participating in the competition gathered on the western side to observe or practice temporarily. Yuan Wenlan, the island lord of Feiyu Island, and his daughter Yuan Ziki occupied the main seats among the distinguished guests on the eastern platform. Dressed in a white top adorned with delicate pink lotus embroidery, Yuan Ziki wore a skirt that cascaded like flowers and held a gossamer green shawl. Her hair, styled elegantly, was adorned with jeweled floral hairpins. With a charming smile and captivating allure, her lips slightly parted, she seemed to constantly stir the emotions of the men around her. Despite the multitude of curious and scrutinizing gazes directed her way, she remained unfazed, occasionally glancing at the platform but mostly fixated on Qian Baitian, a disciple of the Haocen sect. Dashing and handsome, Qian Baitian sat upright in a blue robe embroidered with cloud patterns, his composed demeanor accentuating his gallant presence. Qian Baitian's gaze occasionally swept towards the eastern spectator stand, where Yuan Ziqi's heart thumped erratically, her face flushed like a blooming flower. Just as the audience was about to behold the exquisite beauty of the young island master, Yuan Wenlan, with a beaming countenance, rose to deliver a speech. The assembly represented an alliance among the various islands of the Flying Fish Archipelago, a region rich in resources that had long been coveted by outsiders. To thwart potential invasions from other forces in the Blue Yuan Sea, Flying Fish Island forged alliances with the surrounding islands, uniting to resist encroaching powers and engage in collaborative defense. During the assembly, allies not only discussed the archipelago's defense and exchanged intelligence, but also showcased their respective strengths, primarily through competitions among the youth, specifically those below the Yuandan realm. This round of contests was categorized into 3 tiers: the Qi Refinement Realm, the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the Yuandan Realm, allowing participants under the age of 30. The intention was to foster camaraderie among disciples from various islands and sects, facilitating the exchange of battle experiences, with the understanding that matches were to be conducted in a spirit of sportsmanship, avoiding any excessive force. The customary draw determined the order and matchups for the disciples. Victors would subsequently face off in a series of duels to ultimately crown the champion. The competitions unfolded across 3 arenas, with the matches for practitioners in the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment realms concluding swiftly. The battles among those at the Yuandan level were now reaching a fever pitch. The combatants engaged in fierce struggles while the spectators enjoyed delectable fruits and critiqued the thrilling exchanges. The intensity of the contests dispersed the clouds above, and the scorching sun shone brightly upon the assembly of the Flying Fish Island. Haocen and his companions sat in a corner of the spectator stand alongside minor sects, noble families, and independent cultivators, observing Xiao Chui and Ziyu indulging in spirit fruits and coconut juice, devoid of any semblance of decorum. Haocen occasionally teased them as they engrossed themselves in their feast. Lost in thought, Haocen was suddenly roused by a wave of applause that erupted around him, realizing that the competition had reached a critical juncture. At that moment, clad in white robes, Qian Baitian stood majestically on the stage, his demeanor exuding confidence as he clasped his fists in salute to the audience below. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziqi, positioned at the eastern spectator stand, gazed at him with captivating delight, her focus unwavering. According to tradition, the ultimate victor would be obliged to accept challenges from other participants, ensuring that every competitor had a fair opportunity to display their prowess. Thus, despite Qian Baitian emerging as the victor of this round, it did not necessarily confirm his status as the ultimate champion of this grand event. Nevertheless, Qian Baitian of the Sea Shark Island Haocen sect had recently garnered considerable fame in the martial world, achieving remarkable prowess as a late-stage Yuandan cultivator in his early 20s. Such talent foretold an extraordinary future for him. All eyes in the crowd regarded Qian Baitian with envy, including Haocen and his companions, who, upon witnessing his age and cultivation, felt a pang of bitterness. Many elders at the Yuandan realm had devoted decades, even centuries, to arduous training and perilous trials before finally ascending to the Yuandan stage. Observe others, and then reflect upon oneself. Such intricate emotions can be comprehended even by those who have attained the Yuanying realm. The display he exhibited on stage was witnessed by all present, and without absolute certainty, none dared to step onto the platform lightly. Of course, everyone in the audience was acutely aware, with 2 exceptions. Indeed, as the crowd exchanged glances, another figure clad in white ascended gracefully, landing on the stage. A murmur swept through the audience, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the newcomer was none other than Tai Tianlong, a practitioner of the late Yuandan stage from the Divine Sect. Tai Shixiang had not permitted Tai Tianlong to cultivate the Blood God Sect's techniques, instead opting for immortal cultivation methods, which had allowed him to reach the late Yuandan stage by his early 20s. However, in recent years, he had become engrossed in the practices of the Divine Sect, causing his immortal cultivation to stagnate, while his prowess in the sect's techniques gradually equaled his cultivation level. This illustrates that Tai Tianlong is indeed a prodigy among prodigies, advancing in both immortal and demonic arts. How many dual cultivators exist in the world? At this moment, he appeared in his flowing white attire, a silver folding fan in hand, casting a sidelong glance at the Haocen sect disciple, Qin Baitian, with a faint smile gracing his lips. As the saying goes, the young are often unafraid of tigers, brimming with youthful vigor. Qin Baitian was oblivious to Tai Tianlong's exceptional dual cultivation talents. Thus, he faced Tai Tianlong without a hint of trepidation, clasping his fists in greeting before confidently accepting the challenge. However, there was little time for contemplation among the onlookers, as with a resounding shout, Tai Tianlong initiated the duel. Dragon's palm. Tai Tianlong struck forth with a palm, the wind howling like a dragon's roar, pressing upon the heavens and earth, surging towards Qin Baitian. Frenzied shark plays in the sea. Not daring to be careless in the face of Tai Tianlong's palm strike, Qin Baitian suddenly drew forth a fierce blade. With a powerful swing, he met Tai Tianlong's palm shadow with a counterattack. Bang! A brilliant arc of blade light suddenly sliced through the void, a heart-stopping radiance colliding with the oncoming palm shadow, resulting in a thunderous impact that threatened to shatter the barrier of the dueling platform. As both combatants were sent reeling backward, before Qin Baitian could regain his footing, he found that Tai Tianlong's palm shadow followed up with relentless strikes. Although this subsequent palm strike lacked the initial ferocity, it capitalized on the opponent's exhaustion. Smack! Qin Baitian's heart raced as he abruptly twisted his body, positioning the fierce blade across his chest. Humph! Tai Tianlong's palm force struck the blade, eliciting a muffled grunt as it numbed Qin Baitian's arms, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 468. No one shall marry. Qin Baitian crashed onto the ground, momentarily disregarding the pain as he executed a sharp roll, rising with his blade in hand. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Tianlong wielded his fan like a sword, charging towards Qin Baitian with the swiftness of a leopard, his murderous intent surging forth. An assault far beyond what an ordinary late Yuandan practitioner could withstand. With a thunderous roar of the shark, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, for they beheld a phantom tiger-headed shark materializing between Qin Baitian's hands. The menacing fish head, radiating a tempestuous energy, surged forth like a tidal wave, delivering a formidable palm strike towards Iron Sky Dragon. This ferocious energy, upon manifesting, caused the very fabric of the barrier to quiver. How terrifying this was! Even at the late stage of the Yuandan realm, Qin Baitian showcased a single spell that revealed his immense prowess and imposing presence, rivaling that of the peak of the late Yuandan realm. The roar of the shark echoed through the heavens. This was indeed Qin Baitian's signature spell, and he aimed to vanquish Iron Sky Dragon with a single strike to win the favor of Yuan Ziki. With a thunderous crash, both warriors, being formidable practitioners of the Yuandan realm, unleashed their profound magical powers, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Their palms clashed in midair, resulting in an explosive rupture of air, enveloping the entire expanse in a resonance akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Qin Baitian felt a surge of blood rushing through him, his eyes blazing crimson. With a low growl, he summoned the Blade of Carnage once more, striking fiercely towards Iron Sky Dragon's neck. Iron Sky Dragon, deftly evading the Blade of Carnage, seized the opportunity for Qin Baitian to escape, half kneeling on the ground. Sweat dripping from his brow, Iron Sky Dragon flexed his wrist, grinning malevolently. I did not expect your strength to be so extraordinary. Typically, a practitioner at the late stage of Yuandan would have perished by now, yet you remain unscathed. It seems your abilities are formidable. With a flourish, Qin Baitian unleashed the dragon-slaying blade. The blade's light shimmered as he struck again at Iron Sky Dragon. In response, Iron Sky Dragon retrieved a treasured sword from his storage ring, countering Qin Baitian's blade energy and instantly shattering it. Qin Baitian, relentless in his pursuit, let loose a torrent of blade energy, fierce as a great tiger, delivering blow after blow with increasing speed and ferocity. Iron Sky Dragon matched his intensity, engaging in a violent clash. The audience below erupted in cheers, their focus unwavering. Though Iron Sky Dragon's strength was presumed to surpass that of Qin Baitian, the latter had his own remarkable skills honed from countless adventures. Until the final moment, no one could dare to declare a victor. Indeed, Qin Baitian lived up to the high expectations of the crowd, managing to hold his ground against Iron Sky Dragon in a deadlock. However, as time progressed, Their exchanges shifted between blade and fist, and the audience began to discern that Iron Sky Dragon's attacks grew increasingly fierce and relentless, while Qin Baitian's steps became more erratic, retreating under pressure. Just as the crowd held their breath, concerned for Qin Baitian, a flash of white light suddenly appeared on stage, a wave of energy surging directly towards him. This caused an uproar among the spectators, for they understood that Iron Sky Dragon's seemingly feeble palm strike concealed a profound internal force. An ordinary individual could not withstand such a blow. In that moment of peril, Qin Baitian was already weakened and off balance. Should he fail to evade, his internal organs would surely suffer grave harm. Yuan Ziki in the stands turned pale with fear. In the nick of time, another white figure soared from the crowd, landing swiftly before Qin Baitian. The audience, without needing to see clearly, recognized the identity of this individual by their lightning-fast speed. Before anyone could grasp the situation, Qianlang effortlessly neutralized Iron Sky Dragon's venomous strike. Huh. I wondered who it could be. Tai Tianlong chuckled dryly and remarked, "So it is young Master Yu. To be able to dissipate my palm force with a mere gesture. It seems your skills are quite commendable." The duel between masters is naturally thrilling. The audience below stood in anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, Yuan Ziki remained silent, seated in the observation area. Among the onlookers, one person appeared particularly displeased, Mu Huinan from the Thousand Machines Pavilion of Beihuan Island. While the thoughts of others were focused on the stage, her attention was fixated on Qianlang. As Qianlang soared into the air, she instinctively reached out to grasp his garment. Yet, by the time her hand extended, Qianlang had already landed gracefully on the stage. After Qianlang intervened to resolve the situation, others swiftly assisted Qin Baitian down from the duel platform. At this moment, both combatants on the stage were clad in white garments. As they engaged in combat, beams of white light streaked past, dazzling the spectators. Unexpectedly, the contest between the two proved evenly matched. By now, the sun had long passed its zenith. The two fighters exchanged hundreds of moves, their battle growing increasingly intense, with neither yielding an advantage. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the scene, and to everyone's astonishment, the figure came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair above the duel stage. It turned out that Tai Tianlong, eager for victory, had taken out a black treasure cauldron and hurled it at his opponent. In response, Qianlang utilized his inner strength to redirect the cauldron back towards Tai Tianlong. Consequently, the cauldron became ensnared in the void. The audience, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, erupted in applause. As the two remained locked in their stalemate, a sharp voice rang out from the eastern observation platform. "Humph, I shall marry no one." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Yuan Ziki sprang to her feet, angrily stamping her foot before storming away from her seat. The crowd gasped in surprise. Yuan Wenlan had never anticipated that his daughter would throw such a public tantrum. It was not the appropriate moment to chastise her before everyone, as it would tarnish the reputation of Feiyu Island. Yuan Island Master, incensed, trembled as he pointed a finger, powerless to lower it. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the duel stage. The black cauldron crashed heavily onto the platform, sending dust swirling into the air, rendering the stage a wreck. "It seems, Master Yuan, that your precious daughter has already set her heart on someone else. There is no need for us to force the issue here, is there, Brother Tianlong?" Qianlang, taking the rare opportunity to speak, turned to Tai Tianlong and said with a resonant voice. Tai Tianlong, ever astute, was already exhausted from his fervent desire for victory. Fearing that prolonged stalemate would leave him in a predicament, he responded immediately upon hearing Qianlang's words. "A gentleman does not take what belongs to another. Since I have reached a draw with young Master Yu today, Master Yuan, you might as well retract your decree. Your daughter cannot possibly serve two husbands, can she?" This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Although Tai Tianlong's words carried a hint of frivolity, Yuan Wenlan was fully aware that his daughter had been impolite first. At this moment, he could only force a smile, remaining noncommittal, observing his master's embarrassment. The steward Yuan Yun quickly approached the eastern viewing platform, beaming with a forced smile as he addressed the crowd. The final clash between young Master Yu and young Master Tai has been a remarkable display of talent, adding brilliance to today's assembly duel. I hereby declare the Feiyu Island Alliance Duel Conference officially concluded. The Grand Overseer, Yuan Yun, announced the conclusion of the Alliance contest, and then remarked, You all may first proceed to the dining hall for a meal and rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Heavenly Pool on Flying Fish Island. The Heavenly Pool, the largest freshwater lake on Flying Fish Island, is nestled atop the Feiyu Peak. The upper part of Feiyu Peak is adorned with terrestrial plants surrounding the pool, while the lower part boasts marine species, offering an exquisite vista that stretches for miles. I hope you all enjoy your time here. The excitement from the Alliance contest lingered, and upon hearing about the excursion to the Heavenly Pool the following day, everyone's spirits were immediately lifted as they dispersed. Chapter 469, The Enigmatic Night, Part 1. Haocen and his companions followed the crowd back to their lodgings. By the time they finished dinner, the moon hung high in the sky. Although the Alliance contest ended on a somewhat sour note, Haocen felt an unsettling air tonight. Xiao Chui, you should enter the Jade Pendant space and keep Ling Air company. It will be safer there, Haocen suggested. Humph. You want me to go into the space again? I know you two find me bothersome. Xiao Chui pouted, clearly displeased. Though Flying Fish Island is rich in vitality, this night bore an eerie ambience, leaving Haocen, who had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, feeling uneasy. Despite Xiao Chui's reluctance, Haocen insisted on placing her into the Jade Pendant space. Seeing Xiao Chui safely tucked away, Lung Ziyu suggested they take a stroll outside. Unable to resist Lung Ziyu's determination, the two walked hand in hand out of the small building. The flickering lights danced amidst the verdant trees, while the fragrant blossoms scattered their poetry and the moonlight bathed the lotuses. Under the moonlit sky, Haocen and Ziyu meandered through the Alliance South gathering place on Flying Fish Island. The island, perfumed with floral scents, is characterized by its unique architecture, with every structure crafted from the island's own timber. Various wooden buildings of different heights and sizes were nestled among the trees or beneath towering giants. Attendees of the Alliance reveled in the island's exquisite charm. At this moment, Haocen and Lung Ziyu were savoring their world together, wandering and appreciating the island's distinctive culture. Their hearts filled with joy. The pathway, illuminated by streetlights made of moonstone, glowed as brightly as day. A bustling throng of visitors surrounded them, many like themselves, drawn to the enchanting sights of Flying Fish Island under the moon. Observing Haocen and Lung Ziyu, one handsome and the other stunningly beautiful, onlookers often turned their heads in admiration. However, the fervent gazes predominantly lingered on Ziyu, whose fair skin and radiant smile drew particular attention, with some even quietly inquiring about her identity. Noticing this, Haocen gently pulled Lung Ziyu into a secluded path shaded by trees. This narrow trail was considerably quieter, flanked by lush coconut palms. As they walked hand in hand, a gentle breeze accompanied them, bringing with it the salty scent of the sea. They took deep breaths, becoming entranced in the enchanting moonlit night, wishing time could halt at this very moment. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered for half an hour. The bamboo-lined path grew increasingly narrow and remote, the ground strewn with fallen bamboo leaves, indicating that few had ventured here. A sense of unease crept into Haoyen's heart as he grasped Lung Ziyu's arm, urging her to halt. Ziyu, perhaps we should not venture too far? Haoyen, do you not smell that delightful fragrance nearby? Lung Ziyu appeared oblivious to his concern, inhaling deeply as she scanned the surroundings. Haoyen strained to catch a whiff. Ziyu, do you truly perceive it? Her eyes sparkled with surprise, as though struggling to believe. What exquisite fragrance could there possibly be? Haoyen replied, his expression one of confusion. He detected nothing beyond the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. As he followed Lung Ziyu, they traversed the bamboo grove and walked roughly 2 more miles before he finally caught a faint yet sweet aroma. Upon reaching a small hill, they discerned that the peculiar fragrance wafted from one side of the slope. With a few agile strides, Lung Ziyu rushed forward, bending down to inhale deeply, her face alight with ecstasy. Haoyen approached to see several clusters of seemingly ordinary green plants, their leaves slender and pointed, crowned with delicate white blossoms. Though small, the flowers exuded an enchanting fragrance that lifted the spirits of those who inhaled it. Though Haoyen was unfamiliar with the flower, he recognized from Lung Ziyu's rapture that these unassuming blooms were indeed rare treasures. As he suspected, the white flowers were known as mysterious passion flowers. When distilled into perfume, they possessed the ability to purify and invigorate, yet if misused, they could lead one to madness, inducing hallucinations. The dark sect had attempted to use the mysterious passion flower to concoct a substance to ensnare the leaders of various sections. Consequently, The subsequent alliance treaties among the sects strictly prohibited the cultivation and use of this flower. Though Haocen had never seen the flower in person, he was aware of its potent properties. At the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, a disciple of Huayang's sect named Zhang Fan had utilized the mysterious passion flower to concoct a potion that ensnared both Ziju and Haoying. To unexpectedly encounter the mysterious passion flower on Feiyu Island left Haoyan internally astonished. Just then, a faint sound emerged from nearby, and in the stillness, both of them heard it distinctly. Haoyan swiftly pulled Lung Ziyu down, concealing them within a dense thicket. Moments later, an elderly man, his hair stark white and his body hunched, ambled past, clutching an empty bamboo basket. Once they confirmed that the surroundings were devoid of any further disturbances, they rose cautiously. Reflecting on their earlier conversation in the small building, Lung Ziyu felt a surge of anxiety and urgently urged Haoyan to return. However, Haoyan appeared unfazed, returning to the spot where the old man had appeared, scrutinizing the area meticulously. Before them lay an ordinary small hill, overgrown with weeds and rubble, which seemed inconsequential to Lung Ziyu. Yet Haoyan examined the area from different angles, occasionally extending his hand to probe the air, a knowing smile gradually illuminating his face. Just then, the small hill that had been before them vanished without a trace, adding an eerie quality to the twilight. Suddenly, a massive spider's web materialized in the vacant space above, with a large, entirely black spider poised in the center, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the two. Due to the proximity, the spider's two bowl-sized eyes shimmered with an eerie green glow, and its slender hairy legs were vividly discernible, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. The sudden appearance of this monstrous arachnid left Lung Ziyu pale and startled, causing her to involuntarily stumble back a few steps. Although Haocen was equally taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure and invoked his spiritual sight technique, revealing that it was merely an illusionary barrier. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a blazing red light surged toward the spider. Despite its seemingly clumsy form, the spider reacted with surprising agility, leaping to the edge of its web before the crimson light could reach it. The entire web quivered violently, and the red light, upon striking the center of the web, vanished in an instant. When Lung Ziyu regained her senses, a fiery bird suddenly appeared in the air. This avian creature, neither too large nor too small, boasted feathers of brilliant red without a single trace of other colors, emanating an extraordinary presence. Its round eyes, sharp as blades, fixated intently on the colossal spider. This vividly colored bird was none other than the firebird that Haocen had nurtured within the demon suppression tower. At that moment, despite its modest size, the firebird was indeed the spider's ultimate nemesis. Qiao Heng, Haocen called out, and before his voice had faded, a streak of red light descended from above. Almost simultaneously, the vast spider web in the air vanished without a trace. Chapter 470, The Enigmatic Knight, Part 2. Utilizing his spiritual sight technique, Haocen identified a weak point in the barrier above and tore open an opening. Upon entering the barrier, they were met with the startling sight of a courtyard. What appeared to be an ordinary courtyard was meticulously concealed by an illusionary array, suggesting something amiss within. Haocen scrutinized the area, and they unknowingly stepped into a large courtyard. Several dimly lit stone houses were situated within the inner courtyard. After probing with his spiritual sense, Haocen pondered curiously, why were there only stone houses here? Yet no signs of inhabitants? While he was deep in thought, Lung Ziyu began to feel dizzy and weak. Haocen promptly produced a dark silk handkerchief, covering her mouth and nose, and secured it behind her head, taking precautions for himself as well. He surmised that the potency of the mesmerizing flowers was at play. Even without being processed into powder, the rich fragrance could induce dizziness or even unconsciousness. He swiftly plucked several of the enchanting flowers and tucked them into his robe. As he grasped Lung Ziyu's hand, intending to hasten their departure from the courtyard, they were suddenly drawn to a glimmering light emanating from within a stone house. Strangely, this stone house had no windows, yet light seeped through the cracks of the door. A dim glow impeded Haocen's steps. He gestured for Ziyu to remain still while he quietly approached the door of the stone house. After a few moments, he silently returned, grasping Ziyu's hand, and quickly made his way back to the weak point of the barrier, tearing open another opening to escape the bizarre courtyard. Once they were a short distance away from the courtyard, Haocen unexpectedly pulled Ziyu into his embrace, swiftly concealing them both amidst the underbrush. as Ziyu leaned against the broad and warm chest of Haocen, inhaling the unique scent that emanated from him. A flicker of emotion unexpectedly stirred within her cold heart. However, this fleeting sentiment was soon extinguished as she heard voices approaching, gradually drawing nearer. Two figures clad in the night patrol attire of Flying Fish Island ambled forward, engaged in conversation while stifling yawns. "Old Zhang, you always suspect something strange here. I accompanied you to investigate, yet found nothing unusual," grumbled one of the seasoned patrollers. "Stop being so paranoid. It's merely a sign of cowardice, scaring yourself. Old Huang, I swear I've witnessed the oddity here. Every full moon, a gigantic spider demon appears, weaving a massive web while exhaling mist," replied Old Zhang, scrutinizing the surroundings for any sign of the creature. "I wonder why it hasn't emerged tonight." As the two patrollers continued their discussion, Haocen released his embrace of Ziyu only after they had completely vanished from sight. Initially, Ziyu felt a mere flutter of emotions in Haocen's warm hold. Now, feeling secure yet increasingly aware of her own feelings, she found herself caught in a whirlwind of unbidden emotions. Unperturbed by her inner turmoil, Haocen whispered a command, "Stay close behind me," and returned swiftly to our dwelling. Upon their return to the small building, Haocen summoned Xiaozue from the jade pendant space, instructing both Ziyu and Xiaozue to await his return, should any unforeseen circumstances arise requiring them to be vigilant. He then swiftly exited the bamboo house, blending into the night. Flying Fish Island, situated at the edge of the Blue Yuan Sea near the Tianwu continent, is a place difficult to classify as belonging to either the Blue Yuan Sea's influence or the jurisdiction of Tianwu. It is evidently a no-man's land. Just moments ago, at that eerie stone house, Haocen realized that the hand of the demon cult had already reached Flying Fish Island. Returning to the stone house site, he found it to be an unremarkable hillside. Utilizing his spiritual vision, he discerned that the illusionary barrier had been reinforced. Presumably, after the previous breach of the illusion, the inhabitants had sensed the presence of the firebird Qiao Heng and had subsequently fortified the barrier. Though it was a strengthened version of the illusionary barrier for Haocen, it was still an easy challenge. Identifying the weak points of the illusion, he stealthily infiltrated once more. Previously, when he had come here with Ziyu, he had refrained from using magic. The act of summoning Ziyu into the jade pendant space, the demon suppression tower, or even a spirit herb would generate a certain level of energy disturbance. Haocen had considered this when dealing with the firebird. However, unlike beasts, the aura of demonic creatures could confuse their adversaries, while a human-esque presence would immediately elicit suspicion. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with the geographical layout and the appearance of the array barrier. Curiosity lingered in his mind regarding the windowless stone house concealed beneath the illusion. What secrets lay within? Haocen summoned the demon suppression tower, transforming it into a grain of sand that floated through the crevice of the stone door. As he wandered through the labyrinthine passages, he was astonished to discover that this place was, in fact, a puppet manufacturing facility. This astounding secret, once unveiled, could not be allowed to persist another day in the world. Despite the fury swelling within him, he managed to maintain his composure. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the puppet factory's operations, Haocen contemplated silently. One must not engage in battle without preparation. He resolved to investigate the forces on Flying Fish Island and scrutinize the circumstances surrounding the Feiyu Pavilion to ascertain whether it had been compromised by the Blood Demon sect. With this intention in mind, he did not linger but quietly returned to the stone chamber's exterior. Unbeknownst to them, the Blood Demon sect had stealthily infiltrated Flying Fish Island, clandestinely establishing a vast underground factory. Had it not been for Haocen and Lung Ziyu's inadvertent discovery of the Qinghua being cultivated here, their suspicions may never have arisen. Initially, Haocen regarded this place merely as a den of malevolence, a secretive site for crafting seductive powders. Little did he know that within the stone chamber lay a hidden world, with underground passages concealing a colossal puppet manufacturing enterprise. In recent years, the members of the Divine Sect had frequented Flying Fish Island, steadily expanding their influence and gradually forging a subtle relationship with the Feiyu Pavilion. This upcoming alliance ostensibly served as a means for Yuan Wenlan to select a spouse, but in reality, it was a response to the burgeoning power of the Divine Sect on Flying Fish Island, which posed a significant threat. Thus, they sought to leverage the matrimonial gathering to find a formidable ally capable of curbing the Divine Sect, ultimately aiming to expel it from the Flying Fish archipelago. After an hour, Haocen returned to his abode. Upon opening the door, he discovered two women, one large and one small, anxiously awaiting him in his room. A warmth surged within him as he observed his family's concern for his safety, imparting a sense of tenderness. He vowed that henceforth, he would always consider the well-being of his family, wherever he might be. Only by ensuring his own safety could he provide happiness for them. Chapter 471. Epiphany in the garden. As dawn broke, revealing a hint of pale light on the horizon, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, soft and ethereal. The sea breeze carried the rain, rendering it almost like wisps of smoke, enveloping the entire flying fish island in a misty veil. Fortunately, as the hour passed, the rain gradually ceased, making it an opportune moment to explore the heavenly pool. Despite its name, the heavenly pool was essentially a gourd-shaped lake divided into two distinct bodies of water, each possessing its own unique charm, especially enchanting after the rain. The larger lake, bordered by tranquil woods, mirrored the captivating scenery that enchanted visitors. Sitting quietly to appreciate the view or strolling along the banks offered an exquisite pleasure. In contrast, the smaller lake shimmered with emerald waves, where lotus flowers bloomed joyously, their petals drenched in tears of longing, their blush evoking tender affection. Surrounding the heavenly pool were pavilions and terraces. Some gathered in the pavilions to admire the beauty of the water. Others navigated small boats through the blossoming lotus fields. Among them, the young maidens laughed and played at the bow of their vessels, exuding an array of enchanting charm. At this moment, a small boat glided gracefully toward the smaller lake, carrying Haocen, Lung Ziyu, and Xiao Cui. The boat glided silently across the water, creating ripples that danced playfully amongst the flowers. On this day, Lung Ziyu adorned herself in a flowing gown of moonlight white, the hem intricately embroidered with delicate lotus leaves and blossoms. Her attire was particularly fitting for the occasion, as she stood at the bow of the boat, her garments gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a serene and graceful demeanor akin to that of an elegant orchid. Xiao Cui, too, was resplendent in a dress of red and emerald hues, radiating an innocent charm. At that moment, a small boat emerged from the thicket of lotus flowers, drawing perilously close to the vessel occupied by Haocen and his companions. Perhaps due to the clumsiness of its rower, the two boats were on a collision course. Fortunately, Haocen, with his quick wit, stepped forward and, with a subtle exertion of force, skillfully separated the two. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled in response to his profound inner strength. However, the sudden waves caused the small boat to sway violently, and with its limited capacity, it soon capsized into the lake. In the blink of an eye, those aboard the small craft reacted with agility, casting spells to soar above the water and land safely on the shore. Yet, those lacking in skill or slower to respond found themselves plunged into the depths. The small vessel carrying Haocen and his companions teetered precariously, and just as it threatened to overturn, a fleeting green shadow grasped Lung Ziyu's hand, and together they ascended from the boat. In that moment, Lung Ziyu skimmed gracefully across the water's surface, gliding effortlessly towards the shore. Clad in flowing white, she danced amidst the verdant leaves and vibrant blossoms, reminiscent of a celestial being, evoking admiration from all. How exquisite! Which sect does she belong to? I've never seen her before. Did you see that? She was on the verge of falling into the water, yet she elegantly took the little girl's hand. What a stunning figure! Under the watchful gaze of many, Lung Ziyu and Xiao Cui floated gracefully to the shore. Those gathered for the alliance were reveling, the waters of the heavenly pool having washed away yesterday's troubles. At midday, Feiyu Island's Feiyu Pavilion hosted a grand feast for the attendees of the alliance. Haocen, appearing as a solitary cultivator, stood among the guests, his prowess allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with only a few island masters and sect leaders. Yet, he chose to remain discreet, silent, and aloof, presenting an unapproachable demeanor that earned him little praise. The three of them opted for a secluded corner, indulging in food and drink. While the two women were busily feasting, they suddenly realized that Haocen had not touched any food. Instead, he sat in deep contemplation, lost in thought. The two women understood that Haocen was in the midst of enlightenment, and they quickly set down their utensils. Xiao Cui quietly summoned a divine beast domain, enveloping Haocen in protective energy. Ziyu swiftly scanned their surroundings, relieved to find their chosen spot relatively isolated, unnoticed by others. Haocen was immersed in his understanding of the heavenly principles and the myriad experiences of humanity. For those who have entered the realm of transformation, experiencing the essence of life, its joys and sorrows, is a crucial journey. Only through the elevation of one's mindset can one gradually integrate their insights into cultivation. To transform into a divine being, one must first comprehend the essence of life, transcending the mundane. As one's cultivation advances, a practitioner may forget the trivialities of the mortal world, subconsciously perceiving themselves as divine, believing their abilities to be unparalleled. This gradual shift fosters an outlook of superiority overall. In Haocen's view, the path to divinity necessitates first transcending the ordinary. To mortals, what defines the divine? For them, a cultivator embodies divinity, fulfilling wishes and desires. At this moment, Haocen had begun to touch upon the threads of the heavenly way, grasping its subtle nuances. This profound realization surpasses anything from the past by immeasurable degrees. Vivid scenes of life's perpetual cycle, with its births and deaths, continuously evolve in his mind. The swiftness with which Haocen approaches the threshold of the Tao is profoundly linked to his previous study of the mysterious secret techniques manual. In particular, his practice of the falling moon rebirth seal and the four-seasons cycle sword technique has yielded substantial benefits. Before Haocen entered the Yuan Dan realm, he experienced a moment of enlightenment that allowed him to perceive the mysterious intricacies of nature and grasp the profound truths of the universe, establishing an extraordinarily subtle connection with the world around him. As he silently recites the words mysterious nature of heaven and earth, cosmic laws, Haocen's countenance remains serene. By harnessing the power of his consciousness to sense the profound mysteries of the universe, and by guiding the forces of nature within his body for his own use, he unlocks the essence of entering the Yuan Dan realm, which is also the key to transcending into the transformation of spirit. Not long after entering the Yuan Ying realm, Haocen has already begun to transform his Yuan Ying into spirit, and judging by the current state, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary pinnacle of Taoist spirit transformation. At this moment, Ziyu is profoundly impressed by Haocen's extraordinary prowess. The transformation of Yuan Ying into spirit encompasses several forms, with the highest tier being the Taoist spirit transformation. This process enables the Yuan Ying to become a second spirit that can exist independently, embodying the true laws of heaven and earth. It is a method of transformation that all practitioners yearn for, yet it remains an elusive goal. Unbeknownst to Ziyu and Xiaocui, Haocen's body does not harbor a single Yuan Ying. The transformation of three spirits is no simple feat. One spirit embodies chaos, another carries the essence of the five elements, and the third possesses the powers of wind, thunder, lightning, darkness, and ice, with all three spirits endowed with capabilities of space and time. In this moment, Haocen's consciousness perceives in triplicate, experiencing singular insights alongside comprehensive reflections, whether in his state of mind, consciousness, or the energy of true essence within his body. He witnesses remarkable progress. This is the Tao, the profound and intricate laws of heaven. At this moment, Haocen is enveloped in a faint, luminous glow. It is only when he bathes in the moonlit heavenly pool that he awakens from his enlightenment, discovering that the attendees of the gathering have gradually departed from the pool. Haocen and his companions do not leave immediately. Instead, they linger until the end. Due to Haocen's moment of enlightenment, Xiaocui and Ziyu have not dined well, leaving Haocen feeling somewhat guilty. He then leads them to continue their explorations. During their excursions, Haocen remains vigilant, secretly surveying the environment of Flying Fish Island and assessing its topography. The trio returns to their lodging quite late. Chapter 472. Purchasing Cold Jade. Following the gathering's competitions and leisure activities, the day of trade within the Alliance arrives, aiming to facilitate the exchange of resources and foster collective advancement among the disciples. On trade day, the influx of participants far exceeds that of typical days at the Flying Fish Island market. Haocen and his companions rise early to wander the island. Lung Ziyu and Xiaocui purchase various trinkets that Haocen deems entirely useless. However, they delightfully indulge in their shopping desires, meandering through the market for amusement. In contrast, Haocen acquires a substantial quantity of unique spiritual herbs and medicines exclusive to Flying Fish Island, along with the inner elixirs of the unique demonic beasts from the Blue Origin Sea. The items for sale here not only delineate distinct areas, but also bear the same characteristic in the naming of the streets. This east-west-oriented mineral street is the designated location on Flying Fish Island for the sale of minerals. The mineral street in the market of Flying Fish Island is renowned, serving as a bustling hub where the various precious stones from the Blue Yuan Sea are traded, making it one of the largest venues for the sale of such gems in the region, as long as one possesses sufficient capital. Whether it be the exquisite Tai gold from the Essence Lands, the black demon jade from the depths of the Nine Hells, or the frigid ore from the abyssal seas. Even rare minerals from distant continents can be found here. The mineral street was teeming with people, and Haocen was indeed awestruck by the sight of cultivators adorned in an array of eccentric attire bustling about. After a period of acclimatization, the trio no longer exhibited the same astonished demeanor they had upon their initial arrival at the market. The convening of the alliance coincided with the peak of the market's vibrancy. Thus today, the marketplace of Flying Fish Island was even more flourishing. It was not uncommon to encounter formidable cultivators among the crowd, including many at the nascent soul and transformation stages, and even some above the separation stage who had come to explore. Haocen, utilizing his divine sense, cautioned Ziyu and Xiaozue to exercise caution. He attempted several times to persuade Xiaozue to enter the space of his jade pendant, but she steadfastly declined. Worried about the complex crowd in the market, Haocen feared that if anyone were to discover Xiaozue's true identity, those with profound cultivation would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to capture a divine beast. He concealed his aura and altered his appearance, dressing in the guise of an extravagant young master, while Lung Ziyu presented herself as a refined young lady. Her attire of silks and satins immediately signaled her association with Haocen, while the little girl was ambiguous enough that one could not easily discern whether she was their daughter or sister. As the trio approached a stall, they examined the various minerals displayed. Haocen sought the elusive shadow cold jade, which was intended for crafting a frost attribute artifact. It was unlikely that such a precious item would be found in ordinary shops. Since the assembly had commenced, the influx of people and scarcity of goods had driven up prices, making items even more rare. Before long, they spotted a shop bearing the sign Spring of Ice and Snow and, upon closer inspection, noted that it was signed by the Baiming family. The extreme northern territories of the Qianyuan realm are predominantly frozen tundra, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. It was surprising to encounter a shop from the Baiming family in this locale. Curiosity piqued, the three ventured inside. Upon entering, a refreshing chill enveloped them. The shop was adorned with an array of peculiar cold attribute minerals. Initially, they had expected to find perhaps 2 or 3 types of cold attribute stones. Yet they were astounded to discover dozens of varieties, some of which they had never encountered before. These exquisite gems, originating from frigid regions, rendered the entire shop suffused with a profound coldness. The indoor chill deterred many cultivators from lingering. Yet a few female attendants clad in scant clothing appeared unbothered by the shop's icy atmosphere. Upon noticing the arrival of Haocen and his companions, they approached with warm smiles, eager to assist. They are well aware that cultivators at the nascent soul level are typically affluent individuals. However, Haocen did not share this sentiment, while Ziyu and Xiaozue found it somewhat overwhelming. After lingering for a brief moment, the two exited the shop to bask in the sunlight. Upon spotting some exceedingly rare polar ores, Haocen's eyes sparkled with delight. Such polar minerals are quite scarce, and to see them piled up here was a marvel. When forged into cold attribute artifacts, the addition of these unique polar icy minerals would elevate the craftsmanship to perfection. When casting spells, the sudden activation of the polar ice energy could catch enemies off guard, potentially leading to their demise. Unfortunately, these items were priced quite steeply. Young master, do you have anything that piques your interest? A charming saleswoman clad in a pink outfit approached Haocen with a smile. I will take a look first, Haocen replied ambiguously, as he possessed considerable resources. However, little did he know the exorbitant price of the shadow cold jade mineral he sought. Very well, please, take your time. The saleswoman remained cheerful, following him closely to assist at any moment. After browsing for quite a while and searching diligently, he even discovered a few rare Thunder Soul Ice Essence stones. However, the price was exorbitant, each piece costing around 1,000,000 stones. Unfortunately, the elusive shadow cold jade mineral continued to evade him, leaving Haocen somewhat disheartened, though he had not anticipated finding it here. It seems there is nothing to my liking. Haocen muttered to himself, shaking his head. Sir, do you wish to purchase those top-tier ores? The saleswoman inquired, noticing his expression. She continued. Our shop is the largest in Feiyu Islands market, specializing in cold attribute minerals. If you cannot find what you seek here, it may prove difficult elsewhere. Do you know where I might find cold attribute jade? Haocen asked. The saleswoman was taken aback by his straightforwardness, not expecting such a direct question. Haocen handed her 3 medium-grade essence stones and added, Since this is the largest shop, surely you do not fear losing customers? You are quite the smooth talker, she replied, pushing back the essence stones. I shall forego the stones. But it would not hurt to inform you that there is indeed a shop selling cold attribute jade on Treasure Street, though it is generally inaccessible to most. With a glance at her own shop's counter, the saleswoman indicated her meaning, and Haocen understood her implication. If he could indeed procure cold attribute jade, engaging in a business transaction with a charming lady would not be unwelcome. I will purchase these Thunder Soul Ice Essence stones, Haocen said with a grin. Thank you for your patronage. The saleswoman bowed in gratitude, pleased by Haocen's discernment. However, I do not possess that many essence stones. I can only offer 6 million, and for the remaining 1 million, may I trade with other items? Certainly, she readily agreed. Haocen was indeed fond of those few Thunder Soul Ice Essence stones, and after some contemplation, he decided to add a few more exquisite minerals to his purchase. Brother, have you exchanged for something valuable? Xiaocui, having seen Haocen bargaining with the saleswoman from outside the shop, approached with curiosity. These Thunder Soul Ice Essence stones are of excellent quality, he replied. Haocen gazed at the stone, then shook his head and remarked, However, these items are hardly worth 7 million stones. Young master, how so? Inquired the saleswoman, her smile unwavering. The Lei Hunbing Pe ore is valued at a minimum of 1 million stones per piece, she continued. Unfazed, Haocen, possessing a certain proficiency in weapon forging, cast a discerning eye upon the matter. He elucidated, these Lei Hunbing Pe ores lack protective barriers and have been exposed for far too long. They cannot be compared to freshly mined ones, as their chill has diminished. We have taken various measures to ensure the purity of the chill in the Lei Hunbing Pe ores. How could such a situation arise? The saleswoman countered, shaking her head. Am I to deceive you, being a weapon forger? Haocen scoffed. A weapon forger? The saleswoman appeared surprised, but quickly understood. It was not uncommon for weapon forgers to frequent the Feiyu Island marketplace. Judging by his age, she surmised that he was likely of little skill. Do you not believe me? Allow me to demonstrate. If I cannot convince you, I shall offer 100,000 stones as compensation for my rashness. However, should you be the one lacking discernment? Haocen paused. No need for 100,000 stones. I would accept an item of equal value instead. The saleswoman replied firmly, as her reputation was at stake. Haocen picked up a piece of Lei Hunbing Pe, or placing it in his palm, feeling its chilling essence penetrate to the bone. You wish to see how I intend to demonstrate this? The saleswoman smiled. At that moment, several cultivators shopping nearby became curious and approached, unable to discern any difference in the Lei Hunbing Pe ore. Do you not notice something peculiar here? Haocen pointed to a corner of the Lei Hunbing Pe ore. Upon closer inspection, the crowd noted its dull color. When touched, it seemed devoid of any elemental chill, which was the ore's defining characteristic. Gasps of astonishment erupted among them. How can this be? We inspected it thoroughly, the saleswoman exclaimed, her mouth agape, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. Do you suspect I am playing tricks? Haocen responded with a smile. Do you think I could possibly diminish the power of the Lei Hunbing Pe, or in an instant? The saleswoman pondered, realizing that with the power of a nascent soul cultivator, it would be impossible to instantaneously diminish the chilling force within the Lei Hunbing Pe, or without extraordinary abilities. Had there truly been an oversight? Regret flickered in her heart, yet suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. However, she could not afford to tarnish her reputation in front of the gathered crowd. A clever idea took shape in her mind. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baiming Jiuqi. It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, young master. May I inquire your name? She asked with a charming smile. Call me Haocen, he replied. Friend Haocen, you possess remarkable insight. I foresee a bright future ahead for you. This piece of Lei Hunbing Pe, or shall be a gift from the Baiming family. As a token of our newfound friendship, Baiming Jiuqi proclaimed generously. The Baiming family? For me? Haocen expressed his surprise as he regarded Miss Baiming Jiuqi. Should you become a master weapon forger in the future, the Baiming family may very well find themselves in need of your support, she stated candidly. As he observed the flicker of light in Baiming Jiuqi's eyes, Haocen instantly realized that she had discerned his manipulations regarding the Thunder Soul Ice Crystal ore. You are already aware? How so? Haocen inquired with a hint of curiosity. Just now, the spell employed by the young master was the Dan Yin fire technique, a supreme flame for alchemy and artifact crafting, which has long been my aspiration to forge connections with grandmasters of crafting. Miss Bei Ming Jiuqi communicated telepathically with Haocen. The forthrightness of Miss Bei Ming Jiuqi left Haocen, who had engaged in minor subterfuge, feeling somewhat abashed. After purchasing all the Thunder Soul Ice Crystal ore and settling the payment, Haocen bid farewell to Miss Bei Ming and, accompanied by Xiao Chui and Ziyu, made his way directly to the Treasure Street. The Treasure Street of Feiyu Island's market lies at the southern end of the marketplace. Following their farewell to Miss Bei Ming, the trio headed straight for Treasure Street. The stalls and shops here overflow with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, items from the skies, creatures from the waters, and treasures unearthed from the depths, creating a dazzling spectacle. Strolling through the market is indeed a woman's forte, particularly for Ziyu and Xiao Chui, who, upon arriving at the periphery of Treasure Street, were immediately entranced. The avaricious expressions on their faces made Haocen's heart flutter. Without a second thought, they began to gather anything that caught their eye, behaving almost like scavengers, secure in the knowledge that someone else would foot the bill. Treasure Street showcases a tiered arrangement of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The outer stalls line the streets, while the inner sanctum houses ordinary shops, where the quality of elixirs and spiritual artifacts surpasses that found in the stalls. Venturing further in, one arrives at the true trading grounds for these treasures, where most halls and exhibition rooms are enveloped by array formations. Certain materials, if subjected to restrictions, risk losing their spiritual essence or deteriorating in quality. Eventually, unable to bear the sight any longer, Haocen imposed limits on the two women's frenzied purchasing behaviors at the stalls and ordinary trading venues, ensuring they would not linger too long in the outer areas of Treasure Street. Grasping Xiao Chui's hand with his left and pulling Ziyu along with his right, he dragged them inward, discovering that the premises contained at least dozens of pavilions. If he were to peruse each one individually, it would likely extend well into the night. Esteemed friends, might I inquire whether you seek to sell materials or are in search of heavenly treasures? As the trio hesitated, a voice from the street corner interrupted. Turning to the source, Haocen noticed a group of women clad in matching attire standing at the street corner. Observing the trio's pause, a poised young woman approached with a warm smile, exuding respectfulness. At first glance, she appeared to possess only the cultivation of the late Qi refinement stage. However, upon closer inspection, Haocen discovered that she had concealed her true strength, which had indeed reached the late foundation establishment stage. He surmised that this young woman harbored a secret unknown to others, for she would not be standing at the street corner as a sales representative if not for the need to acquire cultivation resources. This fellow cultivator, I have come to gather some crafting materials and seek spiritual herbs for alchemy. May I inquire where I might find a comprehensive selection of raw materials? Having endured hardships himself, he felt a natural empathy towards her and softened his demeanor. You may call me Qinger, she replied. The items you seek are numerous and diverse. I recommend you directly visit the Ziwage Pavilion for your transactions. Whether for procurement or sale, a plethora of resources awaits you, certain to meet your needs. The young woman humbly explained. Upon hearing the mention of Ziwage Pavilion from Qinger, Haocen and his companions felt a sense of familiarity, as their own establishment bore a similar name. Let us go to Ziwage Pavilion, suggested Lung Ziyu, her spirits lifted, gazing at Haocen with hopeful anticipation. Very well, he replied with a smile, then turned to Qinger and said, Please lead the way. Esteemed seniors, please follow me, Qinger replied, a touch of surprise evident in her tone. With Qinger leading the way, Haocen and his companions followed at a leisurely pace. The three young women chattered animatedly ahead, prompting Haocen to take a step back, disinterested in their whispered conversations. Chapter 474, Encounter with the Sales Guide, Part 2. After turning two street corners, they beheld an impressively large structure. Tall eaves adorned with shimmering beads hung gracefully at the corners, casting a soft, gentle glow. The entrance appeared rather antiquated and unassuming. A steady stream of people flowed in and out, and two youthful attendants greeted Qinger politely as she approached the entrance, casting curious glances her way. Qinger leaned in and whispered a few words to the young man on her left. He promptly produced a jade token, handing it to Haocen with utmost respect. Inviting him inside, He then retrieved a ledger, marked a notation, and informed Qing'er, Sister Qing'er, the esteemed guests you brought are designated as number 77. You may return here in 3 days to settle the rewards. Oh, Qing'er responded respectfully. It seemed many visitors were guided in this manner, suggesting that the proprietor of this establishment was quite adept in the art of commerce. Clearly, they had employed numerous individuals to solicit business at the entrance. No wonder Qing'er had recommended this place so readily. Haocen deduced that the role of a sales guide bore similarities to that of a tour guide, both aimed at attracting customers for their respective enterprises. After concluding her exchange with the young man, Qing'er approached Haocen and his companions to bid them farewell. Observing other sales guides depart without receiving any tokens of appreciation, Haocen was about to wave Qing'er off when Xiaozi grasped her hand, pleading, "Sister Qing'er, please do not leave. I have taken a liking to you." Turning to Haocen with tearful eyes, she implored, "Brother, may we keep Sister Qing'er with us? It would be a pity to part with someone who has resonated so deeply with Xiaozui. Let us keep Qing'er," Ziyu chimed in, advocating for her friend. Seeing the affection both girls held for Qing'er, particularly Xiaozui's rare fondness, Haocen felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that Qing'er possessed some unique quality? Their brief acquaintance had fostered such an attachment in Xiaozui. There must be an undisclosed secret at play. Since both wished to retain Sister Qing, perhaps they should indeed keep her. Unbeknownst to Haocen, Xiaozui's affinity for Qing'er stemmed from a shared essence that drew them together. Xiaochui, however, remained oblivious to the fact that it was her own misfortune that had led Qing'er to work as a sales assistant in this place. Ever since Xiaochui had gone missing, the Qingyuan Peak had been in turmoil. Xiaochui was the third princess of Qingyuan Peak. Whereas Qing'er was not a true Qingniao, she was merely a descendant of a union between a human and a demon. The offspring of such unions were born in human form. After several generations of propagation, these descendants of humans and demons had evolved into a family resembling the Qingniao. Though they no longer possessed the physical form of birds, they were inherently beings of fire. When their bloodlines were awakened, they would inherit the legacy of flight and the ability to wield flames. However, as the bloodline diluted over time, many were unable to awaken their lineage and were left as ordinary humans. Qing'er was among those who had awakened her bloodline, capable of manifesting ethereal wings, akin to how Haocen executed the secret art of wind wings. Yet, this secret art required the sustenance of true energy. When her internal energy was depleted, she too would be unable to fly. True birds possessed far greater flying capabilities, particularly those who had returned to their primal forms. They were still born from eggs, albeit these eggs resembled mere fleshy spheres. Upon her birth, Xiaochui was a fleshy sphere, and when this sphere was opened, she emerged into the world in the form of a bird. In the Qingniao clan, only those of royal blood possessed a strong enough lineage to exhibit such a birth form, and even then, it was a mere 1 in a million chance. Xiaochui's birth brought immense hope to the Qingniao clan. Her bloodline was the ancestral lineage capable of awakening the heritage. To awaken this lineage, a drop of pure blood was necessary. The clan's blood repository contained ancient blood, with only a few drops preserved to unlock special prohibitions. There was no pure blood remaining. The other blood within the repository was considerably diluted compared to the ancestral blood, significantly reducing the chances of awakening the bloodline. Xiaochui was their beacon of hope, the driving force for the survival of the Qingniao clan. Coddled and cherished in every conceivable manner, Xiaochui found herself ensnared in a gilded cage. Seizing an opportunity while her caretakers were distracted, she stealthily ventured out and vanished without a trace. The consequences of Xiaochui's disappearance were felt by countless individuals. As a divine beast, her return to her primal form could not be allowed to fall into the hands of cultivators as a contract beast. For 3 long years, Qing'er, along with many disciples from Qingyuan Peak, had been commissioned by the Qingniao royal family to search tirelessly across the Tianyuan continent for any sign of Xiaochui, but to no avail. Ultimately, they had no choice but to seek her whereabouts overseas. It was no wonder that these searchers failed to locate Xiaochui. She spent most of her time playing with Ling Air in the pendant space or cultivating within the demon suppression tower. This pendant space was a parallel realm, a small world undetectable by any external force. Upon her arrival overseas, after much searching, Qing'er found herself at the Flying Fish Islands. She had sailed there on a fishing boat, entering the island in calm waters. However, upon her return, tempestuous storms shattered the vessel, casting her into the sea. Relying on her heritage as a descendant of the Qing Miao, she attempted to transform and manifest her wings, yet the blue Yuan Sea was fraught with peril. Given her current cultivation, it was exceedingly difficult for her to escape the treacherous waters alone. After numerous attempts and repeated failures, she found herself in a dire predicament. Both Qing and Xiao Chui felt an inexplicable kinship towards one another. Qing did not disclose her reasons for arriving at the Flying Fish Islands, nor did Xiao Chui inquire. Until she ascertained whether Xiao Chui belonged to her kin, Qing would remain silent about her quest to find her. For it was a closely guarded secret of the Qing bird tribe. They were secretly seeking Xiao Chui's whereabouts. Once this information leaked, numerous powerful individuals would join the search for Xiao Chui. Should she become a contracted beast, her master would wield control over the entire Qing bird tribe. If she fell into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, the Qing bird tribe would be reduced to mere tools of slaughter. With Qing remaining, the three women could hardly contain their excitement. Ziyu produced a delicate light green dress and found a secluded spot for Qing to change out of her guide's attire. Upon their return to Haocen, he was left utterly astonished, inwardly exclaiming that they truly had stumbled upon a treasure while shopping. At that moment, all three had donned skirts. Cold Ziyu wore a knee-length lavender skirt, adorned with embroidered clouds at the hem, enhancing her beauty. Xiao Chui, in a white dress, exuded an innocent charm that made passers-by wish to plant a kiss upon her cheek. The light green dress transformed Qing into a vision of allure. Her pristine complexion akin to delicate jade, with a subtle hint of worry gracing her exquisite features. Her elegantly arched brows were faintly furrowed, adding an endearing touch to her already extraordinary beauty. However, the three women had no time to accompany Haocen in his treasure hunt, so they gathered outside the Jiwei Pavilion to chat. Observing their demeanor, Haocen could only greet them before entering the pavilion alone. Chapter 475. An unexpected encounter with Yuan Ziki upon entering the main hall of Jiwei Pavilion. Haocen did not find the elusive, mysterious shadow Cold Jade, but did not linger long in the establishment. Just as he was about to exit, someone hurriedly burst into the shop, colliding into him. "My apologies." A wave of soft fragrance enveloped him, accompanied by a gentle voice. Instinctively, Haocen embraced the person, who swiftly turned and dashed towards the side of the hall. It's a woman disguised as a man. As the individual attempted to break free from his grasp, Haocen realized it was a timid female cultivator and refrained from releasing her immediately. "Senior brother, I have urgent matters," and was not paying attention. "I am truly sorry." At that moment, the girl's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she repeatedly offered her apologies. He felt a flicker of familiarity in her gaze, but could not recall where he had seen her before. Haocen surmised that her male disguise must have involved some form of transformation, and she was likely in a hurry. Suddenly, as he employed his spiritual sight, he discovered that it was none other than the young island mistress, Yuan Ziki. You just broke the flying egg we traded for. What do you intend to do about it?" "Apologies are easy to utter, but they lack sincerity. How about compensating me with 100 high-grade spirit stones, and I shall let you go?" With a mischievous grin, Haocen teased her. Yuan Ziki, clad in her disguise, realized that Haocen's cultivation level far surpassed hers. Being held in his embrace and unable to escape, combined with the curious gazes of those in the hall, made her cheeks burn even more, as if they might bleed. "Senior brother, I do not possess that many spirit stones," Yuan Ziki replied, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. "Unless you share with me why you rushed to Jiwei Pavilion? Since you are disguised as a man, my embrace of you is hardly a matter of great significance." I exclaimed. "Is that you, little junior brother? It's been quite a while. Are you well?" With a swift turn, Haocen held on to Yuan Ziki, hiding in the shadows of the hall. Without understanding the situation, Haocen would not allow Yuan Ziki to depart. What if Feiyu Pavilion uncovered something amiss or secretly colluded with the demonic sect, jeopardizing tonight's operation? All right. Upon hearing Haocen's words, Yuan Ziki altered her tone in response. Yet, inwardly, she vowed, "Aren't you taking advantage of the situation? Just wait. I will find a chance to make you pay." Yuan Ziki, you won't have the opportunity to do me harm. I know precisely what you're thinking, Haocen remarked, revealing her intentions. "Oh, you know who I am. Yet you dare to be so audacious?" Being recognized while dressed as a man and still being held so closely was indeed a bold act. However, it was a rare occurrence to be embraced by a man. Her intended, Qin Baitian, had never even touched her hand. At this moment, Yuan Ziki found herself lost in thought, her arms wrapped around Haocen's waist, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her lips slightly parted, as if she were perpetually teasing his senses. Haocen was utterly captivated by this enchanting girl, his spirit entranced. He could not help but lean down and steal a kiss from Yuan Ziki's lips. Brother, are you ever going to stop? At an unknown moment, Xiao Chui burst through the door of the ZY pavilion, one foot inside and the other outside, clamoring loudly. Haocen was startled, instinctively pushing Yuan Ziki away, causing her to awaken from her reverie. Fortunately, Xiao Chui's interruption occurred within the safety of the ZY pavilion. Had it been in a remote wilderness, the scene could have continued unfolding. That wretched girl, why did she have to arrive at this moment and disturb my dreams? Haocen cursed inwardly, displeased. Come with me. Without further ado, Haocen grasped Yuan Ziki's hand and led her towards the entrance of the ZY pavilion. Keep an eye on her, he instructed as they approached Xiao Chui. The three of them departed from the ZY pavilion, joining the two conversing outside, Feiyu and Qinger. As they made their way unhesitatingly into the coconut groves beyond the marketplace, Yuan Ziki, realizing there was no alternative, followed Haocen out of the marketplace. The five of them arrived in a coconut grove on Feiyu Island. It was only at this moment that Haocen introduced Yuan Ziki, the one disguised as a man, to Feiyu and Qinger. Well, what? You are the young island master? Both Feiyu and Qinger exclaimed in unison, astonished. Thus, Haocen explained to the others how Yuan Ziki had inadvertently collided with him, rendering him unable to provide compensation for the damaged flying egg. Oh, what a pity. Let me see it. Perhaps it can be repaired? Xiao Chui insisted on making things difficult for Haocen, who stubbornly refused to present it. Here, this is the flying egg. With no choice, Haocen retrieved a thunderbolt egg from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Chui. Ah, isn't this a thunderbolt egg? Xiao Chui exclaimed. If you throw it, won't it turn into a flying egg? After casting a glance at Yuan Ziki, Haocen explained to Xiao Chui, you see? Yuan Ziki, realizing at this moment that she had been deceived by the young man before her, felt a wave of grievance and began to weep softly. Noticing Yuan Ziki's tears, Haocen wondered if he had perhaps taken the jest too far. Xiao Chui, Qinger and Ziyu, along with the others, attempted to dissuade Yuan Ziki. Why the haste to the ZY pavilion? Haocen inquired gently after Yuan Ziki had calmed down. The demon sect had long harbored ambitions to usurp the position of the island lord and monopolize Flying Fish Island. Tai Tianlong, infatuated with Yuan Ziki's beauty, harbored murderous intent to eliminate his rival, Qin Baitian. Seizing the opportunity as Qin Baitian returned to the Sea Shark Island, he stealthily assassinated him, framing the illusory sea sect Yu Qianlang, which ignited a conflict between the Sea Shark Island and the illusory sea sect. Taking advantage of the chaos, he sought to control the Flying Feather Pavilion and imprison Yuan Wanlan. Thus, Yuan Ziki disguised herself as a man and sought aid from the ZY Pavilion's master to quell the discord and remove the adversary Tai Tianlong. She recounted her predicament at the ZY Pavilion, revealing the demon sect's plot to dominate Flying Fish Island to Haocen and the others. Upon hearing Yuan Ziki's words, Haocen surmised that seeking assistance from the ZY Pavilion might yield no results. The only solution was to expel the demon sect's influence from Flying Fish Island to restore peace. As the ZY Pavilion would not intervene to assist the Flying Feather Pavilion. I will handle your troubles. Refrain from taking any actions, he advised Yuan Ziki. Listening to Haocen's analysis and counsel, she quietly departed from him and returned stealthily to the Flying Feather Pavilion. As the market transactions concluded, Haocen and his companions did not leave Flying Fish Island, but instead chose a secluded inn in the marketplace area. That night, while Xiao Zui did not return to the Jade Pendant space, Haocen's presence was notably absent. Only Ziyu understood the reason. While enjoying porridge, one must leave some broth for Schwanger. During the day, Haocen had embraced Yuan Ziki, yet he could only behold her, not act. With a sleepless night ahead, he resolved to enter the demon suppression tower to seek solace with Schwanger and calm his restless heart. The following day, Xiao Zui and the others remained in the inn. Ziyu, not having had enough fun in the marketplace, also had to hide in the inn for food and entertainment. While Xiao Zui was content as long as there was something to eat, Qinger was indifferent. However, Ziyu took the opportunity to catch Haocen in a secluded room when he was away from Schwanger. In the afternoon, Haocen instructed the three women to rest in the inn. He then quietly returned to the coconut grove on Flying Fish Island, periodically employing the spirit eye technique to observe the situation within the illusionary array's stone house. The The spirit eye technique was a nemesis to illusions. Mastering it allowed one to see through any illusory formations or barriers. As the sun descended, gradually dissipating the heat and casting its light upon the sea, Haocen noticed a steady stream of figures in black traversing the illusionary array into the stone house. There were many, roughly estimated to be over 100. Haocen chuckled softly, shaking his head. At that moment, he had regained his usual composure. The arrival of so many individuals clearly indicated they were well prepared. He had scanned the cultivations of nearly 100 individuals with his divine sense, revealing none of them were foundational practitioners, nor were there any weak Qi refinement realm cultivators. All were of the core formation realm, with 2 particularly strong beings in the late nascent soul stage. Judging by their auras, Haocen concluded that these figures cloaked in black were indeed members of the demon sect. As day turned to night, the tranquil hues enveloping Flying Fish Island gradually settled into silence. These demon sect cultivators appeared to be making no moves, instead sitting in quiet meditation. Upon meticulous observation, one would discern that the seemingly haphazard arrangement is, in truth, fraught with peril, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to conceal themselves within. As night deepens, Flying Fish Island slips into slumber. With the moon at its zenith, numerous figures converge from all directions towards the stone dwelling. Just as they approach the illusory formation, they are detected. In an instant, beams of sword light and knife glimmers, along with various spells, whirl in chaotic disarray, engulfing the surroundings in turmoil. The skirmish lasts less than the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, and the subsequent assailants begin to retreat. Yet, the followers of the demonic sect are not so easily deterred. 2 cultivators at the nascent soul stage, accompanied by over 100 practitioners at the core formation stage, pursue relentlessly. Once tranquility returns to the vicinity of the stone dwelling, Haocen initiates his endeavor. Having already changed his attire and activated the forbidden yuan technique, he suppresses his presence and disguises himself to evade the detection of others' spiritual senses. Drawing from his prior experience within the stone dwelling, he effortlessly navigates the illusory formation's restrictions. Concealed in the shadows, he moves like a wisp of darkness towards the stone dwelling. At this moment, both the inner and outer courtyards of the stone dwelling are occupied. The inner courtyard houses significant figures, while the outer perimeter is populated by guards and others. What, one might ponder, is the true intention of the demonic sect on Flying Fish Island? Why does the stone dwelling conceal a vast puppet factory, shrouded in secrecy? As Haocen approaches the stone dwelling, he notes that the stone door is just beginning to close. Evidently, the 2 nascent soul cultivators had opened it upon their departure. Seizing the opportunity, Haocen slips inside, where a downward sloping passage extends before him. Flanking the passage are several stone chambers of varying sizes, reminiscent of warehouses, housing an abundance of beast corpses, some from the sea, some from land, and others from the skies, all sealed within barriers. Haocen stealthily enters a stone chamber that remains unsealed by barriers. This space resembles a processing factory, predominantly filled with the remains of various beasts, scattered across platforms of differing dimensions. Observing closely, one might say that this space resembles not merely a slaughterhouse for beasts, but rather an anatomical research facility. A few composite bodies, amalgamations of tiger heads and other beast limbs, are sparsely arranged atop a platform of about 10 feet wide. Could it be that he merely glanced past the significant details during his last visit? Haocen muses internally. Examining the seemingly mundane walls with the naked eye reveals no further potential for advancement. If the sole purpose were to guard this research facility, such a multitude of personnel would not be mobilized, nor would there be a clandestine effort to protect this site. Furthermore, a large-scale assault would be inconceivable. Were it not for Haocen's formidable spiritual sense, he too might have assumed that the passage concluded here. Utilizing the spirit eye technique, Haocen discerns that the wall before him is, in fact, enchanted with an illusion. Upon breaching this illusion, he discovers a grand door. Peering through the crevice of the stone door, he is taken aback by the sight within the stone chamber. In the lush green jungle, he discovers that the blood demon base's materials for crafting poisonous puppets are piled high within this chamber. Nearly 1,000 lifeless bodies of cultivators, their forms tinged with green, lie quietly within the vast expanse of the stone chamber. Could it be that this place serves as yet another processing base for humanoid puppets? Haocen's mind begins to question his earlier discoveries. The workshop-like puppet manufacturing hall could not possibly possess such immense processing capabilities. Was this merely a storage warehouse? With a mind full of questions, Haocen began to search for any suspicious signs. After several investigations, he stumbled upon a partially open stone door at a fork in the passageway. Stealthily approaching the door, he was astonished to discover a grand hall, 3 zhang high and 100 zhang in circumference. Hundreds of individuals busily surrounded dozens of stone platforms of varying lengths and widths. Upon these platforms lay the carcasses of countless demonic beasts, alongside live animals such as tigers, leopards, wolves, cattle, horses, and sheep. At that moment, Haocen was perplexed and pondered. If this place was not for crafting puppets from humans, how could one explain the presence of human corpses in the stone chamber? The so-called poison puppets were a concept proposed long ago by a group of extreme alchemists and craftsmen on the Tianyuan continent, known as the Eternal Life Project. This plan aimed to transform living beings into invincible puppets through alchemical processes, establishing an iron-blooded army that would allow humanity to maintain long-lasting dominion over the world. It was an exceedingly mad scheme that faced vehement opposition from humanity upon its proposal. Furthermore, the matter eventually leaked out, leading to the scorn of the entire human populace towards those lunatics, who subsequently vanished without a trace. Previously, Haocen had rescued an innocent boy from captivity in the Qingyun forest, inadvertently stumbling upon a secret base of a demonic cult where research on humanoid puppets was conducted. He suspected that this so-called blood-poisoned base of the cult was, in fact, created by those deranged individuals whose objective was to realize the establishment of the iron-blooded army. The true essence of the poison puppet signified not merely malicious and inhumane actions. It represented a nefarious force aspiring to dominate the entire world. After observing the room, Haocen did not disturb the individuals present, but quietly withdrew to continue his exploration. Within the dim corridor, he encountered another stone chamber hall, where nearly 1,000 individuals, their bodies tinged with green, stood motionless along the sides of the hall. From the faint aura they emanated, it was evident that they were under magical control, rendered as living dead. At the recent banquet on Flying Fish Island, he had seen the young master of the divine cult, Tai Tianlong, who was now inspecting those green-tinged living dead, accompanied by individuals clad in red robes. This hall differed from the previous one, as it contained only small platforms, with numerous stone troughs of various sizes arranged beside them. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, causing Haocen to feel a wave of revulsion. The troughs were filled with dark green liquid, in which the green-tinged individuals were submerged, motionless, save for the occasional faint breath that indicated they were still alive. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children. Their innards had been extracted, replaced with specially crafted components, and subjected to magical refinement, ultimately soaking them in a medicinal solution to prevent decay. Thus, the souls of these refined puppets were eternally imprisoned within their bodies. In a state of consciousness yet unable to command one's own body, the transformed puppet endures a torment more agonizing than death itself. Regardless of the original prowess of the being used for the transformation, their strength remains unchanged post-conversion into a puppet. Moreover, as the puppetry process unfolds, the original being evolves into a peculiar existence straddling the line between life and mere tool. In combat, the puppet possesses a certain degree of combat awareness. Upon receiving commands, the puppet is capable of making judgments based on the circumstances at hand. The manifestation of its strength remains unaltered compared to its pre-transformation state. However, after being fashioned into a puppet, while other bodily functions remain largely unaffected, the puppet loses some sensory perception. This implies that during battle, the puppet does not experience sensations such as pain. When encountering these humanoid poison puppets, practitioners of the same realm find themselves unable to contend with them, as they are not only humanoid puppets, but also imbued with potent toxins. Chapter 477. Eradicate evil. To the last, poison puppets represent an exceedingly inhumane creation, subduing a living being and then employing drugs and other materials for synthesis and transformation. The probability of success is minuscule, relying largely on luck to successfully conjure a poison puppet. It can be said that the synthesis of poison puppets using drugs and other materials is a profound moral atrocity, a flagrant disregard for conscience. Yet, even in the face of such abhorrent and inhumane high-end technology, some still dare to venture into research. Gazing upon the countless human figures submerged in stone troughs before him, Haocen felt a surge of blood and energy swell within him, an overwhelming aura of wrath emanating from his core. Such practices are utterly devoid of humanity. They deserve to perish. However, at this moment, Haocen must endure, for he has yet to fully investigate everything here and cannot afford to alert any potential threats. Until he clarifies the situation, patience is his only recourse. Haocen speculates that beneath this stone chamber lies more than what he has uncovered. Deeper secrets of the demonic cult must be concealed within. Continuing his exploration, he encountered another stone door barrier, which he successfully deciphered. This chamber's layout differed from the previous stone hall he had seen. It was more expansive than its predecessors. In addition to platforms of varying lengths and widths, there were 8 surrounding blood pools in the central area, exuding steam. Hundreds of blood sorcerers were immersed within these pools, each guarded by a dozen individuals clad in crimson robes. This was the birthplace of blood sorcery. Haocen continued to restrain himself, refraining from slaughtering these blood sorcerers. He intended to ascertain the situation before taking action. Delving once more through another stone door, he found himself in a vast hall, towering at a height of 1,000 feet. Within this hall lay an unimaginable wealth of various resources. Successfully crafted humanoid puppets lay in a tranquil slumber. Numerous flying shuttles, vessels, and ships, as well as an array of maritime crafts were arrayed throughout this space, which resembled a storeroom of the demonic cult's overseas supplies. Adjacent to the material storage warehouse lies a spacious hall, where dozens of individuals clad in gray garments are diligently engaged in the crafting of products. Upon a cursory glance, Haocen discerned that this was a workshop dedicated to the creation of metallic puppets. The puppets being forged boasted combat capabilities equivalent to at least foundational cultivation levels, with the majority being of the metal attribute. In his investigation, Haocen discovered that these puppets had merely exhausted their energy. The energy supply system had faltered, yet the components remained intact and undamaged. After examining several metal puppets, he quickly concluded that a simple recompilation of the control systems and a restoration of the energy supply would suffice to reanimate these metallic constructs, allowing them to act according to the programmer's will, whether in battle or as laborers. Indifferent to the creation of toxic puppets and disdainful of the blood demons produced through blood pools, Haocen was solely captivated by the metallic puppets. He could not let this opportunity slip away, regardless of the presence of the dozens of craftsmen or the products at hand. Considering the scale of this space, Haocen conferred with the spirit of his jade pendant, Ling Air, to establish a crafting workshop several dozen miles from the Chui Ling Tower, intending to relocate this puppet workshop into the jade pendant's realm. Thus, using a mist of confusion, Haocen rendered the craftsmen disoriented. As they lost their capacity for resistance, he stealthily transported them into the jade pendant's space. The endeavor of transferring the items from both the workshop and the material storage left Haocen utterly exhausted. He sighed deeply, regretting having left Xiao Chui and Ziyu to rest at the inn, and lamenting not awakening Shan Air and Shuang Air for assistance. After all, more hands would have made lighter work. Yet, what could be done? Even with Qing Air present, he could not recklessly incorporate her into the demon suppression tower or the jade pendant's space. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, the 2 spaces had become desolate ruins. No, merely empty halls. Upon realizing there was nothing further to transport, he returned to the stone door leading to the blood demon manufacturing area, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the individuals within. Haocen had no interest in expending energy to slay them. He possessed an ample supply of explosive thunderbolts, lightning bombs, flame bombs, and blood poison demon bombs. Ultimately, he opted for the blood poison demon bombs, allowing the blood demons to reap what they had sown. The choice was primarily due to the relatively quiet explosion and its significant corrosive properties. With a swift motion, he detonated 3 blood poison demon bombs and hurled them into the blood pool space before promptly sealing the stone door. After a few muted tremors, the expansive blood pool space appeared far more open than before, utterly eroded. Upon arriving at the stone door of the toxic puppet manufacturing chamber, Haocen refrained from using the blood poison demon bombs here, as he sought to retain the valuable items within. Instead, he retrieved the mist and quietly released it into the stone chamber. As the mist took effect, Haocen abruptly pushed open the stone door, summoning forth the Mo Shang sword, Fei Huang sword, Fei Hong sword, alongside the Mo soul blade and Qing soul dagger. Seizing the moment while the occupants were entranced, He unleashed 5 beams of chilling light with his consciousness, indiscriminately slaughtering the followers of the demonic cult within the stone chamber, sparing only the alchemists. Bloodshed erupted as the chilling glimmer of 5 blades danced in a murderous frenzy for several breaths. It was only after this relentless onslaught that Haocen ceased his assault and hurried into the stone chamber's grand hall to assess the aftermath. At this moment, he beheld Iron Tianlong and a cadre of demonic cultists, their souls extinguished within the hall. After collecting the storage rings from Iron Tianlong and the cultists, he noticed a dozen figures clad in white robes trembling in a corner. With no time to interrogate these alchemists, a thought crossed his mind, and Haocen swiftly ensnared the trembling alchemists along with the finished poison puppets into the first level of the demon suppression tower. Exiting the hall where the poison puppets had been crafted, he established a barrier and, with a wave of his hand, hurled several thunderous and fiery explosives, obliterating the hall dedicated to the poison puppets. Setting another seal, he once again confined the area. As the barrier muffled the sound of the explosion, Haocen felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, which subsided after a few breaths. Following several minor quakes, tranquility returned. A ghostly silhouette emerged from the stone abode and ventured into the palm grove, glancing around to ensure no one was in pursuit. The figure then darted away with astonishing speed. From the moment he entered the stone chamber to his swift departure, it took Haocen only the time it takes to burn a few incense sticks to dismantle the century-long efforts of the demonic cult. As the night deepened, Haocen stealthily returned to the inn. In the dimly lit and secluded establishment, laughter echoed from Ziyu's room, where 3 women gathered, joyfully engaging in lively conversation. None were aware that one person had been absent from the inn during the first half of the night. Haocen refrained from divulging his whereabouts, and the 3 women did not inquire. Xiaozue merely felt that her brother Haocen had taken an unusually long time for a brief respite. Upon returning to his quarters, Haocen chose not to disrupt the conviviality of the 3 women, instead retreating to his room to meditate and recuperate his strength. As the sun ascended above the sea, seagulls chased fishing boats, and those remaining on the island practiced their morning routines in small groups. It was only at this moment that Haocen roused the 3 slumbering women, urging them to rise and embark on an outing. He did not rush to leave Flying Fish Island, for he intended to ascertain the truth behind the previous night's tumult. Such a significant disturbance could not have gone unnoticed by the island's formidable inhabitants. After extending his consciousness to probe the area, Haocen was perplexed to discover that not only had the assailants who attacked the stone house not returned, but the stone house itself had been reduced to ruins. What had transpired after his departure? Had the denizens of Flying Fish Island seized the opportunity to strike? Had the pursuers fallen into a trap and been annihilated? Had the pursued returned to ravage the site? Despite the myriad of uncertainties, Haocen felt a surge of elation in his heart, secretly affirming, truly, there are those who pull the strings behind the scenes. It was not merely he who cast blame upon others. Someone had intervened to alleviate the calamity. What a delightful turn of events. With this in mind, he patiently awaited the 3 women to complete their morning rituals before venturing out. By the time the trio emerged from their room, the sun was already high in the sky. As the saying goes, rise early, yet arrive late. Chapter 478. A thought becomes spirit. Haocen's thoughts were not focused on admiring their grace. He understood that, although Flying Fish Island appeared tranquil at that moment, it was merely the calm before the impending storm. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to make his escape, considering that with Iron Tianlong removed, he had fulfilled his promise to Yuan Ziki. After a winding journey, he led the 3 maidens to a secluded locale. He produced the flying shuttle and, without further ado, whisked them away at an exhilarating speed towards the east. At this moment, Hao Ian's heart swelled with profound emotion. He had dismantled the secret stronghold of the demonic sect. His long-suppressed ambition had finally been realized, delivering a potentially devastating blow to the sect. Overcome with fervor, he shouted towards the boundless sea. A surge of energy shot skyward, and moments later, dark clouds gathered, with lightning dancing amidst them. This sight sent a shiver through Hao Ian's body. He wished to spare the 3 girls from any fright. In an instant, he sealed the flying shuttle and stored it within the jade pendant space. Was it the tribulation clouds? Hao Ian mused. Regardless of its nature, flying during a thunderstorm was unwise. It was prudent to seek a safe haven first. Thus, he consulted the map of the Blue Yuan Sea, ascertained his location, and made his way towards a reef several hundred feet away. Upon arriving at the reef, The ominous clouds followed suit. With his divine sense, he surveyed the area, discovering a 100-foot-wide rocky isle devoid of soil, vegetation, water, and human presence. At this juncture, Haocen confirmed that the clouds trailing him were indeed the ominous tribulation clouds. He swiftly prepared himself for the impending tribulation lightning. Boom. Soon, the first bolt of tribulation lightning arrived, crashing towards Haocen with wild ferocity. Silver serpents rampaging and electric pythons coursing through the air. Although the first tribulation was not overwhelmingly powerful, it still bore the capacity to wreak havoc. The strain was evident on Haocen's countenance. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of evasion. He resolved to withstand the first strike with the strength of his body. Undeterred by the onslaught of the first tribulation lightning, Haocen remained steadfast and successfully absorbed its fury. The subsequent tribulations, from the 2nd to the 8th, posed no threat to him. Seizing this opportunity, he executed the lesser yang technique, consuming the lightning to refine his physique, achieving a breakthrough to the completion of the minor thunder body. After withstanding the 8th bolt without deploying any defensive measures, relying solely on his flesh and blood to endure the tribulation's refinement, his complexion paled considerably. Haocen hastily ingested restorative pills to regain his stamina and magical energy. The 9th bolt of tribulation lightning approached swifter than anticipated, catching Haocen unprepared. Boom. The 9th tribulation finally descended. In the face of its fury, Haocen grew vigilant. Having already consumed his elixirs, he sensed a threat to his life from this 9th bolt, though the danger felt limited, failing to instill genuine fear within him. He quickly established a protective barrier and summoned his domain's power to fortify his defenses. As the 9th bolt struck, even beneath layers of protection, he felt a powerful current surge through him, a sensation ineffable in words, rendering his body momentarily numb and even endangering his very soul. Yet, this peril was fleeting. Soon devoured by his 3 dantians, lightning struck repeatedly, consuming endlessly, a ceaseless refinement of the body. Time passed as Haocen underwent this trial. His expression calm as he stood motionless, allowing the heavenly tribulations to assail him without flinching. The 9th bolt of lightning gradually weakened until it ultimately vanished. Cultivating the Xiaohao lineage's technique, the Xiaoyang method, necessitated the tempering of the body with thunder, achieving the minor success of Thunderbolt, and ultimately culminating in the grand completion of the diamond body, thus attaining an immortal form. Although he had only reached the minor success of Thunderbolt, the vast energy absorbed brought no discomfort. As the 9th bolt dissipated, a ray of rosy light enveloped him, as if the heavens were bestowing sweet dew, wrapping Haocen in its embrace. This divine energy transformed into pure force, akin to the mysterious might released by jade pendants, forming a colossal vortex of energy above his head. At that moment, Haocen's mind was devoid of distractions, his consciousness elevated to a state of ethereal clarity, soaring alone in the boundless void above the vast ocean. This extraordinary state of cultivation was unprecedented for him, possibly due to the uniqueness of his current surroundings. Enormous energy converged from all directions, pouring into him, causing his entire being to radiate with golden light. He then attuned himself to his inner energies, aside from his magical power and divine consciousness. He had far surpassed the infant stage, advancing to the initial phase of the spirit transformation stage, where his nascent soul had taken form. No longer did he fear the worldly winds, as he could freely traverse beyond his physical body. His nascent soul had grown significantly stronger, also gaining the ability to harness the energies of heaven and earth for his own use. The Lucien sword remained silent within his chaotic dantian, while the demon suppression tower was quietly lurking within the stormy and electric dantian. When Haocen explored the jade pendant space, he was greatly astonished to find that its area had expanded several-fold, truly becoming a small world. Having entered the initial phase of spirit transformation, he had become a legend in the Qianyuan realm, a 22-year-old spirit transformation master. With this advancement came divine spells of instant movement and transformation. With a mere thought, he could teleport several paces. With another thought, he could alter his form at will. These were the 2 distinct divine abilities granted by his elevation to the spirit transformation realm. However, being newly ascended, he had yet to master these divine spells, particularly the transformation and shrinking of his form, which required further finesse. With a heart full of joy, Haocen practiced instant movement above the vast sea. He soon discovered that this spell demanded a significant reservoir of true essence, and after several attempts, his internal energy was depleted by more than half, forcing him to pause his practice. After consuming a recovery pill to restore his magical power, he retained the innocence of youth. With a thought, his 5-elemental nascent soul emerged, followed by the dark and chaotic nascent souls, frolicking in the air. Yet, the void above the ocean was not a place for frivolity. Having witnessed the power of his nascent souls, he hastily retracted the 5-elemental nascent soul. At this moment, the 3 women within the flying shuttle had been safely contained within the jade pendant space. In a fleeting moment, fate bestowed a rare opportunity, allowing the 3 women to share in the immense benefits bestowed by Haocen. The abundant vitality flowed into the flying shuttle, which the 3 women eagerly absorbed without reservation. Even within the confines of the demon suppression tower, the deeply engrossed Shaner and Schwanger, alongside the fiery bird Qiao Heng, unknowingly reaped significant advantages. When Haocen retrieved the flying shuttle once more, he discovered that Ziyu and Qing'er were still immersed in the joy of their advancement. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui lay in a deep slumber, a natural instinct of the divine beast. Haocen had no choice but to store Xiao Chui within the space of the jade pendant, entrusting Linger to guard her. The destruction of the secret base would ultimately benefit the populace. Divine providence would surely protect the virtuous, ensuring that no good soul would suffer, nor would malevolent forces continue to wreak havoc upon the world. Haocen entered the flying shuttle, refraining from disturbing the 2 women as cultivation. He independently maneuvered the shuttle over the sea, gliding like a seabird, alternating between low-altitude flight and skimming the water's surface. However, Haocen was not entranced by joy, aimlessly drifting without purpose. Instead, he diligently followed the maritime map to survey the coastal waters of the Tianwu continent. Fortuitously, during his passage through the strait with Yi Han, he had discreetly left a trace of his spiritual awareness on an unnamed island, laying the groundwork for future crossings of the Blue Yuan Sea. The strait between the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent was perilous. Only those of the combined realm of cultivators and the martial emperors, along with magic practitioners of the Devil Emperor rank and above, could traverse it. The vast distance between the 2 lands, coupled with the treacherous waters devoid of safe havens, where not even a solitary island could be found, rendered the crossing nearly impossible. Moreover, the capricious maritime climate, with its fierce winds and colossal waves, along with formidable sea creatures and avian predators, posed great risks. A moment's inattention could lead to a watery grave. Thus, none dared to cross the Blue Yuan Strait. Yet, Haocen was undeterred, equipped with an interstellar spaceship, a sea vessel, the Jade Pendant-S spatial realm, and the Demon Suppression Tower, each a treasure of extraordinary power. Alongside the maritime map left by predecessors, he felt emboldened. At that moment, his sole desire was to challenge the limits of crossing the oceanic expanse. However, prior to embarking on this venture, he had certain matters to address. Within the storage ring of Tai Tianlong, he uncovered secrets pertaining to the demonic sect. 1,000 miles northwest of Dark Knight City lay Qianya City, where not only did the sect's leader and high-ranking members take refuge to cultivate, but the altar for the centennial sacrificial ceremony was also situated nearby. Thus, Haocen had every reason to journey to Qianya City. Chapter 479. Entering Qianya City upon departing from the Blue Yuan Sea and returning to the Tianwu continent. Haocen made a beeline for Qianya City. The flying shuttle descended amidst a thicket, 100 miles from the city. After retracting the shuttle, he awakened the meditating Ziyu and Qing'er. The trio swiftly vanquished a ferocious beast and subsequently took over its lair, which was nestled within a cave halfway up a mountainside. The ground was littered with remnants of past meals, a sight and scent most repugnant. However, the lair's concealment afforded them a level of safety from prying eyes. With a flick of his wrist, Haocen cast a thunderbolt grenade, incinerating the foul odor that permeated the cave. Once the area was cleared, he signaled for the 2 women to enter and rest. It was only at this point that Haocen exhaled a sigh of relief. Seeking a hidden spot, he swiftly entered the space of the jade pendant, his thoughts guiding him to the confines of the forging workshop's barrier. After meeting with the esteemed blacksmiths, Haocen extended his warm concern towards these individuals. Since being transported to this unfamiliar realm, they had been idly waiting, their spirits burdened by the thought of being mere inexpensive labor for their master. Their inactivity rendered them somewhat uneasy. Haocen's arrival was akin to that of a friend visiting, as he had already gleaned their thoughts and worries through his profound awareness. As the master of the space, he possessed an intimate understanding of each person's inner turmoil. To those whose lifespans were nearing their limits, he generously bestowed the Tianyuan fruit, hoping to extend their lives by a century. For those worn down by years of labor, he offered rejuvenating purple elixirs for them to consume. To the frail among them, he granted each a drop of the Millennium Spirit liquid, instructing them to cultivate their hearts and refrain from any activity unless directed by him. With sincerity and compassion, Haocen nurtured these blacksmiths. During the obliteration of the Western Mountains Dark Guard base, he had indiscriminately exterminated everyone there, a decision he later regretted, lamenting the loss of those skilled in crafting blood poison magic bullets. This time, he vowed to care for them meticulously. Upon exiting the jade pendant space, Haocen promptly summoned the two women resting in the cave into the demon suppression tower. Although the tower was a secret to Qing'er, he found no alternative means to accommodate her at that moment. Had Xiao Chui not been in slumber, perhaps Qing'er could have been allowed to leave. However, should Xiao Chui awaken and find Qing'er missing, it would surely cause an uproar. Haocen communicated with Ziyu, deciding to accompany Qing'er to the demon suppression tower for cultivation within the Earth's barrier. Once Xiao Chui awakened, they would determine Qing'er's fate. He subsequently sealed the temporary cave dwelling for future contingencies before setting off towards Qinya City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a streak of light appeared outside Qinya City. Gazing at the immense city in the distance, Haocen felt an oppressive aura approaching him. A subtle smile graced his lips. The inhabitants of Qinya City were indeed cautious. Only through past tribulations would they be so meticulous in activating portions of the city as protective array. This time, utilizing the art of deception, Haocen disguised himself as a middle-aged man, suppressing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Not wishing to reveal himself as a formidable being of the god transformation stage. Just as he was about to enter the city, the spirit of the jade pendant, Ling Er, informed him that Xiao Chui had awakened and was clamoring to go outside. Curious about the advancements Xiao Chui had made during her slumber, Haocen sought a secluded spot, and with a thought, Xiao Chui materialized before him. While her cultivation did not appear significantly elevated, she seemed slightly taller, her demeanor more lively than before. "Where are my sisters?" Xiao Chui inquired, her concern directed towards them rather than asking about Haocen. "I sent them to cultivate in the demon suppression tower," Haocen explained, understanding her implication. Oh. Upon hearing Haocen's arrangements, Xiao Chui felt reassured. She certainly did not wish for her sister Qing'er to leave. "Advancement is indeed quite challenging," she remarked, having received considerable benefits. Yet her cultivation had not seen substantial progress. Upon beholding Xiao Cui's appearance, Haocen teasingly remarked, "Brother says my cultivation progresses slowly. Do you think I am foolish?" Xiao Cui, hearing Haocen's words, inquired, "While others cultivate to enhance their abilities, you seem to cultivate solely to enhance your looks." Haocen shook his head in resignation. "Isn't that rather splendid?" Unfazed by Haocen's comments, Xiao Cui responded, "Am I beautiful? As long as I can cultivate my beauty, the improvement of my abilities is of little consequence. With you protecting me, everything is manageable." The two jested as they approached the city gates. Previously, entering Qinya City had not been heavily scrutinized. However, now not only was a formation activated, but several high-level cultivators also stood guard, inspecting every entering and exiting practitioner. Haocen's arrival inevitably stirred a commotion. His formidable cultivation made it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. As he approached, the surrounding cultivators displayed a range of reactions: jealousy, fear, and various other emotions flickering across their faces. While ordinarily one would need to queue to enter the city, those ahead of him willingly stepped aside. Who would dare to make a nascent soul practitioner wait? With a calm smile, Haocen proceeded forward. A guard from Qinya City, wearing a respectful expression, approached and said, "Greetings, esteemed senior. May I inquire your name and sect?" Haocen frowned slightly, responding with an air of authority. "Do I need to disclose my name to a junior? Since when did such a rule apply for entering and exiting Qinya City? Forgive me, esteemed senior. It is not my intention to be presumptuous. However, recent events necessitated this rule imposed by the city lord and the council of elders. I am merely following orders," the guard explained with a humble smile. Aware that many nascent soul cultivators possess eccentric temperaments, thus he had to serve with caution. "I see. Very well. I shall not hold you accountable for your youth." I am merely a wandering cultivator from a distant place. You wouldn't recognize my name. I wish to enter the city now, Haocen replied, appearing rather domineering, seemingly acting like a brute, though Yifeng had his reasons for this demeanor. Yes, esteemed senior, please enter the city. Here is your identification token. Please take care of it, as it requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner. During these extraordinary times, this is the directive from the Council of Elders. As he spoke, the guard respectfully produced a radiant token. The orders inscribed on it indicated leniency for entry but strictness for exit. Although Haocen's identity was somewhat ambiguous, the guard dared not offend the formidable figure before him. Haocen nodded, took the token, and nonchalantly stored it in his storage ring. Brother, are you not being a bit too ostentatious? Xiao Zui's puzzled voice broke the silence. Haocen had always preferred to act discreetly, yet this time his demeanor was conspicuously bold, leaving Xiao Zui perplexed. Silly girl, I have transformed into a dignified mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Do you think I can remain inconspicuous? Besides, my actions are not without purpose. Haocen explained. Oh, Xiao Zui replied, refraining from further questioning, as she had always trusted Haocen's intentions. Haocen glanced around. It appeared that the number of cultivators on the streets had diminished significantly, yet the city's defensive forces had notably increased. Occasionally, suspicious monks were halted for inquiries. However, as Haocen proceeded on his journey, none dared to provoke him. In the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect, a fundamental truth where, apart from equals in cultivation level, no one would dare to show disrespect towards a Yuanian practitioner. As another patrol from the city guard approached, Haocen swiftly positioned himself in their path, evoking astonishment among the onlookers. Yet, the middle-aged captain, at the early stage of Yuandan, remained composed. I see you are a fellow cultivator. May I inquire what business brings you here? Though his cultivation was modest, he possessed acumen and promptly bowed deeply to Haocen. Nothing much. Qiao City is vast, and it must harbor numerous rich spiritual veins. Do you provide cultivation caves for external practitioners? I have traveled from other states and wish to reside here. Haocen inquired with a serene demeanor. Ah, so you hail from another state. Welcome. Qiao City is a sanctuary for loose cultivators, with all spiritual veins available for lease with yuanshi stones. Establishing a cave here is quite straightforward. Just head to Qiao Hall in the eastern part of the city for further consultation. That is where the city lord's mansion and the elder council are located. The middle-aged captain said, his expression relaxing as he warmly introduced Haocen to the basics of Qiao City. Thank you. Haocen nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned Xiao Zui, transforming her into a gust of wind as he departed from the scene. Chapter 480. Selecting a cave. Currently, Qiao City was rife with undercurrents. Various factions had gathered, and the place was teeming with people. Thus, Haocen had no intention of disturbing the Yi family, miles away. He sought to discreetly find a temporary cave within Qiao City, allowing him to observe the movements of the hidden demonic forces in the area. For safety's sake, en route to Qiao Hall in the eastern part of the city, Haocen had already stored Xiao Zui in the Demon Suppression Tower. Being new to Qiao City, he proceeded with caution, not wishing for Xiao Zui to attract undue attention. Following the directions provided by the middle-aged captain of Yuandan, Haocen flew towards the eastern part of Qiao City. Soon, a magnificent array of buildings came into view, with towering structures bustling with activity. The city lord's mansion, the elder council, Qiao Hall, and the city guard were all visible. Upon arriving in the eastern district of Qiao City, Haocen quickly located the Qiao Hall he sought. Transforming into a streak of light, he entered the grand hall. Despite the current turbulent undercurrents in Qiao City, most practitioners paid them no mind, for this was a renowned sanctum for cultivation. Consequently, seekers of caves flocked here incessantly. Upon entering Qiao Hall, thousands of practitioners wandered within the main hall. A massive array was embedded in the wall, slowly rotating, projecting a nearly lifelike scroll. It depicted a map of Qiao City, with glimmering dots indicating locations suitable for establishing cultivation caves. Noticing this, Haocen's expression shifted slightly, revealing his intrigue. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, a server approached him. Greetings, esteemed senior. May I inquire if you are here in search of a cultivation cave? The server promptly bowed respectfully and inquired, is there a suitable place for cultivation? Haocen nodded and replied, indeed, we are most welcoming of esteemed individuals such as yourself residing in our city. Lead the way to the third level of the Great Hall. The hall steward spoke joyfully. Before long, a young cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment appeared before Haocen. Haocen nodded and followed him up to the third floor. The second level housed dozens of cultivators, all at the Yuandan realm. An elderly man clad in the attire of Qiao Heng sat behind a stone table. A throng of cultivators had gathered before the table, incessantly raising cards and shouting, prompting a look of astonishment to appear in Haocen's eyes. "Oh, it seems this is your first visit to our city, esteemed one. These cultivators are engaged in an auction for cave abodes," the guide explained with a cheerful demeanor. Auction for cave abodes? Haocen was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered numerous auctions for rare materials, but this was his first experience with an auction for cave residences. Indeed, as you may be aware, our city is predominantly populated by loose cultivators. Those coming from afar wishing to reside here have three means to acquire a cave abode. "Oh, please elaborate," Haocen inquired with interest. "The first, as you have seen upon entering the hall, is that most are cultivators at the foundation establishment level. These individuals do not require exceptionally high-quality cultivation grounds, as there are vast expanses of cave abodes available in the vicinity of our city. They can select a cave from the map and merely pay a fee in yuan stones for temporary rental. The rental period typically ranges from 30 to 50 years, with the fee varying between 3,000 to 5,000 stones, depending on the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy." That is not overly expensive," Haocen remarked casually. Indeed, the young guide chuckled lightly. "Qiao City is a sanctuary for loose cultivators. We understand that all our fellow cultivators, compared to those from sects and noble families, naturally possess lesser means. Hence, although the cave abodes we provide are of decent quality, their prices are exceptionally low. Such opportunities are rare to find across the entire Tianwu continent. Moreover, to be candid with you, esteemed one, if some cultivators are indeed strapped for resources, we can recommend certain tasks that, upon completion, would allow them to use a cave abode free of charge." Upon hearing this, Haocen could not help but admire the individuals who had established these regulations, subtly winning the hearts of the people. It was no wonder Qiao City thrived amidst the competition of three major forces. It was not merely the entanglement of the three sects. The strength of Qiao City itself was formidable. Otherwise, this territory would have long been schemed and divided by the three factions. Though they collected fewer yuan stones for cave rentals, they garnered the recognition of those visiting loose cultivators. Aside from Qiao City, where else could loose cultivators find such affordable cave abodes? Thus, when danger befell Qiao City, these individuals would not stand idly by, but would strive to provide support. A single foundation-level cultivator may not seem significant, but if there were tens of thousands residing, even the three major sects would have to consider their actions carefully. "And what is the second method?" Haocen inquired, raising an eyebrow. "The second method, as currently observed by the esteemed senior, is one suitable for practitioners at the Yuandan stage. This city will naturally provide residences abundant in vital energy. However, selection is not merely a matter of desire. Rather, it is conducted through an auction process, granting the coveted spaces to those who offer the highest bids." The young guide explained in a calm voice. "Yuandan residences are auctioned. One wonders how those at the nascent soul level fare?" Haocen remarked casually. "That, I cannot ascertain. Upon your arrival at the third level, esteemed senior, elders will elucidate the details for you," the young guide replied with a respectful smile before turning back to descend the stairs. Haocen nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The two soon ascended to the third floor of the grand hall, where the guide introduced Haocen to the attendants before halting at the staircase and retreating. This level was markedly more tranquil, yet its opulence paled in comparison to the first two floors. Within the third-floor lounge of the grand hall, only a handful of individuals were present. Yet Haocen could not help but inhale sharply. Astonishingly, all were practitioners of the nascent soul stage, 7 in total, comprising both men and women. As Haocen entered the third level, the gazes of these individuals naturally swept over him. Haocen maintained an expression of calm, his aura of magical energy unrestrained. The onlookers revealed expressions of surprise. The middle-aged man before them was, in fact, an elder at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. However, their expressions soon regained composure. Although suitable methods for maintaining youthful appearances among male cultivators are scarce, they certainly exist. It was only natural for strangers to appraise one another. And Haocen did not recognize any of these 7 formidable figures. Yet, when a particular consciousness brushed against him, Haocen felt a chill run through him. an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping his heart. Startled, he concealed his shock beneath a facade of indifference. Thus, in a gesture of politeness, he clasped his hands in greeting to the 7 individuals and, maintaining his composure, sought a place to sit. Subsequently, he feigned casual interest in the 7 before him. One elder, wielding a golden dragon-headed staff, sat upon a soft couch, her white hair cascading down, her face marked with deep wrinkles that betrayed an extraordinary age. Haocen felt a flicker of astonishment. Even without consuming youth-preserving elixirs, one should not appear so aged. Could her appearance be linked to the nature of her cultivation? Another elder, clad in white with white hair, exuded an air of ethereal grace as he stood by the window, his nascent soul late-stage aura unabated. The remaining figures were also ancient beings, each striking in their own right through appearance and attire. Haocen employed a technique to alter his appearance, transforming into a middle-aged man. At that moment, he appeared more youthful within the third-floor lounge of the Qiao Hall. Chapter 481. Assuming the role of an elder, Haocen sat in the small lounge on the 3rd floor, gazing at the peculiar assortment of individuals. Yet, the one who instilled the greatest trepidation within him was a bald, dark-clad elder. The earlier sense of profound danger emanated distinctly from this bald figure. He felt an unsettling familiarity with this individual's aura, as if they had crossed paths in the past. Yet, his appearance seemed strikingly unfamiliar. Could it be that he had altered his visage? Had he concealed his true countenance? Within Haoyen's heart, a sense of vigilance began to arise. He merely cast a few more glances at the individual, but refrained from probing with his spiritual sense, let alone employing his divine eye technique for scrutiny. He promptly shut his eyes, settling into a tranquil meditative state. The others naturally refrained from initiating conversation. These ancient beings of the nascent soul stage were exceedingly cunning. Among peers, there was an inherent wariness, and thus, silence prevailed. After a brief interval, a faint sound of footsteps reached Haoyen's ears, accompanied by the palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy characteristic of the divided spirit realm. Haoyen opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the entrance. Before him stood an elderly man with grizzled hair. As he scrutinized the newcomer, Haoyen's eyes narrowed slightly. The individual was none other than Fu Tianxiang, a practitioner he had previously encountered, a formidable figure of the divine church at the mid-divided spirit stage. However, Haoyen quickly regained his composure, confident in his own abilities, certain that the man would not recognize him. Maintaining an expression of calm indifference, it was as though he had never crossed paths with this individual. As he sat steadily in his chair, the newcomer proceeded to address everyone in the small parlor. Greetings, I am Fu Tianxiang, the 3rd elder of the Qiao Hall. The blessed land of Qiao City belongs to Qiao Hall, which is under the jurisdiction of the Elder Council. Haoyen understood clearly in his heart. The city lord's mansion of Qiao City was merely a facade, while the Elder Council was the true decision-making body. The Qiao Hall was an entity of the Divine Church, and the elders of the Elder Council were likewise elders of the Divine Church. Should one choose to join the Qiao Hall and serve its interests, not only would they have free access to the caverns, but they would also save a substantial amount of spirit stones. Even if one held the title of elder, their responsibilities were minimal, and the offerings would remain unchanged. Oh, is such a boon truly available? Free access to the caverns, offerings, and genuinely no mundane duties? A clear voice interjected, as Haoyen, with keen interest, inquired from the side. However, this did not imply a complete neglect of worldly affairs. It merely suggested that, compared to the elders of other sects, one would enjoy considerably more leisure. Minor matters could be overlooked, yet if Qiao City faced peril, one could not remain passive. Haoyen's apparent interest caught Fu Tianxiang by surprise, prompting him to clarify further. It is essential to understand that, to prevent infiltration by spies, only local practitioners are typically entrusted with significant roles. Fu Tianxiang's persistent invitation stemmed from his familiarity with Haoyen. As a mid-nascent soul old-timer, Haoyen's inclusion in the Qiao Hall would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, those of profound cultivation were unlikely to be spies. After all, even among the 3 great powers, only a handful of practitioners at the nascent soul stage existed within each sect, all of whom were well known. The intelligence personnel of Qiao Hall had long since gathered comprehensive information, confirming that the person before them was not among those known. Naturally, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the other harbored ulterior motives. However, given the prowess of Qiao Hall, It should not be too challenging for them to uncover the true identity of the person before them. Would you like to join us, fellow cultivator? Fu Tianxiang inquired, noticing Haocen's enthusiasm. Indeed, I am a wandering cultivator, accustomed to solitude. After advancing to the nascent soul realm, I received offers from various sects. Yet I have always had an aversion to constraints, thus I declined them all. I heard that your city values freedom much more, so I concocted a fabricated history. Haocen replied, a cultivator of your caliber wishing to join Qiao Hall is most welcome. However, may I ask from whence you hail? Fu Tianxiang continued, his warmth tempered by scrutiny. I am not a local. I am a wandering cultivator from Dark Night City. Haocen smiled as he spoke. Since joining Qiao Hall offers such abundant benefits, I too would like to partake in the festivities, echoed a resounding voice, belonging to the bald, black-clad figure that instilled a sense of danger in Haocen. A streak of light shot from Qiao Hall, revealing a middle-aged man of mid-nascent soul cultivation departing the scene. There was no need to elaborate. It was indeed Haocen. At this moment, Haocen was still adorned in his azure robes, now holding an ancient token. He had swiftly ascended to the position of elder within Qiao Hall, a success beyond his expectations. Initially, he had approached Qiao City with ostentatious bravado, intending to attract the attention of the higher echelons within. Yet, as an outsider, securing a significant position seemed rather daunting. He had not anticipated such ease in his induction. Did Qiao Hall not fear him as a spy? Curiosity piqued within Haocen, but after a brief moment, he dismissed such thoughts, resolving to proceed cautiously in the future. At this juncture, Haocen sought out a suitable cave residence. As an elder, he was entitled to one at no cost, though he was affluent. Saving a sum of spirit stones was a welcome advantage. The only drawback was that the bald, black-clad figure, who evoked a sense of peril in Haocen, also held the position of elder, and his chosen cave was not far from Haocen's. On the surface, this appeared coincidental, yet Haocen harbored doubts. The individual concealed his intentions well, but Haocen could sense animosity emanating from his eyes. The other clearly recognized Haocen, though Haocen had no recollection of him. Of course, he felt no fear. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Haocen had encountered countless tribulations. Now, as a practitioner in the early stage of the transformation god realm, he felt no trepidation even against those in the late stage of the transformation god realm. If he couldn't defeat them, he could always flee. Thus, Haocen transformed into a streak of light, soaring westward for several hundred miles, until a range of undulating mountains came into view. This was Qiao Mountain and Qiao Valley. Haocen swiftly entered the mountains, where he soon found himself gliding through a tranquil gorge. Here, the spiritual energy was palpably richer than in the several caves he had recently passed, a fitting haven prepared for nascent soul cultivators. After the radiant light of Haocen descended, he utilized a token to unveil the formation in this location, subsequently stepping within. Before him, the vista unfolded magnificently, not only adorned with picturesque scenery, but also presenting a ready-made cave dwelling. Haocen extended his divine consciousness, mapping every blade of grass and tree in the canyon, including the cave itself, into his mind. After a brief moment, a satisfied expression graced Haocen's face, and he retrieved several sets of formation flags from his storage ring. Although the cave came equipped with its own formation, it paled in comparison to those he personally arranged. It must be noted that Haocen had delved into a myriad of esoteric studies. Yet he had yet to explore the jade slips containing formations acquired from the War Alliance's Small World and Flying Fish Island. It would be prudent to dedicate time to thoroughly examine them, as the fusion formations contained therein were remarkably potent and would undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation. Who, after all, was that bald, black-clad old anomaly? Once the formations were arranged, Haocen began to ponder, reflecting inwardly. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. This oppressive sensation left him quite displeased. Chapter 482. Undercurrents surging meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a certain enigmatic cave. The surroundings were desolate and devoid of vitality, with the essence of the elements exceedingly sparse. Such a place would deter even foundational stage cultivators from venturing here. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this was the residence of Tai Shixiao, the leader of the demonic sect on Tianyuan continent. Of course, the so-called desolate mountains and treacherous waters were merely an illusion, a result of exceptionally sophisticated prohibitions that could even deceive the divine consciousness of mid-Yuan Ing stage cultivators. Tai Shixiao, reputedly over a century old this year, as a cultivator of the soul division stage, would typically no longer possess procreative capabilities. However, the reality deviated from this norm. A cultivator's robust physique could defy conventions, and as long as one was powerful enough, all rules could be bent. Thus, Tai Shixiang married and fathered children at the age of 100, welcoming two sons, Tai Tianlong and Tai Tianqing. Among his numerous offspring, Tai Tianlong was favored more by Tai Shixiang, which led to him being entrusted with the management of the sect's secret base on Flying Fish Island. The demonic sect was not welcomed in Tianyuan continent, but on Tianwu continent, they exercised restraint. In public and private, they operated under the guise of a righteous sect, cloaking their true nature from the people of Tianwu continent. Secretly, however, they manipulated and controlled various towns and sections. Qinya City, in particular, stood as a clandestine stronghold for the sect on Tianwu continent. The sect coveted the spiritual veins of Qinya City, using it as bait to attract cultivators from all corners to settle there. Gradually, they ensnared these practitioners, ultimately transforming them into members of the sect. This strategy was nothing short of brilliant. Over the decades, tens of thousands of loose cultivators emerged from here, becoming adherents of the demonic sect. Thousands of elite cultivators extended from Qinya City to all corners of the world, forming a significant force within the sect. In this world, the demonic sect and evil cultivators were viewed as synonymous, representing the two most notorious categories of practitioners on the continent. Comparatively, the demonic sect's practitioners were known for their brutalities that surpassed even those of evil cultivators, a reputation for ferocity and cruelty that was unparalleled. The demonic sect was one of the most formidable forces on Tianwu continent, its influence sprawling across the globe, thus underscoring the extraordinary depth and power of the sect. Haocen's arrival in Qinya City has fulfilled his initial objective. Now, he intends to trace the roots of a clandestine stronghold, questioning the veracity of the intelligence acquired from Tai Tianlong. In recent days, several prominent sects near Qinya City have been besieged, with even those located within a radius of 1,000 miles experiencing repercussions. The identity of the assailants remains shrouded in mystery, making them nearly impossible to track. Notable sects such as the Divine Cult, Dark Knight City, Qianma Sect, and the Liang Sect, along with various clans and towns, appear to be targets of these assaults. It resembles an act of retaliation, marked by a series of assassinations wherein the victims succumb to soul extraction. However, upon closer inspection, a peculiar pattern emerges. All the assaulted cultivators share a common trait: they possess relatively low cultivation levels. To date, none of the casualties have reached the Yuanying realm, which elucidates how the attackers have managed to strike repeatedly with impunity. Amidst this turmoil, the entire Tianwu continent finds itself engulfed in a climate of fear. The Divine Cult seems to be investigating a gruesome incident that transpired on Feiyu Island. 15 members of the Divine Cult, who attended the assembly on the island, met with untimely deaths. Suspicion brews among the sects of the Tianwu continent regarding the identity of the orchestrators of this massacre. Only the upper echelons of the dark cult are privy to the truth. In a single night, their young master fell victim to an untimely demise, and the secret base concealed within Feiyu Island was obliterated, along with the alchemy hall. Consequently, the Divine Cult dispatched numerous assassins to clandestinely investigate the matter. They conjecture that a multitude of individuals crossed the sea that night to assault the secret stronghold on Feiyu Island. Who, if not the major sects, could orchestrate such a grand operation? Moreover, the assailants were all at the Yuandian level. In retaliation, the Divine Cult quietly stirs discord among various factions, fostering suspicion and infighting to unearth the instigators behind the bloodshed at Feiyu Island and Shiwuzi. As an elder of Qinya City, Haocen now finds himself in the tranquility of a cave on Qinya Mountain, greatly relieved to have evaded the prying eyes of others. Upon hearing news of the elimination of several suspects involved in the Feiyu Island incident, he cannot help but reflect on the situation. Unlike the paranoid sects, Haocen is well aware of the intricate circumstances surrounding these events. As for whether this will incite a clash among the three major powers, he remains indifferent. The bloodshed bears no consequence for him. His intent has always been to sow chaos within the Tianwu continent, provoking mutual destruction. His journey across the sea was merely to play the role of a harbinger of discord. Having come to Qinya City as an undercover agent to investigate the dark cult, he unexpectedly finds the environment conducive to cultivation. The abundance of spiritual veins and a multitude of fellow cultivators, along with diverse treasures, make this place appealing. Therefore, Haocen plans to linger here for a while. Naturally, he will not be idle. His immediate priority is to solidify his cultivation and seek advancement, which will significantly enhance his strength. However, before that, he intends to address another matter, eliminating the enigmatic cultivator clad in black with white hair, who emanates an aura of danger. Moreover, the cave dwelling was deliberately chosen to be in close proximity to his own, evidently harboring some nefarious intentions. Although the adversary had not displayed any peculiar movements recently, a sense of unease lingered within Haocen's heart. It was crucial to acknowledge that a perilous individual resided adjacent to his cultivation sanctuary. Should he be engrossed in a secretive practice, an unexpected intrusion could prove disastrous. Contemplating this, Haocen resolved with determination that he must devise a strategy to eliminate this threat, for without doing so, he could not cultivate in peace. Engaging in conflict near the cave was out of the question, as it would undoubtedly attract attention. It was likely that his opponent harbored similar thoughts. This matter required careful consideration. It was either to act decisively or not at all. Thus, Haocen patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike. During this period, he did not remain idle. Although he refrained from entering a life-and-death meditation, he continued to sit and cultivate, simultaneously retrieving the jade slip of formations to study its contents thoroughly. The intricate descriptions of the fusion formation captivated him, and he soon became engrossed in its complexities. However, comprehension was not to be achieved overnight, and Haocen began his learning journey with the most fundamental concepts. Though he had only just embarked on this path, he was resolute in his commitment to persevere. As time gradually passed, Haocen immersed himself in the study of the formation, witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and moon over several days. One day, awakening from his reverie, he sensed unusual activity within the cave's formation. Upon activating the formation, a fiery red streak of light shot forth. Instinctively, Haocen extended his hand to intercept the luminous stream, which revealed itself to be a message talisman, a communication from the Elder Council. Haocen's expression flickered with surprise. Although he was a nominal elder of Qiao City, it was merely a facade for display and intimidation. He understood that the Qiao Hall would hardly place significant trust in a cultivator of ambiguous origins, thus he would not be entrusted with confidential tasks. Yet, the arrival of a communication talisman was unexpected, prompting him to scan its contents. Strangely, it conveyed no message other than an invitation to the council's deliberation hall. A rather peculiar occurrence. Haocen mused to himself before transforming into a streak of radiant light, soaring towards the Elder Council. Chapter 483, Undercurrents, Part 2. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Haocen arrived outside the Elder Hall, presenting his identity token. He was respectfully escorted inside by the guards of the Elder Council. As he surveyed the opulent architecture before him, it was his first visit to the Elder Council, and he felt a tinge of curiosity about this significant establishment, particularly as it was subtly controlled by the demonic sect. "Ah, Taoist Chun, welcome. Please, take a seat." A serene voice resonated at that moment. Turning to the source of the voice, Haocen beheld an elderly man clad in a white robe. His hair as white as snow, yet with a youthful visage. Externally, this individual appeared formidable. Although Haocen could not discern his true cultivation level, the elder's eyes sparkled with a steady and profound light. From the intensity of his gaze, Haocen inferred that this person was at least in the mid-stage of the spirit division, and it would not be an exaggeration to suggest that he had one foot firmly planted in the late-stage realm. Though merely conjecture, it was not difficult to ascertain the elder's identity based on his aura. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Haocen clasped his hands together and greeted warmly. "He, fellow cultivator. There is no need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat." The Grand Elder smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement of his identity. The Qiao Hall, having conducted its investigations, was aware of Haocen's actions in the Dark Knight City and ultimately concluded that he was indeed a member of the Qin family. This alone sufficed. As a resident of Dark Knight City, he should pose no threat to the Qiao Hall. Nodding in agreement, Haocen settled into a chair. A maid soon arrived, presenting fragrant tea, which Haocen sampled. The taste was delightful, yet he had not come here merely for tea. "Grand Elder, may I inquire?" Haocen began, looking toward the Grand Elder. "Do not rush, my friend. I shall inform you once everyone has arrived," the Grand Elder interjected, waving his hand lightly. cutting off Haochen's question before it could fully escape his lips. Oh, a flutter of intrigue sparked within Haochen's heart, his eyes momentarily glinting with a peculiar light. However, his countenance remained composed as he focused intently on savoring the spirit tea in his hand. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, another formidable figure, a mid-stage nascent soul elder, entered the Grand Elder's meeting hall. As Haocen had surmised, it was indeed the bald, black-clad elder he had long sought to confront. My apologies, Grand Elder, for my tardiness due to pressing matters, the bald elder expressed, offering a polite greeting. No trouble at all. My friend Chun and I have only waited a short while, the Grand Elder replied with remarkable calmness. Fellow cultivator, the bald elder nodded toward Haocen. Likewise, Haocen returned the gesture, both men exchanging pleasantries with an air of tranquility, devoid of any hostility, instead presenting a facade of amicable interaction. For cultivators of their caliber, having weathered countless storms of bloodshed, it was customary to conceal any animosity until a decisive moment arose. Despite the Grand Elder's cunning, both Haocen and the bald elder adeptly masked their true sentiments, leaving the Grand Elder oblivious to any signs of discord. Once they resumed their seats and engaged in a bit of feigned conversation, the Grand Elder finally revealed the purpose of summoning them both. Ordinarily, as you two have only just joined Qiao Hall, it would not be my place to trouble you, the Grand Elder stated apologetically, shaking his head with a wry smile. However, this situation is peculiar. Apart from those of the nascent soul realm, others are simply unable to assist. The other elders are either in seclusion or occupied with other matters, he continued, shifting the topic. Grand Elder, please, if you have a task, feel free to articulate it directly. There is no need for such circumlocution, Haocen interjected, furrowing his brow in confusion. Indeed, since you have joined Qiao Hall and partake of its provisions, it is only right that you do not remain idle when the hall is in need. The bald elder concurred. Your willingness is commendable, so I shall be forthright. The situation is as follows. The Hanyu Ridge, stretching for thousands of miles to the east of Qiao City, falls under its jurisdiction. The spiritual energy there is quite abundant. Although it is unsuitable for the establishment of caves, it is rich in various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. There exist some demon beasts thriving in that region. Yet the most formidable among them does not exceed the 8th rank. Both of you are aware that this city serves as a gathering place for solitary cultivators. The offerings provided by the friends of the Tao stationed here each year are woefully insufficient for their cultivation needs, compelling them to devise alternative methods. Some of these cultivators venture to Cold Moon Ridge in search of opportunities. Haocen nodded. There was nothing particularly strange about this. Aside from engaging in secluded cultivation, practitioners are often in pursuit of rare materials for their training. After all, cultivation resources are of paramount importance to cultivators. If one's innate talent is lacking, one can compensate for their deficiencies with elixirs, often cultivating at a pace surpassing that of those with greater innate gifts. This is precisely why solitary cultivators, lacking the support of sects, must rely entirely on themselves. Although Cold Moon Ridge does not boast particularly rare treasures, it is replete with ordinary spiritual herbs and medicines. Furthermore, the demon beasts in the area are not of a high tier, allowing lower-level cultivators to gather these resources. However, not long ago, a peculiar crimson mist suddenly emerged, leading to the disappearance of all cultivators who entered it. When the crimson mist first manifested, it appeared in a valley, and since then, it has been continuously expanding, now enveloping half of Cold Moon Ridge. Have we dispatched anyone to investigate? Haocen inquired, his expression shifting slightly. Indeed, we have sent someone to look into it. The Grand Elder replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Initially, when we received the report, we did not give it much thought. After all, it is not unusual for mist to form in a place of such natural beauty. While Cold Moon Ridge does not harbor 8th-rank demon beasts, there are indeed many 7th-rank beasts deep within the mountains, and numerous fellow practitioners meet their demise there each year. However, the subsequent events took a rather bizarre turn. Even if there were formidable monsters within the Crimson Mist, there should be no reason for the complete annihilation of the hundreds of cultivators who entered. To this day, not a single survivor has emerged. It was precisely for this reason that we dispatched 16 law enforcers, divided into 3 small teams, to investigate. The leading figure, Master Ma's nephew, has already reached the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, these law enforcers, upon entering the valley of Cold Moon Ridge, found their life tokens shattered within the span of less than an hour. The Grand Elder recounted the strange occurrences within the jurisdiction of Qinya City concerning Cold Moon Ridge. Haocen's expression shifted as he listened. Life tokens are a special type of magical artifact, forged to establish a remarkable connection. Should the owner perish, the artifact would likewise shatter. The Grand Elder summoned the two of us for a reason, and Haocen, slightly perturbed, remarked, "The bald, black-clad old monster may not have voiced his thoughts, but his expression is equally grim. After all, the nature of the Crimson Mist remains uncertain. Yet the danger it poses is evidently immense. As a convenient elder of Qinya Hall, Haocen is willing to exert effort, but only under the condition that his own safety is not jeopardized. Given that the peculiar Crimson Mist has already claimed the lives of hundreds of cultivators, Haocen is reluctant to find himself ensnared within it." Chapter 484, Undercurrents, Part 3. Noticing the displeasure etched upon the faces of the two, the Grand Elder could hardly be oblivious to their thoughts. The Grand Elder sighed and spoke. "I am aware that this journey carries certain dangers. However, the fallen cultivators possess no greater strength than the Yuan Dan realm. Their abilities cannot possibly compare to those of you two esteemed friends. Entering the Cold Moon Ridge together should pose no significant threat. Naturally, I would not send you both on this venture without compensation, should you successfully complete this task. For a century hence, unless an existential crisis arises in our city, you may indulge in your offerings without concern for worldly affairs." Oh, upon hearing this, Haocen's expression shifted. The terms were indeed appealing, yet he remained reluctant to acquiesce too readily. The bald, cloaked elder remained equally reticent. Noticing their silence, the Grand Elder's face momentarily darkened with irritation, though he quickly regained his composure. "If you find these terms unsatisfactory, feel free to make further requests. As long as they are within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." Haocen's thoughts sparked with intrigue. Recognizing the opportunity presented by the Elder's promise, he felt compelled to respond. "In truth, I have no substantial demands. I simply require some formulas for body-refining elixirs beneficial to a Yuan Ing cultivator. If you could provide me with 1 or 2 formulas, I would not mind undertaking this journey." He specified, "I am in need of the formulas for Yuan Ing nurturing pills, Yuan cultivating pills, and body-refining pills. My current Yuan Ing state is unstable." Seizing the moment to negotiate, Haocen was keen to make bold requests, hoping to exploit the situation, although he possessed no genuine need for these elixirs or formulas. He merely wished to portray himself as a struggling loose cultivator, showcasing a facade of weakness in his cultivation. The Grand Elder's face revealed a look of astonishment. "Did I hear incorrectly? Do you truly seek the formulas for Yuan Ing body-refining pills and nurturing pills?" It was understandable that the Elder felt perplexed. While various schools of cultivation existed, most emphasized techniques and treasures, with only demonic cultivators and martial practitioners focusing on physical refinement. The Elder surmised that this individual, despite appearing to possess mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivation, could only manifest early-stage abilities due to his unstable state. The bald Elder, seated nearby, contemplated silently. Although the Grand Elder had not witnessed Haocen's abilities firsthand, the fluctuations in his vitality indicated he was indeed a righteous cultivator. Yet he had never encountered a cultivator who engaged in physical refinement. "Do not concern yourself with the particulars. I need these formulas for an alternate purpose. I merely ask if you can provide them." Haocen pressed, sensing the Elder's hesitation and revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "There is no issue with that. A few formulas are certainly within the capability of the Elder's Hall to provide. However, we currently lack them. Would it suffice for you to return after your journey to collect them?" The Grand Elder, sensing Haocen's agitation, conceded. "Excellent." Without further deliberation, Haocen agreed, confident that the Elder would uphold his end of the bargain. "Your promptness is commendable. I shall accept this task." Though the uncertainties within Cold Moon Ridge were considerable, he recognized the necessity of safeguarding his position acquired at the Thousand Leaf Palace. Having weathered countless storms, Haocen could not fathom faltering now. However, it is this colleague who warrants caution. Perhaps it would be wise to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. This individual met an untimely demise amidst the blood-red mist. Unbeknownst to the divine or the specters, this excuse is impeccably crafted, leaving no room for suspicion. With the hidden danger averted, upon returning, I shall acquire the elixir formula and resume my cultivation. Such a splendid opportunity, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone. lingered in Haocen's mind as he pondered it several times. Unable to find a reason to decline, Haocen readily acquiesced. The Grand Elder, satisfied, turned to the bald, black-clad old specter and inquired, "Friend, do you have any requests?" The bald, black-clad old specter maintained an expression of calm, yet engaged in a mental transmission with the Grand Elder. What demands the bald, black-clad old specter made remained a mystery to Haocen, though he noticed the Grand Elder's brow furrow and a fleeting expression of doubt cross his features. Haocen hesitated, as his spiritual sense, nearly on par with a late-stage soul division cultivator, combined with the secret techniques he had learned, could have enabled him to eavesdrop on their mental dialogue. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, he was unaware of the bald, black-clad old specter's true nature. It is well known that no ancient cultivator of the nascent soul stage is easy to deal with. Each possesses their own unique skills. Should any peculiar supernatural abilities detect the act of eavesdropping, it could spell disaster. Reflecting on this, he resolved to refrain from taking risks. He must eliminate the bald, black-clad old specter and subsequently employ the soul-searching technique. With this thought, Haocen closed his eyes to cultivate, and before long, the time of an incense stick had passed. Excellent. Since the Grand Elder has graciously consented to my requests, I shall dutifully assist in this inspection, declared the bald, black-clad old specter, eschewing the subtleties of mental transmission for a more forthright approach. I shall not renege on my promise, having agreed to your requests. I will certainly fulfill my commitments upon your return. When do you two plan to depart? Upon hearing that both were willing to inspect Cold Moon Ridge, a glimmer of joy appeared on the Grand Elder's face, prompting him to inquire about their departure time. I have no constraints and can leave at any moment. What of you, friend? Haocen readily replied, seeking the bald, black-clad old specter's opinion. I too plan to set forth today. The bald, black-clad old specter nodded in agreement. Very well, Haocen affirmed with alacrity. You two are indeed agreeable companions. In that case, I wish you both a safe journey and a swift return. Noting their eagerness to depart, the Grand Elder felt a surge of delight, expressing a few kind words. Having exited the Elder's chamber, Haocen and the bald, black-clad old specter soared together towards Cold Moon Ridge. Given their formidable powers, they arrived at the periphery of Cold Moon Ridge in just a few hours. From a distance, the undulating mountains, mingling in a vibrant tapestry, stretched for tens of thousands of miles. This is the place, Haocen remarked, astonished as he gazed upon the peaks before him. Having listened to the Grand Elder's descriptions, he had imagined this to be a desolate locale, yet upon surveying the area, he was surprised to find numerous cultivators entering and exiting. Although this place is unfamiliar to him, the map's markings should not be misleading. The bald, black-clad Elder surveyed the surrounding terrain before speaking. Despite their ulterior motives, the two had coexisted harmoniously during their journey. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment to strike, allowing for a temporary peace. Yet, Haocen remained vigilant, unwilling to lower his guard against the bald, black-clad Elder, whose cultivation was on par with his own. Beneath a smiling facade lay a deep cunning. Who could truly fathom the schemes of this individual? Confident that he had arrived at Hanyue Ridge, Haocen decided to inquire with others to confirm his location before feeling at ease. He extended his consciousness and swiftly pinpointed several cultivators, transforming into a beam of light. He sped towards the individuals his consciousness had locked onto, leaving the bald, black-clad Elder waiting alone. At that moment, the Elder's expression of righteousness vanished, replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. Years ago, at the west mountain of the Qiao River, this individual had thwarted his plans. It was unexpected that, after all this time, they would meet again in Qinya City of the Tianmu continent. It seemed that fate decreed he would meet his end at the hands of this Elder. This old fellow turned out to be the disguised blood demon cultivator, Ouyang Lai. When Haocen had eradicated the blood demons at West Mountain and destroyed their blood pool, he had inadvertently dismantled Ouyang Lai's cultivation site. The Elder had been in the capital, abducting people, and upon returning to his lair, found his blood pool obliterated by Haocen. Unaware of his adversary's identity and fearing pursuit by stronger foes, he sought refuge within the royal palace of Yuqing. However, he was unable to establish a blood pool within the palace's confines. Consequently, the blood demon Ouyang Lai had no choice but to flee to the secret base of Qingyun Poison Shadow. Yet, just as he selected young men and women for his sinister cultivation, Haocen's interference once again thwarted his plans. From that day forth, Ouyang Lai became obsessed, scouring the world for traces of Haocen. Chapter 485. Hidden Agendas. Ouyang Lai relentlessly pursued the one who had disrupted his cultivation. Ultimately, it was through the blood-poison prince, Zheng Yuan, that he learned the identity of the culprit time and again, a person named Haocen. Although he had never seen Haocen's true visage, the descriptions provided by Zheng Yuan, along with the lingering traces of Haocen's presence, made Ouyang Lai intimately acquainted with his aura. For 2 years, Ouyang Lai had refrained from cultivation, consumed by his fury towards Haocen, fixated solely on capturing him. Thus, when he sensed Haocen's aura while selecting a cave residence, he was taken aback. After all, it had been less than 3 years since Haocen had disrupted the blood pool at West Mountain. At the time, merely a qi refining cultivator. Yet now, he had ascended to the later stage of the nascent soul realm. According to Zheng Yuan, Haocen was not only a dual practitioner of martial and magical arts, but also dabbled in the demonic path. Ouyang Lai speculated that Haocen must have cultivated dual nascent souls. His own cultivation text clearly stated that the most potent elixir for advancement was to devour the nascent souls of other cultivators, especially those possessing dual nascent souls, whose efficacy could defy the heavens. Ouyang Lai has now reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. If he were to devour the primordial infant of a dual-core cultivator, he would undoubtedly ascend to the latter stage of the transformation realm, or perhaps even attain the divine separation realm. The mere thought of this tantalizes Ouyang Lai, for such an opportunity is akin to a heavenly elixir for him. After all, dual primordial infants are rare and elusive, requiring a balance of both the utmost yang and utmost yin energies. To successfully cultivate, one must achieve a harmonious coexistence of yin and yang. However, even in ancient times, the number of practitioners who could master both the righteous and demonic paths was exceedingly scarce, and each of these dual practitioners was exceptionally formidable. The technique Ouyang Lai practices necessitates the consumption of not just any 2 primordial infants, but rather the dual infants of a single individual to be effective. Unable to find such a practitioner, he contemplated abandoning his cultivation and starting anew. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. If he were to eliminate this young man, he could indeed elevate himself to the divine separation realm. Such an opportunity was too precious for Ouyang Lai to forsake. Though he was acutely aware that his opponent's cultivation was no trivial matter, a practitioner capable of manifesting dual primordial infants would possess exponentially greater magical power. Nonetheless, in terms of realm, he still held a slight advantage, having already entered the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Ouyang Lai could conceal his true power, playing the role of an unsuspecting underdog. Yet, how could Haocen not also be a master of feigned weakness? Although he had only recently entered the transformation realm, Haocen's strength far exceeded that of a mere initial stage practitioner. One could even say he could contend with those at the late stage of the divine separation realm without fear. Furthermore, the technique Ouyang Lai practiced was extraordinarily potent, allowing him to transform into a demonic state, unleashing peak power. Even after such transformation, he could still hold his ground against a divine separation practitioner. Surely, this young man could not possibly match a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, could he? With this thought, Ouyang Lai felt a sense of certainty. The 2 caves were not far apart, and he had been biding his time, fearing that he could not swiftly dispatch Haocen without attracting the attention of other primordial infant practitioners nearby. Now, having arrived at Cold Moon Ridge, with only the 2 of them present, the moment had come to act. However, Haocen was no ordinary practitioner. He was well acquainted with schemes and deceptions. Although he was not yet certain that the bald, cloaked figure was the blood demon Ouyang Lai, he had already taken note of this unsavory old man. Thus, both men felt a whirlwind of tension within, though outwardly they appeared to be in perfect harmony. At that moment, Haocen transformed into a streak of light, approaching a few nearby practitioners. These practitioners, a mix of men and women, varied in skill, with the strongest among them barely reaching the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. A few of them were flying slowly, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Haocen arrive, the leader's expression shifted dramatically, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned his flying sword. Yet, Haocen paid no heed. An overwhelming oppressive force radiated from him, causing the surrounding practitioners to tremble involuntarily under its might. Fortunately, this overwhelming pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly, yet the few individuals present were already drenched in sweat. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in black, struggled to suppress his astonishment, and, with resolve, stepped forward. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire if you have any instructions for us? The Seven of the Cold Moon will undoubtedly comply, he said, bowing deeply before Haocen, his words laced with reverence. As he spoke, he scanned Haocen with his spiritual sense. But with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, he could discern nothing of Haocen's true prowess. However, the earlier pressure was far beyond what a mere Yuan Dan cultivator could possess. Could this individual possibly be an ancient being at the nascent soul stage? The thought filled the middle-aged man with dread, and his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. The Seven of the Cold Moon? Haocen murmured. Observing that these individuals appeared to be loose cultivators, the kind without the protection of a sect, whose path in cultivation was fraught with hardship. As a result, it was common for like-minded loose cultivators to form alliances, allowing them to act freely while providing mutual support in times of need. Do not be alarmed. Simply answer a few questions, and you may depart safely. Haocen's cold, unyielding voice echoed in their ears. Please, elder, speak. I assure you I shall speak without reservation. The middle-aged man replied, nodding earnestly. Is this indeed Cold Moon Ridge? Haocen inquired in a calm tone. Indeed, this is Cold Moon Ridge, the man affirmed. Though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. It was peculiar that a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would seek such a straightforward answer from him. I have heard that recently, a blood-red mist has appeared in Cold Moon Ridge. Not a single cultivator who has entered it has emerged alive. How is it that you, with your cultivation, have come here? Haocen asked, his gaze scrutinizing their levels of power. Ah, esteemed elder, you are unaware of our circumstances. We are all loose cultivators without a sect, and our cultivation is rather low. If we do not earn some spirit stones to enhance our abilities, we will be cast aside by the world of cultivators. Furthermore, Cold Moon Ridge is abundant in spiritual herbs and medicines. Aside from here, we have nowhere else to turn. Moreover, as long as we do not venture into the blood-red mist vicinity, our lives remain unthreatened. The middle-aged man sighed, his expression respectful as he addressed Haocen. Haocen nodded. He was now among the formidable figures in the world of cultivators. Once, he too had been a modest practitioner, advancing step by step to attain his current status. He understood the hardships faced by these loose cultivators. Having asked his questions, Haocen prepared to depart when he suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifting slightly as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. His spiritual sense detected thousands of cultivators. Such a congregation should not have been present even before the emergence of the blood-red mist. Although Cold Moon Ridge was the best destination for low-level cultivators, there were still places around Qianya City with more resources. Given this, why would these individuals choose to risk remaining here? It was truly an enigma. Chapter 486, A Shocking Deception, Part 1. This fellow is deceiving himself. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent flashed across Haocen's face. How audacious for a mid-stage Yuan Dan practitioner to dare to deceive him. Although the middle-aged man in black had a low cultivation level, he was exceptionally cunning. Sensing that his lies had been uncovered, he immediately began to kowtow. Forgive me, esteemed one. I am willing to divulge everything I know. The middle-aged man in black stammered. Humph, to dare deceive me is tantamount to seeking death. Although Haocen was not a bloodthirsty person, he could not easily overlook being deceived. With a swift motion of his right hand, a magical claw emerged, lunging towards the middle-aged man in black. Please spare me. As Haocen's attack bore down, the middle-aged man had no intention of sitting idly by. While he repeatedly pleaded for mercy, he conjured a defensive shield. However, how could such a feeble shield withstand Haocen's formidable power? With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and the middle-aged man was seized by Haocen, who then began to employ the soul-searching technique. Do not blame Haocen for his ruthless actions. After all, he had already granted the man an opportunity. Had this individual been forthright, Haocen might have offered him some benefits, but to play tricks in front of him was simply courting death. Before long, Haocen obtained the desired information, a peculiar expression emerging on his face. He could not help but ponder who had orchestrated this scheme, leading people into the blood mist. With a flick of his wrist, a fireball incinerated the middle-aged man into ashes. The remaining 6 witnesses, having seen the entire process, trembled in fear, showing no inclination to intervene. Although they had vowed to share life and death, they would not risk their own lives for this middle-aged man. You may leave, came Haocen's indifferent voice, for he was not a cruel killer. The middle-aged man had lied first, thus he was dealt with. the others had remained silent. And Haocen would not hold them accountable. "Will you truly let us go?" asked a man in black, seemingly in his 30s. The others displayed expressions of astonishment and relief. But more so, they were gripped by fear. "Humph, it would be as easy as raising my hand to slay you all. Why would I deceive mere mortals like you?" Haocen's countenance darkened, and he continued, "Do you intend to lie here eternally?" His icy words sent a shock through the five, who dared not utter another word and quickly dispersed. At that moment, Haocen noticed hundreds of Foundation establishment practitioners entering the blood mist. However, this was merely the beginning. Moments later, 2 nascent soul realm practitioners also arrived. Yet these 2 were evidently much more cunning, their faces reflecting contemplation, seemingly half believing the elder's words. After lingering outside the blood mist for some time, they ultimately chose to enter and investigate. Originally, this perilous task was entrusted to Haocen and Ouyang Lai to explore the reasons behind the blood mist in Cold Moon Ridge. However, after their departure, the elder received a communication talisman through another channel, revealing that the blood mist was the ancient abode of long-lost practitioners. The Grand Elder dispatched 2 individuals to monitor Haocen and the bald, black-clad elder, ensuring they did not venture into the blood-colored mist of Hanyu Ridge. Although Haocen and the sinister elder were nominally elders of the sect, their recent affiliation with the Thousand Leaf Hall rendered them outsiders in the eyes of the true members. Thus, they were sent to investigate, as the potential rewards were too great to dismiss, despite the uncertainty surrounding their authenticity. Consequently, the air around Hanyu Ridge became charged with anticipation, a mingling of dragons and snakes amidst the gathering storm. The discovery of an ancient cultivator-esque cave was no trivial matter, despite the doubts that lingered in their minds. An increasing number of cultivators succumbed to temptation and flocked to this site. While some suspected a conspiracy, the perilous nature of cultivation was well understood. Every adept had traversed the blood-soaked path to mastery. Even if Hanyu Ridge were not the fabled resting place of ancient powers, the sheer number of cultivators entering offered ample opportunity for those seeking to seize treasures amidst the chaos of the blood mist. This sentiment was not held by a solitary few, as the atmosphere seemed to thrum with the palpable tension of an impending storm. On a modest peak to the east of Hanyu Ridge, 2 figures stood at its summit. The one on the left, appearing to be in his early 20s, looked even younger than Haocen. His skin was as fair as jade, yet his hair and brows shone like winter's snow. His demeanor exuded tranquility, and any elder from the council would undoubtedly be taken aback upon seeing him. This figure was none other than Tai Shixiang, the leader of the divine sect, at the late stage of the spirit division realm. Yet, it was perplexing why this ageless master chose to be here rather than in his cultivation cave. Even more astonishing was the figure beside him, enshrouded in a shroud of blood mist. Though his features were obscured, it was clear that he was far from ordinary. The aura he emitted revealed him to be a blood demon of the same late-stage spirit division realm. The figure within the blood mist kept his eyes closed, quietly extending his consciousness. Indeed, the number of cultivators arriving at Hanyu Ridge must have reached at least 80,000. With such a plethora of sacrificial offerings, our plan is destined for success. Moments later, the figure within the blood mist displayed a satisfied expression and remarked, "However, among these individuals, aside from the lower-tier cultivators, there seem to be few at the nascent soul stage. Only 7 or 8 have entered. Perhaps the Grand Elder will dispatch more nascent soul cultivators here. Is this plan truly foolproof? Are you certain it won't backfire?" Tai Shixiang inquired slowly. "Rest assured, I am well aware. While the number of lower-tier cultivators is substantial, without several nascent soul practitioners to channel the current essence, we will struggle to counteract the dimensional forces, and the Demon Lord's avatar will face great difficulty in descending." The figure in the blood mist replied solemnly. The so-called emergence of an ancient relic at Hanyu Ridge is, in fact, a ruse devised by the Blood Shadow sect in collusion with the remaining blood demons of this world. They seek to lure the unwitting into a treasure hunt, using their blood to activate the god-sacrificing tower. In the Blood Shadow sect, the grand ritual to honor the deities necessitates the gathering of 5 elemental illusion stones to activate the pentagram of elements and unveil the tower of sacrifice. Every century, this grand ceremony is held to welcome the manifestation of the demon ancestor. The 5 illusion stones comprise the water illusion stone, the wind illusion stone, the fire illusion stone, the earth illusion stone, and the lightning illusion stone, each imbued with formidable elemental energy. In the absence of sufficient illusion stones, the sect resorts to blood sacrifices to honor the descent of the demon ancestor into the Qianyuan realm. The Cold Moon Ridge and Cold Moon Valley serve as the treacherous trap laid by the sect and the blood demon, wherein the malevolent aura formed by the remnants of souls has been gathered over centuries from ancient battlegrounds throughout the Qianyuan realm. However, I did not anticipate that a fellow cultivator, as the leader of the sect, would exhibit such mercilessness, even deceiving the esteemed elder of their own ranks. A figure enshrouded in blood mist taunted with an air of ambition. "Are you mocking me?" Iron Shixiang's face darkened as he retorted, "The sect once basked in unparalleled glory. And you are well aware of my background. This world has turned its back on our sect. If the people of the world forsake me, why should I care for their lives?" He continued, "To manipulate Qianya City is merely to secure a haven for our sect, with a tranquil place for cultivation. Why should I not take advantage of the world around me?" Iron Shixiang articulately presented his rationale. Chapter 487, The Astonishing Deception, Part 2. Indeed, were you not one of the sect, I would be hesitant to collaborate with you. The figure in the blood mist chuckled ominously. Yet, I was taken aback to learn that the blood demons still exist on the Tianwu continent, and in such numbers. Iron Shixiang furrowed his brow, but quickly regained his composure. What is so surprising about this? Though we have suffered grievous wounds to our vitality, to claim our complete annihilation would be a gross exaggeration. In this realm of mortals, we indeed cannot rival you. Thus, we must endure and survive in the desolate wilderness, gradually recuperating over the millennia. It is entirely normal for thousands of our kin to exist now. The figure in the blood mist recounted with a detached tone. What do you mean by this realm of mortals? Iron Shixiang inquired, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. What? With your prowess, do you not understand the concept of realms? You should know that the celestial realm, the demon realm, and the monster realm are all superior realms, vast yet singular. However, the lower realms are innumerable, the blood demon elucidated with a light chuckle. I am well aware of that, and so what? Iron Shixiang replied nonchalantly. Is it not clear that in the multitude of lower realms, the three clans of humans, demons, and monsters once thrived together? Yet now, in these lower realms, the demon kin have been nearly exterminated by the human and monster races, the figure in the blood mist lamented. Is that truly the case? Iron Shixiang asked in astonishment. Why would I deceive you? The blood demon's voice brimmed with pride. You must know that in ancient times, the three races stood on equal footing, their strengths nearly indistinguishable. As an upper realm interface, it is not solely reliant on the native cultivators and demons, but also on the ascendants as a supplementary force. The celestial beings of both the human and demon races, who have reached the Great Ascension realm, along with the martial emperors of the warriors, would seldom choose to ascend to the demonic realm unless absolutely necessary. If it were not for several other lower realms, predominantly inhabited by demons, the demonic realm would not have a sufficient influx of ascendants. However, the territories inhabited by the demons are continuously besieged by the human and demon races, resulting in a gradual decline of those ascending to the demonic realm. Conversely, the number of ascendants from the celestial and demon realms has been on the rise, allowing the human and demon races to gain the upper hand. Tai Shixiang nodded, finding these observations quite predictable. Moreover, his inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity, as these matters bore little relevance to him. Although possessing the late-stage divided spirit realm in the human realm places one at the pinnacle of existence, the distance to ascension remains exceedingly far. Contemplating this, Tai Shixiang fell into silence. Regarding the matter at hand, as you mentioned, you are 90% confident. Should we succeed, what of the promise you made to me? After a brief pause, Tai Shixiang finally spoke. Rest assured, though I am a blood demon, I shall never go back on my word. The figure shrouded in blood mist waved a hand and affirmed. This upcoming divine offering ceremony is, in truth, a fortuitous coincidence. Although our kin in this realm have long sought to establish contact with our brethren in the upper realm, we have been unsuccessful for nearly a millennium. Unexpectedly, several centuries ago, the demon ancestor wielded immense power and took the initiative to connect with us, imparting the grand array of 10,000 souls blood refinement. Once activated, it can negate the forces of space, allowing the soul of the demon ancestor to descend. As we are both at the late-stage divided spirit realm, the demon ancestor has promised that upon success, we shall be returned to the upper realm. The cultivation resources in the ancient demonic realm are far beyond what the human realm can offer. With our talents, It is challenging to advance to the great ascension in the human realm, yet there, we shall have ample opportunities. At this point, the figure in the blood mist exhibited exuberance, their excitement palpable. You, being a blood demon, shall have no significant troubles upon arriving in the demonic realm. However, I have heard that for both the human and demon races, even those demonic cultivators who ascend to the demonic realm must endure the influx of demonic energy into their bodies to transform into demonic forms. This is an exceedingly rigorous soul cleansing and body transformation technique, and many great ascension ascendants are unable to withstand it, leading to their demise. I am merely at the divided spirit stage. How can I endure such a trial? Do not fret, my friend. The demon race is known for its clear rewards and punishments. Should you assist me in achieving significant merit, the demon ancestor will certainly not turn a blind eye. Once we reach the upper realm, with the demon ancestor personally overseeing your care, you shall encounter no peril, the blood demon quickly reassured, his tone sincere and earnest. It is not that I lack faith in you, but when it pertains to life and death, how can one be too cautious? Such assurances are inadequate, Tai Shixiang retorted, cunning as ever, unwilling to easily trust the other's verbal promises, for should betrayal occur, he would have no recourse. What do you propose, then? The blood demon asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Quite simply, let us forge a pact of life and death. Should we establish such an agreement, I will have no reservations and shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Tai Shixiang stepped forward and stated solemnly, a pact of life and death. In the mist of blood, a shadow froze momentarily, its expression shifting dramatically, a mixture of astonishment and fury taking hold. Do you not deem this condition excessive, my friend? The bond of life and death, as its name implies, is a mysterious contract passed down from ancient times, akin to a master-servant blood pact. To enter into such an agreement, the parties involved must act without the slightest coercion, founded solely upon mutual consent. Moreover, this contract offers no tangible benefits. Its sole purpose is to irrevocably entwine the lives of two individuals. Should one perish, the other will inexplicably meet their end as well, even if they remain unscathed. Due to the laws of the universe, given that this pact yields no advantage for anyone, it is seldom signed unless under extraordinary circumstances. However, for Tai Shixiang, the timing is opportune. By entering this agreement, he need not fear betrayal or treachery. What do you fear, my friend? This contract is not beyond dissolution. Once we ascend to the higher realm, should I successfully cultivate my body, we shall become kin, and then we can dissolve the pact. He continued, did you not say that the demon ancestor would provide protection, ensuring no peril in the cultivation process? Then what is there to fear in signing this contract? In the face of the blood demon's ire, Tai Shixiang revealed a hint of a smile. The blood demon remained silent, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes, even as an unrestrained killing intent surged forth momentarily. Yet Tai Shixiang remained unfazed, his smile growing ever broader. After an extended exchange of glances, the blood demon's expression suddenly softened without warning. You speak truly. I am indeed earnest in my collaboration. If you harbor any doubts, I am willing to sign the contract, the blood demon replied coolly. Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, this time the demon ancestor's avatar will descend upon the Qianyuan realm. I shall exert my utmost efforts to ensure our success, Tai Shixiang responded with delight, nodding in agreement. However, after a brief moment, he furrowed his brow. Yet there is one matter that has long puzzled me. The demon ancestor is a formidable being from the higher realm. What brings him to the mortal realm? Is he, like in ancient times, preparing for an invasion? Certainly not. The blood demon shook his head. 10,000 years ago, the beings from the higher realm invaded the mortal realm. It is said that due to certain special circumstances, the power separating the realms was significantly weakened, allowing a multitude of demons and other creatures to descend into the lower realm. Such occurrences have transpired only 2 or 3 times in millions of years. It is improbable that the demon realm would seek to invade the mortal realm again. However, I cannot speak to the specifics. The blood demon shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his features. The demon ancestor did not elaborate, but hinted at some other crucial clues. Other crucial clues? Tai Shixiang's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, apart from our demon ancestor, there are also powerful beings from the celestial realm intending to come to the Qianyuan realm, the blood demon divulged cryptically. What? Tai Shixiang's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he fell into silence. Knowing too much of such secrets could be detrimental. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further inquiry. Chapter 488. A Shocking Deception, Part 3. The Cold Moon Ridge is a colossal conspiracy, yet the cultivators remain oblivious. As time progresses, the number of those entering Cold Moon Ridge continues to rise. Even beyond the Divine Sect, the two formidable powers of the Martial Temple and the Haocen Sect, with their formidable experts at the Transformation Realm, have quietly made their appearance in the Cold Moon Ridge. At this moment, the early arrivals to the Cold Moon Ridge were the adept Haocen and the bald, black-clad old monster, who had already ventured deep into the mountains. Both were exceptionally astute and had quickly discerned the peculiarities of their surroundings. However, each harbored their own intentions. Approximately half an hour later, the two slowed their flight and descended. Ahead lay the bizarre crimson mist, which was slowly expanding outward. And now much of the Cold Moon Ridge had been engulfed by this strange fog. Haocen's expression shifted as he extended his spiritual sense, but soon after, his countenance darkened. Within the crimson mist, there was a limitation on spiritual perception. Despite his formidable prowess, he could only sense a radius of about 10 miles. Haocen's brow furrowed, knowing that, in terms of spiritual awareness, he had confidence in surpassing even the great cultivators, yet the range of detection had been diminished to such an extent. It was evident that the situation for other cultivators would be even more dire. Leaving aside the essence-nurturing stage, it was likely that even those in the nascent soul stage could not project their senses outside their bodies. Thus, within this crimson mist, they would be akin to mere mortals, relying solely on their eyesight, rendering them vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Haocen frowned deeply. Such a place was fraught with peril. The notion of ancient cultivators' treasures was far from his mind. He sensed a mingling of demonic energy within and felt an unsettling urge to investigate further. Have we been manipulated? The bald, black-clad old monster seemed to mutter to himself, yet it felt as though he directed his words toward Haocen. I am well aware of this. He schemes against me, yet I too have my own calculations. Should he fall into peril, I would not hesitate to strike him down. Haocen pondered in silence, though he did not respond to the old monster's words. The cultivation world values results above all. There is no room for morality. Those who adhere strictly to the rules often meet unfortunate ends. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes is a shared choice among cultivators, and Haocen was no stranger to this principle. Setting aside his own supernatural abilities, he also had allies such as Ziyu, Qing'er, Shuang'er, Shan'er, Xiaocui, and the Firebird, along with puppets to assist him. Even if faced with a late-stage transformation realm cultivator, Haocen felt no fear. Furthermore, the strongest here was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, which afforded him a sense of ease. Despite the myriad dangers within the crimson mist, it was also the most opportune place to act. As Haocen contemplated this, he maintained an outward appearance of calm, even displaying a hint of a serene smile. Brother, it seems that the crimson mist has a restricting effect on our spiritual senses. Entering like this might not be prudent, Haocen suggested with a composed demeanor, as if he genuinely regarded the old monster as a partner. You speak wisely. Yet there is nothing to fear. We are both mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. At least in this Cold Moon Ridge, there should be few who can threaten our existence. If not, they can simply try to cross our path, the bald, black-clad old monster replied with an air of arrogance. Before he had finished speaking, the old monster flickered and had already entered the crimson mist. Haocen's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he was aware of the old fellow's schemes, he did not expect him to take the initiative to venture forth. It is well known that being at the forefront is the most perilous position. Indeed, this ancient creature is quite peculiar. What could be his true intentions? Despite Haocen's intellect, he found it momentarily impossible to decipher the thoughts of this bald, dark-clad old monster. For now, he could only proceed step by step. While this approach might not entirely avert danger, Haocen was confident in his abilities. Even if peril arose, he would surely be able to navigate through it. Without investment, there can be no return. With this thought, a faint smile graced Haocen's lips. He then transformed into a streak of light, entering the blood-red mist, where the surroundings were shrouded in a thick haze. The bald, dark-clad monster had vanished without a trace, causing Haocen's brow to furrow slightly in confusion. Could it be that he intended to turn against him so quickly? Considering the old monster's unusual behavior, it seemed quite plausible. However, why would he choose such an environment? Perhaps the other party had also cultivated the Eye of Spirit technique and was unaffected by the crimson fog? Though merely speculation, Haocen dared not be careless. He promptly activated his Cloud Rift armor set and drew several potent talismans and a bloodthirsty divine crossbow into his left palm. At a crucial moment, these two items proved far more useful than other treasures. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense's worth of time passed. Haocen ceased his flight. Although the area was enveloped in mist, his remarkable spiritual sense allowed him to discern that he was situated in a valley. It was quite spacious, spanning thousands of feet, with a small stream meandering through it. The babbling brook produced a series of melodious, ethereal sounds. On the opposite side of the valley, the blood-red mist thickened further, subtly mingled with traces of demonic energy. Naturally, Haocen would not recklessly enter such a place. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a brief moment, his spiritual sense stirred slightly, sensing something to his right front. Beyond 100 feet, a dark shadow was moving, though his spiritual sense detected it. The exact nature of the entity remained unclear. With a flicker of his form, Haocen transformed into a streak of light and swiftly vanished from sight. As he raced forward, the dark shadow fell to the ground. In an instant, the shadow revealed the remains of a practitioner. It was a male practitioner clad in black. His death a horrific sight. His blood seemed to have been entirely drained, as if by a blood shadow palm. His wide-open eyes displayed shock and anger, clearly bewildered by the betrayal of his own kind. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a demonic cultivator, and a short sword lay scattered beside his left hand. From Haocen's perspective, it seemed merely an ordinary treasure, forged from millennium cold iron. Such an item possessed limited prowess. Even if it were of low quality, it was still a treasure, indicating that this individual was likely a demon Dan practitioner. In any case, he had certainly entered the ranks of high-level cultivators. From the perspective of the injuries, his blood had not only been entirely drained but also resulted in his instant demise, leaving no trace of a struggle whatsoever. Logically deducing, only a cultivator of the nascent soul realm or higher could possibly slay someone at the level of a magical Dan cultivator with such swiftness. Could it be the work of the blood demon? If it were anyone else, such a conclusion would likely not be drawn. However, since Haocen acquired the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl, he too has been able to wield the Blood Shadow Palm, and the manner of death here mirrors that of those struck by the Blood Shadow Palm. Upon his arrival, he noticed nothing amiss, other than focusing on the deceased. He detected no presence of a third party. Haocen pondered quietly. Chapter 489. Fierce Battle with the Blood Demon. Moments later, Haocen suddenly lifted his head, gazing into the void to his left. Since my friend is here, why must you hide in the shadows? In this task, we ought to collaborate sincerely. Come down and let us investigate together how this person met such a tragic end. A gentle breeze swept by, and a crimson figure descended. Haocen slowly straightened his posture, his expression grave, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Must I summon you before you reveal yourself? How did you discover me? Came a chilling voice. Before Haocen stood an entity that was neither entirely human nor beast, an ancient being that startled him into exclaiming, "What on earth are you?" Gazing at the creature's wrinkled visage, he felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from its eyes. Haocen struggled to recall where he had encountered this blood-soaked entity. This ancient being practiced an exceptionally peculiar technique, which had reached a level of madness, merging human and demon alike. The figure before him was indeed a fusion of human, demon, and fiend, an ancient being of the mid-nascent soul realm. Clearly, the powers at play were far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary cultivator. Regardless of how you perceive my movements, do you truly believe I would divulge such information under these circumstances? However, I am curious. I bear you no grudge, so why would you wish to harm me? Haocen inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. No grudge, you say? That may not be so. Years ago, in the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, you struck me with a palm. Again, at the western mountains of Shihi, you dealt me a fatal blow. Had it not been for my blood escape technique, I would have abandoned my cultivation midway. Before the ancient being could finish, Haocen's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? You are the blood demon of the blood pool in the western mountains, having escaped from confinement during the annihilation of the western mountain shadow base." This individual was indeed cultivating within the blood pool and had been struck down by Haocen, only to unexpectedly employ the blood escape technique to flee. To be fair, Haocen was not intimidated by this adversary. However, the blood demon's methods were undoubtedly profound and enigmatic, causing Haocen's countenance to darken. "So, You are the blood demon of the Western Mountains. Indeed, we share certain grievances. Yet, time has passed, and I am no longer the Qi refinement cultivator I once was. Is it truly worth your while to bear animosity towards me over such trivial matters? Haochen's expression softened, his tone becoming steady. Humph. The blood demon of the Western Mountains let out a cold snort, a smirk of disdain creeping across his face. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and his body moved abruptly. With a wave of his hand, a crimson mist burst forth from his sleeves, transforming into a red dragon that surged towards Haocen to engage in battle. The buzzing sound resonated. How could Haocen possibly overlook his opponent's actions? The words spoken moments ago were merely a ruse to lure the enemy, designed to capture his attention while quietly gathering magical power for a surprise attack. However, the blood demon of the Western Mountain was equally cunning, managing to discern Haochen's intentions at the last moment. A flicker of regret crossed Haochen's face, but it quickly vanished. He then waved his left hand, and a beam of red light shot forth, aiming to sever his opponent's head. Naturally, this was the Blood Soul Blade. Although Haocen was prepared, he did not relent. The demon suppression tower held steady, radiating waves of murderous intent. In the next moment, a towering puppet, nearly 10 feet high, materialized before him. A human-shaped puppet? The blood demon of the Western Mountains' expression darkened slightly, realizing it was at the nascent soul stage. Yet, without pausing for a moment, Haochen's thoughts commanded the killing immortal sword to strike down fiercely. The blood demon, unwilling to wait for his demise, opened his mouth and expelled a mist of crimson, twisting into a square shield that appeared before him. Instead of alarm, Haocen felt elated. His opponent was overly arrogant. Not only was he merely a mid-stage blood demon, but even a late-stage one could not hope to withstand the killing immortal sword with bare hands. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a celestial sword. Given the blood demon's hubris, Haocen would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity. He waved his hands, casting several spells, as the sword's radiance intensified, elongating to nearly 10 feet, and collided violently with the illusory blood-red shield. Boom. The force of their clash reverberated. The confrontation between man and demon was anything but trivial. In an instant, the surrounding crimson mist was shaken away, rendering the area around them clear. However, merely a moment later, the crimson mist, as if possessed of life, began to coalesce once more, enveloping the vicinity in its murky embrace. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot, but faced with a formidable foe, Haocen had no time to ponder the mist. Defeating the blood demon of the Western Mountain was of paramount importance. Though the nameless sword technique was singular in its ability, its offensive power was unparalleled, having helped Haocen triumph over formidable adversaries time and again. He was confident that a nascent soul cultivator, without artifacts, could not withstand the killing immortal sword with empty hands. Boom. How could this be? What unfolded before Haocen was evidently beyond his expectations. The shield, merely an illusion crafted from crimson mist, had managed to block the killing immortal sword. How could this be possible? Taking a sharp breath, the image of the bald, black-clad old monster surfaced in Haochen's mind. It appeared that none of the followers of the demonic sect were to be underestimated. While Haocen was taken aback, he was unaware that the blood demon of the Western Mountain was even more astonished than he, for he had not merely attempted to barehandedly receive Haochen's treasure. That crimson radiance was a special technique of the blood demon. The character of the blood demon from Shishan is not to be discussed for now, yet his knowledge is indeed vast. He once acquired a technique known as condensing qi into form, which is said to have originated from the celestial realm. Unfortunately, only fragments remain, but after changing hands several times, it shone brilliantly in the hands of ancient cultivators. While its power cannot compare to the renowned divine abilities of the celestial world, its profundity and intricacy are undeniably remarkable. The concept of condensing qi into form is quite akin to the sword qi of mortals. It is well known that when a life-bound magical treasure is not in use, it is stored within the dantian, where it is nurtured day and night with one's true essence. Over time, even the most ordinary treasures can grow in potency. The connection between the treasure and its master becomes increasingly intimate. Nevertheless, magical treasures are merely external objects and pale in comparison to one's own body, which can achieve true unity of mind and spirit. This explains why, during the transformation phase, most demon races focus on refining their physical forms, disregarding magical treasures. In contrast, Humanity is often constrained by its innate talents, regardless of the situation. Even the body-refining techniques of demon cultivators or blood mages fall short when compared to those of higher-tier demon cultivators. However, the human race in the celestial realm boasts exceptionally wise individuals who have created this extraordinary technique. Although condensing qi into form lacks the power of other techniques, the underlying principle remains the same: to refine the life-bound magical treasure within the body, transforming the tangible into the intangible, into an odd, formless entity. This entity is then enveloped in true essence or demonic essence, enabling complete integration with the treasure. Following a series of incredible transformations, the two become one, evolving into true essence or demonic essence. Once this gas is refined, it embodies the properties of the magical treasure and is no longer limited by form, capable of manifesting any type of treasure for offense or defense at will. This can be described as extraordinarily formidable and astonishingly powerful. Thus, he did not merely take the blow from the opponent's sword empty-handed. Although the strike failed to breach his blood shield, it caused his chest to surge with blood energy, revealing its remarkable might. This young man not only advanced quickly, but also possessed a magical treasure of astounding caliber, leaving the blood demon of Shishan gasping in astonishment. The two combatants, upon their initial clash, appeared to be evenly matched, yet each was calculating in their hearts. Chapter 490. The Brawl Begins. Part 1. Haocen displayed no hint of trepidation on his face. His opponent was formidable. However, at this moment, he had no desire to linger in battle. It is vital to understand that in the blood-soaked mists of Cold Moon Ridge, danger lurks at every corner, and swift resolution is the wisest course of action. With this thought, Haocen subtly stirred his consciousness, then waved his right hand, sending a streak of light towards the humanoid puppet. In the next instant, a fierce expression appeared on the puppet's face. It knew not the meaning of fear and transformed into a black wind, charging towards the opponent. Ziyu, Qing'er, Shuang'er, Shan'er, Xiaocui, and Firebird, you all come out to assist me. However, exercise caution and remain behind me to launch surprise attacks. A sly smile graced Haocen's countenance, for he believed in the principle of overpowering the few with the many. The blood demon of Shishan could never have imagined that he was not facing one, but rather 7 opponents. Ziyu had long desired to take action. Ever since departing from the Tianyuan continent, she found herself seldom able to engage in battle. The disparity between the nascent soul stage and the foundation establishment stage was simply too vast. Haocen was wary that a moment's inattention could plunge them into peril. Naturally, he would not easily allow these 6 young maidens to come to harm. However, they frequently lamented their own inadequacy, feeling more like a burden. Thus, the prospect of being able to assist brought them immense joy. Remember, stay behind me and do not approach that old monster. Do you understand? Haocen reiterated firmly. Yes. The 6 responded obediently, their expressions softening into gentle smiles, though they quickly composed themselves once more. Ziyu waved her hand, casting a spell to control the puppets in combat. Qing'er, Shuang'er, and Shan'er, despite their lower cultivation, displayed formidable synergy in their techniques. The fiery bird, Qiao Heng, and the azure bird, Xiaocui, unleashed their innate abilities, spewing forth demonic flames. Let the onslaught commence. What a disgrace. The blood demon observed the scene before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, his gaze fixated on Haocen. Filled with resentment, he considered his own methods to be quite unscrupulous. Otherwise, the blood shadow demon sect would not have fallen into his schemes. Yet this boy, despite his youth, exhibited cunning that rivaled his own, a true prodigy of reincarnation. From the outset, it was apparent that he intended to harm him, all while feigning ignorance, cunningly luring him into a trap. A nascent soul puppet and 6 enchanting maidens, his heart seethed with rage and astonishment. However, the blood demon was indeed a formidable entity. Having cultivated a unique technique, he believed himself to be no less than great cultivators, and while this boy was exceedingly crafty, he did not fear him. Of course, if it were merely for past grievances, he would not entangle himself with such a terrifying adversary, as it would be unworthy. However, Haocen's nascent soul was a tremendous boon to him, and the 6 exquisite beauties were an unparalleled temptation. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not relent. Furthermore, the blood demon believed that even against 8 adversaries, he would not necessarily be defeated. Indeed. A mere chi refinement stage cultivator from years past has grown so rapidly This truly exceeds my expectations. It seems that dealing with you will not be a simple task. Nevertheless, though each transformation costs me considerable vitality, the benefits of annihilating you are more than worth it. Allow me to demonstrate the unparalleled might of my demonic arts. I shall unleash my full power, and you shall meet your end with your eyes closed. The blood demon's visage contorted with ferocity as the humanoid puppet approached within 3 paces of him, its arms swelling as it struck with ferocity. Yet, the opponent made no attempt to evade. A dark aura emanated from within, enveloping his form. Boom. The punch struck seemingly empty air. The dark energy possessed a shifting effect. Had the opponent also mastered the technique of shifting positions? Yet, the blood demon was unaware that it was not a mere shift, but rather Haocen employing the lesser yang technique. A devouring spell in conjunction with the spatial method of the demon suppression tower, consuming the blood demon's magical power. Blood demon furrowed his brow. The spatial divine abilities pertain to the laws of heaven and earth, only to be grasped after advancing to the integration stage. The opponent was evidently a cultivator at the nascent soul realm. Could this young man have mastered the formidable spells of ancient practitioners? However, Haocen did not grant blood demon the luxury of contemplation. With a sudden motion, he sheathed the slaying immortal sword and drew forth the silver dragon spear. Refusing to allow his adversary the time to transform at leisure. Channeling his mana, he thrust the spear forward with great force. A silvery beam of light erupted from the tip of the spear. Though it spanned merely a short distance, it radiated with brilliant intensity. Particularly astonishing was the fact that as the silver dragon spear traversed the air, it caused ripples in the void itself. The speed was unprecedented, heading straight for Blood Demon. Sensing the imminent threat, Blood Demon attempted to drift to the left. Yet, the humanoid puppet manipulated by Zu surged towards him from nearby. Shifting to the right, 2 demonic beasts unleashed their innate fire abilities, blocking his escape route. Despite the fact that the individual before him was merely a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. And although he had trained in the body refinement techniques of ancient cultivators and grasped some spatial arts, it was unlikely his cultivation was profound. Blood Demon had no choice but to remain stationary, relying on the art of shifting positions to evade the impending strike. In the realm of skilled combatants, mere moments can dictate the outcome. There was no time for hesitation. The silver beam of the spear transformed into a silver dragon, plunging fiercely into the blood mist. With a resounding explosion, the blazing white dragon penetrated the blood fog, rapidly dissolving within it, the dazzling spear light closing in. Blood Demon was taken aback, never having imagined that his ability to shift positions could be thwarted. What kind of treasure was that spear? There was no time left for evasion, and a fierce expression flickered across Blood Demon's face. A cloud of blood mist spewed from his mouth, suddenly transforming into a bloodthirsty serpent. The blood serpent collided with the silver dragon. However, the latter remained undeterred, weaving through the chaos as if it were inconsequential. Although the blood serpent was a formidable spell in its own right, the hastily conjured magic could not possibly compare to Haocen's full-force assault. Of course, it was not entirely ineffective. The spear's radiance dimmed significantly, yet it had absorbed the majority of Blood Demon's mana. Meanwhile, the puppet controlled by Zu delivered a powerful punch to Blood Demon. Before Blood Demon could regain his composure, the distant attacks from the 5 women rained down upon him with relentless fury. Observing the effectiveness of both ranged and melee assaults, Haocen's expression shifted, revealing a glint of delight. However, the joy was swiftly overshadowed by a grim demeanor. Despite the fierce clashes, Blood Demon had not suffered significant harm. Seizing the opportunity during the barrage from the 5 women, Blood Demon once again transformed. A terrifying monstrosity emerged before all present, towering over 3 meters tall, sporting a skull-like visage with a greenish hue. Its surface was adorned with mottled patterns, appearing both eerie and malevolent. Countless palm-sized scales covered its body, with fangs bared and eyes turned blood-red. At the center of its forehead, a skull with 3 eyes had materialized. The gathered crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished that a human cultivator could sacrifice their form in pursuit of such power. However, Haocen, being well-versed and knowledgeable, was not truly afraid of anything. Unperturbed by Qing, he waved his right hand and summoned the women into the space of the jade pendant. Haocen had no desire to see the monster harm them. Chapter 491. The Brawl Commences, Part 2. After securing the women, Haocen suspended the demon suppression tower above him. and dark rays of light flickered as dozens of puppets materialized around him. So many puppets? The blood demon's expression changed dramatically, but then it bared its fangs and sneered. Boy, I didn't expect you to possess so many puppets, but do you think they will be of any use against me? Haocen paid no mind to this taunt. The outcome hinged on the strength of both parties rather than words. He swiftly executed a spell, directing the puppets to assault the blood demon. With the human-shaped puppets leading the charge, they ensnared the blood demon, binding its limbs. The blood demon, transformed into a monstrous form, used its tail like a whip and sent two puppets flying. Seeing this, the human-shaped puppet flashed with a red light, its ferocity ignited. Without flinching or evading, it reached out with its 5 fingers and seized the demon's tail. The blood demon momentarily froze, anger flashing across its face as its tail, shimmering with red light, attempted to break free. Seizing this opportune moment, Haocen directed his thoughts, instructing the human puppet to hold on with all its might. Simultaneously, he manipulated 2 bronze puppets to attack the demon's eyes and mouth. Taking advantage of the chaos, Haocen leaped onto the blood demon's head, tossing several pitch-black thunderbolts and blood-poison magic pellets into its mouth. With a mental command, the dozens of puppets swiftly withdrew from the blood demon's body. Bang! A few cultivators happened to approach the area just as a muffled sound echoed and the blood-red mist thickened, causing their faces to turn pale with fear as they hurriedly fled. It was absurd, regardless of any treasures nearby. It was evident that 2 formidable ancient beings were ensnared in a fierce battle. Venturing into such peril was akin to courting death. 100 feet away, a red-haired demon cultivator was flying slowly. Though his appearance was grotesque, he was undeniably a genuine practitioner at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, he paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Such a commotion. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to approach. After all, he sensed that the aura emanating from the conflict far surpassed his own. Rumor had it that the ancient relics were not confined to a single location. Why risk confronting 2 masters in a desperate attempt to seize something? With this thought, he suppressed his greed and transformed into a streak of light, darting off in another direction in search of treasure. What is happening? Such a potent clash of magical energy. Our arranged forces have yet to make a move. Could it be that those ancient beings have already engaged in battle? On a small hill, the blood demon, shrouded in crimson mist, muttered to itself. Is there anything strange about this? In a place like this, with practitioners of all sorts mingling, it is entirely normal for them to have grievances against one another. In such an environment, it is only fitting that grudges are settled and vengeance is sought. Tai Shixiang's expression remained indifferent as he calmly remarked, "Isn't this just facilitating our endeavors? Indeed, we must act swiftly to arrange traps and eliminate the lower-tier cultivators. However, dealing with those formidable Yuanying stage-old monsters will require considerable effort. Ideally, we could capture their Yuanying, as this would enhance our ability to activate the formation. Any excess Yuanying would greatly benefit our consumption." The blood demon within the crimson mist chuckled, not to mention the perilous atmosphere within the mountains. The conflict between Haocen and the demon has reached a boiling point. The humanoid puppet was left with only a fragment of the blood demon's monstrous tail. Yet, as a mere puppet, it knew not the meaning of fear, faithfully executing Haocen's commands. During the retreat, it inadvertently tore off the blood demon's tail. At this moment, the blood demon's body was riddled with wounds, resembling a deflating balloon, rapidly reverting to its original form. Haocen observed the blood demon from afar, uncertain if it had any hidden trump cards. The blood demon's eyes were filled with malice. Unlike the Yuanying cultivators, many of its abilities relied on this half-human, half-demon body. Thus, although it could seize another's body, it was reluctant to relinquish this hard-won hybrid form unless absolutely necessary. However, its body was now in tatters. After a while, despair finally flickered in the blood demon's eyes. It then raised its right hand, striking its head, and a crimson glow flashed as a tiny demon infant, about an inch in size, materialized above the blood demon's head. Subsequently, the demon's remnants crumbled to dust. Unlike other demon infants, this one was entirely blood-red, with a grotesque pattern resembling a monster etched across its chest and abdomen, appearing exceptionally eerie. The blood demon infant cast a fearful glance at Haocen and unleashed several incantations with its hands. In an astonishing twist, the blood demon infant split into 7 distinct forms, each darting in different directions. Each was lifelike, making it impossible for Haocen to discern the real from the illusion. Moreover, the opponent refrained from using teleportation, clearly wary of Haocen's spells and artifacts. Attempting to flee would not be so simple. A faint smile graced Haocen's lips as he waved his hand, casting a spell to weave several nets of consciousness. With a swish, 7 nets, guided by Haocen's intent, spread outwards, enveloping the 7 blood demon infants like butterflies caught in a net, showing no mercy. 6 of the blood demon infants, without any means to resist, dissipated into nothingness. Only the central blood demon infant displayed a look of resentment. Suddenly, it channeled its power and managed to escape the nets of consciousness, vanishing without a trace. This outcome, undoubtedly, could only be achieved through teleportation. However, Haocen remained unperturbed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before long, a silver dragon spear materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he brought it down. Within 100 zhang radius, the space twisted, causing the blood demon infant to plummet from the void. Almost simultaneously, a flash of spiritual light appeared above its head as a colossal hand reached down, seizing its primordial spirit. What do you intend to do? Panic filled the blood demon infant's eyes, as it could never have imagined that the situation would culminate in such a manner. Fellow Taoist, he inquired, if I were to fall into your hands, what do you intend to do with me? Haocen's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the blood demon infant felt a chilling sensation. Spare me, esteemed one. Please, do not hold a grudge against a mere insignificant being like me. The cunning blood demon infant, realizing escape was futile, shamelessly began to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, Haocen remained unmoved. It was foolish to conspire with a tiger. He raised his head to survey the surroundings. Cold Moon Ridge was fraught with peril, making it an unsuitable place to employ the soul-searching technique. With a wave of his right hand, he produced a jade vial, imprisoning the blood demon infant within. He then affixed over 10 sealing talismans. Such a stringent confinement would ensure that not even a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner could escape, let alone the blood demon infant. After securing the vial, he placed it into the demon suppression tower for further sealing. He then collected the storage ring and other belongings from the remnants of the blood demon, igniting a flame of alchemical fire to reduce the corpse to ashes. This battle had cost him 6 puppets, 3 of which were rendered useless, while the remaining 3 would require repairs before they could be deployed again. Haocen silently retrieved the scattered limbs and fragments of the puppets, relieved that they were merely metallic constructs. Only then did a faint smile grace his lips. With a mental command, he gathered all of the puppets, leaving only the humanoid puppet to guard the area while he extended his consciousness to scan the surroundings. As he ventured deeper into the valley, the blood-red mist thickened, accompanied by a hint of dark energy that made Haocen feel uneasy. Chapter 492, Blood Battle with the Old Monster, Part 1, The Mountain Winds Howled, carrying a sound akin to ghostly wails. Before him loomed a steep, black stone wall, beneath which grew dozens of large trees, nothing else in sight. Had he misperceived the danger moments ago? Haocen mused, glancing around in confusion. He had distinctly sensed a perilous presence. How had it suddenly vanished? Closing his eyes, he released his consciousness. Despite the mist's interference, he could still cover the entire valley without issue. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he turned and began to retrace his steps. A fissure opened in the stone wall, revealing a figure, a bald, black-clad old monster. After consuming the blood of several cultivators, the bald old monster felt unwell and was hiding in this cave to recover before launching a surprise attack on Haocen. Just as he activated the illusory formation to conceal himself, Haocen arrived. Impatiently, he thought that if he let this opportunity slip, it would be lost forever. He could not allow such a tempting morsel to escape. Ouyang Lai, the bald old monster, aimed to strike decisively to kill Haocen, devour his nascent soul and blood, and continue his cultivation. With a flick of his hand, a beam of black light surged towards Haocen, moving with the speed of a fleeting shadow, completing the attack in an instant. If struck by the black radiance, although Haocen would not perish, he would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries. Haocen had long suspected that this place harbored anomalies. Just as the bald, dark-clad elder released a surge of magical energy at the critical moment, Haocen abruptly stepped to the left, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The hidden bald elder, seeing his ambush fail, retaliated with a fierce palm strike, devoid of any embellishment. Unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, towards Haocen. How dare you plot against me? Prepare to pay with your life. As the words fell, Haocen executed an enigmatic turn, countering the elder's palm strike with a swift motion of his hand, employing the demon-slaying technique. How did you discover my presence? The bald elder inquired, perplexed, as he had believed himself to be well concealed. Did Haocen possess an unknown trump card? Spirit eye technique. Haocen replied candidly, revealing no hesitation. Although he sensed something amiss, he remained confident in his plan, unaware that his hiding place had been penetrated. With the revelation of the spirit eye technique, the elder's intention to ambush Haocen within the crimson mist was thwarted, rendering his meticulous plans futile. He had calculated many things, yet failed to account for the spirit eye technique. Haocen's expression grew cautious. The bald elder's capabilities had far surpassed those of the previous blood demon of Shishan. Why do you ambush me? Do we harbor enmity? Haocen questioned the elder, gazing intently. You little wretch, you ask why I seek your demise. I am Oyanglai. Not only did you destroy the blood pool of Shishan, severing my path of cultivation, but you also released the youths of the Qingyun forest, robbing me of my resources. The bald elder retorted with palpable resentment. You claim to be Oyanglai, the reviled bald monstrosity of the world? Haocen mocked in response. Oyanglai, infuriated by the insult, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Now that Haocen recognized the bald elder as Oyanglai, all doubts dissipated. Haocen realized he must summon his true strength to contend with the bald monstrosity. While speaking, he discreetly gathered his magical power, transforming it into a reincarnation seal, which he unleashed towards Oyanglai. Reincarnation seal. Upon witnessing the power of the reincarnation seal, Oyanglai's expression shifted, astonished by the finesse of such a technique. How can this little wretch wield such a remarkable move? Though formidable, the reincarnation seal met with Oyanglai's own powerful technique, resulting in a clash that culminated in a tremendous explosion, ultimately leading to a stalemate. Oyanglai's gaze flickered, and after taking a deep breath, he revealed a chilling smile, stating, "It seems I must employ some genuine methods. Little wretch, I didn't expect you to be so formidable." With a swift motion, a vast expanse of crimson mist surged, ceaselessly drawn into Oyanglai's body, transforming into blood-red demonic energy, amplifying his already formidable aura. Blood Shadow Palm. As Oyanglai unleashed the Blood Shadow Palm, a colossal wave of potent blood-red demonic energy erupted forth from his hand. As the ominous crimson aura surged forth, the Blood Shadow Palm expanded, completely sealing off Haocen's escape route. Death loomed, casting its shadow over him. It was conceivable that beneath such a blow, his blood would congeal, rendering him a lifeless husk. The bald-headed monster, Oyanglai, now wore a triumphant smile, for those who dared to challenge his authority were destined for demise. To him, Haocen had always been nothing more than an insignificant insect, and employing the Blood Shadow Palm felt almost excessive, tinged with a hint of vengeance. With the overwhelming Blood Shadow Palm descending upon him, sealing his retreat, Haocen remained steadfast, merely letting out a cold snort as he fervently concentrated his magical energy within his dantian. The stored power of lightning surged violently into his arms, propelling Haocen's strength to an unprecedented peak, unleashing an unparalleled might. To counter the Blood Shadow Palm, one must obliterate the blood poison it inflicted upon entry with the most effective means. Just as Oyanglai unleashed his maximum energy, he simultaneously exposed his own vulnerability. This moment presented the ideal opportunity to strike him down. Should he be granted even a brief respite, his methods would grow increasingly treacherous, becoming exceedingly difficult to contend with. Individuals like Oyanglai, if allowed to persist in this world, would bring calamity upon many, and Haocen would not permit such a fate to unfold. The consequences of his escape were unfathomable, potentially resulting in countless lives lost. The Demon Suppression Tower. Haocen's expression turned solemn as he pushed the bloodline of Xiao to its utmost limit, an arcane aura emanating from within him, a power that could shake the heavens and the earth. Oyanglai, sensing this terrifying presence, was struck by an ominous premonition, feeling an icy chill coursing through his body. What is this force? Why is my power being suppressed? He marveled in shock. Boom. The Demon Suppression Tower expanded infinitely, crashing down upon Oyanglai with a devastating force. As the saying goes, one creature subdues another. In this moment, Haocen, wielding the mid-stage energy of the nascent soul, propelled the power of the tower. overwhelming even the formidable late-stage beings. Caught off guard, Ouyang Lai was struck by the tower's blow, violently spitting blood, his complexion paling as weakness enveloped him. Having cultivated poorly, Ouyang Lai's body was already frail. This strike from Haocen only exacerbated his plight, his strength waning further. In a state of utter horror, Ouyang Lai realized that the demon suppression tower was his nemesis. Chapter 493, Blood Battle with the Old Monster, Part 2. Ouyang Lai, now coughing blood relentlessly, was far removed from his earlier spirited demeanor. Instead, he resembled a somber old man, devoid of vitality, his body rapidly succumbing to decay. The demon suppression tower had severely injured his essence, causing his demonic aura to wane, re-emerging as the decrepit figure of the bald monster Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai, having coughed up blood, seethed with resentment. What manner of sorcery is this, that it can restrain me? Who is this young man, and whose legacy does he inherit? Reflecting on the earlier strike, he felt an unsettling dread. That blow had embodied the power to suppress the heavens and the earth, a bane to blood demons. It appeared this young man had acquired the inheritance of a formidable being, instilling within him a sense of threat. Those who posed a danger to the divine sect must be eliminated. Cursed be it, if only I had a little more time to acclimate to this new body. Ouyang Lai's visage contorted with malice as he glared coldly at Haocen, murderous intent evident in his eyes. It was after Haocen rescued the young boys and girls from the Qingyun forest that Ouyang Lai frantically sought him, entering the ancient battlefield of the desert in search of his whereabouts. Just as the demon was breaking free from its seal, he unexpectedly spotted a human and pursued Haocen relentlessly. In a state of panic, Ouyang Lai fled to the stony desert, where the demon king was sealed. Mere moments after Haocen departed, Ouyang Lai arrived at the site of the sealed demon king. The demon king, on the verge of breaking the seal due to its desperate hope, was, once again, sealed away. The demon king struggled in despair, relentlessly battering the seal with furious determination. At the peak of the demon king's strength, the seal was at its weakest. Ouyang Lai, having accidentally entered the sealed domain of the demon king, found himself in a precarious situation. Haocen, having reinforced the seal, ensured that without external intervention, the demon king could not break free for 3 to 5 years. Driven to desperation by the relentless pursuit of the demon, Ouyang Lai unleashed unparalleled magical powers in an attempt to breach the barrier for escape. However, the overwhelming backlash of his force inadvertently weakened Haocen's seal. One who harbored resentment struck violently within the seal, while another, eager to flee, unleashed a formidable blow from outside, resulting in the shattering of the demon king's prison. Upon breaking free, the demon king required the essence of cultivator's blood to augment its power. It would be foolish to refuse such easy prey. When Ouyang Lai beheld an alien figure within the barrier, intent on devouring him, a fierce battle ensued. The newly released demon king, though physically weak, possessed a formidable consciousness. In a final moment of desperation, the demon king abandoned its fragmented form, merging with Ouyang Lai's body. Thus, within Ouyang Lai's consciousness, they each claimed dominion over half of the realm. The demon king occupied Ouyang Lai's body without fully controlling his awareness, resulting in Ouyang Lai becoming a grotesque amalgamation of both demon and human. As the demon king exerted control over Ouyang Lai's consciousness, he began to refine his body through dark magic, leaving Ouyang Lai in a chaotic state, his hair stripped away, transforming him into a creature that was neither man, demon, nor beast, a bald monstrosity. In this tumultuous existence, Ouyang Lai oscillated between the demon king and his former self. Bald and unhinged, he exhibited an unstable temperament, resembling a madman. Ouyang Lai, possessed by the soul of a demon king, naturally inherited both the legacy and artifacts of that dark lineage. Already formidable, he sought to amplify his strength through the recently consumed blood, intending to confront his adversary and eliminate Haocen. However, to his utter astonishment, Haocen revealed an unexpectedly overwhelming trump card, deploying the astonishing demon suppression tower, leaving him utterly flustered. The resurgence of old injuries combined with new pains contorted Ouyang Lai's features into an expression of profound agony. In desperation, he invoked a secret technique to seal the power of the demon suppression tower, granting him a fleeting moment of respite. Yet, the energy from the tower relentlessly assailed his body, an eerie force spreading within him, systematically destroying his internal organs. If left unaddressed, the consequences would be dire, further inducing terror within Ouyang Lai as he recognized the tower's potency, an undeniable bane for practitioners of dark magic. Gasping for breath, just as he contemplated a counterattack, Haocen's next assault arrived without the slightest reprieve. Reincarnation Seal. Haocen bellowed, his internal energies of wind, thunder, and dark lightning surging into furious action. The power of reincarnation erupted forth, cyclically crashing down upon Ouyang Lai's form with relentless force. Ouyang Lai, filled with seething rage, was taken aback as he realized Haocen had swiftly regained his stamina and vitality, launching yet another strike. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to survive. Unbeknownst to the bald monster, Haocen possessed 3 Dantians and 3 primordial infants. Nevertheless, Ouyang Lai was no ordinary foe, despite his somewhat erratic cultivation. He brimmed with confidence derived from his profound foundation. He sought to vanquish Haocen in retribution for the previous blow. After all, years of mastering dark magic had equipped him with numerous esoteric techniques, and although he may not have perfected them, they were not easily countered by the average practitioner. Illusory Demon Palm. This ultimate spell of dark practitioners transformed the very atmosphere into a realm shrouded in blood-red darkness, enveloped by an endless crimson mist. A tempest arose, heralding the birth of a devastating storm, its terrifying power palpable even before the strike materialized. The potency of the illusory Demon Palm, one of Ouyang Lai's trump cards, was immense, capable of obliterating the very fabric of reality with a single blow. At last, Ouyang Lai summoned his full might, delivering a thunderous strike that resonated like the roar of distant thunder. This overwhelming assault cloaked the surroundings, leaving no escape for his opponent. The ground trembled beneath them, dust swirling as fissures began to form, threatening to engulf Haocen in a cataclysmic collapse. In an instant, the reincarnation seal clashed violently with the illusory Demon Palm. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, ultimately allowing the phantom Demon Palm to seize the upper hand, effortlessly shattering the cycle seal. An overwhelming torrent of crimson demonic energy surged forth with astonishing speed. Haocen furrowed his brow, swiftly channeling the forces of wind, thunder, and dark electricity within his dantian, determined to extinguish this impending assault. Bang! Waves of terrifying impacts collided, each producing a deep, thunderous sound that bore down heavily upon Haocen. However, this was merely the prelude. The true phantom Demon Palm had yet to strike. When it finally descended with unyielding force, the ground shook. Boom! Haocen let out a muffled groan as his body was sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, he feigned weakness, scheming to ambush the bald monstrosity, Ouyang Lai. He bit down on his lip, transforming his visage to one of pale anguish, making it apparent that he was gravely injured. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wicked smile spread across his face. This is intriguing, yet what is truly remarkable? Even if I am gravely wounded, I shall tear a piece of flesh from you before I perish. Cackling at Haocen's current state, Ouyang Lai retorted, "You little rascal. Your arrogance is indeed remarkable. Youngsters like you are a rarity, for those who exhibit such madness have long since perished. And you, too, shall not escape death today." A flicker of mockery ignited in the bald monster's eyes as he proclaimed, "I refuse to believe that my strength cannot obliterate you." With a thunderous stomp, Ouyang Lai leapt into the fray. Chapter 494, Blood Battle with the Old Monster, Part 3, Blood Demon Seal. With a roar, his momentum surged, the ruthless blood demonic energy gushing forth. Die! The immense wave of blood demonic energy erupted, swirling with vibrant crimson light, suffused with the aura of death. Demon Slayer. Haocen unleashed his Demon Slayer technique, amalgamating the 4 elemental attributes into a concentrated force that surged forth like tempestuous clouds and crackling lightning, clashing against the blood demon seal launched by the bald monster. The 2 formidable attacks collided violently in the heavens, producing a deafening explosion. Boom! The 2 forces reverberated, relentlessly crashing against one another, a fierce struggle where neither side could gain the upper hand. Ouyang Lai, witnessing Haocen withstand yet another lethal strike, felt an unsettling unease rise within him. This individual was akin to an indestructible cockroach, posing a significant threat that must be eliminated swiftly to prevent future ramifications. However, the energy expended by Ouyang Lai in conjuring the blood demon seal had greatly drained his vitality, leaving him feeling weak and despondent. He had intended to follow up with another strike, only to find himself lacking the strength to do so. Haocen's Demon Slayer was an exclusive technique formed by the convergence of 4 elemental energies, a singular entity, without comparison. Conversely, Ouyang Lai's Blood Demon Seal was a lethal skill born from the fusion of the demonic cultivator's Blood Demon Palm and the Phantom Demon Palm's secret techniques. Possessing immense power, this was his initial execution of such a technique. As the 2 ultimate attacks clashed, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were trembling. Ultimately, the 2 forces erupted into a singular explosion, transforming into a crimson cloud that spread outward. The force of annihilation surged forth relentlessly, laying waste to everything within a 100-foot radius. Ouyang Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated a decisive victory through overwhelming advantage, only to find himself embroiled in a stalemate. An affront to his pride. The horrific explosion rapidly engulfed the bald-headed monster, Ouyang Lai. His brow furrowed in concentration as he summoned a pitch-black magical banner. With a commanding presence, the banner emanated a brilliant radiance, releasing an overwhelming tide of demonic energy that spread rapidly, exuding an air of invincibility. Ouyang Lai, his lips barely moving, exerted all his might to wield the banner, which grew increasingly powerful, dissipating the shockwaves of the explosions and restoring tranquility to the realm. Haocen observed the bald-headed monster, Ouyang Lai, brandishing the magical banner, and felt the formidable aura it exuded. He then unleashed a dark energy, entwined with a thunderous bolt, directed at Ouyang Lai. Seeking refuge behind a towering rock, he seized the moment to slip into the demon suppression tower, unwilling to foolishly await a blow. Though he successfully mitigated the force of the attack, he found himself breathless and fatigued. Holding the magical banner, Ouyang Lai's expression oscillated between dark and light. It was a disgrace that dealing with a mere youth like Haocen consumed so much of his time. Moreover, Haocen, akin to an indomitable cockroach, continually mounted counterattacks, inciting his ire. As the black mist dissipated, Haocen quietly rose from behind the rock, regarding Ouyang Lai with a nonchalant smile, deliberately brushing off the dust from his attire, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Achoo! Haocen rubbed his nose and remarked, "Oh, old fellow, why create such a cloud of dust with your shabby banner? It's choking me." Ouyang Lai cursed under his breath, "Little brat, no need for your snark. Let me show you my true prowess." Dragon Claw. With a sinister smile, Ouyang Lai retracted the banner, his body quaking as torrents of black, demonic energy surged forth. It coalesced into a black dragon, brandishing its talons. 10 elongated black claws sprouting from his fingers, unleashing a tangible darkness aimed viciously at Haocen's form. Haocen conjured multiple demon-slaying hands, generating a violent surge of energy that reverberated through the very fabric of space. The 10 black claws clashed fiercely against the blazing imprint of his palm, causing the demon-slaying hands to tremble as demonic energy enveloped them, incessantly assaulting, as if intent on tearing them apart. With a thunderous roar, the demon-slaying hands quivered under the relentless onslaught, while the dragon claw tore mercilessly. The clash of palm and claw erupted in a cacophony of violence, culminating in an explosive rupture. Haocen, slightly furrowing his brow, transformed his palm into a fist, once more channeling his energy into 2 explosive magical punches. With a mighty roar, Ouyang Lai threw his head back and unleashed a piercing cry, gathering his magical power. The momentum of the dragon, born of demonic energy, reached its zenith, preparing to launch a ferocious assault once more towards Haocen. With a powerful fusion of fists, Haocen unleashed a colossal magical explosion, hurtling towards the dragon's vital point. The bald-headed monster, Ouyang Lai, observed the oncoming force with a furrowed brow, acutely aware of the formidable power contained within that punch. He knew that encountering such a formidable opponent would be no easy feat. He had no choice but to muster every ounce of his strength for a desperate fight. Before he could fully contemplate the situation, the punch surged forward. Ouyang Lai's expression turned grave as he let out a fierce roar, extending his claws to grasp the incoming force. The dark, razor-sharp claws of the dragon materialized, shimmering ominously as they clashed against the punch. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the punch and the dragon claws became entwined, generating a blazing energy that illuminated the air with violent fluctuations, shaking the surrounding space. "Little brat, this is the price you pay for defying me," Ouyang Lai bellowed in fury. Under his command, The dragon's presence reached its zenith, its black scales shimmering ominously, its visage turning even more grotesque and menacing. Haocen, witnessing the dragon's emergence, narrowed his eyes, his body shifting into a blur. With the elements of wind and thunder crackling, for streams of magical energy surged forward, reinforcing the massive punch entangled with the dragon claws. Suddenly, the power of the punch surged, overwhelming the dragon claws and forcing them apart. The elements transformed into 4 spiraling punches, encircling the dragon claws. One bolt of lightning aiming directly for the dragon's vital point, while the other 3 punches struck fiercely. With a thunderous roar, a blinding light erupted, momentarily illuminating the area. As the 4 punches and the dragon dissipated together, Haocen staggered backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. Haocen trembled slightly. His right hand pressed against the ground as the energy of wind and thunder dissipated. Flying Rainbow Sword. Seizing the opportunity, Haocen summoned the Flying Rainbow Sword without hesitation, transforming it into a beam of cold light aimed directly at Haocen. Chapter 495, Bloody Battle with the Old Monster, Part 4. As the swift sword approached, Haocen's eyes glinted with malice. He suddenly expelled a sphere of his essence blood, his hands moving rapidly to cast several incantations. Instantly, a surge of crimson demonic energy enveloped him, conjuring a massive shadow of a demon that swatted at the Flying Rainbow Sword. With the emergence of the demon shadow, Haocen cackled wickedly, leaping towards Haocen as the sword was deflected. This was Haocen's trump card, a manifestation of the innate abilities bestowed by the demon lord within him. At that moment, Haocen's body was under the control of the demon's spirit. Seeing the transformation into a demon shadow, Haocen felt an unexpected shock. The aura emanating from the demon shadow shifted abruptly, taking on an unfamiliar essence. Haocen couldn't help but gaze intently at the shadow, his expression turning grave. The demon's shadow roared as it struck with a mighty hand, sending Haocen flying in the face of such ferocious power. Damn, this demon shadow is far too formidable. A cold snort escaped Haocen as he faced the violent and vicious aura of the demon, his heart filled with trepidation. Just as Haocen was seized by fear, the increasingly solidified demon's shadow lunged at him once more. With a sudden thought, Haocen summoned the Qiao Furnace, wielding its supreme might against the demon's shadow. The Qiao Furnace was one of Haocen's trump cards. Since acquiring this treasure in the Qingyun cave, he had never utilized it in battle. After its refinement, it had remained idle in his chaotic dantian. The reason Haocen refrained from using the Qiao Furnace was to prevent it from being tainted by bloodshed, but now, with his life at stake, he had no choice but to employ it in combat. As the unadorned Qiao Furnace was hurled forth, it swelled in size, transforming into the size of a small mountain. The ground shook as the Qiao Furnace surged toward the demon's shadow, which responded with a series of furious roars. Then, with another thunderous sound, the demon's suppression tower crashed down atop it. In that moment, the demon's shadow widened its eyes in astonishment. As the Qiao Furnace combined with the demon's suppression tower, the demon finally let out an enraged roar, collapsing to its knees. How could I be bested by a mere brat? The demon's shadow straightened its form once more. Crack! The Qiao Furnace developed a fissure, threatening to shatter at any moment. Haocen coughed up blood, realizing that if the Qiao Furnace were to break, he would suffer far greater harm. His only option would be to flee, losing any chance to eliminate Haocen. Observing the dire situation, he understood that without immediate action, if the demon's shadow fully solidified, the consequences would be disastrous. Magic Dragon Spear. Haocen quickly consumed several recovery spirit purple pills. With a sudden roar, the pitch-black magic dragon spear surged toward the demon's shadow. At that moment, the demon was straining against the suppression, and upon hearing Haocen's voice, it furrowed its brow and sidestepped. With a whoosh, a streak of darkness cleaved through the air, aiming for the demon's shadow. This strike was fueled by all of Haocen's cultivation, with no effort spared. As the spear pierced its body, the demon's shadow erupted in furious howls, its form becoming significantly more ethereal. In the eyes of the demonic king residing within Haocen, no matter how powerful Haocen was, he was but an ant. Yet at this moment, that ant had inflicted a grievous wound upon him. Instantly, the demon's shadow's eyes blazed with crimson fury. In a tide of unbridled rage, the demon let out another roar. Haocen, sensing the impending danger, quickly retracted the Qian furnace and the demon suppression tower, retreating 100 feet in an instant. Simultaneously, the demon's shadow's aura surged dramatically, reducing everything within 100 feet to mere dust. In midair, Haocen cast a glance at the demon's shadow, astonishment flickering in his eyes, which gradually turned grave. Indeed, I have underestimated you. With a sardonic smirk gracing his lips, Haocen remarked, "Old fool. How can the apparition of the demon you have conjured, which cannot manifest into the corporeal realm, possibly contend with me?" The demon's eyes glimmered with an intensifying chill as it retorted, "Let us see which of us shall fall first in this place." In an instant, as its words fell, the demon's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, it tore through the air, hurtling forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in the void. "I fear you may lack the capability," Haocen sneered. Yet, despite his bravado, he did not underestimate the situation. The formidable power of the 5 elemental forces surged forth from within him, for he had already been recognized by Ouyang Lai. Thus, he no longer concealed his strength. Imposing seal. The cold voice resonated, and a brilliant radiance erupted forth from his 5 elemental core, rapidly converging upon the index finger of his right hand. As the dazzling light coalesced, Haocen's fingertip became translucent, emanating a terrifying might. Upon the manifestation of this spell, the demon's visage shifted dramatically, its expression transforming into one of grave concern as it sensed the formidable energy radiating from Haocen's technique. The demon perceived that this powerful spell not only bore immense strength, but also exerted a peculiar restraining effect upon it. For the essence of demonic energy, the most potent counter was the utmost purity and rigidity of spells. Haocen's practice of the lesser yang technique, imbued with the power of lightning to temper the body, embodied this principle. Without a moment's hesitation, Haocen flicked his finger, unleashing an energy blade that surged forth with an indescribable velocity towards the oncoming demon apparition. A sense of peril surged within Ouyang Lai. He instantly halted, as the turbulent demonic energy coalesced into a protective shield. Boom! The beam of the imposing seal pierced the void with relentless speed, striking fiercely against the demon's shield. A resounding thud echoed through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to erupt while fissures of darkness marred the fabric of space itself. Cracks emerged upon the surface of the demonic shield, swiftly spreading and enveloping it entirely until, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered. In that split second, as the shield disintegrated, the beam of the imposing seal, under Ouyang Lai's terrified gaze, struck mercilessly against his corporeal form. With a piercing sound, the beam penetrated his chest, and the demon apparition coughed forth a torrent of blood. Its figure propelled backward several dozen meters, its energy waning drastically. "Huh, you think you have triumphed, boy?" The demon lifted its head, a frenzied glare igniting in its eyes as it bellowed. "I assure you, today shall be your grave." Suddenly, the demon's aura surged once more, its form expanding as it charged toward Haocen. Not good. Haocen gazed at the frenzied and resolute expression of the demonic apparition, concluding that it intended to self-destruct. Without hesitation, he retreated, gathering the arcane energy from within his dark dantian, transforming it into a streak of intermingled black and white lightning. This peculiar bolt surged forth, ensnaring the demonic figure. Seizing the opportunity, Haocen unleashed a spell of illusory condensation, which pierced through the chest of the apparition, transcending it completely. This technique, an evolution of the blood shadow palm, bore an uncanny bloodthirsty trait, not only penetrating the heart of the demon, but also draining its lifeblood. Ultimately, the demonic apparition failed to materialize into a corporeal form, and with its obliteration, Ouyang Lai revealed his true visage. At that moment, the bald-headed creature Ouyang Lai stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to fathom the events unfolding before him, particularly the fact that a mere youth had indeed slain him. After a prolonged silence, Ouyang Lai's body collapsed entirely, devoid of breath. Chapter 496. A sudden inspiration. After an intense battle, Haocen found himself drained of considerable magical energy. With hands braced against the ground, his body hunched, he gasped for breath. As he prepared to incinerate the remains of the bald creature Ouyang Lai, 2 streaks of black light suddenly flashed by. With a flicker of thought, the demon suppression tower emerged, swiftly absorbing the 2 black lights and confining them within its first level. To prevent any similar occurrences, Haocen also stored Ouyang Lai's corpse within the tower. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, he departed the battlefield in haste, seeking a secluded spot to recuperate. However, his curiosity was piqued by the two black lights emanating from Ouyang Lai's body. Could it be that he possessed dual nascent souls? Several miles away from the site of the conflict, Haocen took refuge high upon a grand tree. After surveying the vicinity for any signs of disturbance, he swiftly entered the demon suppression tower. Although several barriers had been established within the first level of the tower in the vast expanse, these unique barriers resembled trivial confinement chambers. The space designated for puppets was lined with rows, ready for action. Once infused with consciousness and energy, they would charge into battle. In a chamber designed to imprison the souls of those at the Yuan Dan stage, a cacophony of sounds echoed perpetually as battles raged on, with entities devouring one another in a relentless cycle of self-interest. As Haocen traversed through, he arrived at a confinement chamber where Ouyang Lai's corpse and the two black lights were recently secured. Upon closer inspection of the barrier, he discerned that one of the black lights was a nascent soul, while the other was a fragment of a spirit. With a swish, upon Haocen's arrival, the two black lights instantly dove into Ouyang Lai's body, vanishing from sight. How peculiar, Haocen mused, astonished by the sight. Suddenly entering the barrier, he seized Ouyang Lai's corpse and promptly confined it. Simultaneously, he employed the spirit eye technique to scan Ouyang Lai's body in search of the two black lights. To his astonishment, Ouyang Lai had not completely perished. His body was gradually healing with the aid of his primordial spirit. A dark light lurked in a corner of Ouyang Lai's sea of consciousness, which Haocen's formidable divine sense abruptly enveloped. Upon investigation, it was revealed to be a fragment of a powerful soul, albeit a feeble and residual one. Through careful soul-searching, Haocen discovered that it was the soul of a demon king, coexisting within the sea of consciousness alongside Ouyang Lai's primordial spirit. Much like Ouyang Lai had received a legacy, this residual soul sought to devour Ouyang Lai's spirit, but failed, resulting in a mutual struggle that inflicted harm on both. This fragment of the demon king's soul was, in fact, the essence of a great demon sealed on a desolate ancient battlefield island. It was intended to reincarnate within a body of a member of the demon race, yet it had fortuitously entered the body of the demon cultivator Ouyang Lai, whose spirit was of comparable energy to that of the weakened demon king. The two divine senses and souls within Ouyang Lai's sea of consciousness were in constant turmoil, diminishing their combat abilities, much to Haocen's advantage. Thus, Haocen realized that Ouyang Lai's diminished strength was partly attributable to the presence of the demon king's residual soul. At this moment, Haocen noticed that Ouyang Lai's body was slowly recuperating. Did this imply that any recently deceased body could be revived by infusing it with a soul? If a directive soul could be implanted, would it not act according to the will of the spellcaster? A wicked thought crossed his mind. Forgive me, Ouyang Lai, but your body shall serve as my experimental vessel. With this notion, Haocen gleefully decided to proceed. He then extracted the demon king's soul and sealed it separately. This demon king's essence was indeed precious, and Haocen meticulously secured it. The reason Haocen could seal the demon king was due to the fact that the demon king's soul had been severely weakened from its struggle with Ouyang Lai's spirit. Additionally, the demon suppression tower was a treasure specifically crafted to subdue demon cultivators. Undoubtedly, the tower was a celestial artifact, and the demon king's misfortune was that he had been sealed by Haocen not once, but twice. The first time was during the sealing on the desolate ancient battlefield, where Haocen had believed that the barrier he established through the trinity of martial, immortal, and demonic cultivation was insurmountable for ordinary practitioners. However, it fortuitously fell to the dual onslaught from within and without. If only external force could not breach the sealing spell laid by Haocen, who could have anticipated that fortifications are often compromised from within? Ouyang Lai, being a blood demon and adept in the trinity of martial, immortal, and demonic practices, was well equipped for such a challenge. On this occasion, the demon suppression tower itself served as the treasure meant to restrain demon cultivators, and Haocen once again sealed the demon king within it. The demon king, filled with rage yet powerless to escape, faced yet another sealing. With all preparations complete, Haocen commenced his audacious experiment. Ouyang Lai's primordial spirit still resided within his sea of consciousness. Haocen entered the realm of the imprisoned primordial spirit, capturing a robust soul, and with the blade of divine sense, he penetrated the memories of the residual soul, erasing its recollections. He then implanted a fragment of his own divine sense within it, allowing for a gradual fusion. Thus, after repeatedly summoning 3 souls, he inscribed his own consciousness upon them. In a bid to expedite the growth of these souls, Haocen summoned yet another frail spirit, and with the blade of consciousness, he divided it into 3 parts, casting them to the previously inscribed souls for consumption. The nourishment of these souls is not a task to be accomplished in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Haocen ventured to the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower, arriving at the barrier where the devouring demon flies were kept. Sensing their master's presence, the king of the devouring demon flies, along with 6 others, flew to Haocen's side. He noted that the king had evolved into a 4th-tier spirit insect, while the other 6 had reached the 3rd tier. In the space where he resided, Haocen meticulously established a new barrier, drawing the 7 devouring demon flies from their original confinement into his own domain. The 7 flitted about him in playful abandon. Haocen produced 7 elixirs, tossing them for the flies to feast upon. He then scattered a copious amount of bait powder into the barrier's space, providing sustenance for the ordinary devouring demon flies. After some time of frolic, Haocen left an abundance of elixirs within this newly created space, communicating with the insect king through his consciousness, entrusting it with the distribution and utilization of the potions. He recognized that countless 1st and 2nd-tier spirit insects had evolved within the barrier, all of which also required elixirs for their cultivation. Upon departing from the barrier where the devouring demon flies resided and returning to the 1st level of the demon suppression tower, he found that the 3 souls had fused, emerging more robust than ever. Consequently, he extracted the nascent soul from Ouyang Lai's sea of consciousness and selected the strongest among the souls to implant into Ouyang Lai's consciousness, simultaneously repairing this body. The elixir used for bodily restoration was a fortifying concoction mingled with a stimulant, albeit one that bore toxicity. It necessitated swift detoxification while the body regained strength. Otherwise, death would ensue within 3 days. Haocen quietly observed, pondering whether his audacious endeavor could yield miraculous results. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, Ouyang Lai's body began to restore slowly. Witnessing the revival of Ouyang Lai's form, Haocen swiftly injected the specially concocted antidote into the body. Once Ouyang Lai's body was revitalized, Haocen, with a mere thought, unlocked the consciousness imprint within it. At that moment, Ouyang Lai found himself intimately connected with Haocen's own consciousness, as though another incarnation of Haocen was now present in the world. Haocen had succeeded. The division of self, a feat seldom hoped for by practitioners, had been triumphantly achieved through his singular intention. This was fate. This was fortune. Thus, he stood before this body, which resonated with his own spirit, grinning foolishly in sheer delight. Of course, the consciousness within this body was merely a fragment of Haocen's memories, not the entirety. While he had manifested a doppelganger, he had yet to replicate his own appearance in this new form. This would require time and research, necessitating the body to gradually transform or to master the art of illusion and disguise. The experiment was successful, yielding a more humanized avatar than a mere puppet, plunging Haocen into deep contemplation. Chapter 497, Hell on Earth. Upon departing from the demon suppression tower, Haocen ventured deeper into the valley, unknowingly stepping into the illusionary killing array set by the blood demon and Tai Shi Xiao within the Cold Moon Ridge's Cold Moon Valley. From this moment forth, the name of Cold Valley ceased to exist within Cold Moon Ridge. It transformed into a hellish landscape, known as the Soul-Severing Valley. A haze of pink mist floated within the valley, while clusters of chilling energy roamed through the fog. Witnessing the scene before him, Haocen's expression shifted, as he became acutely aware of having entered an illusionary array. Yet, he sensed that what lay before him was not merely a figment of imagination, but a tangible reality. This was not a simple illusionary array, but a place of lethal enchantment. His spiritual perception was hindered, compelling him to employ the spiritual eye technique to investigate. Haocen discovered that the pink mist was not ordinary vapor, but the emanation of lingering souls. The chilling energy clusters were formed from these restless spirits. In the distance, countless cultivators were fleeing in all directions to escape the specters. However, the lingering souls coalesced into dense mists of spectral essence, the pink haze howling forth incessantly. The demon suppression tower. Seeking a sheltered nook, Haocen swiftly dove into the tower to conceal himself. To possess a treasure and not utilize it would be folly. The malevolent spectral mist swept past, and through the tower, Haocen beheld scenes of carnage and bloodshed. Countless lingering souls drifted forth from the valley, amalgamating into clusters of spectral mist. The air within the valley howled with ominous winds, and the ground emitted a rustling sound. At this moment, thousands of other astute individuals, like Haocen, were hiding in the valley's recesses. As the cultivators trembled in fear, the ground where the spectral mist traversed was starkly revealed to be carpeted with bones. Witnessing this scene, their faces turned pale, and a chill gripped their hearts. Indeed, Cold Moon Ridge was a place of dread. The soul-severing valley was blanketed in bones, and it was impossible to fathom how many lives had perished here. Nevertheless, the principle of seeking wealth amidst peril was universally understood. In that instant, a cultivator clad in blue discovered a sword concealed beneath the bones. The blue-clad individual eagerly seized the sword, his expression transforming into one of sheer exhilaration. It was a priceless treasure he had fortuitously unearthed in this place, a stroke of luck indeed. Upon witnessing someone acquire a magical artifact, the eyes of others sparkled with interest, prompting them to search fervently. It seemed this place harbored many valuable items yet to be uncovered by the world. However, the blue-clad individual, overwhelmed by excitement, suddenly exhibited erratic behavior and ultimately raised the sword, charging toward the crowd. Crack! A cultivator, caught off guard, was struck down by the blue-clad man's sword, blood splattering forth. The blood-scented air elicited a look of satisfaction from the blue-clad individual, accompanied by a strange laughter. He raised his sword once more and engaged in a fray with those concealed in the recesses. Madness! He must be insane. Someone quickly stop him. Upon witnessing this scene, Haocen's expression shifted dramatically. The entire situation was so bizarre that it felt utterly abrupt. At last, the figure clad in blue was subdued by the crowd. However, the demeanor of this individual was rather peculiar. Realizing that he could not take a life, he raised his sword and took his own life. Blood flowed incessantly, yet the enchanted blade absorbed it in a strange manner. Observing this spectacle, those hidden in the depression dared not touch anything on the ground. The uncanny events temporarily quelled the avarice among the onlookers. At this moment, Haocen, employing the technique of deception, concealed his presence and altered his appearance. A young man, resplendent in white attire and possessing an elegant demeanor, emerged in the Cold Moon Valley amidst the helpless crowd. He could not remain aloof. He felt compelled to rescue these innocent souls. Listen well, my name is Yi Fei, dispatched by the Loose Cultivator Alliance to investigate the peculiar phenomena occurring here. Haocen proclaimed loudly. However, he refrained from revealing his status as an elder from the Qinya Palace in Qinya City, fabricating instead the tale of being sent by the Loose Cultivator Alliance. When had the Alliance ever sent anyone? Perhaps even its members were unaware of the circumstances. Haocen deliberately concealed his identity, wishing to keep his actions in Cold Moon Valley a secret. It was now evident that this enigmatic specter of residual souls was formed from the gathering of lingering spirits. If I am not mistaken, this place may very well be an ancient battlefield. From this moment onward, if you trust me, refrain from touching anything on the ground, regardless of what it may be. The items here have long been invaded by the lingering souls. Should your resolve falter, you risk being overtaken by the murderous intent of these spirits and transforming into mindless monstrosities. The crowd, upon hearing Haocen's words, felt a profound shock. The treasures scattered on the ground were tantalizing but remained utterly unattainable, leaving them in a state of frustrated yearning. The Cold Moon Ridge was far from simple. This thought surfaced in the minds of all present. Just as this group entered the depression, a young man with a pallid complexion, cold demeanor, and dressed in white lingered at the valley's edge, refusing to step into the hollow. This individual exuded a palpable aura of bloody malice. He was none other than the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. This is Haocen's voice. Once encountered, it is unforgettable. Zheng Yuan mused. You have altered your appearance and essence, yet your voice remains unchanged. How amusing. His eyes narrowed as he realized, upon arriving, that he had detected Haocen's presence. A look of surprise crossing his features. Haocen, this time I shall not flee. I will remain outside the valley, watching you descend into madness. And then I shall deal with you, to the bitter end. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Zheng Yuan, instilling terror in all who sensed it. At that moment, Zheng Yuan cackled maniacally. You are no longer the person you once were, and I too am not who I used to be. Meanwhile, the crowd in the Cold Moon Valley had begun to move cautiously towards the valley's exterior. The skeletal remains scattered across the ground were increasing in number. Yet they dared not act recklessly. With hearts laden with caution, even upon discovering objects on the ground, they refrained from making any hasty movements. Due to their avarice for petty gains, all fell victim to madness, ultimately perishing at the hands of the collective. Not a single soul remained alive. At that moment, a strange mist of lingering souls and phantoms howled towards them. Haocen furrowed his brow. This time, instead of entering the demon suppression tower, he waved his hand to cast a barrier, enveloping those around him. However, the others who were distanced from Haocen were not so fortunate. They struggled within the swirling mists of lingering souls, barely managing to stabilize themselves. Yet, these individuals were already disoriented and befuddled by the onslaught of the spectral haze. Just as they dared to feel relieved for having narrowly escaped disaster, a chilling scream pierced the air, causing a collective shiver among them. In less than a tea's time, over a dozen individuals exhibited bloodshot eyes, their brows darkened, and their hair standing on end. Clearly, these individuals had succumbed to malevolence, losing all semblance of reason. Armed with their artifacts, they indiscriminately surged towards the crowd, engaged in a frenzy of slaughter. As time progressed, more succumbed to the sinister energy, completely bereft of rationality, ensnared in a relentless cycle of bloodlust. Initially a handful, they rapidly multiplied into dozens. Those possessed by the lingering souls behaved like beasts, descending into madness. Their killing frenzy intensified, transforming them into mere machines of slaughter, their eyes ablaze with rage. Kill. They seemed to have lost the ability to articulate coherent speech, uttering but a single word that unleashed an overwhelming aura of bloodthirst. Brandishing their various artifacts, they charged towards Haocen. Die. Haocen exhibited no mercy towards these possessed souls. Even if he refrained from slaying them, they would inevitably be consumed by the lingering souls within. Blood Shadow Palm. Once the power of the Blood Shadow Palm infiltrates the human body, it refines their life essence, transforming it into a lethal force. This power devastates the corporeal form, leading to a decline in vitality and eventual death, with the deceased often becoming mere mummies. In this life and death moment, Haocen did not hesitate. He unleashed a torrent of blood shadow palms, sweeping in all directions, annihilating the approaching assailants without leaving a single survivor. Those who fell were instantaneously reduced to lifeless husks. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Chapter 498. Refining the lingering souls, seeing Haocen's ruthless decisiveness and formidable prowess. The cultivators secretly rejoiced for not having provoked him earlier, for had they done so, they would likely have met a grim fate. Fear flickered in their eyes as they regarded him. The murderous intent he exuded was profoundly unsettling. Anyone with even a hint of wavering resolve would find their cultivation beliefs shattered. Consequently, many could not suppress their desire to retreat, opting not to delve deeper into the cold moon ridge. I'm not going. Although treasures held great value, life was paramount. Survival was all that mattered. This was akin to playing with one's life. I refused to continue. Many had begun to reconsider their participation, reflecting that withdrawing from the expedition was the more prudent choice. After all, the dangers lurking in the depths of the valley were beyond mere words to describe. Moreover, the cultivators possessed a sense of self-awareness. Should they choose to gamble everything and press forward, they risked being overtaken by the lingering souls. Like those delirious cultivators transformed into bloodthirsty fiends. A faction of practitioners hastily withdrew from the expeditionary team after deliberation. These individuals felt no remorse as they fled desperately from the valley, cursing their parents for not granting them 2 more legs to escape with the swiftness of the wind. Originally, Cold Moon Ridge was devoid of any particularly rare treasures. While ordinary spiritual herbs were abundant, the beasts here were of low rank, allowing lower-tier cultivators to venture within. Not long ago, a peculiar crimson mist suddenly emerged, giving rise to rumors of a treasure-ess appearance, thus attracting numerous cultivators eager to seek their fortunes. How cowardly! Yet, these individuals were perhaps wise in their caution, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. While they debated among themselves, several wisps of pink residual souls swept through the crowd of retreating treasure seekers, forcing them back. However, their expressions grew increasingly bizarre, adorned with sinister smiles. Kill. These individuals had become entirely controlled by the residual souls, unleashing their full strength against their erstwhile friends and fellow disciples. Although the others were initially reluctant, they had prepared for this eventuality, and with no other choice. They ended up slaying their former comrades. After a brief moment, the ground was littered with more than a dozen corpses, transforming the valley into a scene of utter carnage. At this juncture, the cultivators began to sense something amiss, realizing that this low-lying valley was exceedingly strange. Once one ventured deeper, escape became impossible, and those who retreated fell prey to the control of the residual souls. It was a one-way path, only forward, never back. The cultivators found themselves bereft of options, facing a singular route to fight their way through. Regardless of the peril ahead, they had to carve out a bloody path, otherwise they would meet their demise. Whether they were former brothers or past lovers, anyone controlled by the residual souls would become an enemy, leaving only death as the outcome. The hearts of those in the valley grew increasingly cold and ruthless, a murderous intent gradually coalescing. I surmised that this place must be a grand illusionary slaughter array. From this moment forth, we must not falter. Should our minds waver, the residual souls would seize the opportunity to invade and control us. Haocen continued to seek the origins of the residual souls, and thus cautioned the distraught cultivators around him. Upon hearing his words, they nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of his ominous predictions. They understood that Haocen had foreseen the worst, and it was likely that only a few would remain. At this moment, the group was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what the next moment would bring. Yet, within their hearts, resolve began to solidify. Anyone overtaken by the residual souls was doomed. It was either they perish or be vanquished. This passive resistance against the residual souls was untenable. They would inevitably meet their end. The only means to counter the residual souls was to refine and combat them, and that was the only course available. If they did not act soon, they would be unable to alter their tragic fate. If you trust me, I proposed, I shall temporarily place you within a larger storage ring. I shall provide a breath of air sufficient for you to survive for an hour, endeavoring to lead you out of this enigmatic realm. As we traverse, Haocen suddenly halts, proposing a suggestion and producing an idle storage ring for all to inspect. This ring appears to be an ordinary, unsealed storage device. Haocen's intention in presenting it is to conceal the existence of his unparalleled treasures, such as the Demon Suppression Tower, the Jade Pendant Space, and the Qinquan Furnace. Given Haocen's assertion, the lower-tier cultivators choose to trust his judgment, relinquishing their resistance. With a swift motion, all individuals are absorbed into the storage ring, which serves merely as a facade. He subsequently opens the ring and places it within an independent barrier of the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, creating the illusion that it holds breathable air. Thereafter, Haocen disperses the drunken immortal powder within the space, lulling these individuals into a deep slumber. At this moment, Haocen remains the sole occupant of the area, determined to observe the extent of the energy possessed by these lingering souls. He channels his true essence, enveloping his entire being in a barrier formed from this energy, allowing a narrow opening for some solitary lingering souls to enter. He then meticulously studies their movements. Haocen perceives that these unconscious lingering souls, while not as fearsome as one might envision, remain formidable. Upon sealing the gap in the energy barrier, he directs a fragment of his consciousness forcefully towards the lingering souls. Unyielding, the souls retaliate upon their encounter, initiating a fierce clash. The solitary lingering souls exhibit a strength superior to those within the soul barrier of the Demon Suppression Tower. However, it is not long before these solitary lingering souls begin to coalesce into a singular misty conglomerate of lingering souls. Fortunately, Haocen's consciousness has ascended to the 6th level, nearing the 7th, rivaling the awareness of the combined corporeal realm. The misty conglomerate of lingering souls is incapable of consuming or controlling his consciousness. Nevertheless, should the conglomerate of lingering souls expand sufficiently, it would pose the most arduous challenge for Haocen. A moment's negligence could result in his being dominated by the mist and transformed into a relentless killing machine, or worse, leading to his demise. The duel of energies persisted for some time, causing a throbbing headache for Haocen. The battlefield is his sea of consciousness, the most intricate aspect of the human form. Although the misty conglomerate of lingering souls is not overwhelmingly powerful, it possesses an exceedingly peculiar devouring capability. After a fierce struggle, Haocen finally seizes an opportunity. The two energies collide, erupting into a blinding radiance. At that moment, Haocen discerns that the misty conglomerate of lingering souls exhibits a certain trepidation towards the lightning attribute within his sea of consciousness, prompting a frantic retreat. Witnessing this, Haochen's heart surges with exhilaration as he muses. There is no escape. With a mere thought, he condenses a surge of lightning-infused mana and directs it towards the enigmatic misty conglomerate of lingering souls, unleashing a merciless onslaught of destruction and consumption. Haocen realizes that these lingering souls bear similarities to those within the soul barrier, possessing the ability to refine souls and cultivate the spirit. Just as he lamented the insufficient source of lingering souls within the barrier, he recognizes this as a veritable resource. Upon this realization, Haochen's lips curled into a delighted smile. What was there to wait for? Withdrawing his consciousness from the sea of awareness, he summoned the demon-suppressing tower and activated its soul absorption function. He began by drawing from the weaker areas, consuming the remnants of spectral souls. Thus, the demon-suppressing tower commenced its frenzied absorption of the spectral remnants. Once the primary soul barrier of the tower reached saturation, Haocen began to seek out stronger remnants of spectral souls, followed by the more violent ones. Within the advanced barrier space of the soul realm, after achieving saturation, more than an hour had elapsed. These spectral remnants, after being refined and absorbed by the tower, had shed their violent malevolence, leaving only pure, unconscious remnants. For Haocen, these pure remnants represented invaluable resources for cultivation, exceedingly precious to those who refine souls and cultivate the divine. Having successfully gathered the spectral remnants, Haocen felt immense joy. Resources are precious and must not be squandered. Having encountered such an opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Since the demon-suppressing tower could absorb no more, he decided to refine the remaining spectral remnants with his consciousness. Slowly, he began the process of refinement, gradually mastering the techniques. Step by step, he delved deeper into the heart of the valley. As he consumed and refined the spectral remnants, Haochen's strength surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Haocen had voraciously consumed and refined a vast number of spectral remnants. In the process of refinement, he directly refined those he could, while allowing those he could not to be absorbed by the tower, planning to refine them later. Gradually, the spectral remnants in the Cold Moon Ridge's cold valley were nearly exhausted by Haochen's refining efforts. Chapter 499. Unexpected developments. The tens of thousands of cultivators trapped in the illusory killing array had succumbed to its effects. Blood Demon, feeling reassured, immersed himself in deep cultivation. Iron Shixiang sensed the presence of the illusory killing array and, perceiving no significant danger, quietly departed from Cold Moon Ridge, returning to Qiao City. The other guardians also breathed a sigh of relief, each resuming their own cultivation. Little did they know that it was precisely the oversight of Blood Demon and Iron Shixiao, along with the carelessness of the guardians, that afforded Haocen the opportunity to refine the spectral remnants. Had Blood Demon not fallen into deep cultivation, and had Iron Shixiao not left Cold Moon Ridge, they would have noticed the unusual fluctuations within the illusory killing array, recognizing the dwindling strength of the spectral remnants and uncovering the cause. Alas, time is not reversible. 3 days later, the illusory killing array contained but a scant few spectral remnants left for refinement. Regarding the scattered remnants lingering in the corners, Haocen deemed them unworthy of his attention. Remaining here held little interest for him. Thus, he prudently ceased his refinement of the spectral remnants. Haocen did not wish for anyone to discover that he had refined the souls within the array. As he prepared to leave, he meticulously eradicated all traces of his consciousness and presence. Once more, he invoked the techniques of the celestial switch, breath concealment, and elemental sealing, transforming himself into a stranger. Utilizing the art of insight, he identified the vulnerabilities within the illusory killing formation and deftly escaped its confines, quietly departing from the Cold Moon Ridge. As soon as he distanced himself from Cold Moon Valley, Haocen summoned the individuals rescued from the demon suppression tower, discreetly abandoning them upon a hillside. Naturally, those saved cultivators remained in a deep slumber. Haocen had joined the Qiao Palace to uncover the secrets of the demon sect's hidden strongholds and the concealed aspects of the divine offering ceremony. Having resolved the matters concerning Cold Moon Ridge, there was no reason for him to linger in Cold Moon Valley. Within the illusory killing formation, the lingering souls had been refined. While this posed a catastrophic threat to other cultivators, it fulfilled Haochen's aspirations. With the refinement of the lingering souls, his consciousness advanced to the 7th tier, and his cultivation reached the mid-phase of divine transformation. despite reaping enormous benefits. Haocen felt no gratitude towards the architect of the illusory killing formation. Instead, he sought to trace the origins and uncover the masterminds behind such a colossal deception, questioning their true intentions. As the first light of dawn ascended from Cold Moon Ridge, it painted the earth with vibrant hues, dispelling the eerie blood-colored mist that had enveloped the area. When the cultivators he had rescued awoke, bathed in the morning sunlight, they were left in awe. As the void dissipated, the visage of Cold Moon Ridge came into view. Their voices trembled with emotion as they exclaimed, "We truly escaped the illusory killing formation. We have indeed survived death. That young man is our benefactor. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude." Unbeknownst to Haocen, he remained oblivious to their words of thanks. However, their sentiments seeped into his very soul, and as their gratitude resonated, Haocen's state of mind and cultivation seemed to elevate once more. He shook his head inwardly, reflecting that unintentional acts can evoke deeper gratitude than mere enlightenment of the heavenly laws. At that moment, the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, awoke from his training and, upon witnessing the scene at Cold Moon Ridge, wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this boy actually broke the illusory killing formation. Filled with rage, Zheng Yuan had never anticipated such a result at Cold Moon Ridge. The demon sect's meticulous planning for the centennial divine offering ceremony had been thwarted before it could even commence. Zheng Yuan had been tasked by the sect master to ensure the safety of the illusory killing formation, fully aware of its secrets. This time, the Blood Shadow sect had truly suffered a double loss. Following this upheaval, any attempts to re-establish the lingering soul demonic killing formation would be arduous, as gathering a sufficient quantity of lingering soul energy would prove challenging. Haocen, I will not let you escape. Zheng Yuan's resentment surged like a tempest. In a concealed cave within Cold Moon Ridge, Haocen employed the art of deception once more, altering his appearance and seeking refuge in a hidden cavern. Achoo! While engrossed in his cultivation, Haocen was startled by a sudden sneeze, pondering silently. Who speaks of me in whispers? He chose not to return to Qinya City to report on the events at Cold Moon Ridge, deeming it unnecessary to disclose what had transpired there. Instead, he needed to investigate further into the demon sect's clandestine schemes beyond the divine offering ceremony. Commissioned by the esteemed elder of Chiba City, a delegation was dispatched to the Cold Moon Ridge to investigate the peculiar blood-red mist, comprising 10 law enforcers of the Yuan Dan realm. Within less than an hour of entering the Cold Moon Ridge, the life talismans left behind in the city shattered. In truth, the assignment of Haocen and Ouyang Lai to Cold Moon Ridge was a sinister plot orchestrated by the cult. According to the machinations of the cult's high-ranking powers, the grand ritual of the deity not only required ample blood from practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm, but also demanded a certain quantity of essence blood from those of the Yuan infant realm. Thus, under the guise of investigation, 2 practitioners of the Yuan infant realm were sent forth as sacrifices, with the cult leader in command, and the protection of formidable blood magic warriors, along with guardians of the Yuan infant realm positioned in all 4 cardinal directions. It was deemed foolproof. Even if the sacrificial individuals were not devoured by the remnants of souls, they would surely meet their demise at the hands of the guardians due to exhaustion. Furthermore, the elder of the cult achieved his objectives as Haocen's life talisman shattered within the Chiba Palace. At the moment Haocen employed a cunning technique to alter his aura, he ceased to exist in Cold Moon Ridge, leading to the inevitable shattering of the talisman. However, what the elder did not foresee was that Ouyang Lai's life talisman also met a similar fate. Ouyang Lai, originally a member of the cult and an elder of the council, had joined the Chiba Palace alongside Haocen and others merely as a temporary guise. His presence in Cold Moon Ridge was a personal endeavor, as he sought to personally eliminate Haocen and assuage his deep-seated resentment. Yet, Haocen's actions disrupted the cult's comprehensive scheme. Upon the news from Cold Moon Ridge reaching the Elder Council in Chiba City, a tempest of fury swept through the ranks of the cult. This revelation was intolerable, as the preparations for the century-long deity ritual, meant to herald the arrival of the demon ancestor, had been effortlessly thwarted. When had the cult ever suffered such a significant setback? In a secret chamber, 6 figures stood, 2 of whom were entities of the Spirit Division realm, each possessing extraordinary prowess. Notably, the leader, a young man of late Spirit Division, exuded a terrifying aura that was chillingly sinister. This individual was none other than the cult leader, Tai Shixiao. The other, An elder clad in brown robes and of mid-spirit division was also remarkably powerful. This elder was Feng Yue, the cult's second elder and one of Tai Shixiang's most trusted assassins. Feng Yue was renowned for his skills in assassination, instilling fear throughout the cult. The remaining four were all above the transformation realm, their strengths formidable in their own right. The Blood God cult had invested vast resources, manpower, wealth, and material over decades, nearly on the brink of achieving their monumental aspirations. The failure to realize this with two such formidable beings was indeed beyond comprehension. Tai Shixiang's countenance was a mask of malevolence, his profound rage instilling trepidation among the other five powerful figures, leaving them silent. How detestable! A mere youth has thwarted my grand designs. Tai Shixiang suddenly thundered, his voice laced with a terrifying killing intent that weighed heavily upon the hearts of the other transformation realm practitioners. The master was incensed. They truly had no inkling of the consequences that awaited them, trembling as they stood by, awaiting their fate. The unexpected emergence of the illusory killing array was indeed unforeseen. Chapter 500. Rumors abound. How could our illustrious sect be brought low by a mere whelp? I refuse to accept this. Iron Shixiang's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed with murderous intent. A mere child, possessing such extraordinary prowess, had disrupted our sect's meticulously laid plans, resulting in catastrophic losses. Even Elder Ouyang Lai had fallen at the hands of this young man. When has our sect ever suffered such a grievous blow? In that moment, Iron Shixiang resembled a feral beast, howling in rage. He seethed with an intense hatred. He had envisioned that this grand ritual to honor the gods would be a resounding success, summoning the avatar of the ancient demon lord from the upper realms to bestow immense opportunities upon the sect and himself. Yet, unexpectedly, it had all unraveled due to the negligence of the blood demon and the oversight of the guardian, plunging the sect into such a humiliating predicament. Cursed blood demon. Humph. Iron Shixiang scoffed disdainfully, redirecting his ire towards the blood demon. Master, what shall we do now? Inquired the second elder, Feng Yue, garbed in brown robes and at the mid-stage of the divine realm. At this moment, Feng Yue was equally consumed by rage. The sect could not afford to lose face. This affront must be avenged. Although the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, was a member of the sect, he undoubtedly harbored some rapport with Haocen. They had once fought side by side and had also clashed as adversaries, yet neither had dealt a fatal blow. Zheng Yuan refrained from disclosing the true circumstances of Haocen to Master Iron Shixiao, for he held a deep disdain for the sect's actions that harmed his family. As a friend, he sought to protect Haocen's kin. As a rival, he wished to settle matters on the battlefield, for that was the mark of a true man. According to some who had escaped the valley, a young man in white from the Loose Cultivators Alliance ultimately departed. If he were indeed from the Loose Cultivators Alliance, we would have been aware of it. It appears this young man in white is quite shrewd, and has likely masqueraded as a member of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, leaving us with no means of verification. At that moment, blood-poisoned young Master Zheng Yuan began to analyze. Given what I have stated, it is reasonable to conclude. Hearing Zheng Yuan's words, the others found his analysis compelling. Yet, regardless of his identity, this individual must be hunted down to alleviate our grievances. I shall summon our forces at once to pursue this individual. He must not escape the Cold Moon Ridge, vowed second elder Feng Yue with conviction. The others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Master Iron Shixiang remained silent. Second elder Feng Yue turned and exited the secret chamber, swiftly signaling hundreds of powerful sect members to converge upon Cold Moon Ridge. The reason for pursuing a young man in white was not disclosed. Otherwise, too many voices would lead to the leakage of information. Should the knowledge spread widely, the sect's ritual would become a source of ridicule among the populace. After second elder Feng Yue left the chamber, the other four members, in unison, took their respective groups and hastened towards Cold Moon Ridge. The sect's members began their search for the young man in white, determined to detect any trace he may have left behind, leaving no stone unturned. The followers of the divine sect scoured the outskirts of Hanyu Ridge, but found no trace of the young man in white, indicating that he most likely had not left the ridge. It is highly probable that he had concealed himself, waiting for the pursuers to abandon their hunt and let down their guard before seizing the opportunity to escape. Having disrupted the centennial sacrificial ceremony, the divine sect would never relinquish a single chance. They would not rest until the young man in white was found. Although only the 6 individuals present in the secret chamber were privy to the specific details, the events that transpired at Hanyu Ridge remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, the movements of the several hundred members of the divine sect aroused the suspicions of other factions. Various sects dispatched their own agents into Hanyu Ridge to gather information. They casually intercepted anyone they encountered, inquiring about a young man in white who had supposedly acquired a celestial treasure. Naturally, the divine sect could not reveal the truth and instead spread rumors, implicating Haocen in the acquisition of a heavenly artifact at Hanyu Ridge. Upon hearing that someone had obtained such a treasure, the spies from various sects displayed expressions of ecstasy and promptly relayed the news. Suddenly, a throng of people surged into Hanyu Ridge, each eager to join the search for Haocen. The populace began a frenzied hunt for the fortunate individual, leaving no hidden corner unexamined in their quest for the young man in white who possessed the celestial treasure. Unknown to Haocen, who was currently immersed in training within a concealed cave, the fervor surrounding the search for the possessor of the celestial artifact showed no signs of waning. In fact, it intensified, fueled by an insatiable curiosity about the nature of the treasure that warranted such an extensive search. What kind of artifact could inspire so many to pursue it? And judging by the fervor, it was clear that it must be recovered at all costs. At that moment, 2 figures appeared 1,000 feet from Haocen's place of cultivation. One was a young man clad in white, his demeanor overshadowed by a sinister air, while the other was a middle-aged man in black, exuding an arrogant confidence. Both had come in pursuit of the treasure. The young man in white was at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, while the arrogant middle-aged man was at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. Master, I've been here before with my teacher. I discovered a hidden cave of demon beasts 1,000 feet away. Do you think he could be hiding there? The young man in white inquired of the middle-aged man in black. Let us go take a look and find out. I am curious about what kind of treasure that person possesses that would compel our ancestor to summon so many people to search for him. The middle-aged man replied with intrigue. Honestly, I do not know what he possesses. We shall discover the truth when we find him. The young man in white responded with a smile at the middle-aged man's question. Very well. The middle-aged man in black chuckled in agreement. The secrecy surrounding the young man in white indicated that the treasure was indeed extraordinary, piquing the middle-aged man's interest significantly. If he were to acquire the treasure, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. The 2 figures then moved in unison, heading directly towards the clandestine beast cave nestled within the cold moon ridge. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they arrived at the entrance of a shadowy and damp cavern. Exchanging glances, an overwhelming surge of formidable magical energy erupted from within them. Should the cave be occupied by other beasts, their close proximity would surely alert those creatures. However, the stillness suggested only one possibility. The cave was devoid of any beasts. It was highly likely that a person harboring treasures lay hidden within. Just as they were about to enter the cave, a sudden wave of bloody malevolence surged forth from the inky darkness, aiming to strike them down. Although Haocen was immersed in his cultivation, a thread of his consciousness lingered outside. As the 2 approached within 100 feet of the cave, he discerned their movements. He chose not to retreat, for these 2 posed no threat to his life. The blood shadow palm, exclaimed the middle-aged man in black, his face shifting as he sensed the lethal aura. In his understanding, the blood shadow technique was a secret skill of the divine sect, accessible only to its elder-level practitioners. Although astonished, the proud black-clad man reacted instantly. He unleashed an ice soul palm to counter the blood shadow palm. Crack! Despite its formidable nature, the ice soul palm succumbed in an instant, cleaved in twain by the blood shadow palm. Meanwhile, the young man in white, in synchrony with the middle-aged black-clad man's ice soul palm, conjured a gust of azure wind to strike at the blood shadow palm. Though the outcome was similar to that of the ice soul palm, their combined spells momentarily staved off the assault of the blood shadow palm. This brief reprieve was sufficient for the middle-aged man and the young man to evade the fierce blow, swiftly retreating from the cave's entrance. Both seasoned warriors, they exhibited little surprise at Haocen's sudden spell casting and promptly mounted a counterattack. Although they could not fully withstand the blood shadow palm, the force behind it had already diminished under the impact of their combined powers. At that moment, Haocen transformed, appearing as a young man clad in azure robes, bearing the early-stage nascent soul cultivation positioned outside the beast cave. Realizing that this location had been compromised indicated a loss of safety. With the initial visitors having arrived, It was certain that more would follow in due course. "Who are you?" demanded the proud middle-aged man in black, his eyes narrowing sharply, akin to an eagle's gaze, as he fixed his penetrating stare upon Haocen. Prior to this encounter, he had not heard of any young individual within the divine sect capable of wielding the blood shadow palm. Moreover, the individual before him had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul. Such youthful prowess was rare within the cultivation realm of Tianwu continent. Raising the question of which formidable faction had concealed such a prodigy, he discerned that this individual was neither from the martial hall nor a disciple of the Haocen sect, as there had been no prior news. "Is it truly significant who I am?" A hint of mockery danced upon Haocen's lips as he retorted. The newcomer, however, was oblivious to Haocen's penchant for feigning weakness to lure in the unsuspecting. Had they realized he was a formidable entity at the transformation realm, they would have fled far and fast, daring not to pluck hair from the tiger's mouth. "Humph, whether it matters or not is inconsequential. Surrender the treasure, or you shall not leave here alive today." The arrogant middle-aged man in black, witnessing the disdainful expression on Haocen's face, felt the sting of belittlement and immediately turned cold, feigning bravado. "You two pathetic creatures dare to rob me?" With a sneer of contempt, the middle-aged man unleashed a torrent of insults. "You are courting death." Enraged by the audacity of a mere young man at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, who persistently provoked his patience, the once prideful man found himself infuriated by the presence of someone even more arrogant than himself, causing his face to alternate between shades of green and purple in fury. Enraged and consumed by murderous intent, he declared, a young man of the early nascent soul realm, "So audacious, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect, so you may understand why the flowers bloom red." Ice Dragon Fist. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a surge of icy energy, a dragon of frost hurtling towards Haocen with deadly intent. Seeking death, Haocen scoffed, brandishing the demon-esque grief sword, unleashing a blade of energy directly aimed at the ice dragon. Boom! The ice dragon collided with the sword energy in midair, the sword cleaving through its head, but the dragon shattered the sword energy, resulting in a stalemate. Nevertheless, the arrogant middle-aged man, undeterred by his failed strike, resorted to another attack, casting Ice Soul Palm towards Haocen. To think a mid-nascent soul cultivator believes he can subdue me is nothing short of absurd. A smirk graced Haocen's lips as he chuckled lightly, stepping forward. With a surge of internal power, he split his essence into three, for he possessed the unique physique of three divine infants. Channeling energy into three dantians, he unleashed a series of illusory fingers that pierced through the air. The ice soul palm conjured by the arrogant middle-aged man was swiftly obliterated by the myriad ice spikes born from Haocen's technique, accompanied by a series of dull thuds before it erupted in a spectacular explosion. In the instant of detonation, a swirling glimmer of cold light appeared beside the arrogant man. "Master, be careful." The young man in white gasped in horror, realizing the strength of his opponent was formidable beyond his expectations, and could not help but shout out. He then began to channel a series of azure winds, which spiraled around him with fervor. Gale Palm. With a sudden, decisive step, his form blurred, and he reappeared behind Haocen. Eyes narrowed, he launched an unhesitating assault from behind. Yet the powerful strike he unleashed was easily thwarted by Haocen, leaving him both astonished and deeply troubled, his countenance darkening to an extreme. As the young man in white offered his reminder, the proud middle-aged man in black also noticed the chilling light swirling beside him. Ice Soul Devourer. The arrogant middle-aged man's eyes turned fiercely cold, and he unleashed a chilling roar. In the very next moment, an overwhelming icy force erupted from within him, sending countless invisible ice spikes hurtling towards Haocen's mind. Sensing the frigid aura and the speed of its approach, Haocen's expression tightened slightly. While Ice Soul Devourer was not the same as the Soul Blade, it similarly targeted the opponent's consciousness. If he were at the nascent soul stage, he might have found it troublesome, but now, he regarded this attack with disdain. A tremor coursed through his consciousness, and a formidable consciousness blade shot forth at an astonishing speed, shattering the power of Ice Soul Devourer and, with unrelenting momentum, surged into the mind of the proud middle-aged man. Simultaneously, the power of wind and thunder within Haocen gathered fiercely in his fist. Wind, Thunder Fist. With a stunning leap, he executed an extreme turn. Amidst a cacophony of explosions in the air, his fist collided violently with the young man's wind palm. Bang! The young man in white let out a scream, his form propelled backward. At that moment, the proud middle-aged man's mind was thrown into disarray by the consciousness blade wielded by Haocen. He could not help but feel a twinge of regret. After all, if it were a treasure, how could it be so easily seized? This was the price of greed. However, it was too late for regret, as Haocen offered the proud middle-aged man no opportunity for remorse. Under Haocen's control, the consciousness blade danced wildly within the man's mind. The proud middle-aged man's consciousness was utterly obliterated by Haocen's blade, annihilating his nascent soul. The young man in white, who had just regained his footing after being sent flying by Haocen, trembled at the sight. A shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly fled the scene. The treasure was immensely powerful, but without life, even possession would be meaningless. Haocen merely toyed with them for practice. Upon witnessing the young man's escape, he made no effort to pursue. Had it not been for the proud middle-aged man's initial aggression, Haocen would not have sought to eliminate him. Having entered the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Haocen's state of mind had also elevated. For those who were not heinous criminals, he deemed it beneath him to kill. A mere lesson would suffice. Yet, given Haocen's strength, even a slight lesson would leave an indelible mark. However, refraining from pursuit did not equate to letting the young man in white off the hook. Chapter 502, Secrets of the Treasury, Part 1. Haocen speculated that the young man in white must possess a significant background. Otherwise, he would not have a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator guarding him. Thus, he had already released several devouring flies to track the individual. The young man in white fled the heavenly silkworm cave, but did not leave Cold Moon Ridge. Instead, he wandered about until he found a secluded spot to heal and cultivate. It was only 3 days later that he returned to Qiao City. Ever since he acquired the devouring demon fly, there has been no opportunity for it to emerge. One reason is that Haocen has not encountered a life-or-death crisis, and the challenges he has faced thus far have been resolvable through his own strength. Moreover, the appearance of the devouring demon fly would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Such a creature is only wielded by those of a nefarious nature, and Haocen has no desire to become a target of public ire. The devouring demon fly remains a closely guarded secret of Haocen, nurtured within the confines of the demon suppression tower, where its numbers have reached a staggering 1 million. Should he encounter an insurmountable threat, he would summon the million devouring demon flies without hesitation to confront his foes. Even practitioners at the stages of spirit separation, integration, tribulation, martial king, or martial emperor would find themselves beleaguered by such a force. After concealing the corpse of the arrogant middle-aged man in black, Haocen employed the art of subterfuge to alter his aura and swiftly departed from the area, leaving the Cold Moon Ridge behind. The Cold Moon Ridge has descended into chaos. In order to avoid drawing the attention of the church's followers, Haocen discreetly entered Qiao City 3 days later. He deemed his residence in Qiao Valley no longer secure and resolved to find an inn later. He pondered the dangers of being discovered by the church, especially if they learned that the elder who had entered Cold Moon Ridge was still alive. The church would not spare any individuals privy to such knowledge. At that time, faced with the onslaught of powerful adversaries beyond the spirit separation stage, he would certainly lack the capacity to resist. Although remaining in Qiao City entails numerous risks, Haocen sensed that beneath its mysterious facade, there must lie undisclosed secrets. Otherwise, the church would not have so readily chosen Qiao City as its stronghold. Upon entering Qiao City and securing accommodations, Haocen assumed the guise of a down-and-out mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and meandered aimlessly through the city center. Ascending to the transformation stage and becoming an ordinary person to comprehend the heavenly principles is an indispensable part of a transformation cultivator's training. A cultivator prior to entering the transformation stage is merely an ordinary practitioner. Only upon reaching the transformation stage can one truly be considered a cultivator. During the Qi refinement stage, practitioners accumulate genuine essence within their bodies, surpassing ordinary martial cultivators and capable of executing low-tier spells and utilizing flying artifacts. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan extends, and one can soar through the skies without the aid of flying artifacts, thus qualifying as a cultivator. In the core formation stage, one generates a core pill, which embodies the pure magical power of the cultivator. Advancing to the nascent soul stage, the core pill shatters to give rise to the nascent soul, heralding the emergence of a second life form. The energy contained within the nascent soul is incomparable to that of a core formation cultivator. It is at this juncture that one truly becomes a cultivator. The insights garnered prior to reaching the transformation stage can only be regarded as rudimentary principles of the immortal path. Once a cultivator ascends to the transformation stage, they must grasp the laws of heaven and earth and discover their own path in order to attain higher realms. It is thus that Haocen, this prodigy, bypassed the core formation stage and directly sought to comprehend the laws of heaven. This remarkable opportunity arose due to his refinement of the extermination sword and the demon suppression tower, both celestial artifacts. Subsequently, through serendipitous circumstances, he acquired the celestial furnace and the demon sorrow sword, both of which are wielded by celestial beings. The immortal has embedded his consciousness of the heavenly Tao within the celestial artifact. The former owner's essence has subtly permeated the current user's mind. Previously, the enhancement of true essence within one's body rendered it increasingly pure, gradually transforming it into celestial essence. The distinction between true essence and celestial essence lies not in their quantity, but rather in their quality. Like the incomparable disparity between a piece of iron and a lump of clay of the same size. Even the mightiest of perfected nascent souls cannot withstand the onslaught of celestial essence. Even a mere gentle contact between these two fundamentally different energies can annihilate true essence instantaneously. Not to mention the clash of the laws of immortality and those of the heavens. After transcending into the realm of divine transformation in the Azure Sea, Haocen's state of mind has yet to reach the true pinnacle of this realm. His recent advancement to the mid-stage of divine transformation at Cold Moon Ridge is merely a progression in his cultivation. The demonic fly that had been trailing the young man in white lost all traces upon entering the Yihong courtyard. Perhaps the scent of rouge affected the fly's sense of smell, or it could be that the essence-devouring fly has perished. Haocen did not immediately investigate the young man in white, as his curiosity was fleeting, merely wishing to glean insights through the essence-devouring fly. One day, while wandering in Qiao City, he suddenly sensed the presence of the young man in white within the Yihong courtyard, reigniting his curiosity. He opted for a deserted path to stealthily approach the courtyard. Near the courtyard, he waited atop a small building for a considerable time, observing the various revelries and assessing the scenes both in public and in private. Finally, as dusk began to fall, Haocen took action. Akin to a black meteor streaking across the sky, silently crossing the street that separated him from the room where the young man in white had vanished. The realm of divine transformation still belongs to humanity, yet it surpasses the strength of those in the nascent soul stage. The energy employed is no longer solely true essence, but carries a hint of celestial essence. However, to avoid detection by any formidable beings, he exercised utmost caution, employing a breath-holding technique as he stealthily approached. Haocen did not regard this place as ordinary. Some practitioners of divine transformation and separation indulge in life's pleasures within the realm of rouge. In a moment, Haocen reached the window, gently parting the curtain with his ring finger. Peering inside, he saw an elderly man and a youth, neither of whom was the young man in white. Disappointment washed over him, and as he turned to leave, he was drawn in by the conversation emanating from within. Driven by curiosity, he crouched beneath the window to eavesdrop. I suspect this young city lord may very well be the one who acquired treasures at Cold Moon Ridge. We have discovered nothing during our days at Cold Moon Ridge. Perhaps the young city lord has hidden the treasures after obtaining them. Although the city lord's residence is rather rudimentary in defenses, the treasure vault is exceedingly well concealed. After so many days of investigation, we still do not know its exact location. Our master has already chastised us. The speaker was a composed elder clad in black. Adoptive father, I have done my utmost. You cannot blame me, for the young lord of the city maintains a strict silence, even in moments of intimacy. He never broaches the matters of Qiao City, the woman shyly remarked. Then, with a decisive shift in tone, she added, if all else fails, when he next comes to meet me, you should conceal yourself in the shadows and seize him by surprise, then extract his soul. Peering through the gap in the window's veil, Haocen observed that this woman was extraordinarily alluring, her figure surpassing even that of Ziyu. At least for Haocen. His gaze remained fixated upon her bosom, unable to tear away. Could these two enigmatic individuals not be affiliated with the demonic sect? Who in the realm of Tianwu would dare to lay hands upon those of the city lord's residence? Was it the martial hall or disciples of the Huana sect? Contemplating this, Haocen felt an immense conspiracy was poised to unfold within Qiao City. Watching the two within the room, he felt a stirring anticipation. Chapter 503, Secrets of the Treasury, Part 2. Intriguingly, this young man in white is the young lord of Qiao City, and there are suspicions surrounding him as the possessor of treasures. Upon hearing the analysis from within the room, Haocen could not help but rejoice inwardly. In truth, the so-called treasures were merely a smokescreen deployed by the cult. What treasures could there be? It was merely a ploy to ensnare Haocen, luring him with tales of a young boy who had obtained an extraordinary treasure. Rumors spread, morphing and evolving, with people echoing one another, painting the treasure-bearer as a young man clad in white. It was clearly an attempt to target him directly. Consequently, numerous young men in white became subjects of suspicion. This young lord, returning from Hanwei Ridge, donned in white, was no exception. However, from the words of the two mysterious figures, Haocen discerned a different essence. The incident at Hanwei Ridge had transpired some time ago. Why were these enigmatic individuals still so engrossed in tracing the whereabouts of the extraordinary treasure? Did such a fantastical occurrence truly exist? Was it possible that someone had indeed discovered the extraordinary treasure within that illusory killing array? Doubts began to cloud Haocen's mind. The two dominant forces, the Martial Hall and the Huanhe sect, along with various sects across the Tianwu continent, held a contrary view. It is better to believe than to disbelieve. Thus, they dispatched numerous disciples into Hanwei Ridge, infiltrating Qiao City. The middle-aged man in black whom Haocen had slain was indeed from Qiao City. This young man in white, however, was none other than Li Linrong, the city lord of Qiao City, born of a drunken liaison with a maidservant. Nevertheless, he was still a young lord. Despite being the offspring of a maid, he was nonetheless the progeny of Li Linrong. Among his many heirs, the city lord held a particular affection for this son born of the maid. In Li Linrong's eyes, his son, Li Kunyu, was a prodigious talent in cultivation, having reached the mid-stage of Yuan Dan at merely 20 years of age. Among the countless cultivators in Qiao City, few could achieve the mid-stage of Yuan Dan at such a tender age. This son was the one he envisioned as his successor. Upon Li Kunyu's return from Hanwei Ridge to Qiao City, he was swiftly detected by the city lord's hidden guards, who then discreetly ensured his safety. Although the cult covertly controlled the city lord's residence, it was not without its defenses. The city patrol, responsible for the mundane governance of Chiba City, operates under the full authority of the city lord. The cult, however, exerts control over the cultivation resources and practitioners within Chiba City, establishing the Chiba Hall as a counterpart to the city lord's mansion, thereby overseeing the local cultivators. The reason for not controlling the secular affairs managed by the city lord's mansion is due to strict regulations imposed by the powers of the cultivation realm. While they can oversee the secular world, they are prohibited from allowing sects of the cultivation realm to interfere in its governance. The Li family of Chiba City, a clan with a millennium-long heritage, is thus permitted to manage secular affairs. When Li Kunyu entered the Yihong courtyard, the city lord's mansion had stationed hidden guards there for safety. After Li Kunyu finished his revelry, he was escorted back to the city lord's residence. Such a course of action was rather unwise. Although Li Kunyu was young, he was quite astute. If we recklessly attempted to befriend him, he might see through our intentions. A beautiful woman proposed a soul-searching scheme, which the elderly man in black did not approve of. After a moment of silence, he lowered his voice and said, "However, it seems that the young city lord is about to marry the princess of Qianan City. If we secretly eliminate all those accompanying her, and you disguise yourself as the princess, we could gain his trust. It would not be impossible for him to take you to see the treasure vault then." Upon hearing this, Haocen began to understand that the two individuals within the room were members of a mysterious organization with the intent of plundering the treasures from the Li family's vault in Chiba City. Was it true that the vault housed unparalleled treasures? This thought filled Haocen with curiosity. Well then, I shall investigate the situation regarding the arrival of the Qianan City princess to the city lord's mansion tomorrow, and aim to intercept her before she arrives in Chiba City. Haocen was shocked to hear the calm discussion of such an astonishing conspiracy from the elder and the youth. What? An assassination of the Qianan City princess? No. Now that I am aware of this, I cannot stand idly by. Haocen naturally could not allow any danger to befall her. He had his own reasons for wanting to intervene, and only he understood why he felt compelled to act. Suddenly, the elderly man in black, his eyes gleaming, turned toward Haocen's hiding spot and shouted, The beautiful woman immediately stood alert, glancing in Haocen's direction. Discovered. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. In his moment of anger upon hearing about the assassination plot, Haocen inadvertently released an aura that was caught by the elder in black. Just as he prepared to flee the dangerous situation, he noticed two shadows stealthily approaching him. It turned out that the concern was not for himself being discovered, but rather for the presence of others. Haocen quickly evaded along a route undetectable to both individuals and concealed himself in a nearby dark corner. The two shadows silently crept up to the window. They were clearly there for a purpose. One of them produced a small bamboo tube, moistened the window paper, and slowly inserted it to blow a puff of white smoke inside. Observing this, Haocen couldn't help but chuckle quietly. They were indeed flower thieves. After waiting for a considerable time without any sound from within, the two managed to pry open the window and slip inside. Had they succeeded? Haocen pondered with uncertainty. Recalling the enchanting figure of the woman from earlier, Haocen felt a surge of warmth within him, yet he was abruptly interrupted by two muffled groans, which were soon followed by an ominous silence. After a brief moment, the elder clad in black pushed open the window, peered cautiously to the left and right, and then withdrew. He re-emerged, this time with a shadow darting forth, a striking figure of the elder, who held aloft two large bundles. These were evidently the remains of the two flower thieves, silenced for good. With a few agile movements, the elder vanished from the small building, his burdensome packages seemingly having no impact on his swift escape, which left Haocen in awe of his profound abilities. Once assured that the elder had departed, Haocen swiftly emerged from his concealed corner. Approaching the window once more, he observed the beautiful woman now engaged in gathering the remnants within the room. Subtly, he left a thread of his consciousness tethered to her before making his exit from the Ehon courtyard. The prolonged stillness had drained considerable energy from both his internal strength and spirit. Since his ascension to the transformation realm, he had felt a certain restlessness in his mind. Cultivators in the later stages of the nascent soul realm, in their pursuit of advancing to the transformation stage, often sought to comprehend the celestial principles through various means, refining their hearts and nurturing their spirits. This arduous journey could take anywhere from a year and a half to a lifetime, with no guarantee of success. The thought of transformation, while elevating one's cultivation, often left the mind ensnared in the state of the nascent soul. Moreover, the instability of the initial transformation stage could lead to premature advancement into the mid-transformation stage. Such hasty cultivation, if not addressed promptly, could wreak havoc on one's body and spirit, ultimately leading to stagnation or decline, rendering one a mere shadow of their former self. Haocen pondered the necessity of diligent practice to stabilize his cultivation and, at the appropriate time, to revisit the lessons of transformation from the mundane. Upon returning to his quarters, he steadied his mind and settled cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. Chapter 504. Rescuing the Princess, Part 1. On a warm afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, the atmosphere was languid and inviting. This was a forest frequented by demonic beasts, stretching across hundreds of thousands of miles and separating the two great powers of the Tianwu continent. For centuries, the Martial Hall and the Haocen sect had clashed fiercely over the control of this resource-rich territory. Yet, even these formidable forces experienced their ebbs and flows of fortune. Other sects also sought to partake in the bounty. In recent years, the rapid emergence of sects, particularly the swift rise of Qiao City, had positioned it as a contender alongside the two dominant forces. Reluctantly, during the Continental Alliance, the Martial Hall and Haocen sect agreed to designate the forests within 1,000 miles of their sects as their exclusive domains, rendering other regions communal property for Qiao City and other factions to share. This area became known as the Haocen Forest, though it was more commonly referred to as the Soul Martial Forest. To facilitate trials for the less experienced disciples, the Martial Hall and Haocen sect frequently conducted purges of high-level demonic beasts within their jurisdiction. The Soul Martial Forest, akin to a private garden for the sects, appeared as a serene and secure haven for novice disciples. In order to facilitate the exchanges among merchants across the Tianwu continent, a consensus was reached among various sects and factions near the Soul Martial Forest. Different forces collectively contributed to the construction of a trade route that directly connects both ends of the Soul Martial Forest. The practitioners originate from the mundane world, and it is only when this world thrives that its people can enjoy a prosperous life. Only when individuals live without the burden of basic needs can they provide a greater number of talents suitable for cultivation, ensuring that the realm of practitioners does not wither away. Throughout history, every ruler has contemplated the welfare of their populace. The realms of cultivation and martial arts comprise individuals who, despite their exalted status, also consider the mundane world, albeit from a different perspective. The rulers of the secular world focus on the common people, while those in the world of practitioners prioritize the prosperity of their respective empires. No ruler wishes to witness their subjects endure unbearable hardship, leading to uprisings against the throne. The governing entity of the Qianyuan realm exercises oversight over sects, which in turn monitor the empires, and the empires keep a vigilant eye on the common folk. The overarching aim is to stabilize the Tianwu continent, benefit the populace, and cultivate a greater source of practitioners. Occasionally, the major factions initiate public welfare endeavors, with the construction of trade routes standing as a testament to the accomplishments of the world of practitioners. The wedding procession departing from Qian'an City has already left its jurisdiction, entering the public woodland of the Seoul Martial Forest. At that moment, Haocen, clad in tattered azure garments, suppressed his cultivation level, masquerading as an ordinary rogue cultivator, exhibiting the prowess of a mere warrior amidst the mundane realm. Simultaneously, he concealed all his valuable possessions within a jade pendant, retaining only the storage pouch issued by the Yunhai sect, which hung at his waist as he traversed the periphery of the Seoul Martial Forest. The location where Haocen found himself was indeed the public forest area. Relishing the comforting ambience brought forth by the afternoon sun, he meandered along the tranquil trade route, gathering medicinal herbs without end. His purpose for being here was to transform the divine into the mundane and to attune himself to nature. At the opportune moment, he would intervene to protect the young princess. Haocen sought to unravel the mystery of what had transpired. Why had the enigmatic figures sought to assassinate individuals from Qian'an City, impersonating a princess to infiltrate the lord's residence? Was it merely to pilfer treasures from the vault of Qianya City? As he gazed upon the breathtakingly serene forest, appreciating the occasional flurry of mountain fowl and small rodents darting from the thickets, he listened to the melodious chirping of the birds in the woods. Haocen felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and relaxation wash over him. Recently, his body had been weary from the bloodshed at Hanyue Ridge, and the tension upon entering the city had left him feeling drained. Having endured the sinister rites of the god cult and the entrapment of lingering souls, he harbored deep apprehensions towards the cult. Haocen feared being discovered by the god cult, who might unveil the truth behind the rituals, leading to a concerted effort to eliminate him, the perennial adversary of the cult. Maintain formation, do not scatter, leave no one behind. Suddenly, a chorus of human screams and the anguished whinnies of horses echoed from up ahead, followed by the sounds of fierce combat and the clash of magical artifacts and weapons. Human nature is inherently selfish. Haocen's instinctive reaction was to take a detour, distancing himself from the chaos. After all, in this world governed by the survival of the fittest, trouble equates to the threat of death. With a swift motion, Haocen slipped into the underbrush. What if the target of this ambush were indeed the princess of Qian'an City? Knowing that a villain has ambushed an innocent princess, yet failing to render assistance would undoubtedly result in lingering guilt, detrimental to one's cultivation. However, Haocen felt an unsettling apprehension, prompting a silent reflection. It is only upon entering the realm of immortality that one can truly distance themselves from worldly entanglements, ensuring that their training remains unimpeded by the mundane. With this thought in mind, Haocen cautiously made his way toward the battlefield, mindful of his movements to avoid attracting the attention of the assailants. He proceeded with deliberate slowness, employing techniques such as the Forbidden Yuan technique, concealment technique, and breath-raining technique. Not good, do not let them escape. Hurry, pursue. Unfortunately, fortune was not on Haocen's side. The direction he chose to stealthily advance coincided with that of the fleeing individuals. The cacophony of hurried footsteps grew ever closer, and he could only sigh, hoping to remain undetected. Suddenly, a figure stumbled and fell before him. As he looked up, he discerned the silhouette of a woman from behind, evidently having sustained a significant fall. At that moment, she was desperately trying to rise. Just as Haocen reached out to assist her, a long sword lunged towards him. Startled, he swiftly evaded the lethal strike. Do not touch her, you accursed bandit. A robust middle-aged martial artist positioned himself protectively between Haocen and the girl. his demeanor radiating vigilance. Behind him, a fierce battle had erupted, with both sides engaged in intense combat. "I am merely here to gather herbs," Haocen stammered, feigning timidity. "Upon hearing the sounds of conflict, I was frightened and attempted to bypass this area. Who would have known I would encounter you? I believe your words to be sincere. As you are also a martial artist, I would ask you to look after her and escort her to Qiao City, where a generous reward awaits you." The middle-aged martial artist replied, pulling the girl closer to him. "Princess, please take care. I shall hold them off for a time," he said, turning to the girl with a solemn expression. To entrust a delicate flower to a stranger, how audacious indeed. Haocen could not help but feel perplexed by the middle-aged warrior's request. As he glanced past the martial artist, he discerned the figures of a sinister elder in black and a beautiful woman, both disguised as bandits amidst the fray. The elder radiated a chilling aura, wielding two daggers that shimmered with a green light, clearly laced with poison. Meanwhile, the woman wielded a lengthy, supple whip, effortlessly incapacitating the princess's guards. "Flee," Haocen urged, turning to depart, only to be halted by a firm grip on his garment. He turned to find the princess, her fingers clutching his attire tightly. "I am in your debt," she exclaimed, her face awash with gratitude. Only then did Haocen truly behold the princess's features. How strikingly similar she is to Xiaoyu. He marveled inwardly, astonished by her resemblance. Given her beauty, it was only fitting to extend his aid to her. After all, there was no valid reason to refuse. Chapter 505. The Rescue of the Princess, Part 2. Thus, Haocen grasped the princess's hand and turned to flee. However, their trajectory did not lead them directly to Qiao City, but rather deeper into the dense forest. At this moment, as long as they could obscure their presence from their pursuers, their safety would be significantly increased. Seeing their target retreat into the distance, the elderly man in black let out a piercing shriek. In an instant, he drew his blade and severed the throats of the two guards before him. With the remaining three, the assailants gave chase. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman unleashed a flurry of whip strikes, swiftly dispatching two guards who attempted to flee. She then followed closely behind the elderly man, pursuing the direction in which Haocen had escaped. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from behind Haocen. A middle-aged martial artist soared into the air, unleashing a beam of sword light directed at the elderly man and the beautiful woman. Observing the solid aura emanating from the middle-aged warrior, Haocen recognized him as a formidable opponent of the martial sovereign realm, whose prowess was comparable to that of a celestial cultivator at the transformation stage. Once a martial artist reaches the grand martial master stage, they, akin to celestial cultivators, gain the ability to cultivate spells and techniques. However, the might of the spells wielded by martial artists pales in comparison to those of celestial cultivators. Conversely, when engaged in close combat, celestial cultivators lack the physical resilience of martial artists. In terms of energy absorption, upon reaching the grand martial master stage, martial artists can draw upon the natural energies of the world. Yet, only 1/3 of the energy they absorb consists of the celestial energies, while 2/3 comprises their own true qi. In contrast, celestial cultivators draw 2/3 or more of their energy from the celestial energies, with less than 1/3 being true qi. True qi is the energy cultivated and stored within the dantian of a martial artist, and once depleted, it can only be replenished through gradual cultivation. Celestial energies, being the essence of the universe, can be absorbed freely by celestial cultivators and, although they may also become exhausted, can be quickly replenished with minimal effort. Uncle 6. As she witnessed the middle-aged martial artist's desperate demeanor, the princess could not help but cry out in despair, only to have Haocen swiftly cover her mouth and drag her away. The sheer force of the middle-aged warrior's attack was immense, as his true qi surged forth. Even the low shrubs on the ground ignited in flames. Caught off guard, the three assailants trailing the elderly man were reduced to charred remains after a few agonizing cries. The elderly man in black and the beautiful woman, however, were evidently of a higher cultivation level. They leapt into the air, narrowly evading this deadly strike. Yet their momentum had been severely hindered. Realizing they had lost the optimal opportunity to pursue, they could do nothing but watch as Haocen and the princess vanished into the distant thicket. In frustration, the elderly man stomped his foot and conveyed a message to the beautiful woman. Understanding his intent, she nodded and swiftly darted in the direction where Haocen and the princess had disappeared, vanishing from sight in a few graceful leaps. In response to the situation, The middle-aged martial artist chose to disregard everything else, focusing solely on the figure of the elderly man clad in black before him, whose formidable prowess clearly marked him as a significant adversary. "Who are you? Why have you come to ambush us?" the middle-aged cultivator inquired, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this group intent on their demise. "This is not information you are entitled to know," the black-clad elder replied, his brows furrowing as he swiftly slashed his short blade towards the middle-aged martial artist. Once again, the forest resounded with the fierce clash of swords and blades. "What is your identity? Which sect does the princess belong to? What brings you to Qiao City?" Haocen questioned the girl as they fled deeper into the thicket, trying to keep pace with the princess beside him. Regrettably, no matter how persistently he questioned her, the princess remained silent. Although Haocen could have soared into the air to escape from the perilous locale, he understood that remaining concealed on the ground was the safest tactic. The two of them were now resting against a fallen tree. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent washed over Haocen, stirring him to alertness. "This is bad," he thought instinctively, pulling the princess to the side just as she rolled away. With a resounding crack, the tree they had leaned against was split in two, sending wooden splinters cascading onto Haocen's garments. "The force of that whip is impressive. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to embrace such beauty amidst the flurry of wood shavings. If I could roll about with you just once, I would have no regrets in this life," Haocen remarked, rising to his feet and teasing the enchanting woman before him. At that moment, the beautiful woman, infuriated by his words, trembled as she pointed her whip at him, struggling to articulate her anger. I will kill you," she exclaimed, her fury boiling over as she swung her long whip in his direction. Sensing that he had sufficiently provoked her, Haocen anticipated that she would soon unleash a frenzied assault upon him. In a sudden move, he summoned his Fei Huang sword, channeling his inner energy into it, hoping to catch her off guard for a decisive strike. As Haocen maintained his stance against his opponent, he gradually retreated, all the while contemplating how to extricate himself from this dire predicament. Fortunately, his adversary was not in a rush, approaching him slowly. "Ah!" The princess's startled exclamation from behind startled him, and he turned around only to find himself astonished. Unbeknownst to them, they had retreated to the edge of a cliff. The precipice behind them was impossibly smooth, and peering down revealed a swirling mist that obscured any view of the depths below. "You realize this is a cliff, don't you? That is why you are so confident," Haocen thought, recognizing the perilous situation. With no other options available, he ceased his pretense of vulnerability and prepared for battle. Gripping his sword firmly, without uttering a word, the beautiful woman struck downwards with her whip. Evading her probing strike, Haocen countered with a horizontal slash, infusing his sword with internal force, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as merely a lowly martial artist. "Such lowly cultivation, what are you boasting about?" the beautiful woman scoffed, casually raising her long whip to parry his attack with disdain. Unexpectedly, Haocen's sword effortlessly severed the long whip in her grasp, gliding menacingly towards her chest. With a swift movement, she attempted to retreat, yet a significant portion of her garment was torn apart, revealing her fair bosom. The enchanting woman quickly covered herself. "What kind of swordplay is this?" she inquired, her voice tinged with both astonishment and lingering fear as she gazed at Haocen. Haocen felt a pang of regret for not subduing the beautiful woman at once, fully aware that such fortune might not grace him again. Indeed, after regaining her composure, the woman discarded the remains of her whip, advancing towards him unarmed. This time, however, Haocen, feeling a sense of chivalry, allowed himself to absorb several punches, feigning vulnerability as he stumbled backward, inadvertently colliding with the girl behind him. With a sharp scream, both the girl and Haocen tumbled together into the abyss behind them, vanishing into the clouds below. The beautiful woman, casting a wistful glance, pouted in disappointment at not acquiring the sword, then adjusted her tattered attire and smiled at the chasm before turning away. On the other side of the woods, an elderly man in black was carefully polishing his dual blades, while the middle-aged martial artist had seemingly vanished. "Dai Lin, let us return to Qiao City," he called out upon seeing the beautiful woman return. "Certainly, foster father," Dai Lin replied, her heart lightened upon confirming her guardian's safety, as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. Chapter 506. The night of the pit. As they plummeted down the cliff, Haocen swiftly embraced the girl, allowing their descent to continue naturally. In truth, with his divine cultivation, he could have easily leapt to safety, especially with the wind wings technique at his disposal. Yet, at this moment, he wished only to hold the girl, experiencing the world in a mortal way. Furthermore, he sought to extract information regarding the martial hall from her. Trust could only be forged through shared hardship. Reluctantly resorting to a ruse, he feigned weakness to deceive the girl. Although it felt somewhat unscrupulous, he felt he had no other choice. Preparing to endure the consequences of his act, he allowed himself to fall freely, fully aware that he would not invoke his powers to halt their descent unless absolutely necessary. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden sharp pain jolted him. They had landed upon a tree branch. The sound of snapping branches surrounded them, leaves swirling chaotically. Fortunately, this cushioned their fall, dissipating much of the force. Thanks to his robust physique and the protective aura of his true essence, he emerged with nothing more than a bruised visage. As their descent slowed, Haocen seized a sturdy branch, with the girl still draped over him. With great effort, he stabilized their position and glanced down, noting they were still several yards above the ground. Phew, at least I am not dead. Hey, you back there, how are you? He called out to the girl he was holding. I'm fine, thank you. My name is Yu Xiaolan. Not hey, you back there, she murmured in protest. For the first time, Yu Xiaolan found herself so close to a stranger, and an overwhelming sense of nervousness enveloped her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced incessantly. Ah, then I shall call you Yu Xiaolan from now on, since you did not divulge your name earlier. I had no choice but to address you casually. By the way, could you perch on that branch? With you entangled around me, I find myself unable to descend from this tree. With Haocen's assistance, Yu Xiaolan managed to glide down to the ground with great difficulty. Upon landing, she fell to the earth, evidently overwhelmed by the earlier peril. Haocen, however, remained composed. After all, he was a practitioner of the transformation realm. Though he did not employ the powers of that realm, he possessed a certain resilience against the fall from a height. The immediate priority was to locate an exit from this abyss. Regrettably, after surveying the surroundings, Haocen sat beside Yu Xiaolan, feeling quite disheartened. The entire gorge turned out to be a sealed sinkhole, surrounded by steep cliffs that were entirely insurmountable. Yet within this pit thrived dozens of enormous trees. It was a mystery how they flourished in such a sunless environment. Among these trees, nestled against the cliff, lay a pond of moderate size, teeming with fish, assuring them that starvation would not be their fate in this desolate place. Haocen did not rush to leave. Escaping was merely a matter of time. Could a sinkhole truly confound a mid-level practitioner of the transformation realm? On a night blessed with beauty, who would not indulge in the moment? After much effort, Haocen caught a few fish from the pond, cleaned them, and skewered them with branches. He gathered some dry twigs from the surroundings and ignited a campfire. His consciousness, however, remained vigilant, patrolling the area around the fire, for Haocen did not consider this a safe haven. Thus, he and Yu Xiaolan sat by the fire, savoring the grilled fish, relishing this rare meal, and engaging in conversation. So, you are marrying the young master of Qiao City? That truly is unfortunate. The beautiful woman who attempted to assassinate you seems intent on impersonating you. Fortunately, you encountered me, and thus you live to tell the tale. Why would she impersonate me? I bear her no grudge, Yu Xiaolan inquired, astonished by the revelation of her attack. Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they covet some treasure from Qiao City? I merely stumbled upon their conspiracy. The particulars elude me. I had intended to remain uninvolved, to keep a safe distance, and planned to leave Qiao City early. Who would have guessed I would collide with such a misfortune, now stuck here with you in this godforsaken place? A thick cloud veiled the moon and obscured the stars, casting an eerie pall over the night in the sinkhole, and an inexplicable dread began to permeate the air. Only light can dispel darkness and illuminate the heart. It is only when nature reveals its true essence, with its awe-inspiring power, that one can truly appreciate its profound continuity. Under the vast expanse of the heavens, humanity appears diminutive. Perhaps it is only in such moments that one's spirit can attain genuine tranquility. Immerse yourself completely in the embrace of nature. The surrounding darkness conceals the unknown. At this moment, Yu Xiaolan, with a bashful expression, whispered to Haocen, I need to relieve myself. Haocen glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, Then go quickly. Yet, inwardly he mused, there are only the two of us here. Surely she could simply go behind the tree. Why not allow me to accompany her? I'm scared. Yu Xiaolan's voice trembled, and her expression darkened slightly, revealing her helplessness with a wry smile. I will go with you, Haocen said, sensing her genuine fear. He surveyed the surroundings before leading Yu Xiaolan away from the campfire, aware that her eyes were silently pleading for his support. The pit was sparsely wooded, the trees appearing robust, yet shrouded in darkness beneath the night sky. Holding Yu Xiaolan's hand felt akin to guiding a timid lamb as they approached a large tree. The area was eerily quiet, and beyond a step, visibility diminished entirely. After scanning the vicinity with his spiritual awareness and clairvoyance, he retracted both abilities. Unwilling to witness a girl in such a vulnerable moment. "Here will suffice," Haocen said with resignation. "But you must not stray far from me." Despite feeling somewhat awkward, Yu Xiaolan could no longer hold back. Haocen turned silently, positioning himself beside her as an unspoken comfort, assuring her that there was nothing to fear. This was the distinction between genders. When danger loomed, a woman's dependence on a man intensified. In that moment, Yu Xiaolan bore no trace of a princess. She resembled a lovesick maiden, instinctively clutching Haocen's pant leg. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the depths of the pit. The roars of two distinctly different beasts shattering the serene atmosphere. A profound silence followed, the muted distance amplifying the abruptness of the earlier sounds. Startled, Yu Xiaolan failed to gather herself and lunged toward Haocen, her heart racing and breath quickening, mirroring the tension that gripped him as the beasts roared. At that moment, he felt her delicate form trembling slightly. Without hesitation, he activated his clairvoyance to glance at her, noting that her eyes were tightly shut as she clung to him. Then, employing both his spiritual awareness and clairvoyance, he scanned the surroundings. In the next instant, Haocen scooped Yu Xiaolan into his arms and dashed back to the campfire, extinguishing it before swiftly climbing a sturdy tree, seeking refuge among the lush foliage. At this moment, the two individuals dared not even breathe, as the sounds of the two monstrous creatures drew alarmingly close. Before long, two colossal beasts emerged from either side of the pond, each exceeding 10 feet in length. The two beasts appeared to regard each other with trepidation, hissing from a distance, yet refraining from engaging in direct combat. The creature to the east bore a striking resemblance to a rhinoceros, save for the flames of various sizes that danced atop its horn and tail. Its crimson eyes glowed menacingly as it roared, its enormous black hooves clawing at the earth, sending clouds of dust into the air, causing the branches of nearby trees to tremble and shed leaves. To the west, the other beast resembled a giant toad, exhaling puffs of green gas from its gaping maw. The areas it sprayed quickly withered, the underbrush and grass turning yellow, a testament to its potent toxicity. This great toad was covered in numerous blisters, from which thick yellow fluid oozed, sizzling upon contact with the ground and creating a charred pit in the verdant grass. Sky Martial Toad and Qian Yuan Rhinoceros. How could these two creatures be here? Moon Xiaolan, nestled in Haocen's embrace, exclaimed in shock. Haocen swiftly covered her mouth to stifle her voice, then lowered his tone, cautiously inquiring, "Speak softly. What is the story behind these two beasts?" Once he confirmed with a nod from Moon Xiaolan, he gently released his grip on her mouth. The Qian Yuan Rhinoceros, a formidable beast residing in the southern mountainous regions, was known for its fierce temperament, often descending to harass humans. Its tough hide was resistant even to heavy crossbows, and its innate fire attributes made it particularly troublesome to deal with. Only skilled experts could hope to subdue it, otherwise, no amount of people would suffice. The Sky Martial Toad was an even greater menace. Wherever it roamed, not a blade of grass would survive. Its venom was exceedingly potent, deterring anyone from approaching it lightly. Fortunately, its habitat lay in the remote, desolate marshlands of the northwest, keeping it away from human settlements and minimizing its threat. To their astonishment, both these creatures from the north and south had converged upon the same sinkhole. A sudden thought struck Haocen. Could it be that some rare treasure had emerged here? He signaled Moon Xiaolan to remain silent, resolved to observe further. What could possibly bring these two formidable beasts together in this place? He cast a glance at Moon Xiaolan, surprised to discover her knowledge of such creatures. By the pond, the Sky Martial Toad and Qian Yuan Rhinoceros remained locked in a tense standoff. However, their impatience grew, their roars escalating in intensity as they drew ever closer. Gradually, a full moon ascended to the center of the sky, casting a pure white light. As the moonlight illuminated the pond, its reflection glinted off a smooth cliff face. And suddenly, the sound of a mechanism activating echoed through the air, further agitating the two beasts. At last, the celestial martial toad could no longer contain itself. unleashing a torrent of thick green venom towards the Qianyuan rhinoceros, initiating the assault. Without hesitation, the rhinoceros retaliated with a fireball emitted from its horn, meeting the venom head-on. A resounding clash reverberated through the void as the fireball and venom converged, releasing a noxious odor, yet ultimately neutralizing each other. It seemed that even a being of the divine transformation realm would find such a confrontation overwhelming. From the aura emanating from the two beasts, Haocen deduced their formidable powers. The celestial martial toad croaked incessantly while deftly leaping from side to side, maintaining a safe distance from the rhinoceros. Clearly, the toad was not keen on engaging in close combat with the Qianyuan rhinoceros. It continuously spewed forth streams of green venom, impeding the rhinoceros's fiery attacks. The two beasts engaged in a tactical retreat and pursuit around the pond, neither possessing the means to overpower the other. Meanwhile, the yellow pus dripping from the toad fell into the crystalline waters of the pond, releasing billows of yellow smoke. The aquatic life within the pond suffered a catastrophic fate. With fish and shrimp turning belly up, their vitality extinguished. In a matter of moments, what was once a vibrant ecosystem had devolved into a stagnant swamp. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed from the stone wall, which slowly revealed a cavity from which a white pearl floated. Behind the pearl loomed a steep staircase leading upward, its destination unknown. As the stone wall opened, the cries of the two creatures, injured and in pain, caught Haocen's attention. In that instant, both beasts lunged toward the newly formed opening. The celestial martial toad was momentarily distracted by the appearance of the white pearl, allowing the Qianyuan rhinoceros to pierce it with its horn, creating a gaping wound from which greenish-yellow fluid surged, eliciting anguished cries from the toad. Seizing the opportunity, the toad's venom splashed onto the rhinoceros, corroding its flesh and creating numerous wounds. In agony, the rhinoceros was compelled to withdraw its horn from the toad's body and retreated to the opposite side of the opening, where the two beasts resumed their standoff. "The resurrection pearl," exclaimed Yu Xiaolan, astonished by the slowly rotating white orb at the cave's entrance. Fortunately, both monsters were entirely focused on the pearl, oblivious to her exclamation. Haocen, however, fixated on the staircase within the cavern, recognizing it as possibly their sole means of escape. In that moment, the creatures clashed once more, seemingly incited by the presence of the resurrection pearl. This battle intensified, the two beasts rolling into one another, disregarding their mutual venom and flames, each roaring fiercely in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to claim the pearl. Suddenly, the rhinoceros's horn erupted in a brilliant burst of flame, catching the celestial martial toad off guard and striking it directly. Following this, the massive hoof of the rhinoceros landed a crushing blow, sending the toad flying backward until it crashed into a substantial tree, bringing its retreat to a halt. Though it was now in a daze. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, the Qianyuan rhinoceros charged forward with its head lowered. Once again, its horn pierced into the body of the unsuspecting toad, propelling the immense creature off the ground, sliding away with the force of the rhinoceros's momentum. As the two fearsome beasts distanced themselves from the cave's mouth, Haocen whispered to Yu Xiaolan, "Cling to my back and hold on tightly." He then summoned his magical energy, darting into the cave like an arrow released from a bow. Upon witnessing the emergence of a third party, both the heavenly martial toad and the Qianyuan rhinoceros were taken aback. Abandoning their previous entanglement, they instinctively charged towards the fleeting shadows of Haocen and Yu Xiaolan. Unfortunately, by this time, Haocen had already reached the cave entrance, swiftly diving inside, while deftly retrieving the precious orb. Bang! Bang! The sound of two massive impacts reverberated behind Haocen. The narrow confines of the cave could not accommodate the colossal forms of the heavenly martial toad and the Qianyuan rhinoceros. Their tremendous force caused the mountainside to tremble. With no time to examine the soul-recalling pearl, Haocen grasped Yu Xiaolan's hand, hastily making their way deeper into the cave along the staircase. Outside, the two beasts let out frustrated roars, their coveted treasure snatched away, inciting their fury. After a lengthy pause, the two creatures exchanged glances and retreated in opposite directions, while the moon in the sky gradually drifted away from the sinkhole. Without the illumination of moonlight, the stone cave, which had appeared mysteriously on the cliff, began to close, leaving only the smooth, mirror-like walls behind. Apart from the scattered remnants of broken trees and the pond littered with dead fish, it was as if nothing had transpired. The sinkhole returned to tranquility. Chapter 508. Unexpected Delight, Part 2. After sprinting through the cave for an extended period, ensuring that the ferocious beasts had not pursued them, Haocen and Yu Xiaolan finally exhaled in relief, casually collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. What is this object? How do you know its name? Why did those two beasts seek to seize it? At that moment, Haocen produced a moonstone for illumination and retrieved the white pearl he had casually taken at the entrance, cradling it in his palm as he inquired of Yu Xiaolan. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaolan began to relay what she knew about the soul-recalling pearl to Haocen. The soul-recalling pearl is a treasure forged by advanced artifact masters through intricate methods, using numerous precious materials over an extended period. As for how I recognize it, I once encountered its illustration and detailed description in a tome that cataloged the rare wonders of the Qianyuan realm. The pearl is pure white with a hint of azure, roughly the size of a thumb, capable of absorbing moonlight and floating, which led me to deduce its identity. The soul-recalling pearl can absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, thereby accelerating the flow of spiritual consciousness for its bearer, significantly enhancing the efficacy of those cultivating their spiritual awareness and doubling their speed. It is said to possess life-saving properties, though I am uncertain of its precise applications. However, it is likely that those two monstrous beasts were drawn to it for its ability to aid in cultivation. I never anticipated that you would gain such an immense boon. Upon hearing of the remarkable efficacy of the soul rejuvenation pearl, Haocen's heart soared with joy, prompting him to swiftly stow it within the confines of his jade pendant. Although it was a treasure to be shared, the singular nature of this gem, combined with the fact that he had been the first to acquire it, rendered it immensely beneficial to him, thus making it impossible to part with. Nonetheless, a sense of guilt flickered within him for monopolizing such a precious resource. Hence he remarked, "I shall procure some suitable magical artifacts to compensate you, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss. After all, I do not cultivate this particular technique, rendering the soul rejuvenation pearl of no use to me. You may take it. However," he added, "we must also contemplate our escape, for I am uncertain if this cavern harbors further dangers." Unfazed, Yu Xiaolan spoke nonchalantly. Her words shattered Haocen's elation, and after a moment of somber reflection, he retrieved another moonstone from his storage pouch, handing it to her for illumination. With this newfound light source, their traversal through the passage became considerably easier. Fortunately, during their subsequent journey, no dangers arose. As Haocen and Yu Xiaolan navigated around a bend, they were suddenly greeted by a glimmer of light. Overjoyed at the sight, Haocen grasped Yu Xiaolan's hand and hurriedly advanced, only to discover that they had not found an exit, but rather a spacious and enclosed stone chamber. The walls were lined with storage racks brimming with countless jars and bottles, while various alchemical materials of differing properties littered the floor. It was evident that this place served as a forge, with numerous recesses adorning the surrounding walls, and the ceiling embedded with several moonstones. The illumination filtered down from above, although faint. It was certainly an improvement over the surrounding darkness. This must be the workshop for crafting the soul rejuvenation pearl, Haocen mused, recognizing the secluded nature of the place as indicative of a reclusive master craftsman. Yu Xiaolan's voice echoed in his ears, affirming, "I too believe this is indeed a forge." With that, the two stepped into the stone chamber, where Haocen approached a jade platform, eagerly searching for any notes left by the craftsman that might provide insight into an escape route. If someone had once forged artifacts here, there must surely be a passageway for leaving. Regrettably, the papers strewn across the table, likely aged and fragile, crumbled into dust upon his touch, leaving Haocen disheartened. Observing his frantic rummaging, Yu Xiaolan shook her head and moved to a corner of the platform. There, she picked up a dust-covered crystal ball, wiped it clean, and examined it intently. She mumbled to herself, and suddenly, the crystal ball emitted a faint glow, startling Haocen as an elderly figure materialized within its depths. This was a memory crystal, capable of recording significant events. By channeling one's vital energy, one could replay the recorded images. Though precious, such artifacts were not uncommon on the continent. Yu Xiaolan, assuming Haocen was unfamiliar with its significance, explained with exasperation. In truth, Haocen had already encountered the marvels of crystal balls during his time in the Blood Pool's subterranean realm, having collected one as he departed. Upon hearing the explanation provided by Yu Xiaolan, I became aware of the myriad uses of the crystal ball. Although he has now attained the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he undoubtedly embarked on this journey of cultivation alone. possessing limited knowledge of certain aspects of the Qianyuan realm. Indeed, there is always a teacher among three travelers, Haocen mused inwardly. He then shifted his gaze to the image before him, where a disheveled old man with white whiskers smiled gently. The fact that you can see my image signifies our fateful connection. Allow the soul rejuvenation pearl to serve as a token of our meeting. I am Su Feng, a craftsman of artifacts. After devoting my life to gathering materials according to ancient secrets of refinement, I have finally forged the soul rejuvenation pearl. My focus has solely been on crafting, leaving my cultivation stagnant at the transformation realm. I shall depart from this place to experience the mortal realm and comprehend the heavenly path to ascend to the spirit separation realm. The items within this crafting chamber are gifts for those of fate. The table holds the fruits of my lifelong research, and I hope they prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing these words, Haocen felt a sense of helplessness as he gazed upon the pile of fragments on the table, inwardly cursing. The old man didn't even bother to preserve them properly. A person of the transformation realm descending to the mortal world to comprehend the heavenly path. What a remarkable fate indeed. Haocen could not help but feel a profound respect for Su Feng. His words served as a reminder to him as well. Within the crafting chamber, there are two passages. I have set up a formation that will open the entrance only on a full moon. Two guardian beasts will also arrive at the entrance at this time to vie for the treasures. At this moment, your presence in the secret chamber indicates that you have cleverly evaded the beast's attack through your wisdom. As for how to exit the stone chamber, do not even entertain the thought of ascending through the path you came. I have established an unending aerial restriction. Only cultivators endowed with multiple attributes can ascend. After the formation was established, even I cannot ascend due to the collaborative efforts of those who chose to reside here with me. However, should you cultivate successfully and decipher the mechanisms I have arranged, you will find your way out. May fortune accompany you, while I shall indulge in the mortal realm. In an instant, the image within the crystal ball vanished, and silence returned to the stone chamber. Chapter 509. Unexpected Delight. 3. The two monstrous beasts outside the cave were, in fact, the guardians placed here by the old man. Haocen could not help but marvel at Su Feng's strength and foresight. To have placed the two beasts here many years ago, and to have them evolve. Knowing they would compete for the soul rejuvenation pearl, what a remarkable temptation to lure the beasts into waiting here for years. Upon hearing Su Feng's message, Haocen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having entered the secret chamber without dealing with a single beast was nothing short of divine providence. However, the research records had all been destroyed, which was quite unfortunate. If the path back is incomprehensible, then where lies the way forward? If Haocen were merely alone, he would not hesitate to ascend through the path he came from. Yet, only those with multi-attribute dual cultivation can ascend. Haocen not only practices both martial and magical arts, but has also mastered the blue thread demon technique, making him a true practitioner of the trinity of law, martial prowess, and demonic arts. Furthermore, he possesses the wind wing spell. However, he would only resort to such measures as a last resort. He resolved to confront the intricate trap set by the old man Su Feng, relying on his intellect to escape the stone chamber. Cultivation is, in essence, a series of challenges. Only by overcoming these obstacles can one achieve true growth. If one continually seeks shortcuts, the ascendance of Haocen's prowess would not have been so swift. In this world, no task is insurmountable for the determined. Since you are capable of setting traps, I am equally capable of dismantling them. Haocen pondered silently. Dismantling traps? But where are they? At that moment, Haocen called upon Qiao Heng, and together they began to search the room for clues. After a short while, disappointment washed over them as they discovered that the walls of the chamber were barren and devoid of any mechanisms. Consequently, Haocen reclined upon the stone floor to rest, reasoning that the search for traps did not necessitate haste. Lying there, he gazed at the light emanating from the moonstone above and involuntarily began to study it. Alas, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. The moonstone, haphazardly affixed to the ceiling, revealed no discernible pattern. In his frustration, Haocen abandoned his examination of the moonstone, rising to his feet and inadvertently kicking over a broken pot beneath him. Ouch! My foot! It hurts so badly. That old man! Why does he clutter the cave with such rubbish? Haocen exclaimed, his indignation evident, though inwardly he cursed the old man for his cryptic manner of communication. Stop your incessant whining. It serves you right for being careless. The pot is broken, but it has not wronged you. Why must you take your anger out on it? Yu Xiaolan, who had been lying on the floor, observing the moonstone, rebuked him, her irritation palpable. It is not that I am powerless, but rather that the moment is not yet ripe, she added, her tone betraying a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing the ire of the princess, Haocen managed to regain his composure. Come over here and take a look. I believe the light patterns above are part of a formation created with the moonstone. Observe how they gradually shift with time, Yu Xiaolan remarked. Haocen, limping over to her side, reclined to observe intently for an extended period. Indeed, he confirmed that all the rays of light slowly altered their angles. He could not help but admire the meticulousness of her observations during such moments. The perceptiveness of a woman proved invaluable. It seemed inevitable that at some point, these beams would converge at a singular point, marking the moment of our escape. For now, we must simply wait. I shall meditate and cultivate my energy. If anything arises, you must call me. With that, Haocen settled into a cross-legged position to practice his techniques. The events of the night having drained much of his mental and magical reserves. Inwardly, he mused, I wonder what the mechanism will be like when activated. It would be prudent to bolster my strength in preparation. Time passed indistinctly, and it was only upon Yu Xiaolan's gentle prompting that Haocen opened his eyes. The light within the chamber had now drawn quite close, gradually converging toward a singular target. Upon closer inspection, he surmised that the point of convergence would be at a small round hole in the stone wall, which he presumed to be the fabled mechanism. Gazing intently at the hole, an idea sparked within him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the soul-reviving pearl, now warmed by his own body's heat. Without hesitation, he pressed the pearl into the round hole. Crack! The soul rejuvenation pearl was perfectly embedded within the circular aperture. At that moment, all sources of light converged upon this orifice, illuminating the pearl with brilliance. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as the pearl within the aperture radiated a dazzling glow, accompanied by a tremor that reverberated through the air. Let us go. The stone wall behind them gradually began to part, revealing a dark passageway before the two. Without hesitation, Haocen grasped Yu Xiaolan's hand and ventured into the corridor. With a crack, as the entrance to the passage opened, the soul rejuvenation pearl was ejected from its setting. Haocen swiftly bent down to retrieve it, securing it within his jade pendant space, for such a treasure was best kept within its confines. The two entered the pitch-black passage, and as they descended the stone steps, time seemed to slip away. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through the passage, and a beam of light appeared before them. Pushing open a narrow stone door, they were greeted by a verdant landscape. Bathed in the warm sunlight, they reflected upon the surreal experience they had just endured, feeling as if they had crossed into another world. Haocen, surveying his surroundings and noting the orientation of the passage, swiftly cast a formation barrier to seal the stone door. Hiss! Witnessing Haocen's adeptness in this technique, Yu Xiaolan could not help but ponder, who exactly is he? Gazing into the depth of the sinkhole, she mused that if she could subdue the two monstrous beasts, this place would serve well as a temporary sanctuary for cultivation. Will you take me to Qiao City? Yu Xiaolan inquired softly. No, I need to gather herbs here. Traveling to Qiao City is far too perilous. Surely, the impostor who resembles you has already arrived there. At that time, I would be unable to prove your identity and would merely fall into a trap, Haocen replied, casting a wistful glance toward Qiao City. Although he felt reluctant to part with Yu Xiaolan, he still hoped she would journey to the city. There, as a friend, she could provide protection and gather specific intelligence about the Martial Hall and Qianan City, further uncovering secrets regarding the divine sect of Qiao City and the Tianwu continent. I possess items that can validate my identity, and you promised my Uncle Lu that you would protect me. If you do not accompany me, I shall have to venture to Qiao City alone. Biting her lip, as if resolute, she continued, but I still thank you for your guardianship during this time. Before her words had fully settled, Yu Xiaolan turned and descended the mountain toward Qiao City. At that moment, Haocen could not help but feel a pang of discomfort as he watched her retreating figure. To exploit the innocence of such a kind-hearted girl for information felt unsettling. To recklessly enter Qiao City would be tantamount to courting death. If a mysterious organization could ambush a princess mid-journey, then they would undoubtedly scrutinize every passerby. Should they discover that the princess of Qianan City was still alive, they would surely dispatch formidable forces to hunt her down, potentially risking his own life in the process. After a moment of contemplation, as he noticed Yu Xiaolan growing increasingly distant, a plan began to form in his mind. Wait for me. I will accompany you. It is too dangerous for a young girl to go alone, Haocen called out as he hurried after her. In the sunlight, Yu Xiaolan wore an enigmatic smile. Chapter 510, Reckless Audacity, Part 1. Several hours later, Haocen accompanied Yu Xiaolan as they emerged beyond the confines of Qianya City. Along their journey, apprehensive of potential ambushes, they refrained from traversing the main roads, choosing instead to navigate through the thickets. Even the slightest rustle of leaves heightened their anxiety. Their garments were left tattered and torn by the relentless grasp of the underbrush. Although it would later be deemed an unnecessary worry, for Haocen, a cautious approach was prudent, especially considering Yu Xiaolan's limited prowess and the need to conceal her true abilities. Thus, he endured the hardships alongside her. Haocen undertook the task of disguising Yu Xiaolan, intentionally masking her striking beauty, transforming her into a ragged village girl, and instructing her to wait in a small grove outside the city. Maintaining his own appearance and martial prowess, he ventured into the city alone, procuring hunting gear from a general store before returning to the grove to reunite with Yu Xiaolan. In the small grove outside the city, they once again engaged in the art of disguise, helping Yu Xiaolan shed her worn and tattered clothing, which had been battered by branches over the days. She donned the newly acquired hunting attire, presenting a dusty and disheveled appearance. Thus, even those familiar with their identities would perceive them merely as ordinary hunters, rather than their true selves. Consequently, Qianya City now harbored two unkempt and timid common hunters. Given the bustling trade in Qianya City, few took notice of these seemingly suspicious figures. At that moment, the Lord's residence in Qianya City was ablaze with lights and decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity, clearly indicative of a significant celebration. A brief inquiry revealed that the princess from Qian'an City, accompanied by a retinue of several dozen, had arrived in Qianya City. She was soon to be wed to the young lord, prompting citywide festivities. Notably, this princess from Qian'an was portrayed by the enchanting woman from Yihong Courtyard. Haocen couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of the mysterious forces at play, who had effortlessly annihilated the wedding procession from Qian'an City and disguised themselves as the very same entourage arriving in Qianya City. Casting a glance at Yu Xiaolan beside him, he discerned her own hesitance, as she too was taken aback by the boldness of these enigmatic powers. Resigned to adapt to the unfolding circumstances, he offered solace to the somewhat disheartened Yu Xiaolan. Together, they sought refuge in a modest inn, opting to rent a room under the guise of a married couple to avoid drawing attention. Within the inn, Haocen and Yu Xiaolan indulged in the long-awaited luxury of a bath, washing away the dust and fatigue accumulated over the days. They then rested separately throughout the afternoon. As evening approached, they awoke, rejuvenated and free from the weariness that had plagued them. At that moment, their spirits were markedly transformed from when they had first entered the city, radiating vitality and vigor. Seated together in their inn room, they deliberated on their forthcoming actions, contemplating how Yu Xiaolan might meet the Lord of Qianya City to substantiate her identity. No, I disagree. Your reckless approach to the Lord's mansion, claiming to be the true princess, will not garner any belief. Instead, it may alert those who impersonate you, revealing our presence and inviting peril. You are well aware that neither of us stands a chance against those individuals. I suspect that the uncle who accompanied you to Qianya City has already met with misfortune. Thus, I am left with no means to protect you. It would be prudent to strategize before taking action. We should first observe the situation and seek an opportunity for you to meet the Lord privately. Only then can you authenticate your identity and expose their nefarious plot. After being dissuaded by Haocen, Yu Xiaolan sat silently at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. It was not that she was unaware that refraining from impulsive actions was the wisest course of action. However, witnessing the adulation bestowed upon her impostor in Qianya City, while she herself had been reduced to such a plight, was a bitter pill to swallow. With the wedding day merely 2 days away, she pondered, what shall we do? We must thwart them before the ceremony. After a prolonged contemplation, Haocen finally resolved. We should dispatch someone to send word back home. Once your family arrives in Qianya City, they can unmask the impostor and corroborate your identity. Our only recourse is to devise a means to disrupt the wedding, buying time until the envoy from Qian'an arrives. If all else fails, we shall confront the impostor in court. I am prepared to risk everything for you in this gamble. Alas, my heart is too tender. Very well, let it be so, Yu Xiaolan replied with a resigned nod, recognizing it as the only feasible course of action at present. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Qianya City, Lord Li Linrong paced anxiously within the council chamber, flanked by several trusted aides who wore expressions of cautious anticipation. The impending union between Qianan City and Qianya City had been initiated days ago, with the Qianan princess's entourage having arrived. Although the young Lord Li Kunya expressed satisfaction with Yu Xiaolan's beauty, finding her alluring yet not quite to his taste, he could not deny that her striking visage quickly captivated all present. However, mere days later, as the wedding approached, a cacophony of rumors erupted in Qianya City, suggesting that the Qianan princess was an impostor and that the true princess had been abducted and murdered, with the impostors harboring ulterior motives. Initially confined to a small circle, the whispers soon escalated, permeating the city, even ensnaring the cultivators in its web. Lord Li Linrong, having caught wind of these rumors through various channels, could hardly quell his unease as he continued to pace within the council chamber. Indeed, the orchestration of this rumor was the result of Haocen's deliberate machinations. Incompetence. You bunch of imbeciles. After 2 days of investigation, why can you not uncover the source of these slanderous tales? What use are you to me? He seethed, his fury palpable. With the wedding imminent and chaos reigning in Qianya City, what will become of the Lord's reputation? At that moment, Lord Li Linrong was consumed by rage. Berating those around him, his subordinates, though lacking in efficacy, faced an astute adversary who had cleverly disseminated rumor flyers throughout the streets, evading capture and leaving them with no leads to pursue. However, I implore the Lord of the city to grant a few more days of grace. The trusted aides standing cautiously beside him have spent 2 days investigating, yet they have uncovered not a single clue regarding the source of these rumors. What shall we do if the wedding cannot proceed? What will become of the esteemed guests arriving from various places? Li Linrong was exceedingly vexed by the incompetence of his subordinates, yet felt utterly powerless. Suppressing his rising ire, he spoke in a calm tone. What is the response from the princess of Qianan? Have they become aware of these rumors? Presumably not yet. The princess has remained remarkably composed, secluding herself in her residence and refusing all requests for an audience, demonstrating great decorum. I believe she is indeed the legitimate princess. The bridal procession will pass through the public areas of the martial spirit forest, where it will meet those of us who go to greet them. I have no doubts regarding her identity. In that case, the wedding shall proceed as scheduled in 2 days. However, I require you to continue your search for the purveyor of these rumors and simultaneously send an envoy to Qianan to inquire about the situation. The lord of the city, Li Linrong, nodded in satisfaction at his subordinate's response. He then leisurely remarked, "Very well, I shall see to it at once." The trusted aide bowed his head and exited the council chamber of the lord's estate. Chapter 511, Reckless Audacity, Part 2, within the confines of the city of Qianya. In a separate residence of the lord's estate, a beautiful woman disguised as the princess of Qianan, her brow furrowed with concern, inquired of the elderly man in black attire. "Father, what is the meaning of this rumor? Do you think it possible that the princess of Qianan is not dead? I witnessed the 2 of them fall into the gorge with mine own eyes. Fear not, even if the princess is alive, she cannot prove her identity. We still hold the advantage. We shall wait until after the wedding to ascertain the location of the treasure vault, and then we will act." The elderly man cast a stern gaze upon Dylan, compelling her to regain her composure. Lowering his voice, he continued, "I have dispatched individuals to locate those 2. Should they still be alive, we shall eliminate them promptly." At that moment, a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, a middle-aged man clad in black, turned his head toward the elderly man and nodded before departing the courtyard. Within the separate residence, the intermittent aura of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator concealed itself, safeguarding the residence's security. Soon, news that the wedding would proceed as planned in 2 days spread throughout Qianya City. Meanwhile, in a room at an inn, 2 individuals with furrowed brows lamented their fate. Haocen and Yi Xiaolan sat upon the bed, sighing heavily. "I never imagined it would come to this. The wedding is still set to take place," Haocen said, shaking his head in dismay. At that moment, he felt profoundly disheartened, realizing that all their efforts had been in vain. Yet, Haocen's spirit rebelled against this injustice. He closed his eyes, feigning slumber, and began to contemplate how to infiltrate the wedding venue. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly mused aloud. Whom might the Lord invite to the pre-wedding banquet for the young city lord? Surely, it will consist of prominent figures from the city, along with various cultivators and local aristocratic families. Regardless of the verbosity or brevity of the discourse, Yu Xiaolan seamlessly took over Haochen's words, offering an objective analysis of Qinya City and the attendees of the Lord's banquet. A plan began to form in my mind on how to infiltrate the wedding venue. Upon hearing Yu Xiaolan's insights, a sudden thought struck Haocen, prompting him to leap from his bed with fervor, exclaiming loudly as he dashed outside. Departing from the inn, Haocen ventured into a secluded area. With a swift motion, he soared away from Qinya City, arriving at its outskirts, where he extended his consciousness over the city. Scanning the inhabitants within, he sought familiar faces. Haocen was convinced that from the distant night city, there would be individuals traveling to Qinya City to partake in the young lord's wedding festivities. He was cautious about using his consciousness within the city, fearing discovery. Given his current cultivation level, he was a rare figure in Qinya City, likely attracting visits from numerous sects and noble families. He wished to conceal his identity, yearning to experience the bittersweet essence of the mortal realm once more. Although Haochen's cultivation was merely at the transformation stage, his consciousness was unparalleled, far exceeding that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Typically, one at the transformation stage could extend their awareness up to 1,000 miles. However, Haochen's consciousness rivaled that of the divine transformation stage, perceiving distances of 10,000 miles, moving swiftly across vast expanses. Within mere breaths, he sensed a group approaching from the direction of Night City. These individuals were all practitioners, accompanied by two powerful guardians exuding the auras of martial masters and transformation stage cultivators, safeguarding the procession. At this moment, Haocen had transformed his appearance to that of his former self in Night City, waiting at the outskirts of Qinya City. Lord Xiao. Upon witnessing the arrival of Xiao Yongchong, the Lord of Night City, Haocen hastened a few steps to greet him. Chen Hao, is that you? Weren't you supposed to be exploring the Shanhan Valley with the team? Why have you returned? Hearing the call, Xiao Yongchong turned to see Haocen. Just as he had arrived outside Qinya City, he was promptly addressed by Haocen. Indeed, the individual Haocen had contemplated was none other than Lord Xiao of Night City. Although uncertain of his attendance, it was customary for lords between cities to be invited to significant events, and the Lord of Night City was likely to receive an invitation to the wedding banquet of the young lord in Qinya City. I have a matter to discuss with you. Have you been invited to the wedding banquet of the young lord in Qinya City? Haocen inquired softly. Yes, what is it? Xiao Yongchong replied, puzzled. When the time comes, could you take me and a friend to witness the festivities? I have never attended such a marriage alliance between cities before. My friend and I wish to broaden our horizons. Would that pose any issue for you? Haocen pleaded, gazing earnestly at Lord Xiao. Haha, no problem at all. You and your friend may serve as my guards during the event, Xiao Yongchong responded readily, without a second thought. However, he remained unaware that Haocen had already advanced to the mid-transformation stage. Had he known of Haochen's remarkable cultivation, he would undoubtedly have been utterly astonished at Haochen's request for assistance. Very well, I shall seek you out later. I have matters to attend to now, but we will converse again shortly, Lord Xiao concluded, turning to depart. Haocen, having achieved his objective, refrained from prolonging the conversation, eager to return and strategize with Yu Xiaolan regarding their approach to the banquet hall. A middle-aged man clad in black, of mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, remained closely by the side of the false princess, residing in the Lord's manor of Chiba City. At the old man's gesture, he departed from the guest house, quietly seeking information from the person distributing the flyers. Where did you find these pamphlets? He inquired sternly, gripping the collar of a local ruffian in a narrow alley. I found them near the square in the south of the city. I did nothing wrong. Everyone knows these rumors. Please, spare me. The ruffian stammered in panic. The middle-aged man nodded and released his grip, causing the ruffian to breathe a sigh of relief. As the man watched the ruffian flee the alley, his hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, and the scabbard trembled slightly before coming to a standstill, leaving behind only a pool of blood in the now silent alley. Having gathered a rough idea of the whereabouts of the flyer distributor, the middle-aged man exited the alley, the sound of wild dogs feasting echoing behind him. As the night deepened, Yu Xiaolan had peacefully fallen asleep. Clearly, the news brought by Haocen had relieved her. After days of fatigue and tension, she felt utterly exhausted and was now succumbing to slumber. Haocen, however, remained awake, for cultivation served as the finest means of alleviating stress. He sat cross-legged, engrossed in his practice. Since arriving in the Tianwu continent, he had devoted most of his time to the blue thread magic technique. In the Tianyuan continent, Those who practiced demonic arts were deemed heretics, forced to cultivate in secrecy. Yet in the Tianwu continent, the pursuit of any technique was considered normal, provided it did not harm others. People were broad-minded, recognizing that cultivation was an endeavor for longevity and ascension, aiming to transcend and match the heavens in lifespan. At this moment, dark energy enveloped Haocen as he delved into deeper levels of cultivation. Over the past few days, he had centered his activities around the inn, extending outward to disseminate flyers filled with rumors. By nightfall, he would practice the blue thread magic technique without restraint at the inn, although he had reached mid-stage god transformation. Venturing alone into the Tianwu continent, he understood the limitations of solitary strength. Each increment in cultivation increased his chances of survival. After acquiring the Soul Rebirth Pearl, he had spent the past few days refining it, utilizing its power to significantly accelerate his spiritual awareness training, achieving rapid progress. His advancement in martial arts, immortality, and demonic techniques had also seen substantial improvement. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Haocen, as he feared that his identity might have already been compromised. Chapter 512, Audacious Recklessness, Part 3. Although engrossed in the practice of the blue thread magic technique, Haocen's spiritual awareness remained alert to the external world, constantly scanning for disturbances. At that moment, faint cries of despair jolted him from his meditative state. In an instant, he rushed to Yu Xiaolan's bedside, shaking her awake. Shoo! He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to stifle her impulse to scream. Something's happening. The successive cries, though faint, could not escape Haocen's perceptive awareness, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Bang! A thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the street as Haocen crashed through the walls of the inn, grasping the hand of Yu Xiaolan as they fled. With a resounding boom, just as Haocen had exited, another hole was torn into the inn's wall. From it emerged a figure, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Haocen had escaped. The middle-aged man clad in black was incensed. He had intended to discreetly eliminate all individuals in the area, but the occupants of this humble inn had unwittingly revealed his presence. Sensing the stirrings of the wind, he wasted no time in retreating, suspecting it was most likely the one who had spread the rumors. With this thought, he hastened after them. Despite the speed of his quarry, it paled in comparison to his own. Within mere breaths, the middle-aged man closed the gap between them, observing the speed of the pursuit. Haocen inwardly cursed, foolhardy creature. With such meager strength, you dare to act recklessly in Qiao City? You are akin to a birthday celebrant seeking a coffin. Life has become tiresome for you. The middle-aged man found a twisted amusement in the chase. The one before him was weak, and he was accompanied by a burdensome companion. I shall play a game of cat and mouse. Indulging in your plight before dealing with the young lady at your side, he mused darkly. Both parties pushed their speeds to the utmost, while Yu Xiaolan felt as though she were floating on the wind, gliding alongside Haocen. Were it not for Haocen's release of genuine essence enveloping her as they sped away, she could hardly have enjoyed such a carefree ride. After a while, this chase had led them beyond the boundaries of Qiao City. Along the way, Haocen alternated between fleeing at breakneck speeds and pausing to bait his pursuer. Yet, he had considered escaping toward a more populated area to conceal Yu Xiaolan and confront the assailant alone. However, each time he attempted to dash into the crowd, he was forced back by the sword energy unleashed from above. With no other choice, he resolved to confront the pursuer in the most unwelcome scenario, one that he desperately wished to shield Yu Xiaolan from witnessing. In a small grove outside Qiao City, the middle-aged man remarked on Haocen's impressive prowess at such a tender age. You were the one distributing the flyers in the city, weren't you? With the path ahead now blocked, the middle-aged man ceased to mask his true identity, tearing away the cloth that obscured his face, revealing a sinister countenance. How did you ascertain my existence? Haocen nodded, acknowledging the inquiry, though questions still lingered in his heart. Quite simply, I captured those who received the flyers and studied their distribution. Only in the vicinity of your inn had such slanderous flyers not appeared. Hence I came. Once I eliminate everyone, there will be no further issues. Gazing at the malevolent smile etched upon the middle-aged man's face, Haocen felt a deep sense of dread regarding this organization, relieved that he had encountered it. In a flash, Haocen drew forth the Fei Huang sword, pointing it at the man in black with a defiant tilt. He held disdain for employing spells against this martial practitioner. The blade of the Fei Huang sword shimmered faintly under the moonlight, radiating waves of golden sword energy. A fine sword, yet it shall soon belong to me. The middle-aged man retorted, instantly drawing his own sword, regarding Haocen with a condescending gaze, as though he were merely a plaything to pass the time. At the moment the middle-aged man in black drew his sword, Haocen executed a dazzling flourish, thrusting forward with the elusive technique known as the featherfall style. The clash of steel rang out as the man arrogantly raised his hand to parry, intending to thwart Haocen's attack. However, to his astonishment, the middle-aged figure could scarcely discern the trajectory of Haocen's swordplay. The waning moon hung low in the western sky, casting shadows that obscured the opponent's movements, making it exceedingly difficult for him to ascertain the path of the strikes. In contrast, Haocen possessed a heightened awareness and unparalleled perception through his spiritual vision, allowing him to see with clarity. Realization dawned upon the middle-aged man. He had underestimated his opponent, who was not merely a simple adversary. But alas, it was too late. For Haocen would not squander this opportunity. With a sharp crack, the man felt an overwhelming force surging through his sword, propelling him backward. He struggled to suppress his injuries, but blood inevitably erupted from his mouth. Pain coursed through his body as Haocen pressed the attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes before delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest that sent him sprawling. The middle-aged figure crashed against a tree, struggling to rise. His strength for further combat clearly diminished. Just as Haocen prepared to end the man's life, a blade of light descended from above, striking the ground before him with a tremendous force that created a deep crater. Fortunately, Haocen had managed to evade just in time, though he emerged disheveled from the swirling dust. Who was this mysterious figure, lurking in the shadows and unwilling to reveal their true identity? As he was poised to deliver the final blow to the middle-aged man, an unexpected assailant intervened. Another blade of light answered Haocen, clearly indicating that the hidden power did not wish to expose themselves. The incoming strike, infused with the might of a mid-stage transformation, narrowly missed him, severing a lock of his hair and leaving him in a state of disarray. Recognizing that he could not contend with two opponents, Haocen gritted his teeth and, as if resigned to his fate, took the hand of Yu Xiaolan and prepared to flee, casting a fierce glance back at the middle-aged man. "Thank you for saving my life. I am uncertain who you are," the middle-aged figure exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he struggled to his feet. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes appeared, revealing a sinister visage. The agility displayed by this individual suggested a power far surpassing that of the middle-aged man. This was the guardian of the Lord's estate, sent to investigate an anomaly in Qiao City while conversing with the false princess. Upon sensing the disturbance, the elder instructed the black-robed figure to investigate. As the black-robed figure soared from the estate, he detected the middle-aged man's energy signature. Following the trail, he arrived outside the city just in time to witness the fierce confrontation between the middle-aged man and a young adversary. Ultimately, he intervened at a critical moment to save the middle-aged man. The black-robed figure harbored no desire to eliminate Haocen. Rather, he sensed an aura of fear emanating from him that compelled caution. At the moment the blade was drawn, an inexplicable palpitation surged within. On the other hand, should the battle continue, there was a fear that Haocen might employ a stratagem to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. After rescuing the middle-aged man in black, at the behest of the cloaked figure, the man feigned an encounter with Haocen. The cloaked figure, anxious about the potential peril to the faux princess, promptly returned to the secluded estate in Qiao City. Should they truly engage in battle, Haocen would not hesitate to imprison Yu Xiaolan in the demon suppression tower, allowing the hidden powers lurking in the shadows to experience the devastating force of thunderous explosions coupled with blood-poisoned projectiles. Haocen and Yu Xiaolan departed from the battlefield, opting not to return immediately to Qiao City, but instead flying towards the Soul Martial Forest. After traversing a considerable distance, Haocen observed that the middle-aged man in black had not allied with the lurking strongmen to pursue them, which brought him a sense of relief. As they entered the Soul Martial Forest, dawn was breaking. Consequently, Haocen sought a secluded spot and finally released Yu Xiaolan's hand. At that moment, he did not concern himself with her feelings, focusing solely on recovering his energy through cultivation. Seeing Haocen with his eyes closed in meditation, Yu Xiaolan sat quietly beside him, pondering the identity of this extraordinary individual. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and his explosive strength was beyond comprehension. Yu Xiaolan found herself increasingly perplexed by Haocen. Chapter 513. Justified confidence. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow upon the forest floor. Within the soul martial forest, the air felt invigorating and refreshing. Haocen remained immersed in his training, having chosen to cultivate the divine power technique this time. Following the night's skirmish, he sensed that the foundation of his martial arts realm was unstable. As he progressed into the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit, his martial cultivation also advanced correspondingly, reaching the mid-stage of martial sovereign. Upon entering this realm, he felt a certain instability in his internal energy, with an imbalance between his true qi and essence within his dantian, prompting him to focus on the divine power technique to enhance his physical capabilities as a martial artist. Before departing from Qianan City, Yu Xiaolan had just broken through to the first layer of qi refinement, her ability to cultivate unbeknownst to anyone, as was her clandestine choice to pursue the path of immortality. In the Yu family of Qianan City, everyone practiced martial arts, making her an anomaly. From a young age, she had little interest in the violence of martial training, preferring instead the pursuit of knowledge. Observing her peers transform their bodies into those of muscular gorillas through martial training, she felt disdain towards such paths. Yu Xiaolan delighted in reading extensively, and, being part of a martial lineage, had also accumulated a collection of secret texts on immortality cultivation. Her fascination lay in the extraordinary techniques of immortals. Thus, she secretly practiced the methods of immortality cultivation. Not everyone possessed the innate ability for such cultivation, yet she was bestowed with this rare gift. She was a hidden vessel of the Xianin body, a trait difficult for ordinary practitioners to detect. During the quiet nights of the new moon, her Xianin body would become uncontrollable, sending chills throughout her. She had perused numerous texts in search of a solution, but only she understood the nature of her condition, attributing it to her cultivation of immortality. The martial family frowned upon practitioners of immortality, viewing them as disruptors of the martial order, which prevented her from confiding in her family. Unable to cultivate martial arts, she was merely an ornamental figure among her many siblings, unnoticed by those around her. In the Yu family of Qianan City, her inability to engage in martial practice rendered her a mere waste. The recent alliance with Chiba City, to put it bluntly, is a case of utilizing waste. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaolan remains indifferent to the opinions of others, continuing to live her life as she pleases. Although she harbors reluctance toward the union, she finds herself powerless, subject to the arrangements of her family. In her studies of cultivation, she has encountered descriptions of a similar constitution, the hidden veins of profound yin. It is said that as one ages, the frequency and severity of its manifestations increase. Moreover, individuals afflicted with this constitution seldom live beyond 18 years, implying that she has less than a year to live. Her sole wish is to accomplish something for her father during her remaining days. Qianan City and Chiba City are separated by 8,000 miles. In recent years, a mysterious organization of unknown origin has been infiltrating Qianan City, threatening to usurp the position of the city lord. In the Tianwu continent, there are no unified nations. A large city governs several smaller ones, constituting a regional power, akin to a small nation. Yu Xiaolan understands that an alliance with Chiba City is her father's only means of escaping this crisis. Only by securing the support of Chiba City through marriage can they hope to resolve the impending threat. However, unbeknownst to the Lord of Qianan City, the forces behind Chiba City are the Church of the Divine. Should the marriage take place, the church may hasten its encroachment upon Qianan City. Yu Xiaolan's father would, like the Lord of Chiba City, Li Linrong, become a mere puppet. This marriage conceals a conspiracy, intricately woven by the church's leader, Tai Shixiao. Perceiving that Haocen is a martial artist, Yu Xiaolan pays no heed to the specifics of his cultivation practices. She has little interest in martial arts and has grown indifferent to the pursuit of immortality. Upon realizing that her life is nearing its end, she becomes apathetic to all worldly matters. Yu Xiaolan rises early to groom herself, for regardless of whether one is a mortal or a cultivator, a woman's desire for beauty is innate, and she is no exception. After half an hour, just as she completes her preparation, Haocen awakens from his meditation. Upon beholding Yu Xiaolan's countenance, he sits there, entranced, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. Noticing Haocen's unwavering stare, Yu Xiaolan's cheeks flush a deep crimson, rendering her even more captivating amidst the dappled light of the forest. In Haocen's mind, a figure emerges, overlapping with hers, the playful knight Xiaoya, whose every smile and frown dances before his eyes. At this moment, he can clearly see the rosy hue blooming on Yu Xiaolan's cheeks, accentuated by her long, fair neck. a sight both striking and exquisite. Her eyes, clear and bright, twinkle like stars, as if they could ensnare his very soul. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaolan, she smiles at herself in excitement, her eyes crescent-shaped, as though her ethereal charm overflows. In every smile and frown, one cannot help but marvel at her elegant and radiant allure. Have you had enough? Is it beautiful? She playfully inquires, observing the expression akin to that of a foolish pig on Haocen's face. Though their acquaintance has been brief, the numerous life-threatening rescues have kindled a spark of admiration in her heart. Oh, it's beautiful. You are truly lovely, Haocen exclaims without thinking. The two share laughter for a while before they begin to plan their return to Chiba City. After several hours of arduous travel, Haocen and Yu Xiaolan once again entered Qianyi City, making their way directly to the office of the Dark Knight City station there. At this moment, Xiao Yongchang stood anxiously at the entrance, awaiting Haocen's arrival. Were it not for waiting on Haocen, he would have already settled into the discussion hall of the city lord's mansion, enjoying a cup of tea. Upon seeing Haocen accompanied by a relatively youthful man, Xiao Yongchang exchanged nods with them as a form of greeting. Haocen paid little heed to the encounter and was promptly integrated into the guard team. Most members of the guard were formidable martial artists and practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm, prompting Haocen to conceal his true strength, presenting himself as a mid-level martial artist. At this point, attire for the guards had already been provided, and after changing into their new garb, they set off for the city lord's mansion without delay. Notably, the young man accompanying Haocen was, in fact, Yu Xiaolan disguised as a male. As Haocen and Yu Xiaolan entered the city lord's mansion with Xiao Yongchang's guard team, they quietly detached themselves from the group once inside. The small square of the city lord's mansion was teeming with people. Even if those from the Spirit Awareness Organization noticed their presence within the mansion, they might lack the audacity to resort to violence. Moreover, Haocen had cleverly positioned Xiao Yongchang as a human shield, intending to use him as bait to draw out those secretly protecting him, should the need arise. Haocen's spiritual awareness had already detected powerful individuals safeguarding Xiao Yongchang on the journey to Qianyi City, their strength comparable to his own. As noon approached, the weather gradually turned warmer. After squeezing through the crowd and breaking into a sweat, Haocen and Yu Xiaolan finally awaited the appearance of the faux princess, who had been residing in the mansion's annex. Haocen meticulously observed the elite guards surrounding the faux princess, ensuring he was well informed about both allies and adversaries, choosing to act when the enemy's numbers were at their lowest. A strikingly luxurious carriage, adorned with the banner of Qiannan City, caught his eye. It was likely the very carriage from which Yu Xiaolan had been abducted. Inside, the beautiful woman impersonating the princess of Qiannan City sat, playfully lifting the curtain and greeting the crowd with a smile. Her meticulously crafted appearance far surpassed that of Yu Xiaolan, leaving Haocen in awe and making Yu Xiaolan feel a pang of inferiority. The driver, a robust man, exuded the aura of a formidable martial artist. However, when Haocen's gaze shifted to the individual seated beside the driver, he could not help but gasp and quickly lower his head. The person occupying that position was the middle-aged man clad in black whom Haocen had injured the previous night outside the city. Based on his condition, it appeared that he had fully regained his strength and physical form. Indeed, this mysterious organization possessed considerable talent. Confirming that he had not drawn the attention of the man, Haocen resumed his careful observation. Aside from the middle-aged man in black, no particularly powerful individuals were present within the escorting convoy. However, the elderly black-clad man who had been rescued yesterday was conspicuously absent, possibly engaged in another mission. Haocen observed for a moment before leading Yu Xiaolan to the garrison of Xiao Yongchang's guard to rest and await the commencement of the banquet. The banquet was held as scheduled in the conference hall of the Lord's mansion. At the moment when the chief steward of the Chiba City Lord's mansion announced the union of Princess Yu Xiaolan of Qiannan and the young Lord Li Cunyo, an unexpected discordant voice erupted within the hall. I object. She is a false princess. I am the true Princess Yu Xiaolan of Qiannan. Standing amidst the crowd, Yu Xiaolan could no longer contain herself and straightened her posture, exclaiming vehemently. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed continuously as the guards of the Lord's mansion simultaneously drew their weapons. Blades were aimed at Yu Xiaolan, and all the guests stared in astonishment at the figure beside Haocen, an impassioned woman. At that moment, the woman disguised as a man had reverted to her true feminine visage. What gives you the right to oppose this wedding? A middle-aged man clad in black sternly interrogated Yu Xiaolan. What gives me the right? I am the genuine Princess Yu Xiaolan of Qianan. Yu Xiaolan disregarded the murderous glare directed at her, adjusting her hair and standing tall, resolutely asserting her identity. Chapter 514. Indistinguishable Truths. I am the true Princess Yu Xiaolan. The hall reverberated with her melodious voice. In an instant, the audience was taken aback. None had anticipated such a turn of events at the banquet. Lord Li Linrong and young Lord Li Kunyo were left in shock, while the false princess trembled. Presumptuous. The first to regain composure, the middle-aged man in black scolded, "Seize the troublemaker." The guards exchanged glances, hesitating to follow his command, instead looking to Lord Li Linrong. Having regained his senses from the surprise, Li Linrong commanded, "Why do you hesitate? Act now." At the behest of the Lord, the guards began to encircle Haocen and Yu Xiaolan. Meanwhile, only Haocen remained by Yu Xiaolan's side, as others discreetly distanced themselves, creating a wide space around the two. At this moment, Haocen positioned himself protectively in front of Yu Xiaolan, proclaiming loudly, "I am Chun Hao of Dark Night City, the Lord Xiao Yongchang's representative. I can attest to my identity and confirm hers." Sitting beside Li Linrong, Xiao Yongchang glanced at Haocen and then leaned in to whisper to Li Linrong. Nodding in understanding, Li Linrong summoned Li Kunyo closer and whispered instructions. Li Kunyo approached Haocen and said, "Although Uncle Xiao has verified your identity, he cannot vouch for hers. Please step away from this individual. I will find a way to prove her identity." In the face of numerous guards, Haocen and Yu Xiaolan exhibited no fear. Yet, Haochen's attention remained fixated on the middle-aged man in black, for he was the most formidable threat. At that moment, the middle-aged man appeared to recognize Haocen. Recalling their earlier confrontation outside the city, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, plotting to orchestrate a covert assassination. Thus, the middle-aged man in black conveyed a telepathic message to the young city lord, urging Li Kunyu to ensure the elimination of the two troublemakers in the bustling marketplace. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would suffer a loss of face. Upon receiving the message, Li Kunyu intensified his efforts, organizing the guards to eliminate Haocen and Yu Xiaolan. Under Li Kunyu's command, the guards gradually tightened their encirclement. The intent of the young city lord was evident, regardless of their identities. The priority was to subdue them first and deliberate later. However, aware of the underlying implication, Haocen was determined not to succumb easily. He understood that surrendering would mean relinquishing control over his fate. Seizing the initiative, Haocen launched a sudden attack, wielding his sword with the elusive technique of the Zanyu sword art. The assembly within the hall was taken entirely by surprise as Haocen struck first. Faced with such exquisite swordsmanship, the encircling guards hastily retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. With that single strike, the weapons of those within close proximity fell to the ground, their wrists bleeding and combat effectiveness extinguished. Haocen had no desire for a brutal confrontation. His intention was merely to incapacitate their wrists. Nevertheless, the scene was exceedingly tense. When Haocen and Yu Xiaolan entered the hall of the city lord's mansion, they chose a corner for their stand. At that moment, they were not besieged from all sides. Under Haocen's imposing presence, the guards dared not advance, encircling the two from a distance to prevent their escape. Observing the guards falter after just one exchange, Li Kunyu's countenance darkened, though he refrained from showing anger, merely coldly observing the unfolding situation. At this juncture, Yu Xiaolan produced an item to validate her identity, calling out loudly. However, amidst the clamor of the crowd, her voice seemed feeble and ineffective. Soon, she relinquished her efforts. Initially, she had regarded this marriage with disdain, feeling like a mere pawn. The ordinary guards were no longer a match for Haocen, who stood alone with his sword, none daring to cross his path. Yet, Li Kunyu seethed with indignation. Despite being of similar age, Haocen exuded an overwhelming dominance. If he could not capture this individual, what would become of the city lord's reputation? He would be ridiculed for his perceived cowardice. With this thought, Li Kunyu gestured to the guards beside him, insisting they capture Haocen at all costs. The hall was filled with the clash of blades and the glint of swords, the anguished cries of guards punctuating the air as they fell from the fight, only to be replaced by others. Although Haocen and Yu Xiaolan found themselves unable to escape, none could penetrate the defenses he had established. Yu Xiaolan abandoned her attempts to assert her identity, while some still looked at her with skepticism, glancing towards the princess's position. City Lord Li Linrong's expression fluctuated between dark and light. while the young city lord Li Kunyu exerted every effort to subdue the instigators. Meanwhile, the beautiful impostor princess remained silent, her head bowed, concealing her expression from view. Observing the city lord's guard struggle to contend with Haocen, and realizing that Yu Xiaolan had regained her composure and beauty, the onlookers began to feel sympathy and belief in her. The middle-aged man in black, feeling a twinge of urgency, contemplated his next move. With a sudden roar, he leaped from beside the false princess, his palms imbued with a dark malevolence, aimed at Yu Xiaolan behind Haocen. As the deadly force of the palm strike loomed, poised to unleash a bloodbath, Yu Xiaolan's figure swayed, and she retreated. With a sharp clang, the middle-aged man in black felt a piercing pain in his palm, as if he had struck a nail. In the midst of the fierce battle, Haocen, with keen awareness, rolled and embraced Yu Xiaolan, narrowly evading the lethal blow. He swiftly unleashed the soul blade, countering the man's full-force attack. However, the price he paid was a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, as the shockwave from the impact caused his internal energy to surge violently, leaving the soul blade dim and retreating into his sleeve. Haocen fell silent, forcibly suppressing his injuries with his internal energy. In a fleeting moment, he drew the Fei Huang sword, pointing it menacingly at the middle-aged figure. The trembling tip of the sword betrayed his exhaustion, indicating he was too fatigued to continue fighting. Suddenly, a blinding red light enveloped Haocen, who was astonished to see Xiao Yongchang, the city lord, now channeling his full power. He thrust his palms forward, creating a barrier against the black-clad man before him, engaging him in fierce combat. The middle-aged man's expression reflected profound astonishment. "Speak. Who are you? Why do you impersonate the princess?" shouted Li Linrong, who had seized the impostor on the stage. "I know nothing. I know nothing. Don't kill me." In her panic, the beautiful woman inadvertently let slip an object, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a human skin mask. As her true visage was revealed, she bore a striking resemblance to the beautiful woman, Dailin. Yet, in that moment, her once enchanting eyes were now filled with sheer terror. "I truly know nothing. I was merely hired to impersonate someone for a night. Please spare my life. I acted out of greed." Li Linrong, clearly losing interest in the frantic woman, released her hand. He then issued a series of commands, redirecting the guards who had surrounded Haocen to encircle the middle-aged man engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Li Kunyu approached Yu Xiaolan, offering an apology for his earlier decision. "We must capture the middle-aged man," he asserted, casting a glance at Haocen before directing the guards of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 5:15. Infiltrating the treasury cell. This woman was not who they initially thought. From Li Linrong's words, Haocen sensed something amiss, yet he could not grasp the thread of the mystery, his mind swirling with doubts. "The mask is extraordinarily lifelike," Li Kunyu mused aloud as he picked it up. "Treasury, young master. Did you inform the false princess about the Li family treasury's secrets?" A sudden flash of insight struck Haocen, and he blurted out, "Cursed be it." Instantly, Li Kunyu's countenance changed dramatically. "Fool!" City Lord Li Linrong scolded bitterly. In the next moment, the city lord let out a piercing whistle. Before the sound faded, a figure materialized in the air above the banquet hall. It was an elderly man, clad in a tattered, oversized robe that enveloped his frail body. After exchanging a glance with the city lord, he raised his hand and directed a spell at the middle-aged man in black. A sudden lightning bolt descended, causing the middle-aged man's expression to shift drastically. Unwilling to continue entangled with Xiao Yongchang, after several attempts to break free that were thwarted, he was inadvertently struck by a bolt of lightning. Thunderous. As the colossal lightning struck the ground, a deep, charred pit appeared in the center of the hall. The middle-aged man in black lay within, completely oblivious to his fate. Nearby, guards stepped forward to bind the middle-aged figure. Xiao Yongchang and the disheveled elder approached Li Linrong's side. "Ancestor." Upon facing the disheveled elder, Li Linrong bowed in profound respect, his face flushed with shame as he expressed his apologies. "I suspect someone has infiltrated our family's treasury. My son inadvertently disclosed its location." The elder, referred to as the ancestor, merely nodded in response without uttering a word. "You three, follow me," he instructed, pointing at Li Linrong, Li Kunyu, and Haocen. Then he addressed Xiao Yongchang, saying, "Dear nephew, please ensure the safety of the city lord's mansion." The elder, having witnessed Haocen's prowess, was no fool. In the face of formidable adversaries, it was essential to unite with those on the same side to confront the crisis. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Before his words had fully resonated, everyone's vision blurred, and the disheveled elder vanished from sight. Li Linrong and his son, Li Kunyu, beckoned some guards from the city lord's mansion to follow them, and the members of the Li family swiftly left the conference hall. However, Haocen, reluctant, grasped Yu Xiaolan's hand. Following suit, they soon entered a damp, shadowy cave. Inside, luminous moonstone illuminated the cavern, casting light upon Li Linrong's ashen face. Someone has been here. This is the entrance to the treasury. The mechanisms have been compromised. We must hurry inside, lest we be too late, Li Linrong stated, pointing to the damaged fragments on the ground. A master. The destruction is utterly thorough. Not even a warning mechanism was triggered. The disheveled elder concluded after a moment of examination. In that instant, Haochen's thoughts drifted to the beautiful woman, the cloaked elder, and the enigmatic figures associated with the mysterious organization. He couldn't help but think, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles, with the Li family's ancestor present. What was there to fear from the mysterious organization? Setting aside his concerns, he proceeded with the group into the depths of the cave. Yet, Haocen was not oblivious to the fact that the Li family valued his strength. After resolving this crisis, he contemplated the potential repercussions. To acquire more intelligence, he had to remain opportunistic. Along the way, the passage was littered with traps and mechanisms that had been dismantled. As they drew nearer to the treasury, Li Linrong's expression grew increasingly grim. Li Kunyu, catching sight of the affectionate demeanor between Haocen and Yu Xiaolan, felt a surge of anger, even before marriage. He found himself betrayed. Vowing to himself, he thought, once this crisis is averted, I will ensure this pair of treacherous lovers does not leave the treasury alive. At last, they spotted a flicker of light ahead, accompanied by faint voices. The Li family grew tense, and everyone drew forth their talismans. Observing the situation, Haocen unsheathed his Qingpa short sword, for he had experience in narrow passage combat. Long weapons were ill-suited for such confined skirmishes. Yu Xiaolan did not approach Li Kunyan. She remained suspended behind Haocen, silently contemplating that only in the presence of this man did she feel secure. Though she made no move, Haocen was determined to ensure her safety, handing her a short sword for self-defense. Witnessing Haochen's unwavering concern stirred the romantic sentiments within Yu Xiaolan. The prince of her dreams ought to embody the qualities of someone like Haocen, rather than the brooding Li Kunyan. Initially, Haocen intended for her to stay outside the cave, but contemplating the potential enemies, he opted to keep her by his side for mutual safety. Haocen, alongside the Li family members, stealthily advanced, casting furtive glances toward the illuminated area. The cavern's grand hall was populated with numerous figures clad in black, evidently members of the mysterious organization, the original entourage of the bridal procession. It was clear that this hall housed the Li family's treasure vault, and at that moment, the group was scouring for valuables. The treasures, mundane gold and silver, along with various artworks, were in disarray, while the cultivation resources had vanished without a trace. The chaotic state of the treasure vault caused great distress for Li Linrong. In the center of the vault stood an alluring woman and a figure cloaked in black, directing the entire search operation. Observing the black-clad individuals engrossed in their quest within the hall, Li Linrong turned to exchange a meaningful glance with the disheveled elder. The elder promptly began to channel his magical energy, preparing to unleash it. Li Linrong, together with others, stealthily retreated several paces from the passage, opening a concealed route to the treasure vault. They quietly unsealed a hidden door, readying themselves for an ambush. Haocen feigned vulnerability, holding the short sword in a protective stance over Yu Xiaolan, which drew admiration from Li Linrong but ignited fury in Li Kunyan's gaze. Suddenly, the disheveled elder unleashed a dual strike of magic. While City Lord Li Linrong and young City Lord Li Kunyan surged forth from the hidden passage alongside the Li family guards. Concurrently, a dim golden light enveloped the entire treasure hall, momentarily freezing everyone, from the beautiful woman and the cloaked figure to the black-clad individuals, evidently ensnared by a spatial spell of deceleration. Seizing the moment of chaos, Li Linrong and his son, like twin bolts of lightning, descended into the treasure hall, radiating an ominous aura. The energy emanating from Li Kunyan was nearly on par with that of his father, Li Linrong. This young lord was none other than the white-robed gentleman Haocen had encountered at Hanyue Ridge. The father and son, each commanding the city lord's guards, executed a coordinated assault against the black-clad individuals ensnared by the deceleration spell. Meanwhile, the disheveled elder positioned himself at the exit of the treasure hall, once more consolidating his energy, prepared to ensure that none would escape. Most of the black-clad individuals lacked the prowess to match the strength of Li Linrong and his son. Those afflicted by the deceleration spell were particularly vulnerable, unable to withstand the onslaught of their adversaries, and they fell with hardly a fight. In a short span, the Li family had claimed the lives of the majority of the black-clad figures, leaving Haocen astounded. Inwardly, I could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of temporal attributes. Indeed, I must dedicate myself to the study of time-based magic in the future. At this moment, the enchanting woman and the figure in the black robe had just liberated themselves from the constraints of the slowing spell, regaining their physical prowess. After all, a powerful spell of the time attribute is not easily undone. As they surveyed the scene, noting the considerable casualties among their subordinates, their frustration mounted, compelling them to draw their weapons and confront Li Linrong and Li Qianyuan. Clearly, their abilities surpassed that of the middle-aged man who had been unexpectedly struck by lightning in the mayor's office. However, the duel between the black-robed figure and Li Linrong was evenly matched. Li Linrong wielded his rapier with precision, while the black-robed man brandished his curved blade with an enigmatic finesse, and their clash created a lively spectacle. Meanwhile, the young master Li Qianyuan, captivated by the beauty of the woman, found himself in a paradox, as they had previously shared tender moments in the brothel, but now faced each other as adversaries. Despite this, he could not bring himself to deliver a lethal blow. At that moment, the disheveled elder was continuously casting spells, eliminating the last few figures clad in black. It seemed that once all the remaining adversaries were dealt with, the focus would shift to the black-robed man and the beautiful woman. Having concluded their preliminary exchanges, the four combatants revealed their full strength, each striving to subdue the other in the shortest span of time. The disparity in their abilities became immediately evident. Li Qianyuan's prowess was evidently superior to that of the enchanting woman. His feelings for this deceitful woman were, however, laced with an unusual complexity.